Chapter 1, Reward 1 billion, Cashback 10 billion, Magic City, a remote rental room.
Zhou Meng took his cell phone and lay on the bed watching Tiger Shark live with great interest.
Or do Big Brother is good.
Find a beautiful female anchor, casually reward a few tens of thousands of dollars,
and then mean to ask out.
See the live broadcast. Big Brother to the anchor rewarded a 5,000 pieces of treasure map, and then logically obtained a female anchor a meal of pampering plus contact information.
Zhou Meng cannot help but tsk a sound, taking a foot to think. He also knew that the female anchor should be airborne in the next few days. Envious. He had two wishes. One was to be a Big Brother, and the other was to be the boss of Carefree Media. Filled with envy, he rolled over, then directly closed this live room and continued on to the next refurbished anchor. When an anchor was translucent or about to be translucent, whether it was present tense or future tense, he was no longer interested. He was a man of principle. It's okay to be poor, but not to lick. In 18 years, the live broadcast industry has gradually become hot, and more people are engaged in the live broadcast industry. Of course, the live broadcast platform is also more and more. Tiger Shark Live is currently one of the live platforms in the bearer.
The number of anchors in it is still quite a lot.
In a few minutes, Zhou Meng found another good-looking face anchor. Taking a look, the name was called Star Rain Little Dove. Not bad. Zhou Meng's eyes lit up, but it seems like the beauty face is on a bit heavier. The curtains in the back are a bit deformed, and I don't know if it's really good looking or fake, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, you can't see it in reality. It looks good online.
Seeing someone flirting with the anchor's heavy beauty face in the public screen was banned by the house manager one by one. Zhou Meng also couldn't help but have a good time and hit 3 dog heads on the public screen.
But in the next moment,
the input field of the live broadcast interface instantly turned into a white bar, on which was written in small black letters, "You have been banned for 24 hours. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
This housekeeping TM is sick, right? Zhou Meng was instantly enraged.
Those people in front of him said that the anchor curtains were deformed or something was banned even if he didn't express any opinion.
He just sent 3 dog heads. This can be banned? And a ban is a day? At once a burst of fire in the heart,
Zhou Meng did not hesitate, directly retired from the big boarded their own trumpet, then directly 8 banned their own room management. In the public screen directly hit the 3 big question marks.
I just sent a few emoticons. Why ban me?
But what Zhou Meng didn't expect was that not 2 seconds later, his number was banned again. And it was banned for 72 hours.
What's wrong with just banning you? Not even a swordsman. Don't speak if you're watching a live broadcast. Shame on you.
Room manager Super Wind snorted and directly typed on the public screen.
Thank you Brother Wind for helping me ban these black fans. Really, not charging a penny. Just know to talk nonsense in the live broadcast.
Little Dove smiled like a flower.
She was beauty open high, but to not open her beauty so high. Can Big Brothers like it?
This ID called Broken Dreams, although did not send what disgusting words, but just a civilian player.
The probability is a white whoring party. Banned and what can be done? As long as to make the Big Brother happy,
a few more banned is also so.
What are you polite about? The quality of people nowadays is generally low. Don't need to care about them. Let's play ours.
How much of this week's weekly star quests are still missing?
I'll brush you up in a while.
Super Wind was very quick to pat his chest,
and directly made a big promise on the public screen. I'm convinced. This anchor has a bubble in his brain. People didn't say anything. Send a dog head emoji also with a ban?
And you don't look at what kind of curtains are twisted in the back. A man named Ancient City Hu Han San saw the chat between the two people, house manager Super Wind and anchor Little Pigeon.
And instantly he was also on fire. He was watching the entire process just now. To be honest, the faces of the two did make him a bit disgusted by it. There are really a lot of stupid beeps.
Super Wind sneered and cursed on the public screen.
The next moment, Zhou Meng saw a pop-up alert.
Ancient City Hu Han San has been banned for 7 days by administrator Super Wind.
Brother Wind, don't care about these pop-ups. That's the kind of quality they have. Ignoring them affects your mood.
Little Pigeon hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort.
Well, don't worry. I have a good mindset. Brother Fong, let me sing you a song? Okay, it's been a long time since I've heard you sing. Sing well and give you a magic book brush.
Super Wind agreed with a smile.
Zhou Meng looked on with a face full of helplessness. He was so, and so was Ancient City Hu Han San. In the circle of live broadcasting, the class that is naked, the rich is the Big Brother. The penniless is not even a little brother.
A magic book gift is 100 Tiger Shark coins,
and the total RMB is the same $100. Big Brother can enjoy the privileges of nobility, can enjoy the worship of the anchor, but also can enjoy all kinds of special treatment in the live room. Just like now, he and this Hu Han San both were banned. Even if he wanted to reason, he simply couldn't type out the words. Forget it, don't sulk with. Let this Super Wind go lick it. When what time to meet offline? Find out that the skin black can be his aunt will be fun. Zhou Meng cursed, shook his head and exited the live broadcast room. Sitting up, he was just about to get up to interview for a new job when he suddenly felt a pain in his head. Congratulations to the host for binding the Super Divine Magnate cashback system. The Godly Hero system is loading. The system has been loaded successfully. Divine Magnate system? After a long time, Zhou Meng finally reacted. He, who had been reading novels for years, of course knew what a system was, and it seemed that what he had obtained was still a Divine Magnate system? System scanning host's recent living habits in. Congratulations to the host. The Divine Magnate cashback system has bound the consumption object to the live broadcast platform. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the initial consumption funds of 1 billion. The funds can be consumed within the live broadcasting platform. After consuming in the live broadcasting platform, the host can obtain 110 reality bonus. Please host actively consume. After the system upgrade, can bind a larger range of consumption objects. God's magnificent system. Host, Zhou Meng. Current level, level 1. Current upgrade progress, 0/$1 billion. Current real assets, 500 yuan. Cashback ratio 110. Ding. Right at the next moment, a ding message alert came from Zhou Meng's cell phone. Zhou Meng hurriedly tapped it to take a look. Your ICBC debit card with a tail number of 8,424 has been credited with 1 billion yuan and currently has a balance of 1,004,500 yuan. Your bank card has been upgraded to ICBC Diamond Black Card, which allows you to enjoy all of the bank's unreserved transfer services and all types of privileges. For more details, please. At the back is a series of privilege profiles, and at the end, there is an exclusive customer service private contact. However, Zhou Meng did not pay too much attention to any of these. Right now, his mind was almost all immersed in the $1 billion entry. My God, it's really $1 billion. P.S. Pure Network God's Hero article, mainly for the network reward consumption. No dog blood reality face. Chapter 2, opening to spend all $1 billion? Zhou Meng carefully studied the system interface for a while, and roughly figured out the system's functions. Currently, the system was level 1, and could continue to be upgraded. The condition for upgrading was to consume all of the billions that the system had just given itself. And where this $1 billion of consumption goes, there is also a requirement. The scope of consumption is limited to the live broadcast industry. Any consumption in the live broadcast industry can give Zhou Meng a return of 10 times the money in reality. This part of the money returned, Zhou Meng could go and spend it as he pleased, no matter what he did. Of course, it was also possible to re-spend this part of the money on the live streaming platform, but this part of the spending wouldn't be returned tenfold. Secondly, when this money was consumed, the system was upgraded, and a second amount of directed spending money could be obtained, and after the upgrade, the scope of spending would be further expanded, and it wouldn't be limited to the live broadcasting industry. My God, isn't this invincible? Zhou Meng took a deep breath. Although these 1 billion could only be directed to consumption, if he spent all of these 1 billion, he would realistically be able to get a $10 billion cashback reward, and the requirements of financial freedom. In fact, just 200 million just. That is to say, the system, even if not upgraded, with this 10 billion, can let Zhou Meng live a real tycoon life. In reality, those with 10 billion in cash, not to say that they could enter the circle of the pinnacle, but they were definitely the top of the top. Developed. Zhou Meng looked at the $10 billion that had just arrived in his bank card. His heart was excited. Still go find a fart job. Directly lie flat, how comfortable. Zhou Meng just got up and sat down. The last job did a good job. The results of the company directly bankruptcy. Had also intended to go to the interview today, but now have so much money, but also on the hairline class. Thinking about what just happened in the Little Pigeon live broadcast, Zhou Meng could not help but bring up a smile at the corner of his mouth. The nobles of Tiger Shark Live were divided into 6 levels. The first level was the swordsman, which required $50 to open for the first time, and $10 a month for renewal down the line. The second level was the knight, first time opening 300, renewal fee 50 per month. The third level is the lord, the first time to open 1,000, the renewal fee is 200. The fourth tier is duke, first time opening 5,000, renewal fee is 15. The fifth layer of monarchs, first open 20,000, renewal fee is 5,000. Finally, the most honorable title within the platform, Emperor, the first time to open 200,000, and then renewed once 58,888. The live broadcast industry has only just gotten hot, even if Tiger Shark is one of the current head platforms, but the overall nobility is still not much. Currently the entire Tiger Shark platform of the Duke, there are probably more than 5,000. The Monarch is much less, only a few hundred. As for the Emperor, because it was really too expensive, there were currently less than 20 in total.
a large portion of which were also guild numbers. And the Emperor title also has a special permission, that is anti-banning, whether it's a small guild's anchor, or a big guild's anchor, including those union managers and whatnot. There's no way to ban an emperor. Supertubes can, but supertubes belong to the platform, and as long as they aren't not wanting to work anymore, they can't possibly take the initiative to offend these emperor players. As for the Ultra Wind that just banned Zhou Meng, it was actually just a duke. Zhou Meng reappeared on the big number. Reclicking into Little Dove's live room, he found that Little Dove was playing PK with another anchor. Yoo-hoo! This anchor on the opposite side has a pretty high face value. Zhou Meng's eyes lit up. Little Pigeon belonged to the Star Ring Guild, a guild Zhou Meng had never heard of, and was presumably a small guild. As for the anchor on the opposite side, the ID was Beishia Yi. North Summer Zhou Meng also hadn't heard of it. 80% was also a small guild. However, there was one thing to say, this Yi's looks were indeed a little too good looking. Zhou Meng didn't see if she had her beauty face on or not, but just looking over now, she was a 95% beauty to say the least. Brother Feng, this week's Star of the Week mission depends on you. In the live broadcast room, Little Dove had already blocked out Yi's side and was playing a battle song and yelling to pull in the atmosphere. Don't worry, with me here, this week's Star of the Week is bound to be yours. Super Wind laughed and directly patted his chest to guarantee it. That Yi's anchor on the opposite side, although he was also good looking, but after all, he was a new anchor, with little popularity, and even less Big Brother, so he definitely couldn't brush him off. Although this Duke title of his wasn't much in the platform, he could still be considered a Big Brother in these small guilds. Therefore, Super Wind was very confident. Brother Wind is mighty. When Little Dove saw that Ultra Wind had taken a big charge, he immediately gave another round of horse's ass. Ultra Wind enjoyed himself and snorted a few times. Seeing the interaction between the two, Zhou Meng couldn't help but snicker. The so-called Star of the Week quests were actually gift quests issued by the platform to the Star Show channel. There were a total of dozens of gifts from the platform, from the 10-cent big sword, glow sticks, and tiger food, to the $1 fan cards, the $6 6 big blood bottles, hot pots, and the $100 magic books and so on. For each gift, there was a weekly star list. Each anchor could choose one of the gifts from this weekly star list every Monday. For example, if there were 100 anchors who chose the Great Sword, then these 100 anchors, this week, would come to compete for this Great Sword weekly star, and out of the 100, the one with the highest gift list won, and would be able to obtain the recommended position given by the platform, and gain higher popularity. The anchors of those big guilds and whatnot, usually don't choose this kind of cheap gift. Most of them choose the gift weekly star of more than $10. This was because the smaller the gift, the smaller the resources for the recommendation position you got after winning. For example, if you take a magic book Star of the Week, the recommendation position is at least a first-level page seal push. But if you take a big sword Star of the Week, at most it is just a third-level page recommendation position. A third-tier anchor like Little Pigeon, in terms of competitiveness, definitely can't be compared to the big anchors, so she consciously chose a glow stick Star of the Week. Today was the last day of the week. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the weekly star list would be closed to rank the results. These last few hours were still relatively critical. Zhou Meng took a look. The current small pigeon glow stick weekly star list, a total of 11,000. That is, $1,100. Ranking is the second. Ranked first, the list was over 14,000. A difference of only a few $100. With me here, you won't be able to get a single dime of recommended spots. Zhou Meng directly clicked along the portal into the live room of the connected EE. What kind of songs do you all want to hear? Little Dove's songs, and Bunshy's songs, I can basically sing them all. EE similarly blocked the sound from Little Dove's side. Her live room only had a very faint piece of background music, which would be leaning on the table with one hand resting on her chin, staring at the pop-ups on the public screen with big sparkling eyes. Chapter 3, sorry, you're the civilian player. 9,420. Want to hear acceleration? Will the anchor sing just because you're too beautiful? The number of people in the live broadcast room was small, but the pop-ups were not at all small. Seeing EE who was interacting with the audience frequently, it seemed like this little girl didn't have a bit of pressure of being in the middle of a PK fight at all. Over there, Little Pigeon's PK bar has already rushed to more than $100, but this side of EE's PK bar, it can only be more than $10. Little Dove's red PK bar had almost crushed EE's blue PK bar out of sight. How about this? I'll sing a song 9420. Everyone who has a balance please help me send a few more glow sticks. There are tasks on the labor union side as well. After looking at it for a while, he nodded with a smile and found the 9420 accompaniment. A large string of no problem came on the public screen at once. Many water users sent up glow sticks. However, the VIP seats in the live broadcast room were only 5 or 6 people in total, and a few of them were swordsmen.
and even if the civilian players sent them, they only sent 1 or 2, until EE accompaniment tuned up. PK bar also just barely rose $2 just. Everyone step up can't let the opposite side pressure too much. A swordsman called, Bright 9 Keys, directly swiped 1,000 glow sticks out, directly giving EE a PK bar to force up more than $100. Thank you Big Brother for the reward. Everyone just try their best, no need to deliberately reward. I'm just PK over the next task. EE thanked continuously. She was a sophomore at the Magic City Art Academy, doing live broadcasts, and was just working part-time, and didn't think about how much money she was going to make. What she took was just a base salary of $3,000 per month from the labor union. And to be honest, the opposite side of the anchor called Little Pigeon is very fierce at first glance. She does not think she can PK over. Although she also chose Glow Stick Star of the Week, her ranking was in the 40s, so it was definitely out of the question for her to take first place. Zhou Meng listened to the song quietly from the side. Really don't say it, this EE's singing is really good. Odds are that she's a professional. After a song of 9,420, Zhou Meng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's good that the live broadcast room has a sound card, but even with a sound card, to be able to sing to this extent, one's skills will never be bad. Anchor, the singing skill is absolute. In the live broadcast room, Bright 9 Keys hit several exclamation points in a row. Bright 9 Keys, open the title, Lord, in EE's live broadcast room. Congratulations to Bright 9 Keys for being promoted to the title of Lord. In the next moment, a blue pop-up screen instantly popped up in the live broadcast room. EE was also stunned. She also didn't expect Bright 9 Keys, a swordsman, to directly open the lordship. On the Tiger Shark platform, the first time a Big Brother opened a lordship, the anchor was given a 20% commission. A lord, the opening cost of $1,000, that is to say, she can raise $200 from it. Then with a 60-40 split with the union side, she could get a total of $80, which was already considered high. Thank you Bright 9 Keys. EE hurriedly opened her mouth to thank her. You're welcome, your singing is really good. Let me give you some glow sticks. Bright 9 Keys laughed, then directly renewed his lordship for another 6 months. 1 month's lordship renewal was $200, while sending $210 of golden bean coupons. The gifting ratio was 1:1.05 for 6 months, plus the month when it was opened. The golden bean coupon was $1,470. Of course, if you counted the cost of opening, Bright 9 Keys actually spent $200. Bright 9 Keys didn't hesitate and directly swiped in a row on the public screen. Bright 9 Keys, send out glowsticks *1314. Bright 9 Keys, send out glowsticks 1314-2. Bright 9 Keys, send out glowsticks 1314-3. Bright 9 Keys, sends out glowsticks 1314-12. A series of gift pop-ups directly brushed the screen in the live broadcast room. *******. Big Brother 666. This is almost $600, right? More than that, just before singing Big Brother also brushed it. It's going to be a total of 1,078. Wow. You guys look at EE's weekly star ranking. It's straight up to number 1. Thank you Bright 9 Keys. Thank you Brother 9 Keys for the gift. EE also hurriedly opened her mouth to thank. To be honest, this was the first time she had received so many gifts in the time she had been on live. Usually in a week, a total of $100 or $200 in gifts would be considered good. But today, in one day, the gifts she got were almost $2,000. This $2,000 in the platform 50-50 split, and then in the labor union 60-40 split, can also be left more than $400, counting her several days of income. On Little Dove's side, when she saw that her PK bar was instantly crushed, her face immediately became unsightly. Super Win's face was also quite ugly. He had originally thought that for this glow stick star of the week, there weren't many powerful anchors competing for it, so he estimated that he would take it for over $2,000. But now, it was estimated that it would take at least $3,000 to take it down securely, and if he was going to win this PK, he would have to brush at least $2,000 out on this one. Invisibly there was an additional cost of more than $1,000. Super Win's heart was immediately uncomfortable. Without hesitation, directly clicked on the live room of EE over there and jumped over. Duke, Ultra Wind, drove to the live room. Above the public screen on EE's side, a red special effect popped up. Welcome. EE saw Duke enter the live room and hurriedly opened his mouth to prepare a welcome. However, the next moment, a pop-up suddenly popped up on the public screen. Bright 9 Keys, right? Are you sure you want to charge with me? Super Wind disdainfully aired Bright 9 Keys. What's your situation? I didn't provoke you, did I? Such an explosive temper? Bright 9 Keys saw that this Ultra Wind started spamming people as soon as he came in, and somewhat puzzled, he replied back. I tell you, Glowstick Star of the Week I wrapped up. Advise you not to be self-indulgent. Want to brush just come. Whoever loses this PK who retires from the net, dare or not, seeing that bright 9 keys is just a lord knighthood. For a moment, his attitude is a few more arrogant. Inexplicable. What the hell? I brush a gift in your way? Although bright 9 keys had a good temper, he didn't feel that he was strong enough to beat a duke, but he wasn't a fearful master, and he didn't pick up the fight, and directly began to spray against Super Wind on the public screen. EE watched as the public screen became a battlefield between the two big brothers, and immediately became anxious, but she also just broadcast not long ago, and not very good at reconciling this kind of conflict, can only be full of anxious dry eyes. Zhou Meng saw the Super Wind directly ran to EE side of the live room spray, also cannot help but laugh out. If placed in the past, Zhou Meng would definitely not get involved in this kind of thing. After all, whether it was a lord or a duke, it was not something he could mess with. A lord, every month in the live broadcast platform consumption at least in $1,000 or so. In reality, every month's salary is not 10,000. Who dares to spend so? As for the duke, the monthly consumption is basically around 5,000. In reality as a small boss may be. But now, these people really weren't enough to look at in front of Zhou Meng. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly swipe out several emperor numbers out. This kind of person, really unqualified, can't beat them in PK, directly physically attacked Koan. Zhou Meng laughingly typed on the bottom of the public screen of the live broadcast. Zhou Meng although not much knighthood, but EE's live room is also a total of dozens of people. The pop-up screen was not much, although the speech is not conspicuous, but is spraying 2 people or the first eye to see. Bright 9 keys first agreed by typing 3 exclamatory emoticons. Brother is right. This kind of person is a mad dog that bites when he catches someone. You're paralyzed. What kind of a thing are you? Super Wind's entire being exploded when he saw Zhou Meng's ID. Zhou Meng's broken dream ID was still quite memorable, and at the first sight of this ID, Ultra Wind remembered that this person was the civilian player with a dog's head that he had banned in the livestream just a few minutes ago. PS, pure live bounty text. The main content of the live bounty. Live bounty plot more than 90%. Non-traditional reality of God's hero. Chapter 4, brush a treasure map first. What's the matter? The dog couldn't say no and started biting, right? Zhou Meng was not polite with him in the slightest and resumed his dislike back. This is not Little Pigeon's live room. So what if this Super Wind is a duke? No housekeeping privileges anymore, has a hammer. You. Ultra Wind saw Zhou Meng still speaking and instantly became furious, directly typing a series of expletives out, but because he didn't change the words, they all turned into a bunch of asterisks. You're a trash civilian player, pretending to be Nima. Seeing that his comments were all harmonized, Ultra Wind furiously retyped the words out. Zhou Meng's heart burst into another fit of laughter when he saw what Ultra Wind had typed. In the past, when she saw this kind of person with a very high knighthood speak, Zhou Meng was still a bit weak in her heart. But now, she was just watching the joke. One's courage is always linked to the balance of one's bank card. This was not absolute, but it was 99% right. Jumper. Zhou Meng directly replied back. Right, jumping the gun. Bright 9 keys also nodded in recognition, then not too happy about it. He added a sentence by etching Super Wind again. I'm measuring your code of Koan bar stuff. Finding a brother in the same camp. Bright 9 keys only felt that the depression in his heart was swept away, and sprayed up more vigorously. Chao Feng, also trouble you do not talk nonsense again. Live broadcasting room EE is really anxious, no way out. Said a few words at all useless? See, the Super Wind is still there spewing nonsense. Can only helplessly point a ban 30 minutes? After pointing the ban, EE's heart is really apprehensive. According to the requirements of the labor union side, higher than the Lord title, as long as it is not too much. Generally speaking, the anchor cannot take the initiative to give the ban. Now she didn't know if it was too much for Super Wind to do this. It wouldn't be good if she got punished from the union side after going off the air. Ha ha ha, banning is good. When Bright 9 Keys saw that Ultra Wind had gotten stuck, he immediately slapped his thighs with joy. Bright 9 Keys sent out glow sticks 1314. Seeing that he had been ordered to be banned, Ultra Wind first glanced at the public screen in shock, then saw Bright 9 Keys provocatively send another 100 or so gifts, and almost spat out blood in anger. He had just sprayed in the live broadcast for a few minutes for nothing? Ultra Wind was really angry, and directly retired his number, changing a Lord Trumpet to re-enter. This anchor is really a Bright 9 Keys, and that broken dream. If you have the ability to play PK, who loses, who withdraws from the network? Dare? All day long you know to dog bark on the internet. Have this time to let your mom comfort you can't? Bright 9 Keys cursed angrily. Cursing can be playing PK, playing nymphets, a Lord Trumpet, a Duke Trumpet. It would be strange if he could beat it. The mouth could be hard, but the words could never be taken. I'll take it. Zhou Meng saw that Ultra Wind had ate him, and without hesitation, he directly replied. The fact that Super Wind dared to say this was undoubtedly sending it to his hands. In the circle of live broadcasting, what Big Brother said, he usually had to do. It's like promising to brush a gift to the anchor, then it must be brushed, otherwise this Big Brother's persona will collapse. You know, each live room, there are a lot of viewers are watching it. The audience does not care whether the Big Brother will go bankrupt. They watch the live broadcast, just want a cool which Big Brother dares to go back on his word. The next day will be the audience of the whole platform blast. And this kind of withdrawal network bet is even more needless to say. Brother, although this person has a great mouth, his strength is definitely not bad. A duke, at least, can come up with tens of thousands of dollars? It's really not necessary. Seeing Zhou Meng agree to the bet, Bright 9 Keys hurriedly sent a private message to Zhou Meng. Don't worry, I have it in my heart. Zhou Meng smiled back. Truly not to mention, this Bright 9 Keys was really nice. However, this was also true. He was just a civilian player now, and it didn't carry much weight to say this. Zhou Meng thought about it, and directly filled his account with a batch of tiger shark coins. In the next moment, directly in EE's live broadcast, he picked the most expensive gift and sent it out. Broken Dream, sent out, treasure map, *1. Broken Dreams, rewarded, treasure map, in EE's live room. Come dig for treasure. In the center of EE's live broadcast room, a golden yellow treasure box slowly opened. Countless gold coins jumped outward from the inside of the treasure box, and in a flash, the entire live broadcast room was dyed gold. As the most expensive gift within Tiger Shark's live broadcast, one is $5,000. The treasure maps card is still there. In addition to being able to dig for treasure, there was also a channel-wide special effects public screen. After the reward was made, this reward message would be synchronized to jump for 5 seconds right above the live room on the entire channel. In other words, the viewers watching the live broadcast within the Star Show channel, as long as they hadn't turned off the gift special effects pop-up, would see this message at the first time. The column of the anchor is also in the form of a hyperlink, so just click it to come over. The disadvantage was that there was only 5 seconds of exposure time. For a while, the entire Star Show channel's audience was suddenly active. What's the situation? There was a Big Brother who gave away a treasure map just over 10 minutes ago, and now there's another Big Brother giving away a treasure map? Everyone jump the link. It seems like there is a civilian player and a Duke Big Brother started a war. It seems like it's still a retreat battle. This treasure map is the beginning of the civilian player's show of strength. Really? A commoner toughing out a Duke? For a while, many visitors were shocked. The Duke segment, although it only costs $5,000 to open, and only $15,000 to renew, but to be able to spend so much on the live broadcast platform doesn't mean that the Duke only has so much money. These tycoons, in reality, will also look for women to spend money, and after brushing money about the female anchor, offline will also spend, plus the usual life consumption and so on. The money spent every month can be much more than the live broadcast platform. The spending power of the Duke segment players, generally speaking, $10,000 a month is not a big problem. If you really try to rush a wave, and may even rush to $20,000 to $30,000, this commoner player dares to be hard. That means it is absolutely confident. Now it was the noon mealtime. Many people saw such a big melon. They immediately became interested, and they clicked the link to jump over. In a few seconds, EE's live broadcast had 800 or 900 more people. The treasure-digging army is airborne. I heard that Big Brother is going to fight the Retreat Network PK? Watch and observe the battle. Melon peanuts have been bought. In a flash, EE's live broadcast was bustling with activity. Thank you Broken Dreams for sending the treasure map. EE was also blinded at the first moment, but still hastened to give a thank you. The treasure map, a gift prop. Money wasn't the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing was the popularity it could bring to the anchor. A gift, instantly let the live room on 800 or 900 people. Even if it can only retain 100 or 200, that is not stingy. A small recommendation position. Big Brother cow beep. Bright 9 Keys similarly saw Zhou Meng's gift pop up, and directly clicked 3 punchy praises in the live broadcast. Those who could send gas $5,000 gifts at once, even if they didn't have a knighthood right now, they definitely weren't considered civilian players. The next moment, Bright 9 Keys gloated. This Broken Dream, 80% was a tycoon who didn't spend much on the live broadcast platform, and as a result, he was directly tempered by Super Win today. And with this spending power of Zhou Meng, it didn't look like it was any worse than the Duke in any way. Ultra Wind has met a tough opponent this time. P.S. Network God's Hero Text. Live mainly. Life as a supplement. Mainly for live content. Chapter 5, 10 renewals. That's it? Super Wind, who was in the OB of the livestream, was briefly confused when he saw the treasure map's gift special effect, but the dignity of a Big Brother meant that it was absolutely impossible for him to concede at such a time. If he gave in at this time, even if he didn't quit the network,
he wouldn't have the face to hang out in the Star Show channel in the future. Although other channels also have beautiful women in, but which has the Star Show more? What do often about girls out cool? Really have to be in this channel based. The heart silently calculated Zhou Meng's financial strength, and then gritted his teeth, directly in the live broadcast room back. Come, let the two sides of the anchor reopen PK. Just brush glow sticks. Whoever loses who pins and retires from the network. As soon as the words were finished, Super Wind directly exited EE's live broadcast room. Coming, going to war. The audience in the live broadcast room was also shaken in spirit and ate 2 big mouthfuls of rice in a row. Dream, brother dream. Why don't we forget about it? The opposite side is a duke. It's too broken if you really swipe. Anchor EE looked at the war-inducing pop-ups on the public screen and hurriedly opened her mouth to persuade. She was afraid that Zhou Meng would swollen his face. It didn't matter if it was money or not. To be honest, she was only working part-time and the salary she earned was already enough. Furthermore, the Big Brother brush gift. In fact, she cannot get too much. The platform draws 50%, and the labor union draws 60% on top of 50%. All draw down, equal to say 80% of the gift is gone to her hands on the remaining 2%. $1,000 of gifts. She can only get 200 just, and this 200 also have to deduct tax, to her hands even less. In reality, ordinary people for a moment's face, with savings in the live platform Big Brush is not less. She is really trying to persuade Zhou Meng do not get on the head. Don't worry, open PK. Zhou Meng smiled and said, while in her heart she muttered, if you don't play PK, how am I going to get my 10 times cash back? EE saw Zhou Meng's resolute attitude and could only agree helplessly. Being an anchor was like this. Big Brother had just swiped $5,000. She simply had no room to refuse, if it's some non-points request, but this kind of let her connect to a PK. If she doesn't accept, I'm afraid that in the future, the live room will be really cold. On the other hand, the small pigeon who watched the whole battle this time also drummed in her heart. Hey, really thought this person is also a hidden Big Brother. Just started in my live room. If the super wind does not cause trouble, this treasure map 80% is mine. Thinking about it, a resentment suddenly surfaced in the heart of Little Dove. If it wasn't for Super Wind banning others in the live room, could Broken Dreams run to the opposite side? Now it's good. Not to mention running to the opposite side, but also directly swiped a treasure map out. No matter what, this is also $5,000 off. She was a 3rd or 4th tier anchor, and her monthly income was just $6,000 or $7,000. Little Dove reopened the PK. Super Wind had just returned and immediately typed on the public screen, Brother Wind, don't get too angry. There's no need to bother with people like them. When Little Dove saw Ultra Wind, she quickly forced a smile to open her mouth to comfort him. Having said that kind of words in the live broadcast room before, the broken dream was definitely not coming back, and she can only try her best to lick Ultra Wind good now. This Big Brother, although the brain is not very good, but money he is really brush off. It's okay, don't need you to care, just connect the line. Ultra Wind waved his hand, and then directly clicked on Tiger Shark's noble interface. He had to let that broken dream on the opposite side look at the Duke's strength today. Wasn't it just a $5,000 treasure map? When he was brushing the treasure map with Super Wind, this broken dream hadn't even watched the live broadcast yet, right? Who was afraid of Hua? The next moment, Ultra Wind kept on renewing his dukes in the live broadcast. Congratulations, Super Wind, in the small pigeon, live room renewed, Duke, *1. Congratulations to Super Wind for renewing his Duke, *2 in Little Dove's live room. Congratulations to Super Wind for renewing Duke, *3 at Little Dove Live. Congratulations to Super Wind for renewing Duke, *10 in the Little Dove live room. Wow. Thanks Big Brother. Little Dove was excited when she saw that Overwind had renewed her Duke 10 times, although there was no way for her to get a commission for the renewals. These 10 Duke renewals could be $15,000, and the Duke's renewal gold bean gifting ratio was 1:1. 0.8, 3 points higher than the Lord's. In other words, right now, on the Super Wind account, there was at least $16,000. If all this money was swiped to her, this time's glow stick star of the week wouldn't be directly stabilized? And it was definitely the #1 glow stick star of the week in history. The audience in the live broadcast room also swiped awesome. Ha ha ha, it's just a small amount of money. When Super Wind saw the flurry of pop-ups in the live broadcast room, he couldn't stop feeling smug. He had opened a small company with a net profit of more than $100,000 every month, so it was just a matter of brushing a few gifts. What was there not to do? The reason why he usually only spent $8,000 or $9,000 on the platform every month was entirely because he spent all his money offline. But that doesn't mean he can't afford to spend it. Today he was really angry and had to knock this broken dream off the net. Even if he doesn't ask the female anchor to play Eat Cohen game offline for a month, what can he do? Seeing Super Wind's attitude, Little Pigeon's heart was instantly set,
and without hesitation, he sent a PK connection to EE's side. This is 16,000
almost a sure win situation.
EE's side hesitated for a moment, but still clicked to connect, no matter what.
Broken Dream's choice to play PK in her live room was something that would bring her popularity and income.
Anyway, she had said what she needed to say and persuaded what she needed to persuade, and since Big Brother was willing, there was nothing more she could say. The two live broadcast rooms soon connected again. Brother Dream, that overwind is fierce. Just now I went over to OB and he renewed his dupe 10 times. That's more than 16,000. Bright 9 Keys spoke with some concern. Although he also had a little bit of money, he still belonged to the category of an ordinary person, at best a white-collar worker. A monthly salary of more than 10,000, but it didn't mean that he dared to take out more than 10,000 to brush it off, unless he was really on top of it. Internet and reality, he can still distinguish. Well, not for this to compete. The 2,000 or so just now was already his limit. Over 16,000. That's it? Zhou Meng froze. He still thought how fierce this person was, and had thought that this guy might rush a 50,000 800,000, but he didn't expect to rush just this much. 666. Big Brother Bull Beep. The crowd in the live broadcast room saw Zhou Meng's pop-up screen and were instantly happy. 16,000 is still not money and this on this, how was it so magical? Through these two words, it was as if they all saw Broken Dream on the opposite side raising his chin, his face full of disdain. Just this? Just this? For a while, the crowd in the live broadcast room followed suit and frantically snapped pop-ups on the public screen. There were even a few who watched the fun, purposely jumping to the opposite side of Little Pigeon's live room, and kept brushing up just this. Black powder rolling rough. Small Pigeon a burst of irritation, directly to a few wild brush pop-ups point of the ban package, but Little Pigeon banned a few, but found that there are still non-stop people to their own live room this side of the run. At first, just 3 or 4, but after she banned, these people went back to pull people. Not more than half a minute. The live room more than 70 to 80 people in the crazy brush this and this. She live room and no field control. So many people brush screen. She really is not banning over. And hasten to look to the super wind for help. No need to ban them. Didn't they say just this? That's fine. I'll let them see what I'm capable of. Hold the glow stick star of the week steady first. Super Wind sneered and waved his hand. Chapter 6, Opening a Swordsman? The next moment, the public screen of Little Dove's live room instantly lit up with gift effects. Super Wind, send out glow sticks asterisk 1314. Super Wind, send out glow sticks 1314 too. Super Wind, send out glow sticks star 1314 star 100. The gifts on the Tiger Shark platform have a limit on the number of gifts that can be given at one time. The cheapest 10-cent gifts like glow sticks and big swords have a maximum of 1,314 for a single gift. As for the more expensive $100 gifts like magic books and airplanes, the maximum number of single gifts is 52. As for the $300 bill guns, including the $5,000 treasure maps, they could only be given away one by one. The only exception was the big rocket worth $1,000 apiece, which could be given away 10 at a time, and a single combo was $10,000, which was considered the most expensive combo gift within the Tiger Shark platform. Although it would be tiring to click hundreds of times at a time, it perfectly fits the Big Brother's feeling of coolness. At least Ultra Wind would have a great time clicking. With every click, countless more compliments would appear in the live broadcast room. The anchor, Little Dove, was also constantly covering her mouth in amazement. This feeling, even if it is not an offline leg grip blitz, it is still better than a blitz. It was as if Little Pigeon, who was sitting there, was receiving his baptism in general, and next to him sat several hundred viewers cheering for him. Proper imperial treatment. In reality, even if you spend $100,000, you may not be able to buy this effect. For a while, Ultra Wind floated a bit. Even in order to enjoy this feeling for a little while longer, he deliberately slowed down the speed of his gift delivery a little bit, and it was only when he delivered the 122nd consecutive hit and the system showed that the balance was insufficient that Ultra Wind slowly stopped. Thank you, Brother Wind. Thank you, Brother Wind, for giving out so many glowsticks. Little Dove was going crazy with joy. She didn't expect that Ultra Wind would swipe out all 16,000 plus dollars in the first place. She was now in first place with $17,500 on the Star of the Week ranking, and EE, who was in second place, was only $2,000. Big Brother Bull more than 10,000 said brush Big Brother this wave. My 5 months income is gone, show hand. Laughing to death. I can't save this much money in a year. To be honest, this anchor beauty into this brush so much really not worth it. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with compliments. As Super Wind looked at the screen full of complimentary pop-ups, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, and his legs rested on top of his desk. The scattered few pop-ups that said something about Little Dove's looks were also selectively ignored by him. Relay it to the opposite side. Show him what it means to be rich.
Super Wind typed on the public screen. Just this? A question mark for himself? He was going to show that broken dream what it meant to have an exclamation point for just this. And with this action of Ultra Wind, even the management of the Star Ring Union was alarmed. A union management called Old Zheng similarly spoke on the public screen. Thank you for Brother Wind's support of our Starring Ring Union. I've already given your account card, Master. You'll enjoy the same room management treatment in the future in the live room of any of our Starring Ring Union's anchors. Although Star Ring is a small guild, there are still dozens of anchors, and there is also a second-tier anchor bearer. This card, Master, represents that he will be able to enjoy a lot of privileges in the second-tier anchor's live room in the future. Seeing Old Zhang's pop-up, Super Wind immediately smiled even more happily. It's all a small matter, not worth mentioning. I just can't stand to see the opposite kind of pretending. And at the same time, the visitors of Little Pigeon's live broadcast room also clicked the link and ran to EE's side. Brother Phone will show you guys what it means to be rich. Why don't you brush pull it before you brush? This anchor also cannot with the wrong Big Brother, right? Dozens of pop-ups declaring war instantly popped up in the live broadcast room. EE's face didn't look too good either. Although she was of a relatively tranquil nature, she couldn't help but feel a little angry in her heart when she saw so many abusive pop-ups. On the other hand, Bright 9 Keys and a few old fans were frantically disliking the pop-ups. Although there were few people, because Bright 9 Keys was a lord title, the pop-ups sent out were thick and bright, and for a time, they actually crushed the black fans. What's the hurry? PK time doesn't still have 5 minutes. I thought he could still put up some more gifts. I didn't expect this? Zhou Meng laughed and typed a pop-up screen out. Zhou Meng's pop-up was not too obvious, but under the attention of those who were paying attention, it was instantly seen by quite a few people. Brother Meng, don't just spray you should brush it as well. In the live broadcast room, a few old swordsman fans were filled with sadness. It wasn't much use just letting out a mouthful. Seeing that the PK time was still 5 minutes away from ending, if they didn't move at all and lost, the opposite side of Little Pigeon's fans, as well as the audience who followed the treasure map to watch the show, wouldn't they still taunt them to death? A few old fans have begun to put together money to actively brush glow sticks, but after all, our ordinary people, efforts to brush down, but also just brush more than $100, and Small Pigeon's side of more than 16,000 simply cannot be compared. Even the blue PK bar on EE's side had been crushed to the point where he couldn't see much. Come on, start. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate any longer, and seeing that there really wasn't much movement on Little Pigeon's side, he directly sent out a message on the pop-up screen. Seeing Zhou Meng's pop-up, several of Bright 9 Keys' old fans were immediately shaken. Zhou Meng's strength, a few of them were not skeptical. Even if it wasn't as good as the opposite side Super Wind, the probability was that it wouldn't be too bad. After all, treasure map this kind of gift worth $5,000 is not to say that you can send. Black fans don't pretend. Just now my dream brother charged up money to go. Widen your dog's eyes and watch. Several old fans were looking forward in their hearts. The opposite side of Super Wind had already played their cards in the open, and since Zhou Meng dared to take it, he must be sure of it. In other words, if Zhou Meng didn't have 16,000 in his hand, I'm afraid that he definitely wouldn't be able to pick up this PK anymore, much less say it started. Similarly, Super Wind, who had also gotten off the number and was secretly peeping in EE's live room, was also apprehensive in his heart. To be honest, on the surface he didn't care, saying that he was letting his water friends come over to watch, but in the deepest part of his heart, he was still a little scared. After all, the treasure map that Zhou Meng had just started brushing was still fresh in his mind. Could a person who could afford to brush a treasure map be a real civilian player? Therefore, he purposely got off his number and came over to peep. Anyway, there were only 5 minutes left. If Zhou Meng swiped more than him, he would immediately go back and charge some more money to make up for the thousands of glow sticks. But the next moment, an official pop-up prompt in the live broadcast room directly made him burst out laughing. Congratulations to Broken Dream for opening the Swordsman Knighthood. P.S. The Emperor set is here. Chapter 7. Brother Dream isn't going to open a Monarch set, is he? Is there any mistake? Swordsman Knighthood? EE live broadcast. From the Small Pigeon side over the fans saw this Knighthood opening prompt. Suddenly all Bungport lived. All laughed out loud. After brewing for so long, the result was to open a swordsman? To know, open the swordsman is only $50 just. Renewal once $10. Can get $10.50 of gold beans. And if you want to level the $16,000 that Super Wind just swiped out by renewing swordsman, you have to keep renewing more than 1,500 times. Is Broken Dream planning to charge 16,000 with swordsman renewals? Is it hard to still open the Emperor set? It can't be, ha ha ha. I can't. I may have to witness a miracle today. Swordsman renewal for more than 500 months. Recharging 16,000. Little Pigeon was also considered an old anchor. The number of people online in the live room was usually more than 100. Coupled with a burst of Super Wind just brush, live room also came a lot of newcomers. This will be Small Pigeon's live room has almost 1,000 people. Just over a group of people to brush the pop-ups. Pop-ups have been quite a lot of the amount. See, Zhou Meng just opened a swordsman. The super wind over there is also completely put down the heart. Directly boarded the trumpet, ran to this side to taunt. Just this? I thought it was so powerful. But it turns out it's just opening a swordsman. Are you trying to laugh me to death, Brother Dream? Super Wind purposely used the word dream brother, but at the end, he sent a few laughing mocking emoticons, so anyone could see his intentions. Even the group of tourists who had come over to watch because of the treasure map were disappointed. Hey, originally thought there was a good show to watch, but I didn't expect this situation. Slipped away. This wave directly under my 2 bowls of rice. Thought the civilian players are going to rise, but I didn't expect the treasure map is just a flash in the pan. I guess Broken Dreams put a month's salary into it, right? For a while, many visitors who came to see the fun left the scene. With less of these people speaking in support, the live broadcast room was instantly occupied by fans from Little Dove's side once again, although Bright 9 Keys was fighting to spray. But after all, he was just a person, and also just a Lord Knighthood. Special effects are not very obvious. Facing a screen full of sent back on this, he was helpless for a time, especially now that there is a super wind trumpet led. The fans on the side of the Small Pigeon is even more unbeatable, and on the screen, even Little Pigeon on the opposite side was amused. Seeing that Broken Dreams had only opened a swordsman, she was able to completely put her heart in her stomach. This time, the glow stick star of the week, that is absolutely solid. And this glow stick star of the week of her, may even become the biggest glow stick star of the week list this year. I told you, some people don't have that strength, so don't pretend. Our brother Fong is a Duke Noble. Is that strength comparable to ordinary people? Little Pigeon opened his mouth and mocked. As soon as these words were uttered, Super Wind, who was in OB, instantly went from head to toe. Dukes are just SOSO. There are thousands of them across the platform. I plan to open a Monarch for fun sometime. It's not that expensive. It's only $20,000. Chao Feng smiled and waved his hand, directly and calmly pretending. The live broadcast room immediately brushed up a series of 666. Then Brother Wind, when you open the Monarch at that time, you must be in my live room. When Little Dove heard that Super Wind was going to open a Monarch, she was immediately moved. For a Monarch King, the opening cost was $20,000. And to open a Monarch, that is a channel-wide announcement. The entire Tiger Shark platform Monarchs, in fact, only a few hundred, on the strength of publicity, can definitely not be compared to a few treasure maps. Even some big brothers to open the Monarch, the anchor is to 3 days in advance to start in their own fan groups to publicize. Ha ha ha, well said. Wait for a few days before finalizing. Super Wind laughed and didn't fill his words. This Little Pigeon opened the beauty face. In reality, what exactly looks like he still does not know it, or take advantage of these days offline first test bids before. When Little Dove heard this from Super Wind, she immediately understood Super Wind's mind, but she didn't have any intention of refusing about it, and in her heart she was already contemplating how to make herself look a little better through the evil art of makeup when they met. Just when everyone thought that the situation was finalized, that Little Dove and Ultra Wind were bound to win, and that Broken Dreams was about to withdraw from the network. On EE's side of the public screen, a green announcement once again lit up. Congratulations to Broken Dreams for opening the Night title. However, the special effect of opening the Night title was very light. The live broadcast room was full of pop-ups on this. For a time there were not a few people to pay attention to, and immediately after the Night title, the live broadcast room once again lit up a blue announcement. Congratulations to Broken Dreams for opening the Lord title. The special effect of opening the Lord's title was much brighter than the swordsman and knight in the front, and the font was also much thicker. This time, many people in EE's live broadcast room saw it at once. What's the situation? Brother Dream has opened the Lord? Bright 9 Keys similarly saw this announcement and froze. At first, he opened Swordsman, then now he opened Lord. Isn't this an overlap? One had to know that the higher the knighthood went, the higher the cost of opening it would be, which was very uneconomical. Just for example, opening a swordsman for the first time would require $50, but would only give away $10 worth of golden beans, mile after mile, a direct loss of $40. Opening a knight would require $300, and renewing it for $50, but would also only gift golden beans worth $50 for the renewal, a loss of $250. The same goes for lords and dukes and those. The first time you open all of them you have to lose money. Therefore, everyone looked at their own financial resources and directly opened them in place in one step. An inexplicable premonition suddenly welled up in Bright 9 Keys' heart. It can't be? Brother Dream wouldn't be opening that, right? Bright 9 Keys' mind was shaken, and he hurriedly pulled the pop-up screen up. Luckily, there were only a few hundred people swiping the screen, and Bright 9 Keys only flipped a few times before seeing a message further up the screen that was the same as what he had expected in his heart.
Broken Dreams opened a nightly knighthood. Oh my god. Oh my god. Brother Dream isn't going to open the Monarch set, is he? Bright 9 Keys was truly bewildered for a moment.
The meaning of the Monarch set was to use a new number and start with a swordsman and go up one level, all the way up to Monarch.
In addition to the King set, there is also an Emperor set, meaning the same, starting from the swordsman, one level up to the Emperor. Bright 9 Keys was still a bit in disbelief, but the next moment, a red announcement lit up again. Congratulations to Broken Dreams for opening the Duke title. This was completely solid. Chapter 8, knocking you off the grid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dream Brother Bull Beep. Seeing this pop-up light up, Bright 9 Keys had no doubt at all in his heart. Brother Dream had driven from a swordsman to a duke, so it was bound to be the Monarch set that hadn't run away. And at the same time, most of the audience in the live broadcast room had similarly discovered this. The swordsman and knighthood pop-ups in the front were not obvious, but the Lord and Duke opening pop-ups in the back, that bright degree, can definitely not just be ignored. Live broadcasting room has been brushing on this pop-up screen. Wind direction suddenly turned. All of them became a clear color of the Monarch set. Brothers, what does the Monarch set mean? A few visitors who didn't quite understand asked curiously. They had just come to Tiger Shark Live not long ago. They didn't really understand the noble system over here, and as they watched the pop-ups furiously brushing here, they just felt awesome and didn't really know what exactly it was. To put it to you this way, the Monarch set is just one word, bull beep, and it's done. Let me explain it to everyone. The so-called Monarch set means that Big Brother uses a civilian number, directly from the swordsman, all the way to open 5 tiers of nobles to the Monarch. A lord called Tiger Shark by Xiao Shang began to send out voice pop-ups in the live broadcast room to popularize the subject. In less than 20 short seconds, Bai Xiao Shang had thoroughly explained the Monarch set. The Lord's pop-ups were blue in color and would also stay on top in the center of the pop-ups for a few seconds, which still looked rather conspicuous and could be seen by most people. And the opening cost for a swordsman is 50, 300 for a knight, 1,000 for a lord, 5,000 for a duke, and 20,000 for a monarch, which totals 50 plus 300 plus 1,000 plus 5,000 plus 20,000, for a total of 26,350. But in this process, Big Brother can only get the same golden bean coupons as renewing nobles, which is 10 plus 50 plus 200 plus 1,500 plus 5,000, a total of $6,760. Counting the complimentary ones maybe a little bit more, but at most it's only $7,000. After spending more than $26,000, he actually only got about 7,000 golden beans that can be used for consumption. That is to say, for a Monarch set, Big Brother is going to lose a total of $19,000 for nothing, which is almost about $20,000. Big Brother who lost $20,000 without blinking his eyes. Spending power without a few $100,000, do you believe? You guys just say, is the Big Brother who drives the Monarch set bullish? But Dream Brother also just opened to the Duke. How can you be sure is the Monarch set? Can not be the Duke set? An audience member wondered. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There's no such thing as a Duke set. The minimum is a Monarch. Brother Meng is so open. The Monarch is definitely not running. Once Bai Xiao Shang explained this, most of the people in the live broadcast room instantly understood. Don't look at $20,000 as not much, but this $20,000, it was thrown away for nothing. Let a lot of Big Brother to take $20,000 reward female anchor and then about to come out they are willing. But if they let them throw this $20,000 into the empty, just for such a face, that not many people are willing. Moreover, the live broadcast industry is just beginning to develop now, and there are only a few hundred monarchs on the Tiger Shark platform. There are quite a few rich people in reality, and there are really not many who may spend more than $10,000 a month on the basic consumption on the live broadcast platform. Brother Dream is invincible. The live broadcast room exploded. Just now, Ultra Wind had brushed $16,000 in gifts over there, but Brother Dream's side directly opened a Monarch set, losing $20,000 for nothing. It was already obvious which one was stronger or weaker. Even EE unconsciously covered her mouth, and her eyes were flashing. She was truly surprised that there would be a Big Brother who would open a Monarch set in her live room. Although she can only take the commission money, Big Brother will not necessarily brush the golden beans in their own live room. But this publicity, absolutely comparable to the Tiger Shark platform's first level page Big Push. If the number of people in the live room could be raised by one notch, her contract with the union side could also be upgraded, and she would be able to get a higher salary. For her, this would at least more than double her future income. And Little Pigeon and Super Wind, who had just thought they were winning, had been completely blinded. The Monarch set? Little Pigeon muttered, his entire body already completely messed up. How could a good fight with the glowstick star of the week, even the Monarch set had come out? In the next moment, Little Pigeon snapped out of it and hurriedly looked towards Ultra Wind, who was in the VIP seat of the live broadcast room. Brother Wind, aren't you going to open the Monarch? Why don't you open it today? Hearing Little Dove's words, Super Wind, who was in a daze, also hesitated for a while. Brother Wind, if you lose this time, your bet, Little Pigeon hurriedly reminded. Hearing Little Pigeon's words, Ultra Wind suddenly had his teeth clenched. Monarch, the opening costs could be $20,000. He had only intended to fish for it, but if he really opened it like that, he would have to go into overdraft this month. Although the monthly income of 100,000, but he is a hedonist, basically every month to spend clean, and now it is the end of the month. The hand is left with 30,000 to 40,000. This if open a noble, and then swipe some money. The hand is not a penny no money, but if you don't open, today you will have to be completely knocked out of the net by others. The next moment, Super Wind saw a pop-up screen light up on the public screen again, and this time, it was a purple pop-up. Congratulations to Broken Dreams for opening the Monarch title in the live room. Almost instantly, the top of the entire Star Show channel's live room was all lit up with this message prompt. The opening of the Monarch was celebrated by all. The opening of the Monarch was also different from the Treasure Map's full channel announcement. The Treasure Map's channel-wide announcement was only 5 seconds, but the Monarch's announcement was half a minute long. And this boo of opening the Monarch would also undoubtedly interest more visitors. Under Overwine's watchful eye, almost in just an instant, the number of viewers on EE's side directly surged to over 2,000. Within a few seconds, it had rushed to over 3,000. At this rate, it was estimated that when the half-minute pop-up time was up, the live broadcast room would have 7 or 8,000 people at least. The 7 or 8,000 people in the live room. That is properly the Star Show channel's first line of anchors. Even if these people cannot stay, but as long as you can stay 700 or 800 people, that can also become a third line anchor. Super Wind had a headache. Although Broken Dreams has not started brushing gifts now, but this will, from the momentum is also he lost. After all, a big brother who opened the Monarch set, you say bite the bullet and brush out 16,000. That is not a joke, and can open the Monarch, more than 10,000 gifts. On the Broken Dream is not too much pressure, right? Brother Phone. Little Dove's side was already anxious, if she was pressurized this time, not to mention that this big brother of Ultra Wind was going to withdraw from the network. It wouldn't be good for her to do live broadcasts in the future. Ultra Wind could still be dashing in reality, but what about her? Her looks were just like that, and said talent wasn't much. The union wouldn't risk offending a Monarch's big brother to support her. The bottom line was, she was wronged. The people were messed with by Chow Fong. The rhythm was brought by Chow Fong, and she had only cooperated and said a few words from start to finish. But the worst outcome was for her to bear? She was not convinced. I'll open it right now. Hearing Little Dove's urging, Super Wind gritted his teeth and directly slapped the table. Open it. Anyway, with his strength, opening a Monarch wasn't a big problem. He just couldn't believe it. How powerful could this Broken Dream on the opposite side be? Chapter 9, Emperor Set. And at this time, Zhou Meng was drumming in his heart, thinking whether he could also pick up a female anchor out for a quickie. What does a man do when he's rich? Of course is to enjoy life. Seeing EE's live room number quickly up to more than 5,000 people, Zhou Meng is also a happy. Really don't say. EE's body and looks, proper goddess level, and singing is also very good. Definitely counts as a talented woman. In the live broadcast room, EE was opening her mouth to thank Zhou Meng. Thank you Brother Meng. Thank you Brother Meng for the Monarch set. EE kept saying words of thanks. To be honest, this Monarch set was just too sudden. So sudden that she wasn't prepared at all. As for the live broadcast room, it had also suddenly turned from the usual 50 or 60 people to 5 or 6,000, and there was still a rising trend. Although she hadn't thought about how good she wanted to make the live broadcast in her heart, she was still excited to see this situation now. She knew in her heart that after today, she would be at least a third-tier anchor. I told you, Brother Dream that's absolutely invincible. Bright Nine Keys joyfully blew a bullseye on the public screen. He knew he wasn't wrong. Brother Meng really was a dragon and phoenix among men, and this wave even brought him with it. And the number of followers on Zhou Meng's account kept rising. In just less than a minute, the account's attention had reached over 4,000. And EE, who had been trying to run the account for almost a month, only had this many total followers. Although Little Dove on the opposite side had been on air for a long time, she had less than 20,000 followers. But it was important to realize that Zhou Meng had never opened any live broadcasts and had never posted any videos. And just when the crowd cheered, the small pigeon live room over there, also synchronized, lit up a purple full channel announcement. Congratulations to Super Wind for opening the Monarch title in the Little Dove live room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The opposite side also opened a monarch? The atmosphere in the live broadcast room exploded. The audience that had been on one side toward Zhou Meng's side didn't know which side would win for a while. But this is what makes it exciting. Two Monarch Big Brothers PK for two little anchors. This intensity, I'm afraid it's catching up to some small activities, right? The pop-ups ate their melons with gusto, although they didn't have the money to consume. This kind of earthy plot with 3 twists and turns was really refreshing. The big brother on the opposite side has renewed his monarch twice more. Many people on the pop-up screen were shocked. You guys just came to understand what the two sides of the big brother are about to withdraw from the network PK. Just dream brothers so top. The opposite side is now certainly hard to charge. I don't know why. Although Brother Dream hasn't started brushing and hasn't spoken, I still believe that Brother Dream can win. When these words came out, many pop-ups in the live stream agreed that Super Wind on the opposite side was jumping up and down. But what about Brother Dream's side? Outside of a few words from the beginning of the fight, he hadn't said anything since, and clearly had a bottom line in place. Although Brother Dream hadn't swiped a single penny of gifts, he had opened so many noble sets, and in their hearts, the probability was that Brother Dream was stronger than the opposite side. Time was tight, and on Little Dove's side, another 100 sets of glow sticks were quickly brushed out. Seeing that the list was rushed to 34,000, Super Wind was sort of relieved. Brushing out this amount of money, he really didn't have much money on him, completely brushing and pulling. This time, there should be no problem, right? Ultra Wind somewhat heartily clicked on the opposite side of EE's live room. Little Dove saw that the leaderboard had rushed to more than 30,000, and the heart that had been lifted all the time was also put down. This is definitely the biggest PK she has ever played in her anchor career, and the most PK she usually plays is not even a tenth of what she has played this time. Little Dove's heart again cannot help but secretly excited. If this PK win, then her future fame can not only now so point but before she could get excited, she saw that the very center of EE's live broadcast room instantly lit up with a golden dragon that was much larger than the treasure map just now. The 7,000 to 8,000 viewers who were watching the live broadcast all heard a soft dragon roar in their ears. At the same time, the icon of Broken Dream, the first VIP seat in the live broadcast room, who was a monarch, was carried by the golden dragon and rushed all the way to the center of the live broadcast room. And then, the purple logo plate of being a monarch was instantly shattered along with the golden dragon. Accompanied by a soft click, the monarch's purple tiara logo plate was reorganized in place, and perfectly fused together with the golden dragon, forming a golden dragon-shaped crown, which then landed steadily next to the Broken Dreams ID. Golden. Bright 9 Keys saw the change in the icon in the center of the live broadcast room, and instantly his mouth dropped open. Emperor, this is Emperor. Asterisk. Brother Dream didn't open the Monarch set. Brother Dream opened the Emperor set. In the next second, the entire platform, whether it was the Star Show channel, the Outdoor channel, the Face channel, or the Game channel, at the top of all the live rooms, a huge golden icon lit up. World News. Congratulations to Broken Dream for honoring the Emperor title in the EE live room. Chapter 10, Brother Meng opens his brush. 3 consecutive world announcements directly lit up all the live rooms across the platform. Little Pigeon and Super Wind, who were connecting across the room, naturally saw the news in synchronization. This would be very happy. Little Dove, who was standing up to let the audience appreciate the white body, occasionally rubbing the edges and leaking some benefits out, almost instantly fell into her chair. Emperor set? Little Dove was completely confused this time. Although the Emperor set and the Monarch set were just one level apart, this was a gap between heaven and earth. Opening the King set only required $20,000, but to open Emperor, it was $200,000. The consumption level of the Emperor and the Monarch, that is not a great at all. A worst Emperor can resist at least 10 kings. As for Super Wind, who was in the OB live streaming room, this time he was completely afraid to speak. The gap between a monarch and an emperor wasn't just a gap on the internet, there was also a gap in reality. He, a small company with a market capitalization of a few $1 million, wasn't even an ant in front of this kind of imperial big brother. To know, an emperor big brother, every month on the live broadcast platform spending, less than 100,000 or more, even some of the better ones that play better, brushing a 300,000 to 400,000 is the same as playing, sometimes to the anchor to play an activity or something, a minute is 200,000 or 300,000 up and down. This kind of big brother's wealth, even if not over 100 million, but 4 or 5 million is certainly there, not to mention the network he cannot afford to offend. In reality he cannot afford to offend. In an instant, Super Wind's desire to compete with Zhou Meng's mind was directly shattered. Originally thought that the opposite side is just a little money of ordinary people, but now the opposite side are hanging. How can this play?
If he had known that the opposite side was the Emperor's big brother, how would he have dared to be like this? Little dove, why don't we vote? In the live broadcast room, several old fans were also looking at each other. Their titles were just Night Lords, and they only spent a few $100s a month, so even if they were tied together, it would be impossible to compete with Imperial Big Brother. In the live broadcast platform, a Big Brother was really able to stand hard against all the viewers in the live room, and to put it mildly, just now the opposite side of the broken dream opened the Emperor set, an Emperor to send more than 60,000 gold beans. Combined gold beans are almost $70,000. How is this brush is not? Little Dove's face kept changing, but in the end, she could only nod helplessly. She knew that super win strength, at most up to a monarch would be top dead, and it was absolutely unrealistic to try and tough it out with the Emperor. She also didn't know if Big Brother Emperor would be able to let himself go if he gave in now, but the good thing was that she seemed to have only een and yanged a few sentences, not counting insults or anything. As for Super Wind, this would have completely become an ostrich, not daring to say a word, if it wasn't for the fact that his name was still hanging on the first seat of the little pigeon VIP seat. I'm afraid most people would have thought that he had already left. In fact, he did want to run now, but he really did not dare to run. He really can't get the temper of broken dreams. In case he runs now, what if he inquires about his revenge in reality? For rich people, the network is really not a place outside the law. Find a relationship is really able to follow the netline to find overall, compared to the small pigeon live room of a silence. The same in the connection of EE's live room, but the New Year's scene. Open the King, just a channel within the light up the announcement, Star Show channel of the total daily users. In fact, only 500,000 or so, but Open Emperor is the announcement of the whole platform, and still full announcement 3 times. The visitors who were watching the live broadcast within the Tiger Shark platform during the same time period almost all saw the pop-up screen at the first time. According to the data announced by the Tiger Shark platform, the current daily flow of the Tiger Shark platform is 25 million, and the daily active users are about 4 million, and at noon this time, not counting the peak traffic at night, but this time the daily activity was at least 2 million people. Quite a few visitors who saw the news of Emperor opening, almost all jumped over from other live rooms to join in the fun at the first time. In less than a minute, the number of people in EE's live room rushed from more than 8,000 to more than 40,000 people, and this number was still rushing upwards. Zhou Meng glanced at the PK's time progress bar, and there was already the last minute or so left. Without hesitation, he directly clicked on the glow stick gift, and after selecting 1314 as a group, he began to click to send it out. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send out glowsticks * 1314. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send out glowsticks 1314 2 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out glowsticks * 1314 * 3 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out glowsticks * 1314 * 100 groups. 666. Big Brother is starting to power up. 1 minute left. I wonder how much Big Brother will brush. There is no cooldown for clicking when the glow stick gift is given. You can keep pressing and not move. You can brush 7 or 8 groups in a second. If Brother Dream brushes it ruthlessly, it shouldn't be much of a problem to brush 70 or 80,000 in a minute. Brother Dream still has more than 60,000 golden bean coupons in his parcel right now. Definitely more than the opposite side brushing. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to witness the opening of the Emperor's title online, and I'll give a few of the goods in the dormitory a chance to blow their brains out. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room brushed non-stop, at least 30 to 40 a second, so fast that they couldn't even look over. However, it was vaguely visible that all the discussions on the pop-up screen were about broken dreams. Dream Brother Bull Beep. Hissing, bright 9 keys frantically cheered on the public screen. Emperor this was Emperor's Big Brother. And the most crucial thing was that when he had just sent a private message with Zhou Meng, he had each clicked follow. In other words, he was now one of the few viewers on Emperor Big Brother's follow list. Did this mean that he would be one of Emperor Big Brother's doggies from now on? Almost instantly, Bright 9 Keys successfully positioned himself as Zhou Meng's cheerleader. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send out glowsticks 1314 320 groups. Over. The PK bar has passed. Seeing that EE's side's PK bar had managed to pass 34,000, the visitors at the scene cheered. What are you panicking about? Brother Dream hasn't stopped yet. How much do you guys guess Brother Dream is going to swipe today? I'm guessing 60,000. Brother Dream will probably swipe all the golden bean rebates he got today. I think it's more than that. Brother Dream should add a little bit to brush up to 66,000. After all, Brother Dream's first day showing up. It has to be auspicious. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Zhou Meng was still continuously clicking on his cell phone. Soon enough, Zhou Meng sent it to 490 groups, brushing all of the 60,000 or so golden bean coupons he had gotten from opening his nobility. But Zhou Meng's hand still didn't let go. He hadn't filled up a lot of gold beans, but he had still filled up some tiger shark coins on his account, which could be automatically converted when sending gifts, so he didn't have to worry about it. As for the extra few % rebate for opening a noble, to be honest, he did look at it a little bit. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends glow sticks 13 14 5 20 sets. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send out glow sticks 13 14 5 21 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out glow sticks star 1314 star 761 groups. It was only until the last second of the end of the PK that Zhou Meng managed to stop. Wow! 761 groups, just under $100,000. This card point of Brother Dreams is too bullish, isn't it? Dream Brother Bull Beep. Dream Brother Bull Beep. Chapter 11, it's God's business to forgive him. In the next moment, the PK bar in the live broadcast room was pulled to EE's side in a crushing manner. Seeing that the dust had completely settled, the dozens of fans of EE's live broadcast who had been watching the broadcast from the very beginning, the depression in their hearts was suddenly swept away and they cheered in the live broadcast room. The opposite side also can't just brush so little also dare and Dream Brother pretend? Ha ha ha, Brother Dream Bull Beep. To be honest, Super Wind is really brain dead. Really think he is #1 in the world. Rich people like Brother Dream are usually very low key. If it wasn't for that stupid dog across the street who took the initiative to come over and taunt, Brother Dream wouldn't necessarily have made a move today. Right, isn't it time for Super Wind to fulfill the bet and delete his number and retire from the net? Seeing that the crowd had spoken on the public screen, Bright 9 Keys also hastened to bring up the bet. That's right, Ultra Wind retires from the net. Over Wind withdraw from the net. Retreat from the net. Back off the net. The visitors who came from the back, after understanding what happened from the pop-ups of the veteran viewers in the live broadcast room, also swiped frantically for a while. Most of the viewers watching the live broadcast, most of them are ordinary people. In the live broadcast platform is the proper vulnerable group. And today, when Brother Dream swiped wildly from a commoner number to Emperor, and disliked Ultra Wind, who was a duke, it undoubtedly made them feel good from the beginning to the end, and even made many of them feel a sense of substitution. And to be honest, Ultra Wind's demeanor really made a lot of people sick to their stomachs. A little bit of stinking money is terrific, right? Can you just ban people at will and curse the audience at will in the live room? The anchor earns your money, but the viewers do not earn money. Why spoil him? Even if you can ban us ordinary viewers, then try banning a big brother of the Emperor? For a while, tens of thousands of people frantically swiped the word quit on the public screen. 2 words for what Brother Meng did today. Relief. Ha, where's Brother Dream? How come I don't see Brother Dream in person anymore? Bright 9 Keys, who was frantically brushing the pop-up screen, suddenly saw that the Emperor icon located in the first position of the VIP seat had disappeared, and suddenly froze. Generally speaking, when the icon of the VIP seat of the Big Brother disappeared, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that the Big Brother was watching the live broadcast, but was not willing to let the anchor see it, so he retired his number and used the unregistered mode to come to the live broadcast room to watch the show. And the other is that the Big Brother has left from the live broadcast, but this is clearly a withdrawal from the network battle. Dream Brother just won, have not yet enjoyed the fruits of victory. This is directly withdrawn? Bright 9 Keys so reminded. Many people immediately also found that, Broken Dream, this Emperor's ID disappeared from the live broadcast room. No way. Brother Dream went down this way? Shouldn't be Brother Dream hasn't watched that Super Wind exit the net yet Brother Dream wouldn't have something going on in reality, would he? It's too bad. It was just getting good. I see. Brother Dream is being generous and not bothering with that Ultra Wind. A viewer by the name of Pai Deshing frowned and thought for a moment, and suddenly realized. You guys think? Brother Dream, a divine Big Brother with such strength, clearly has the strength to open an Emperor. But why would he use a small white number to watch a live broadcast? Why? Some people opened their mouths to echo Pai Deshing, but to be honest, they were indeed also curious about what exactly the reason was. Pai Deshing laughed and proceeded to type. I reckon, Brother Dream is used to keeping a low profile and doesn't care about this bit of false face, so he's only watching the live broadcast for entertainment. But Brother Dream, who was only going to be entertained, ran into such a barking cutie like Super Wind. All kinds of provocations. Let's think about it. Although the Big Brother is trying to keep a low profile, but that is not a soft persimmon that can be pinned down. So after the Super Wind proposed, Brother Dream took over this withdrawal PK, brushing an Emperor set to prove his strength. But according to Brother Dream's nature, an ordinary small tycoon, naturally, can't get into Brother Dream's eyes, so after Brother Dream's easy win, it also lets Super Wind see the gap between the two. By this time, according to normal people's thoughts, isn't it time to beat up a fallen dog to take out the anger? But if you guys think like that, then you're too young. For Brother Dream, Overwine's provocation wasn't a provocation at all. It's like having a dog barking next to you all the time. Would you think he was scolding you? You would only get impatient and at most make a noisy whine. And to dream, Super Wind might not even be considered a dog. It's just a little bird that keeps chirping. Therefore, doing this now is only in line with Dream Brother's cultivation. And when things are done, it's truly a deep hiding. At the end of the analysis, the more, Pai Deshing said, the more he felt that he had analyzed the real situation, and he couldn't help but type with a bit of passion, with exclamation points coming out one by one. That's right, that's it, that's definitely what Brother Meng is thinking. Pai Deshing's heart was almost certain. He was the man who understood Brother Dream the most. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Pai Deshing's analysis, many of them instantly came to their senses. The analysis upstairs does make sense. A truly rich man like Brother Dream probably really doesn't care to bother with this kind of clown. That should be the case. It's a pity. I was hoping to see Super Wind get brutally beaten up. Forget it, I'll just forgive him for Brother Meng. This is the real quality of rich people. You have a lot of words and you're justified. I believe it. The tourists also expressed their understanding. Even Bright Nine Keys, who had been very angry, couldn't help but hit a worshipping expression out of recognition. AI, this is the gap. My pattern is too small. No wonder Brother Dream is so rich, but I'm just a small employee. Bright Nine Keys hugged his cell phone and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Brother Dream deserved to be Brother Dream. They were still fighting here, but Brother Dream, he didn't take it seriously at all. This aura of Dream Brother, it was really a sea of emotions. Brothers, quickly go to the opposite live room. Brother Dream went to Little Dove's side, while the crowd was constantly lamenting Brother Dream's atmosphere. Suddenly a large group of tourists frantically swiped up pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Brother Dream went to the opposite side? Bright Nine Keys was stunned at first. What the hell? Pai Deshing was also baffled. Was it possible that Brother Dream shouldn't be offline at this time? If he didn't go offline, how could he show generosity? The two of them, Bright Nine Keys and Pai Deshing, were puzzled, but they still found Little Pigeon's live room at the first opportunity and jumped over. Like the two, the live room's tens of thousands of people also instantly followed and jumped over. As soon as they passed, they really saw the Broken Dreams ID hanging high on the top of the VIP seat in Little Pigeon's live room. However, the next moment, before the crowd could speak, they saw a thick golden pop-up screen jump up in the public screen area. This is it? The crowd that had just jumped over saw this pop-up and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's it? When Ultra Wind had just renewed his Duke, Brother Dream had used these two words to give it to him, and as a result, this guy, Ultra Wind, was unconvinced and swiped more than 10,000 to replace the words with an exclamation mark to give it to Brother Dream again. But now, life is unpredictable. Dream Brother again to start this word out to say things, and still directly in the small pigeon live room to type out, and also thick and big. Emperor's privilege, that's a proper immunity to banning with such a thick and large imperial pop-up. The current Super Wind and Little Pigeon probably didn't have any temper anymore, right? Brother Dream, aren't you going to let him go as a fart? Who just said that Brother Dream doesn't care? Come forward. The public screen area was suddenly buzzing again. The contrast between this back and forth was just too hilarious. Where was Brother Dream not taking things into account? This was all running to someone's doorstep to kick them out. Pai Deshing awkwardly touched his nose and didn't dare to speak more on the public screen. Just analyzed so much, but the result is that the last is to slap their own face. This will still do not head out of the good. Zhou Meng was also stunned when he saw the pop-ups furiously brushed on Little Dove's public screen. When did he say that he wouldn't care? Super Wind had tried to step on his face, so how could he let him get away with it? But seeing that the pop-up screen appeared to have misunderstood him, Zhou Meng thought for a moment and added a new sentence to the pop-up screen, stating his attitude. It's God's business to forgive him. What I'm going to do is send him to God. Chapter 12, Fighting Back the Net 1. 666. Dream is domineering. Send him to God. Support Brother Dream. This kind of person should be sanctioned like this. From now on I'm Brother Meng's brainwashed fan. Seeing the dozens of pop-ups in the live broadcast in a second, Little Pigeon and Super Wind's faces were simply hard to see, but they didn't have any guts to dare to have a fit. The ban given to Zhou Meng earlier had also been automatically lifted because Zhou Meng had opened Emperor. Moreover, as of right now, no one in the live broadcast room dared to ban this big brother. That was an Emperor, especially Ultra Wind, whose face was already turning green this time. Looking at the countless words on the public screen about withdrawing from the network and just this, Ultra Wind only felt a stinging pain in his eyes. In normal times, how would these ordinary players dare to yell in front of him, especially that Bright Nine Keys? It was almost as if they were going to turn over his genealogy and spray him. A dog fighting for power. But right now, it seemed like he didn't have any choice. If he continued to fight so hard, not to mention whether he could gain a foothold online, even offline, I was afraid that he would be retaliated against.
Sighing helplessly, he directly exited Little Pigeon's live room, and then clicked logout account in the background. Not 2 minutes later, the number Super Wind completely disappeared. The visitors who had been in the OB of the live room started to pay attention when Ultra Wind exited the live room. Then they had been searching for Ultra Wind's account serial number in the search bar. Until now, many people realized that this account number was no longer searchable at all. This only proved one thing, that the account was completely gone. Retired. It's really retired. Dream Brother Bull Beep. Ultra Wind cancelled his account and retired from the net. Seeing that Ultra Wind had really logged off the Monarch number, the visitors swiped even more vigorously. Little Dove's face went violently white. She had teased for more than 2 months, and it was not easy for her to tease such a big brother who was stupid and had a lot of money and was still willing to brush gifts for her. And just like that, he withdrew from the network? Little Dove opened her mouth, originally intended to say something, but saw their own live room tens of thousands of people are brushing on this and universal celebration. Her mouth will not be able to say a word. I'm afraid that the next period of time she live is certainly not good. But the good thing is that just now the Super Wind gave her a lot of brush. The internet's memory is short. As long as you stay up for a week or two, when the heat is small, it is estimated that you can also live normally. Little Dove glanced at the $35,000 that Ultra Wind brushed on the weekly tribute list, and her heart was immediately comfortable again. 35,000. Divided into her hands there are also $7,000. Old Zhang, the management of the Star Ring Labor Union who was secretly OB at the back, also sighed helplessly. To be honest, don't care how Super Wind's character is, but to be able to brush gifts to the anchor is a quality big brother for the union. But now that Ultra Wind had offended the Emperor's big brother and retreated from the network, there was nothing they could do about it for their union. Even because of the negative impact brought about by this PK, it would also spread to their side of the union. As for the hotness to go along with this to fry small pigeon, give them 10 guts they also dare not. On the Tiger Shark platform, offending an imperial big brother was no joke. Zhou Meng saw the pop-up screen filled with universal celebrations and nodded in satisfaction. This result was a real relief. Taking another look at Little Pigeon's celebratory expression that looked like she had survived a robbery, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Little Pigeon, she wouldn't really think that if Overwind retreated from the net, this would just be over, right? If Ultra Wind doesn't do anything, she seems to be almost the same. Zhou Meng, however, still remembered this Little Pigeon's taunts. As for what should be generous and not catty, when you meet someone who says such things, you should stay away from him, because when the thunder strikes him, it may reach you. And that's a quality that rich people should have. What does it have to do with him being a thug? Besides, is someone like Dove qualified to talk to others about quality? You can taunt me, then I backhandedly sanction you. Not too much, right? He was still just going to be a coal boss for once today. Zhou Meng directly spoke in Little Pigeon's live broadcast. I don't like this anchor too much either. I don't care if someone swipes gifts for her, but don't even think about getting a ranking for any event she participates in from now on. This was almost a declaration of unilateral sniping, and a declaration of war from an imperial big brother. Asterisk. Brother Dream is so ruthless, directly sniping any activity that an anchor participates in. If all the activities can't get a ranking, then won't this anchor have no exposure at all in the future? 666. Brother Dream's move is a Jedi schema. It's estimated that in the future, Little Pigeon's live room won't even have 100 people, and it's estimated that not many big brothers will dare to brush gifts for her. As soon as Zhou Meng's words came out, the pop-up screen in the live room exploded. What an imperial big brother said. He didn't dare to say it was heavy, but it definitely carried a bit of weight, and the only one who could resist an emperor was an emperor. Unless Little Pigeon live streaming room also came to have an emperor big brother to harden against Zhou Meng. Otherwise the words, they really did become a reality. But could Little Pigeon find an emperor big brother to stand up for her? I'm afraid a monarch would struggle. Therefore, Little Dove's end was basically a foregone conclusion. Dream Brother's move is a bit too ruthless. Right, the opposite side is also just a small anchor. Upstairs, I suggest you go to Lesan. I've already moved down the big Buddha there. I suggest you sit on it. Bull Our Lesan has been full for a long time. Please ask him to turn left to Dunhuang. No, we can't fit all the murals in Dunhuang anymore. Please go to Padala Palace instead. Good lord, no one wants saints these days? I'll just say one thing. Brother Meng did a great job. Bright 9 keys hit several 660 CXS in a row. Relief what Brother Dream did. It's just too much relief. Against this kind of dog-eyed thing, this was how it should be done. Bright 9 keys was raising both hands and feet in favor of this operation by Brother Meng. In the live broadcast room, Little Dove's face, which originally still had a bit of celebration on it, was instantly confused. Once this came out, her live broadcast on the Tiger Shark platform side was probably really nothing. No one swiped gifts, no exposure, how can she play? I'm afraid that when her contract expired, the labor union side wouldn't even be willing to renew her contract, right? In other words, she might not even be able to get a basic salary of a few $1,000s in the future. Chapter 13, Tenfold Rebate. Zhou Meng didn't pay any more attention to Little Dove. He had done everything he wanted to do and directly exited Little Pigeon's live room and went back to EE's side. Thank you, Brother Dream, for so many rewards and for opening the Imperial title. When EE saw Zhou Meng come back, he quickly stood up and covered his chest 90 degrees to thank Zhou Meng. Cough cough cough. Anchor, you're so good looking, can you not be so scheming? Why are you covering it with your hands? Are we that kind of people? Yes, Anchor, you don't believe in the guys. Sad sad sad. Anchor, you let go. We promise you will definitely not look. Swear, they are all bull asterisk 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 ting. Don't believe them. I'm blind. I definitely can't see it. Anchor, you send me privately. Seeing the flirting on the pop-up screen, EE's face instantly turned red, but whether there was material or not, she was the one who knew in her heart. If this hand was released, she would be banned in minutes. Everyone pay attention. Use civilized words. The other anchor is still in school. I'm also blind. If there's really a photo, the anchor can also send it to me privately. Zhou Meng smiled and spoke on the public screen. The title of the live broadcast was Music Practitioner Part-Time, and looking at EE, she wasn't that old, only 20 at most. Compared to the pop-ups of the civilians, the pop-ups of Imperial Big Brother were definitely bolded and enlarged, and the color and format of the font was also changed. As soon as this sentence was sent out, the public screen instantly lit up right in the center. The golden-colored pop-up screen, coupled with the large words that had been thickened by at least 2 millimeters and 2 sizes larger, instantly attracted everyone's attention. In the next moment, the pop-up screen instantly turned the tide once again. Brother Dream, can you open a live stream when you what? We'll pool our money to brush treasure maps for you. You're just bull asterisk 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 ting me. Brother Dream who brushes 100,000 in a minute can look at your $5,000 treasure map? I'm not asking for Brother Dream to open a live broadcast. It's just for me to clean up the room when Brother Dream is done. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you so perverted upstairs? But there's one thing, does Brother Dream like men? The live broadcast room would have already entered tens of thousands of people by now, and the pop-up screen had just made a start, and it was never crooked enough to get back on track. Zhou Meng looked at the flirting pop-ups and couldn't help but blush in his old face. Is he that kind of person? Couldn't giving a reward to a female anchor be in a good mood? Zhou Meng shook his head helplessly. I have to say, these current viewers were really accurate in looking at people. After buzzing around the live broadcast room for a while and reading the pop-ups, Zhou Meng also went offline. He was still waiting to receive his tenfold cashback reward. System, receive the cashback reward. Zhou Meng sank his mind within the system. His heart was filled with anticipation. The consumption just now wasn't small. First was the opening of the Emperor set. From Swordsman to Emperor, the opening cost totaled $22,635, and the gold coins return totaled about 70,000. On top of that, a $5,000 treasure map and an additional 30,000 gold beans were consumed. The returned gold beans were repeated consumption not counting, and today's total consumption totaled 261,350. Taking a look at the systems to be received page, it was exactly as he had calculated. Congratulations to the host for spending 261,350,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback reward. Cash of 2,613,500 yuan has been issued to the host's bank card. Tip, all sources of funding for the system have been rationalized, and the host can use it with confidence. Divine Magnificence System, Host, Zhou Meng, Current Level, Level 1, Upgrade Progress, 2,613,500,000 yuan/1 billion yuan, Realistic Assets, 2,618,000 yuan, Cashback Ratio 110, along with a ding-dong sound within the system. Zhou Meng's cell phone followed suit. Zhou Meng hurriedly took out his cell phone to take a look, and sure enough, $2,611,000 had arrived. Comfortable. For the first time in my life, Zhou Meng looked at the account balance and was in a great mood. He had also just graduated less than a year ago, and the salary on this side of the Magic City was okay, but he had an average education, so he was only about $10,000 a month. But this $10,000, of which more than $5,000 is the rent, there are more than $2,000 living expenses, $500 or so commuting. Every month simply cannot leave a few money. Go to contribute to the family difficulties of the young lady once or twice will be completely gone, and this time after the collapse of the company.
He was going to leave the Magic City to go somewhere else, but I did not expect to get the system, and also got the first million or more cash in his life. Getting this money, Zhou Meng did not know what to do for a while. Orphan been lonely, grew up in the orphanage, he also has no friends, college roommates have gone their own way. Even it can call out to drink a drink to celebrate the celebration of the brothers or not, and to buy a house. Then, to be honest, 2 million or so, in the Magic City side of the certainly cannot afford to buy. A good spot a square 70, 000 or 80, 000 to start. A set of 100 square feet of the house, at least to 6 or 7 million. At least you have to wait a few days to spend a little more on the live broadcast platform before you say it. It would be best to just go straight to a whole big villa or something, all at once. Forget it, let's eat first and then change our clothes. This would already be almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but lunch hadn't even been eaten yet. And this time the stomach had long been too hungry to carry it. With money, the first thing to do is of course to go and have a good meal first. More than $2 million. To go to the Magic City where there is no problem. And even in the club to open a private room can be. Zhou Meng directly go outside the dash. But at the same time, Tiger Shark Platform Star Show area. This is a hot, live PK. Not only the audience saw, a lot of live anchors, are also in the eyes. They do anchor. For an anchor in the end did not open beauty. Beauty open to what degree? A glance can be seen. After all, they are all people in the circle. Some small tricks and so on, everyone is clear. Most people, basically at first glance, could see EE's true face value, and they also had to admit that this anchor, whose beauty was basically zero, was a proper 95 or more super beauty. Almost instantly, everyone knew in their hearts. Why did Brother Meng want to open Emperor in EE's live broadcast? Part of the reason was definitely because he couldn't stand to see Super Wind in Little Pigeon, but the other part of the reason, or even the vast majority of the reason, I'm afraid it was for this anchor. You have to know that just now. Brother Meng spent a minimum of more than $250,000 in EE's live room. To spend so much money and say that he has no interest in this anchor, who would believe it? This was an extremely beautiful woman. Therefore, quite a few people had their minds made up at the first moment. Although Brother Meng retreated today, but needless to say, Brother Meng will definitely be on the number again. If they can make a good relationship with this new anchor, then won't they have a chance to show their face in front of Brother Meng in the future? And won't they just take off? Chapter 14, Must Brush More 4000 Big Chapter. Orange was the first to be heartbroken. She also do anchor more than 2 years time. Originally with talent anchor dream want to become civilian netizen. But these 2 years, all kinds of Big Brother she almost see all over. She rely on talent fire up already do not hold any hope. After 2 years of hard work, but also a small third line anchor just, live room usually only 300 or 400 people. Most of them are still $0 party. She sometimes wondered if it was because the lifetime was not enough for 2.5 years, but now a month down, the income is not even some will lick the Big Brother of the small anchor more. Her own guild was also very average, just a small guild with a salty attitude that couldn't give her much help. Although it was possible to jump to a bigger guild, the problem was, why would the investors of those guilds want to open a guild, but not to get on base? Today, however, after seeing Broken Dreams throw more than $200,000 at EE's live broadcast, Tangerine's eyes reddened to the point of almost protruding. Of course she could see EE's face value, but she was confident that whether it was on the live broadcast platform or in reality, her body and face value was not worse than EE's. The reason why she couldn't catch fire was entirely because of the live broadcast platform's beauty effects, which leveled her and EE, a true face value anchor, with those who relied on beauty to get to the top. To put it bluntly, the gifts she received over the course of 2 years weren't even as much as EE took in a PK today, and Brother Meng's appearance completely solidified the idea in her mind. Since there's no way to rely on talent, then we'll be in the same boat together. And Brother Meng, a godly big brother with so much strength, was undoubtedly her first choice. Moreover, Brother Dream had only just come to the platform, so if she chose to go and throw her hat in the ring at this time, wouldn't she still be able to gain more favor from her big brother? Therefore, Orange did not hesitate and directly entered EE's live room. In the next moment, the live room lit up with a golden yellow light, and a large treasure map instantly jumped into the center of the live room. White-feathered Tangerine sent treasure map. Tangerine sent out a treasure map in EE's live room. Come dig for treasure. EE, who was singing live, was stunned, but quickly opened his mouth to thank him. Anchor has had a big cow beat today. First Brother Dream swiped a gift, and now there's even an anchor coming over to accompany the gift. Bright 9 Keys smiled and typed a pop-up. After an anchor suddenly bursts into flames, or has a big brother guarding it, there will definitely be some anchors who look at the opportunity to come over to reward and pull the strings. This is called accompanying gifts in the live broadcast industry. But this kind of thing,
most anchors are not against it. After all, other people come to make friends with you, but also a moment is a few $1,000s of gifts. This face has been given in place. Seeing bright 9 keys prompt, EE also came to her senses. She knew about the matter of accompanying gifts, but she really didn't think that one day accompanying gifts would actually accompany her head. Thank you Sister Orange for the gift. Let's add a friend when we get off the air. EE laughed and hastily changed her name, also releasing her goodwill to Orange. No problem. Wait for your next broadcast. Tangerine sent a tiger head pulling emoji, then rewarded another big rocket out. Thank you for the reward, Sister Tangerine. Sister Tangerine broke the bank. EE hurriedly thanked again, and as Tangerine was the first to make a move, more and more anchors who were watching also entered the live room and started sending gifts. Drunken Dream Whirlwind gave away Magic Book. Golden Will Broken Wound sent out rockets. EE hurriedly thanked them one after another. These anchors, who gave the lowest value gifts, were all $100 magic books, while some of the slightly stronger ones basically gave $1,000 big rockets. On the other side, Xian was sitting on the sofa, holding her cell phone for a while. As one of the earliest anchors, Xian's popularity is absolutely unrivaled. But to anchor this line of everyone is clear. The more big anchor, the more is the union set the deeper. Although she did not make less money in the previous 2 years, but in last year's end-of-the-year activities, but by their own labor union put together. The hands of the more than 2 million saved all the activities, but their own labor union side did not on the ticket, resulting in her money all the white loss. She knew in her heart. In fact, it was because she refused the arrangement of the union boss, so she was counted in this way. And at the beginning of this year, the union had even snowed her. From January to the end of May now, she had been snowed in for 5 whole months. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had some money in her hand to return to, and that she was able to participate in some activities, she was afraid that she would have long since cooled off. But even so, now the number of live online and third-tier anchors and not too much difference. The Big Brother also have to go out. She is clear in her heart. The union this road has been unable to rely on. To re-emerge, can only rely on the new Big Brother support? Wait until the expiration of the contract, in order to completely turn over, and just come to Tiger Shark platform Dream Brother. In her view is undoubtedly have this strength, but Dream Brother in the end is a what character? Like what kind of anchor? Her heart is really no bottom, and now she has not much money in her hand. In case this wave of accompanying gifts without, Brother Meng did not respond words, can be really completely cool, whether we die or live depends on this wave. Qianshan gritted her teeth and directly pulled out all her savings, then brushed 10 treasure maps out in EE's live broadcast in a row. Once the 10 treasure maps came out, it instantly suppressed all the voices in the live room. And the popularity of EE's live room, which had already dropped some, was instantly rushed back to the 80,000 mark by these 10 treasure maps. Thank you Sister Qian for so many rewards. EE was also flattered and opened his mouth to thank him. 10 treasure maps, that's $50,000. This is Qian? I haven't seen her for a long time. I thought she retired from the net. I thought Qian has already followed which Big Brother, not live broadcasting it. What do you guys know? Qian is being snowed in by Huai Guild. Seeing Qian appeared, many people in the live broadcast room immediately discussed. As a former super first-tier anchor, Qian's popularity is absolutely no say. 2 years ago, as long as it is playing Tiger Shark Star Show area, almost all have seen Qian's live broadcast. The Huai Guild, relying on Qian as a money tree, has successfully squeezed into the ranks of the first-tier labor unions. However, since the end of last year's event, it seems that many people seldom brush to Qian's live room. All kinds of activities and so on, also completely without Qian's figure. I heard that it's Huai's side who wants to give Qian to a Tycoon Big Brother from Desheng side in order to hug Desheng Union's thighs, but was rejected by Qian. Really, but Desheng is the top union. The Big Brother inside is gathered. It's really possible that Huai wants to do this. This melon is a bit too fierce. I need to slow down for a while. Many people were posting pop-ups, seeing the messages in the public screen area. Qianshan also shook her head helplessly. These situations had also been mentioned a few times in the live broadcast after she had completely fallen out with the labor union, so there were still some people who knew about it. At that time, the person in charge of Huai's side was trying to give her to an old man in his 50s on Desheng's side, and she refused without even thinking about it at that time. Originally thought she was a super first-tier anchor. The labor union to move their own also have to think about it, but did not expect. In the end it will turn out to be like this. She was a super tier 1 anchor. And under the operation of capital, she didn't even have a chance to resist. And now, after just 5 months of being snowed out, most of the audience had now even forgotten cleanly that she was still live. Tangerine, who was on the OB public screen, saw Qian Shen rewarding so much at once, and a sense of crisis erupted in her heart. Without thinking about it, she knew that this Qian Shen was thinking of a peace with her. Hey, these days, it's too hard for a big brother with so many anchors competing. Orange hung her head inside, and once again envied Yi's good fortune. Now she just hoped that big brother would see her when he came online again. As Qian Shen's gift wrapped up, the bounties in the live broadcast room slowly came to an end. To be honest, with so many anchors running over to reward her, and with almost every anchor being more famous than her, it's impossible to say that there's no pressure in her heart. Seeing that the anchors in the VIP seats all slowly exited the live room, Yi's heart that had been lifted up suddenly loosened up quite a bit, and just at this time, Bei Bei's sister, the management of the Northern Summer Guild, pushed open the door of the live room while gasping for air, frantically gesturing at Yi. Yi, get off the air as soon as possible. Something's wrong. Yi also froze when he heard Sister Bei Bei's words, but he didn't hesitate too much. After all, today's live broadcast was almost all over. He hurriedly said a few words in the live broadcast room and hurriedly clicked the off-air button. Yi just went out of the door of the live broadcast room, and saw Bei Bei's sister sitting on the sofa with a black face. She just had something to go out for more than 10 minutes and didn't stay on this side of the guild. But she didn't expect that it was this 10 minutes or so that the new anchor under her, Yi, had made such a big mess. When operations called the phone to her, her entire body was confused, and the next moment, she couldn't care less about running any errands and drove her car all the way to the guild side. But she was still a step too late, and by the time she came back, Brother Meng had already finished playing PK and retired his number. And even the accompanying gifts from these anchors were almost finished. Seeing Yi still singing and thanking for the gifts, Sister Bei Bei was so angry that her teeth were about to be clenched. This damned girl, does she know what to do now? How much money is there in those anchors' reward gifts? 100 and 1,000. Even if there are occasionally a few treasure maps, can have a 70, 000 or 80, 000 are not good enough. It is difficult to expect these anchors to give you a reward every day, not? Dream brother. That is in the live broadcast room consumption of more than 200, 000 Emperor Big Brother. You now do not hurry to take advantage of the Big Brother till you have a good feeling. Seize the Big Brother to contact, but instead in this singing thanks to the pop-ups to collect gifts, is not pure brain sick. Sister Bibi sighed helplessly. Come with me. Sister Bei Bei brought into the office, first picking up the kettle and pouring a cup of water before sitting down. Regardless of what problems had done, Yi's identity had now turned into the union's cash cow, and she had to speak politely even if she was the person in charge. What do you want my sister to say? Brother Meng just spent more than $200,000 in your live room. I thanked Brother Meng for his gift. Yi saw that Sister Bei Bei's face did not look too good. For a moment she did not know where she did wrong. Somewhat aggrieved, she lowered her head and did not dare to look over. So many gifts. Her voice was almost muffled from thanking. My good sister. When Sister Bei Bei heard Yi's words, she immediately slapped her head and almost gave an angry laugh. Which big brother have you seen rewarding hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts just to hear a word of thanks from the anchor? If that's really the case, Big Brother should simply be called Scattergood. Big Brother went straight offline after the PK fight. Have you ever thought about why or not? It could be that Brother Dream has something going on? Or maybe it's because Brother Dream is trying to establish a high and cool image? Yi glanced bitterly at Sister Bei Bei, pondered for a while, and then said cautiously, this was also the guess of the Bright Nine Keys and the others in the live broadcast. So many people thought so, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Sister Bei Bei immediately snapped on her head again. This little girl's brain circuit, she was really convinced. Do you think it's possible that Brother Meng is waiting for you to add him as a friend? Yi was stunned. Sister Bei Bei, are you saying that Brother Meng, who swiped gifts for me, is actually trying to? Yi whispered. Then what did you think? You've also been live streaming for more than a month, and you've seen a few of the female anchors in our union. So don't tell me you don't understand, but I'm just a talent anchor. Yi's voice got smaller and smaller the more she spoke, and in the end, she had no bottom at all. When she had just broadcast live, she hadn't thought about that point at all. After all, the reason for Dream's gift swiping was just a conflict with Little Dove's side. What she thought was that she might have been lucky that Big Brother chose to be a battleground in her live broadcast, but now she also looked back. What kind of Big Brother could brush 200,000 or so without purpose in a stranger's live room? But she chose to live broadcast. The initial intention is also just to get that $3,000 base salary issued by the labor union. Even if you don't want to do it, you still have to take the initiative to add Brother Meng's contact information, right? Sister Bibi sighed helplessly. To be honest, Yi's face value and figure were definitely one of the best in the live broadcasting world. She did have the intention to cultivate it, but the problem was that this girl,
had never been able to learn the live streaming bit. Other female anchors? In the live broadcast room all sorts of different ways to play games to ask for gifts, but this girl, in addition to singing nothing to do, brush gift is all rely on self-consciousness. If it is not her sometimes to the union management account to live room to send a few sentences begging for gifts pop-ups. This girl is afraid of a week is not $100 gifts cannot be received. And today, it's so hard to hit such great luck, but now it's surprising to think of rejection. But sign after all is not a long-term contract. She also has no way to force to do something. Can only try to guide. This was an imperial big brother If they could really stabilize Brother Meng in their northern summer union, the union's income and expenditure would be really secure in the future. Heard Sister Bebe's words and thought for a moment, then unconsciously nodded as well. The next morning, Zhou Meng got up early. So refreshing. Zhou Meng yawned and couldn't help but make a stretch. Yesterday, he specifically went to the upscale clubhouse to order a big meal, and also ordered a bottle of good wine, which cost more than $80,000. The night was originally intended to stay in the clubhouse, but thought better of it. The young lady is quite good looking, but in the end, how many lives have been strangled? His heart is really no bottom. In case there was any problem with infection, it would be a really big problem. However, although he did not give the young lady a life, but the cheap Zhou Meng still took advantage of. After all, you can't condescend to the Five Fingers Mountain, can you? Taking out the new cell phone that he had bought on the way back yesterday, Zhou Meng first charged the old phone and turned it on, then imported all the data with one click. TSK, this good cell phone is different. This speed, smooth Zhou Meng prettily played for a while, and then once again clicked on the Tiger Shark Live app. Magic City houses are expensive. To buy a house you have to brush more before you can do it. Chapter 15, Dream Brother kills crazy, seeking favorites. Reboarded the large, broken dream, with a new cell phone. Good guy. This private message is going to blow up. However, the good thing is that users who do not follow each other can only send 3 messages, and are not bombarded too much. Then press and hold the little red dot, directly marking all the private messages as read. For people with mild OCD, any little red dot on the message page is unforgivable. With such a click, Zhou Meng instantly became comfortable. She clicked on follow. It was morning. The overall popularity of the platform was very general. A few followers were not broadcasting live. There were a few anchors broadcasting in the game area, but Zhou Meng did not really want to watch the game live. After searching a bit, yesterday the anchor called seems to be not in the live broadcast. Zhou Meng couldn't help but secretly say it was a pity. Yesterday in her live room brush gift, to be honest, the biggest reason is because the Pigeon and Ultra Win 2 people are too crazy. And secondly, part of the reason is that is really very in line with Zhou Meng's aesthetics, and the content of the live broadcast is also good. Zhou Meng clicked on the Star Show channel section again. The ones who were broadcasting live were basically male anchors, and they were basically news anchors. Desheng's popularity is still exploding. On this page, almost a small half of them are Desheng's anchors. Zhou Meng frowned. This Desheng labor union was honestly too much for people to like. The strength didn't need to be said. It was properly the number 1 on the Tiger Shark platform. But the problem was that the fans of this Desheng labor union were all brainwashed fans. As long as their side of the anchor PK win, one by one all run over to taunt the opposite side. And if their side lost, will also run to the opposite side of the load. Said what their big brother did not come. If he came on how so and so. Anyway, win or lose, PK the other side of the people have to be sprayed. To just a part of dozens of okay? But the problem is that Desheng guild side of this kind of people are almost thousands of hundreds. Tiger Shark on the other guilds of the second line or more anchors. Almost not many escaped the hands of the Big Sheng labor union. And right now the number 1 ranking on the homepage is the news first brother that Desheng guild is broadcasting, Demu. Zhou Meng didn't have the intention of clicking on Demu's live broadcast, and directly skipped down the page, flipping to a news anchor called Broken Wounds. The privilege of the Emperor's number was still too obvious. Zhou Meng did not intend to log in directly. That would be too meaningless. It was better to OB first. Therefore, Zhou Meng first retired the number before entering the live room. Just a little bit in, he saw Broken Wound talking eloquently there. Brothers, you are not aware of that battle yesterday A certain wind in the live room froze to provoke my dream brother. Dream brother originally did not want to pick up the trick, but a certain wind is really too shameless. Dream brother has no way. A rage chose to respond to the war, but it should be said not to say. This certain wind is still a bit of strength. After the start of the war, at that time in the live broadcast renewed 10 months of the Duke, but you guys guess what? Dream brother ignore all. Just in the live broadcast room flat hit a sentence on this? This word can be a certain wind to stimulate bad. This guy is also angry on the head. And then instantly in the live broadcast room wildly brush 16,000. Then what? Anchor quickly say don't always hang people's appetite. A few viewers in the live broadcast room stopped to drink water when they heard Broken Wound speak,
and immediately became anxious. Tiger Shark everyday anchor so much, occasionally which live room of the big battle, the vast majority of the audience cannot see, but the Big Brother reward is just a few minutes, after the past, and then want to see, either go to see the recording, or you can only listen to others, but a lot of recording is not full, some from the half of the beginning, some to the end before someone wants to get up to record, and even if it is full, watching live recordings always make people feel strange. Naturally, there is no listening to other people say have passion. The news anchor is to do this, the daily platform of the hot spot into the form of news, and then broadcast every morning in the live broadcast, which is also one of the characteristics of the live platform. And today this thing, once you hear it, you know it's very cool, but Broken Wound stopped talking halfway. The appetite of the audience in the live broadcast room was instantly lifted. And then brother should not give Broken Wound brush some small gifts. The anchor got up early. Breakfast has not even eaten. Broken Wound sighed. Get lost. 10 hot pots are enough. A tourist laughed and cursed, instantly swiping 10 hot pots out. One hot pot was $6.06. 10 would be $66. Enough is enough. Thanks for the reward, Big Brother. Let's continue here. Broken Wound was instantly happy and smiling, opening the door for good luck. This is. Broken Wound drank his water and continued to speak. Then Brother Dream's side also started, and immediately opened a swordsman aristocrat in EE's live broadcast. Swordsman? The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. They had thought that Brother Dream would just open a monarch or something to hold up the scene. A swordsman fighting a duke. Was there any mistake? Don't be anxious, brothers. When Brother Dream opened swordsman, the live broadcast audience also saw it. That a certain wind also to Brother Dream is a taunt. But you guess what? Hey, Brother Dream backhandedly opened another knight and lord. Broken Wound slammed the table and the entire group burst into passion. Asterisk. Does it mean that Brother Dream is going to open a monarch set? Some viewers in the live broadcast room reacted. Broken Wound shook his head repeatedly. What monarch set? Is Dream Brother that someone who opens a monarch set? When Brother Dream opened to Lord, no matter if it was the audience in the live broadcast room, or the anchors on both sides, including a certain wind that had already retired from the net, basically the cold sweat all came down, and they all understood that this was at least a monarch set, but as a result, Brother Meng backhandedly opened an emperor set. That's an emperor set. Broken Wound stood up, even slapping the table, and purposely brightened up the screenshots of the full set of emperor sets that Brother Meng had collected yesterday. When Zhou Meng saw this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. This Broken Wound, it's really a bit interesting. How did it look like it had become its own brainless blow? But for Zhou Meng, wasn't watching a live broadcast just a figure of fun? Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and reboarded his account. The next moment, the live broadcast instantly lit up with a flash of gold color. A giant dragon instantly appeared in the very center of the live broadcast room, and then humped the ID, Broken Dreams, high up, sliding together to the first place of the VIP seat in the live broadcast room. The Broken Wound who was blowing awesome and the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Asterisk. Brother Dream is here? Broken Wound's entire body instantly shivered. He was just a second-tier bottom-feeding anchor, and although he did follow the gift in EE's live room yesterday, it was just a matter of falling in favor, and he never thought that Brother Dream would come to his live room. But today, Brother Meng really came? Zhou Meng, as soon as he boarded the number, immediately clicked the treasure map 10 times in a row, which is considered to be a reward for Broken Wounds. Emperor, Broken Dream, sent out, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dream, sends out, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, treasure map, *3. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, treasure map, *10. And seeing 10 treasure maps in a row, Broken Wound's eyes instantly went round, and the entire person couldn't help but breathe a few times faster. Welcome Brother Dream. Welcome my Brother Dream into the live broadcasting room. Broken Wound instantly wailed, his entire body almost jumping up. Thank you Brother Dream. Brother Dream's atmosphere. P.S. Begging for collection plus bookshelf. Oh, thank you. Chapter 16, Opening Treasure Map. Paste Face, 4000. Big chapter. Broken Wound took out almost all of the passion he had saved up for over 20 years. Is this the strength of Imperial Big Brother? 10 treasure maps directly from the meet and greet? 10 treasure maps, that's $50,000. The audience that was in the Broken Wound live broadcast room was also shocked by a vicious wave. And then they all involuntarily brushed up 666 on the public screen. Brothers see, just really not I blow. But our Dream Brother really have this strength. Broken Wounds would have gone crazy with joy. With a gift of $50,000 and more than $10,000 in hand, this month had simply earned a fortune. Keep a low profile, don't blow it too much.
Zhou Meng smiled and sent a sentence on the public screen.
Alright Brother Dream, you can rest assured, I will definitely tell it like it is. Broken Wound patted his chest to guarantee.
Seeing that Zhou Meng did not speak again,
Broken Wound began to continue talking about yesterday's battle. Soon,
Broken Wound talked about Zhou Meng going to Little Pigeon's live room.
Brother Dream is a cow. That's the way to deal with this kind of person. I've decided that I'll be a die-hard fan of Brother Meng from now on. Hearing this, the live broadcast audience was equally refreshed. To be able to sanction people like Little Pigeon and Super Wind, it had to be said that it was really cool. In the morning, there wasn't much going on.
Zhou Meng stayed in the live broadcast room until 9 o'clock or so, and sporadically brushed a few more treasure maps out.
Don't really say.
This kind of news anchor's mouth is really no say. At least in the thank you gift, this piece
can be more than other anchors' tricks. At the same time,
the planning department of the Tiger Shark platform.
How's the gift product optimization going? The vice president was standing in his office,
keeping a close eye on the progress of the project.
General Manager Gu,
the optimization of all the gifts has all been completed. The project manager hurriedly replied.
Have the campaign content and details, and loophole troubleshooting all been handled? Don't worry Mr. Gu,
all of these have been handled.
By the way, General Manager Gu, there's a newly promoted emperor on the platform by the name of Broken Dreams.
And yesterday's one-day total consumption was over 260,000. The project manager reminded.
Oh, this is a potential customer.
Let the business side keep a close eye on it.
After the consumption reaches 500,000,
immediately arrange for the business manager to contact it. General Manager Gu's eyes lit up.
Generally speaking, Imperial Big Brothers had 24-hour customer service. However, having just become an emperor,
many of them were 1 or 2 customer service to serve 3 or 4 Big Brothers.
But after the total consumption of the platform exceeded 500,000,
the platform side would arrange for a dedicated person to be in charge. The use of one-on-one exclusive service, in order to protect the experience of these Tycoon Big Brother. Big Brother can go through these private customer service to the platform to raise some requirements.
As long as not excessive, the platform side will basically meet. And the consumption of more than 200,000 in one day. It is possible that it is also just come to the impulse consumption. But no matter what, consuming so much in one performance, as long as one is willing to play on their platform,
having $500,000 of water flow a month shouldn't be a big problem.
Okay Mr. Gu, the project manager nodded repeatedly. Okay, tested one last time. If there's nothing wrong, let's go live with the optimization and activity this time.
General Manager Gu stared for a while and was relieved to see that there was nothing wrong.
The competition in the industry was currently fierce,
and although their Tiger Shark platform was considered one of the head platforms in the live broadcasting world,
if they weren't careful,
there was still the risk of being bent over.
And after operating for so long, the investor did not see any money back, but instead,
more and more spend a lot of money to flow bloggers to move in.
For several consecutive years,
the revenue statement has been negative,
and the directors have been very vocal.
They were still waiting to get good revenue figures to go public and make money.
Therefore, as the executive president, Mr. Gu was really under a lot of pressure. If this year's revenue still couldn't equalize expenses, he might have to leave. If he wants more revenue,
he can only develop more activities and encourage these guilds and anchors to play PK.
And at the same time, is to improve the Big Brother in the brush gift when the cool feeling, from the overall effect, let the Big Brother more willing to spend on the platform. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Broken Wound, who was blowing awesome in the live broadcast room, froze when he saw the announcement that popped up within the page. But after just a glance,
Broken Wound unconsciously stared.
Brothers, the platform has sent an event announcement to our anchor.
The visitors in the live broadcast room were also stunned.
Wasn't it only the end of May? Logically, it should have been the end of June before the mid-year event came out, right? But almost at the same time as Broken Wound opened his mouth,
all the visitors who were watching the live broadcast also saw that the platform had sent a gift revamp announcement to all the users.
Zhou Meng clicked on it with interest and took a look. Hello dear viewers,
because of the poor coordination of the gifts in the early stages,
we have specially adjusted for the following gifts.
Grimoire/Airplane, due to the single hit count being too small and too ribbed,
and the total amount conflicting with the treasure map.
This time it was adjusted from a single maximum of 52 to a single maximum of
314 gifts.
Big Rocket, adjusted from a maximum of 10 to a maximum of 100. Treasure map gift effects have been changed to have more magnificent gift effects. All gift streak mode change, in order to prevent users from mistakenly touching the wrong gift when rewarding gifts. The single gift delivery is changed from a long press streak to a single point.
Finally,
I wish all viewers a happy time playing on the Tiger Shark platform.
This change is a bit big. Do you guys see that magic book and airplane? $100 gift,
changed from a single 52 to 1314.
This is a full 20 times more. The live broadcast rooms instantly exploded after seeing the revamped description. Isn't there an activity description? How come I didn't see it? You're stupid. The event description that was sent to the anchor. Visitors can only see the introduction on the main event page ranking after the event officially starts. Zhou Meng also didn't see the event announcement, but after seeing the gift revision announcement, his heart was also clear. Tiger Shark was going to start circling the drain, significantly increasing the number of single attachments to the gift. It was no longer necessary for this intention to be too obvious. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, treasure map, *5. Zhou Meng directly swiped a few more treasure maps out in the live broadcast. Broken Wounds froze when he saw the gift. Brother Dream, what are you? It's nothing. Isn't the new version of the treasure map special effects changed? Brush a few to see how it is. Zhou Meng smiled back. Brother Dream 666. This is an understatement. Make me look stupid. Brush a few to see the special effects? Brother Dream YYDS. The moment these words came out, the crowd in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. 5 treasure maps, 25,000 swipes just to see the new version of special effects? Good guy. Straight up a good guy. How dirt cheap is this? 25,000 inappropriate money? Even Broken Wound was shocked to the point where he was a little short of words. Although the new version of special effects is a lot of good looking, but Big Brother, you want to see special effects. Brusha also on the line. There is a need to brush 5? Broken Wound took a look at Brother Dream's weekly tribute list, which was already almost $100,000, which meant that Zhou Meng would soon be brushing up to $100,000 in the live broadcast. But you have to know, he has only been on air for just 2 hours, and he didn't play PK, didn't go on the event, it's just dry brushing. But Broken Wound didn't hesitate and quickly opened his mouth to thank for the gift. Big Brother can give him a brush, that is to look up to him. Attitude-wise, of course, he has to do well. Okay, give everyone to continue. Zhou Meng interacted with the live broadcast pop-ups for a while and retyped. Broken Wound also nodded. Let's return to the topic. This time, I'll start by analyzing the gift revamp for everyone. This revamp, first of all, is a change to the $100 gifts. That is, the 2 of magic books and airplanes. From the previous single 52 maximums to the current 13-14 maximums. That is to say, if there is a Big Brother who brushes this, it will go from the previous $5,200 each time to the current $13,100 and $1,400. And secondly, it's the gift of rockets, which has also become a maximum of 100 for a single time, which is $100,000. But even if the rockets became $100,000 in a row, but in terms of the overall amount, it has changed from the first before to the third now. This also means that from now on, the rocket streak is no longer the most expensive gift within the Tiger Shark platform, and the most expensive street gift has become the 2 magic books and airplanes. The crowd in the live broadcast room all nodded their heads. A set of gifts was over $130,000. This kind of gift, it was estimated that only a true Tycoon Big Brother could afford it. Even most Monarch Big Brothers wouldn't necessarily be able to afford to send a group. It could be said that in the future, on the Tiger Shark side, the ranks of Big Brothers would be even more distinct, and at the top level, the gap between emperors and monarchs would also be further widened. Secondly, the most crucial thing is this last side. Seeing that the crowd agreed, Broken Wound also continued to open his mouth to interpret. Originally placed in normal times, he would have started asking for gifts at this time, but today, Dream had really fed him well, so there was no nagging and he directly went straight to the point. The continuous delivery of gifts has changed from the previous method of holding down to keep delivering them, to the current method of needing to tap to deliver one. It can be said that this is the most crucial in the revamp. On the one hand, it's to prevent accidental touches, while on the other hand, it also undoubtedly restricts the amount of time PKs can send gifts. What does this mean? Hearing Broken Wound's words, the audience was a little confused. To be honest, the distance between this matter of gift streaks and ordinary visitors was still a bit large. It was a struggle for them to even give a single gift, let alone the matter of connecting points. And this change had almost zero effect on them. Without having been exposed to it, they naturally couldn't figure it out. Zhou Meng smiled and nodded. He did understand what Broken Wound was talking about. It was like when he swiped gifts at EE's live broadcast yesterday. A set of glow sticks was 314, worth a little over 103. And he had sent out $100,000 in just 1 minute's time, averaging out to 12 groups out in 1 second. But what about now? The way of sending gifts had changed from the previous long press streak to the current manual streak. Manual combo means that every time you send a group of gifts, you have to click your finger. And human hand speed is limited. How many times a second can you click? Even if you play the human body limit,
At the beginning of the brush, maybe the fastest 1 second can brush 7 or 8, but send a few dozen seconds. The fingers will certainly be tired. By then, 2 swipes a second would be considered good. Playing the game of professional players may be able to click more than 10 times a second, but most people are ordinary people, not to mention more than 10 times, maybe 5 times a second are hanging. Even if the gift effects were stuck on the screen, it might take 1 or 2 seconds to send one. After all, when some gifts were given, the special effects would cover the entire live room, and the gift bar was of course included. In other words, if Zhou Meng still wanted to take a glow stick and send $100,000, he couldn't get stuck in the last minute and send it again, but instead, he had to go ahead and send it at least 5 or 6 minutes in advance. Glancing at the live stream, sure enough, Broken Wound said the same thing. In fact, Tiger Shark's this design is also a good thing. We all know, many anchors in the fight PK has been sticking to the last 1 or 2 minutes. It's hard to win. The result is to be in this way to steal the tower, and even the big brother would like to remedy. It is too late to recharge the money. This is completely rogue play. This design, undoubtedly, can plug this loophole. Secondly, the design of continuous clicks will also undoubtedly make Big Brother send gifts with double the coolness. After all, now a single gift, the highest one, can already be sent to more than 130,000. There is no need to worry about the matter of clicking too many times. Broken Wound summarized. All in all, this was a good thing. It was also sort of a disguised way to limit the practice of some people deliberately stealing towers at the end, and it also allowed Big Brother to play on the platform more enjoyably. So that's what happened. The audience in the live broadcast room were typing and posting that they got it. Then in that case, won't the PK be more exciting in the future? That's for sure. The gift amount has been added so much. In the future, if there really is a Big Brother fight, how can I say that I have to spend more? Right, Broken Wound? You haven't said anything about this event yet. The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing in a fiery manner. Everyone had almost seen what it would look like if the platform was a war in the back. Although they didn't have much ability to fight, it didn't conflict at all with the fact that they enjoyed watching Big Brother fight PK. Seeing the pop-ups, Broken Wound was also quick to turn the conversation to the event. This event, I honestly didn't expect it. The time for this event is from 6 p.m. on May 28th, which is today, to 12 p.m. on May 30th, a total of 2.5 days. Although the time is a bit shorter, but the rewards of this event are indeed abundant and abnormal. I guess most of the anchors don't want to give up. Broken Wound smiled and posted the event profile he had just gotten to the live broadcast room. The viewers in the live broadcast room also hurriedly stared towards the screen. Event name, Star Show Over. Activity period, May 28th, 1800 hours May 30th, 2400 hours. Settlement time, 1800 hours on May 31st. Activity format, the Star Show area will be the most important part of the event. Activity form, to Star Show area each anchor activity cycle, the gain of all gifts shall prevail. Activity form, to Star Show area each anchor activity cycle, the gain of all gifts shall prevail. Activity rewards, the first place, to obtain the Show Turn Sky Personal Gold Medal, get 3 days homepage big push and 1 month secondary page recommendation. The second place, get the Silver Medal, get 1 day of homepage push and 7 days of secondary page recommendation. Third place, Bronze Medal, 7 days of second level page recommendation and internal smart recommendation of Star Show channel. Fourth, 10th place. 11th, 50th place. Chapter 17, Event Preview, another brush? What does this homepage big push mean? There were viewers in the live broadcast room who didn't quite understand this recommendation. The meaning of the homepage big push is that during this recommendation, all platform users, as long as they open the live broadcast platform, will be able to see your live room in the first few positions on the homepage. Broken Wound explained with a smile. This recommendation wasn't as good as the cover push or the pop-up push, but overall it was already a big recommendation at the top of the rankings. As long as it was hung for a day, it wouldn't be a problem to top a small anchor to a third-tier anchor position. In 3 days, a small anchor to the top of the second-line anchor position is easy. And even during this period, if there is a Big Brother to give heat, rush to the first line are not much of a problem. It could be said that as long as one got this first place, one could raise their fame up a notch to say the least. This is awesome. The audience in the live broadcast room typed in succession. They didn't know what the data was really like, but they were able to figure out how much exposure it would be for everyone to see an anchor's live room as soon as they opened the live streaming platform. This undoubtedly also made all the viewers' anticipation for this event pull full circle. It is indeed quite interesting. Zhou Meng nodded and also sent a pop-up on the public screen. This time, the many visitors instantly became excited again. Brother Dream, will you participate in this event? Brother Dream, will you brush gifts for EE and give EE top rankings? Will you brush for Broken Wound?
In the view of the audience, Zhou Meng's strength naturally went without saying. Just watching a live broadcast this morning, he was on the verge of brushing $100,000 for broken wound. If Brother Meng made a move, I wouldn't dare to say the first or second place, but there was still hope for the third place to be rushed, right? Even Broken Wounds, who was watching the pop-ups, couldn't help but look forward to it. To say that he didn't want to rush the event, that was definitely a lie. But he knew in his heart that with the strength of their Golden Will Guild second tier, it was estimated that at most they would be able to rush a top 50 for him. And he is still the news anchor. Belongs to the guild head anchor, the least favored one. If the guild has resources, most of them are also a brother and a sister brush, not necessarily get his turn. If according to the strength of the past activities, in order to rush to the top 50, do not have to be more. Brush a 30, 000 or 40, 000 will be able to. In other words, as long as Brother Meng brushes a few more treasure maps for him after 6 p.m., this top 50 will definitely get in. For a while, he was even a bit chagrined. If Brother Dream had given these gifts this morning and swiped them in the afternoon, then maybe even the top 10 could have rushed in. I definitely want to participate in this event, but how exactly I'm going to play? It's better to wait and see this afternoon. Zhou Meng smiled back. To get cash in reality, then the spending on the live streaming platform side couldn't be left behind. He was definitely going to take part in this event. Seeing Zhou Meng's words, Broken Wound was both expectant and apprehensive. The anticipation was that Brother Dream had already committed to participating, and the apprehension was that Brother Dream wouldn't necessarily give him a reward. However, compared to Broken Heart's heart, the hearts of the live broadcast audience were filled with excitement. An Imperial Big Brother promising to participate, at least 100,000 or so, right? And looking at Brother Meng spending power in the morning, an event, say it's a brush of 300, 000 to 400, 000, they also believe it. Alright, you guys play, I'll get off first. Zhou Meng also didn't stay in the live broadcast room for much longer, to wait for it to get really lively. It would have to wait until the afternoon, and during this time, Zhou Meng planned to simply clean up a bit. System, receive the reward. Congratulations to the host for spending 90,000 yuan on the live broadcast platform and receiving a tenfold rebate of 900,000 yuan. Another $900,000 arrived. Comfortable. Yesterday's $2,600,000 was consumed, less than $100,000 in total, and there were still more than $2,500,000. Adding this $900,000 to it, the assets in hand instantly rushed to $3,400,000. First go find a 5-star hotel to live in, and when the money in hand is almost there in a couple days, we'll just buy a room. Taking a look at the surroundings, Zhou Meng secretly decided. The house that he was renting right now was in a relatively remote location, and the rooms were also relatively small, with only less than 30 square feet. But even so, the rent was around 4,000 per month. Now that there is some money in hand, buying a house is still close, but improving the living conditions is not much of a problem. 5-star hotel, top suite, a night down is just a few tens of thousands of dollars. At the same time, the small circle of Tiger Shark live broadcast is very lively. The small group within Dishang, Sister Muran, this time the first place is probably you again, right? Several veteran second-tier anchors were sending messages in the group. Ha ha ha, don't. The guild won't necessarily give me many votes on it. After all, this event is too sudden. The guild side isn't even prepared. Muran replied with a smile, but between her words, she couldn't stop being smug. She was the first sister of the Dashang guild side, and an old first-tier anchor. Both the fan base and the Big Brother in the live broadcast room could be quite a lot. Our guild did not prepare. Other guilds certainly did not prepare. In addition, Sister Mu ran you live room but daily more than 2,000 VIPs. To take the first is not a handful of pinch. One of the second-tier anchors was not without envy. Mu Ran is an all-round anchor. Singing, dancing are good, and the most critical is the face value and body are very good. From the beginning, has got the Dashang side of the full training. Basically, every time you play an event, Mu Ran takes the first place with an absolute advantage. Seeing that the group was touting themselves, Mu Ran drifted off the group chat, looking towards the man lying on the side playing with his cell phone. Mu Ran hurriedly pulled down the neckline of his pajamas a little bit, and then leisurely stuck up and shook the other party's arm. Brother Ao, this event in May, you must help me take it down. Don't worry, is not just a small activity, just recently a little bit of free money. Help you take down is. Ao smiled and pinched twice. No hesitation, directly agreed, but you have to know, any money from playing activities, the labor union side can all be recovered. Deshang labor union side, Ao also has shares in it, and is still the actual second shareholder. And Mu Ran, is his hand force up? Because of the relationship between himself as a rich second generation,
usually give the anchor brush a weekly star gift. In the live room brush somewhat treasure map or something. He will not let the cash back, but the matter of playing activities, or to distinguish. For example, if he brushes $10,000, in addition to giving the platform 50% of $5,000, the remaining $5,000 all have to be returned to him. The anchor is not to take any commission. Brother Ao, don't worry. This I definitely know. Have been doing it for years. How can this rule be broken? Muran heard Brother Ao agree, and immediately smiled with joy. Even if she couldn't get any commission, as long as the event won, those subsequent recommendations might bring her quite a bit of popularity, and by then the money wouldn't come pouring in. Feeling that Ao patted her hair, Muran was instantly clear in her mind, and hurriedly lowered her head to look for only cause. Chapter 18, this time you must charge. Magic City, single apartment. Tangerine, who was opening a live broadcast, looked at Brother Dream, who had just exited Broken Wound's live room, and couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Obviously, she had rewarded EE just like this Broken Wound, but Brother Dream had only entered Broken Wound's live room, and there is a say one. Broken Wound just rewarded 1,000 just, she but rewarded 6,000, or the first to reward. I guess Brother Dream didn't pay attention. After all, EE hasn't started broadcasting yet. Orange sighed helplessly. These days, if an anchor wanted to make a name for himself, he could really only look at Ochi. This is all I'm broadcasting in the morning. I'll be online at 6 p.m. to play the event. Everyone must come. Don't worry, anchor. Must be there at night. An airplane is already on the way. The evening rush. As soon as Orange spoke, hundreds of people in the live broadcast room instantly opened their mouths to show their support. But this time, Tangerine had little desire to thank them, and quickly clicked the off-air button. She was a third-tier anchor, and even if she had a few loyal fans in the live broadcast room, wanting to rush into the top 50 would be like a fool's dream. Talent she will. Dance she will. Looks and figure is top. The only thing missing is the big brother but these days, how can a big brother be so easy to find? Not to mention the emperor's big brother. Is the king's big brother? She has not encountered a few of these 2 years, even if it came, but also just look at a moment on the go. Simply cannot stay down, unless she was willing to go offline and really lick it, although she is now open-minded, and will not insist on what to sell their art. But even if you really want to lick, it has to be an emperor big brother to do But facing the thousands of beauty monsters across the net, she was truly helpless. The pressure of competition was too great. The same as Orange, Xian also gave Zhou Meng a follow. When Zhou Meng entered Broken Wound's live room, Xian followed along. Seeing that Broken Wound received 18 treasure maps in just 2 hours, Xian's eyes turned green with envy. This treatment, it wasn't even close to what she used to be when she was in her glory. Xian glanced down at her cell phone. A few big brothers in the group were eyeing her. Xian, are you going to rush this event? Forget about it, big brother. I'm in this situation now. I'm not even as good as a third-line anchor. Even if I punch it, I won't have much ranking. Xian shook her head helplessly. There used to be 40 to 50 big brothers, but now these are the only ones left. And to be honest, these few big brothers are not too rich. She really doesn't want to let these few big brothers to break the bank again. Plus after she brushed the gift yesterday, her hand is now left with the dinner money. And then rushing the event, I'm afraid it's not even a meal that she can't afford to eat. What are you talking about? A few of us out. Not to mention, brush you a 10, 000 to 20, 000 or no problem, into a top 50 problem. Yes, Xian, what I appreciate is the indomitable force in you. Even if you are snowed in what's wrong, I believe you will get up one day. You have the talent and ability. What you lack now is the opportunity. Don't give up. Several people have spoken. Those who want to sleep with Xian's big brother have long run away in these few months. The few who are left are the ones who genuinely think Xian's talent is good and stay with an appreciative attitude. And in these 5 months, Xian's indomitable spirit really convinced them. Anyway, they have to spend money on the live broadcast platform. So every month, they will share a little bit of money to Xian, as if they are supporting her. Looking at the encouragement from the crowd, Xian's heart warmed up a lot. Even if she's being snowed in, what can she do? With these big brothers around, there are still a few $1,000s of income every month, so she won't starve to death. As long as she waited until her contract expired, she could immediately reselect the guild to join, and by then, everything would be fine. And what she had to do now was to not let herself completely fade out of the live broadcasting world, and then whoring out Huai's base salary in the meantime. She had signed a contract for a top-tier anchor, and her base salary alone was 8,000 a month. As long as Huai doesn't give her this money, she will take him to court in minutes. Thinking of this, Xian immediately rekindled her fighting spirit. Okay, for this event, I'll rush. It doesn't matter how many one rushes to, but one must participate. As for EE,
At this moment, she has already been called by Sister Bei Bei to the office of Bei Xia Guild. From today onwards, your live broadcast time will be adjusted to 6 to 11 in the evening. The salary treatment will be raised by 1 grade. The base salary will be 5,000. No problem, right? No problem. Froze, but still hurriedly replied back, unable to help but be a little surprised in her heart. Although she had just entered the live broadcast industry not long ago, she still knew some of the rules here. She knew in her heart that Sister Bei Bei was trying to cultivate her, not to mention whether the popularity could rise or not. Let's just say a base salary of 5,000 per month. It wasn't bad, right? Did you add Brother Meng's contact information? Sister Bibi looked at with some anticipation. Beixia was only a small guild. The total investment was only a few million, and there were fewer big brothers in the guild. The biggest was only a monarch. If Brother Meng could really guard then their guild would be considered to be truly outstanding, and they could even take this opportunity to directly send to the position of a first-tier anchor. In that case, they, Beixia, would be considered to have a pillar. No. Hesitated for a moment and shook her head helplessly. Since yesterday afternoon when she sent her micro-signal via private message, she had been waiting for a friend request. At first, she was still patient and only looked at it once every 10 minutes or so, but when it came to the later part of the day when there had been no messages, she even had to pick up her cell phone to look at it in a minute or two. But she waited until today, and her imaginary friend request still didn't come. She felt funny just thinking about it, and all night long her head was wandering, even wondering if she had made her big brother angry because of her. Okay, wait a little longer. Brother Dream even showed up on the platform in the morning. Maybe there were too many messages and I didn't see yours. Wait for this evening. You can send another message to Brother Dream. Sister Bibi sighed and admonished again. If she had been there from the beginning yesterday, she would have probably added Brother Dream's WeChat a long time ago. How could this happen? After we start broadcasting tonight, Big Brother Monarch from the guild side will go to your live room. I will also open a small number to go over and brush you a little bit first, and when tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will brush a little bit more out for you, and if Brother Dream doesn't make a move this time, I'll try to keep you in the top 30 on my side, and stabilize yesterday's popularity through this event first before saying anything else. Okay, agreed. Although she didn't really like this mode of guild brushing, there was no way around it. The entire live broadcasting world was like this. In order to reach the top, one could only operate in this way. 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Meng ate a big meal at the 5-star Sky Hotel and then stayed in the highest 88th floor suite of the hotel. The entire floor was a total of 2,000 square feet, all of which belonged to the Sky Suite, and on the balcony side, there is also a borderless pool suspended outside, so you can experience the extreme thrill of adrenaline secretion when swimming at high altitude. Such a room is also considered to be the top suite in Magic City. The price for one night was $49,999, which was about $50,000. This day is comfortable. Carrying a bottle of red wine that the waiter had just opened, Zhou Meng looked at the scenery of Magic City through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. This red wine, which was also a complimentary item in the suite, was counted in the $50,000. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the setting sun dyed most of the sky red. In this height looks, but also has a special flavor, especially looking at the traffic below and all kinds of high-rise buildings. It is even more pleasing to people's mood. Zhou Meng took out his cell phone and directly cast the screen of Tiger Shark Live onto the hotel's huge TV screen. Chapter 19, Howling, swiping gifts just to see special effects, tapping on the follow screen and taking a look. The anchors that he had followed were basically on the air. Good lord, no wonder everyone loves to watch fight events. This popularity is simply going to explode. As long as every event started, basically most of the anchors who had the will to participate in the event would consciously work overtime. Unusual anchors will work overtime for 2 or 3 hours, but there are some ruthless ones that directly add 7 or 8 hours, and the whole day's live broadcast time is going to run for 13 or 14 hours. I glanced at who I saw yesterday, and saw that she was also on the air. Zhou Meng did not think too much. Directly follow the attention to click in. Is wearing a white pleated skirt today. The whole person looks like a fairy air feeling. The voice is also more ethereal kind. Looks very cute. She would be connecting with other anchors, and suddenly saw a golden icon light up in the live room, and was startled, and after reacting, she immediately looked at the VIP seat. Sure enough, the first ID of the VIP seat has become Broken Dreams. Without knowing why, Yi's heart suddenly felt violently happy. More than a day had passed since Zhou Meng went offline yesterday. It would have been fine if Brother Dream hadn't gone online, but Brother Dream had clearly gone online in the morning and swiped at Broken Wound's live room, but he hadn't returned her messages. To be honest, she had been apprehensive in her heart, afraid that Brother Dream really didn't care about such a small anchor like her and wouldn't come back in the future.
Although it had never occurred to her how much money she could make with live streaming, the thought had only appeared for a moment last night, and it could never be removed from her mind, including when she started live streaming today. Even though Big Brother Monarch over at the guild had already come over to stand in, all she could think about was still Brother Dream's name. Good evening, Brother Dream. Good evening, Brother Dream. Most of these fans in EE's live room had come over because of Zhou Meng's brush gift yesterday, and it was also because of Zhou Meng that EE had the chance to pay attention. They certainly all recognized Zhou Meng's ID. Zhou Meng just came in, and the public screen of the live room lit up with a clear welcome. Good evening, Brother Meng. EE was in a somewhat apprehensive mood, but he still hastily opened his mouth to greet him, and Sister Bebe, who had been sitting right in the guild office, staring at EE's live broadcast, almost jumped up right then and there. Brother Dream had really come. Good evening, everyone. Zhou Meng returned. This feeling of being surrounded by 10,000 people, don't say it's really quite good. Opening the gift bar to the column of magic books, Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and directly clicked gift. Emperor, Broken Dream, sends out magic books *1314. In an instant, EE's live room, along with the interface of the opposite anchor who was piking, was directly wrapped in huge special effects. A pretty witch sitting on a clean white mop sped from off-screen, holding a huge purple magic book in her hands. In the next moment, as the pretty cartoon character recited an incantation, all of a sudden, countless glowing purple magic books descended from the sky. This is too good looking, isn't it? Brother Dream is awesome. This should be the first appearance of the magic book 1314 streak, right? It's so good looking. If someone swipes this gift for me, I'll marry him immediately. The live broadcast audience cheered at once. Thank you, Brother Dream. Thank you, Brother Dream, for the reward. EE also hurriedly opened her mouth to thank them. Zhou Meng didn't speak and tapped again once more. Emperor, Broken Dream, sends out magic books 1314 too. The first set is for you. Let's draw a snack for everyone for the second set. And by the way, let's see how the special effects of the magic books are. Zhou Meng smiled and typed. Right. For the second group of magic books, don't take a cut on the guild side. Give it all to the audience for welfare. Sister Bebe, who was watching the battle in her office, saw the two groups of 1314 magic books, and her entire body was suffocating from watching. This was truly dirt cheap. A 1314 magic book, that was over $130,000. Two groups of magic books, that could add up to $260,000. And how long did Brother Meng enter the live broadcast room? Less than 30 seconds. This spending power is simply terrifying to the extreme. And when Sister Bebe saw Zhou Meng's second pop-up, she rushed out of the office almost without hesitation, running all the way to EE's personal live room. The gifts were all swiped by Big Brother. So what's wrong with just making a few requests? If there was no Big Brother, it would be impossible to get this draw. She separated this matter very clearly. Patting the transparent glass door, she hurriedly took out her own cell phone and pointed to it, signaling EE to hurry up and look at it. EE glanced down at his phone and saw that the latest chat record on the chat interface between himself and Sister Bebe was only a short sentence. No problem. Guild advance. Seeing this message, EE instantly dropped his heart. With a gift of $131,400, if only Tiger Shark's commission was removed, there would still be 50% left, or $65,700. If the labor union was not willing to let go of this money, or was not willing to advance it, then there was nothing she could do about it. After all, Tiger Shark's paychecks were at the beginning of each month, and this money, even if the union didn't draw it, she didn't have this much cash in hand to pay it out. Thank you for the reward, Brother Dream. Let's follow what Brother Dream said. Let's have a free TV. As long as you post a pop-up, you'll have a chance to receive it. EE simply operated a bit, directly on the on TV, input 65,700, and then divided into 10 copies of the big red packet. Each red packet is $6,570. In a few minutes, more than $60,000 was divided up. On Sister BB's side, she was busy having the operations side register the information to give out prizes to the winning viewers. My God, thanks to Brother Dream, I grabbed one. $6,500. That's a month's salary for me. Brother Dream is atmospheric. Thank you, Brother Dream. Thank you, Brother Dream. In the live broadcast room, countless thank you pop-ups were instantly raised. Although there were only 10, those who didn't draw were also constantly swiping their screens. It was just their bad luck that they didn't get drawn. But no matter what, Brother Dream was handing out benefits. The wave of gift rewards and the on-TV lottery also instantly sent EE directly to 10,000 people from the 2,000 or so people who had just started broadcasting. I don't know if you guys noticed what Brother Dream just said after swiping the gifts. Brother Dream just said that he swiped these two sets of gifts just to take a look at the magic book's gift effects in passing. Could this be the difference between a human and a god? Bright 9 keys snapped pop-ups in a row in the live broadcast room.
When these words came out, they instantly amused quite a few more people. It goes without saying, with this look at special effects, Brother Dream is bound to be blown away by the news anchors tomorrow. The number one person on the entire network for looking at special effects. Think about it. What if the one riding on that cartoon witch's broomstick is Brother Dream? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you the devil upstairs? I've got the picture. Sorry, I'd rather be that broomstick. The live broadcast room was suddenly plunged into a sea of joy. EE also unconsciously revealed a smile. Brother Dream, why don't I sing you a song? EE said after thinking for a while. The event had only just started an hour ago, and most of the big brothers hadn't even started swiping yet. Zhou Meng's gift of over $200,000 had directly pushed her to the top of the current leaderboards, although the leaderboard wouldn't have too many viewers going through it. With such a lively scene today, this exposure wasn't exactly small, and since Zhou Meng had helped her so much, she hadn't really performed her talent for Brother Meng since yesterday. Can you sing the Cantonese song Love Not? Zhou Meng said after some thought. Yesterday, he had watched EE sing My Shadow's song once, and although My Shadow's song was on the sweeter side, he could hear that EE's voice width was still quite wide. We'll do a little. EE was instantly delighted when she heard the song Zhou Meng ordered. It was a song she had just recently learned, and she thought she could sing it well. EE said sorry to the anchor who was piking, then exited the PK page and focused on finding the accompaniment. I really don't say. The way the anchor is serious is really good looking. That's for you to say. The female anchor that Brother Dream has his eye on. Can that be worse? Ha ha ha. Following Brother Dream and enjoying his happiness, EE's side quickly found the accompaniment for Love Not. The song was on the softer side of the tone, and the vocal line was also on the mature side. As soon as EE opened his mouth, it instantly sent shivers down the spines of many people in the live broadcast room. Zhou Meng was also violently brightened up. After the song was finished, Zhou Meng directly gave out another set of 1,314 magic books. Wow! The third set now. Brother Meng has spent $400,000 in one live broadcast. In the morning, Brother Meng also swiped over 90,000. This adds up to almost $500,000. Terrifying as hell. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more astonished. Thank you Brother Dream for the reward. EE covered her small mouth in shock. $400,000 for a live broadcast. She really couldn't imagine it anymore. To be able to swipe this much even watching a live broadcast, how much money should Brother Dream have in reality? No need to be polite. You open your live stream. I'll brush my gifts. No conflict. Zhou Meng spoke with a smile. He was obviously in a very good mood this time. Brother Meng, why don't I even perform my talent with an anchor? She's a dancing anchor. EE proposed. After Tangerine swiped a gift for her yesterday, she added her contact information with Tangerine and knew that Tangerine was a dancing anchor. She was a singing anchor, while Tangerine was a dancing anchor, and was also good at modern dance. The pairing of the two was absolutely perfect, and to be honest, just singing was a bit dry. She had only just become an anchor for a month, and was still a little less able to hold the atmosphere of the live room, and having someone to link up with her would make it a lot easier for her to broadcast live. Dancing anchor? Zhou Meng was stunned, but then reacted. Fine, just play yours. The connection between anchors, if it was just a talent PK, would definitely be very nice to watch. This was something Zhou Meng certainly didn't object to. Chapter 20, Brother Meng's Strength. Sister Bebe was staring at the operation to transfer money to the winning viewer, and after seeing what EE said, her entire body suddenly went numb. Connect? Connect the hell ah. Even if you want to make Big Brother a little more happy watching the live broadcast, that's not the way to handle it. You linked to other anchors, not to give the Big Brother more choices? What if Big Brother abandons you and goes directly to the opposite side? Sister Bibi sighed helplessly. The words had already been said, so even if she wanted to stop it, she probably couldn't. It seemed that after EE went on air, she would have to labor some more and give EE a good refresher on this aspect. On the other hand, Orange on the other side, although she was also live streaming, she was obviously a bit distracted. While broadcasting live, she peeped into EE's live room, her heart filled with envy. This was the benefit of having a big brother. However, in the next moment, after hearing EE say that he was connecting her to perform a talent show together, Orange was truly baffled. According to her idea, Big Brother is now playing in your live room is happy. Not to say that it is eating alone. At the very least can not even other guilds of people it? But EE even invited himself to even the microphone? From the beginning, she had never even thought about this point but the next moment, Orange became excited. She knew that her chance was right in front of her. If she could grasp this opportunity, she might really be able to take off. She had waited for 2.5 years, and she was finally waiting for a chance to show her face in front of her big brother. EE, no matter if you are really looking for me to perform my talent, or if you are lifting me up, I'll remember this favor.
Orange excitedly stood up and hurriedly straightened the clothes on her body. It was undeniable that she had gone to meet EE yesterday with a purpose in mind, but between yesterday and today, both these chat with her and what Thea was doing now really bowled her over. Right at the next moment when Orange had just finished organizing her clothes, a connection request lit up at the top of the live broadcast room. Tangerine clicked connect almost without hesitation. When Tangerine connected in, almost all the viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Holy, this anchor is really good looking, not inferior to EE at all. Beauty is so high now, who knows if it's real or fake. Don't be gullible upstairs, it's really good looking, and it's probably a dancing anchor. It looks very temperamental. Well, D1, upstairs you still watch Pirates? I watch it too. Luffy became the 5th emperor. My god, is that what people mean when they say Dino? One clan? You're too simple, aren't you? Tangerine's eyes couldn't help but narrow into a small slit with joy when she saw the pop-ups on the opposite side filled with compliments and flirting. Her face value. Someone had finally gotten it. Touched ah. Good evening, Brother Dream. Good evening to the viewers of EE's live broadcast. Tangerine hastily opened her mouth to greet them. As for more words she didn't bother to say. It was already precious that EE was able to give her this opportunity, and it was impossible for her to blatantly troll herself in EE's live broadcast. Of course, regarding Big Brother, it was time to lick or lick. This would definitely be a big beauty if she didn't have a beauty face. Zhou Meng also watched for a while. It had to be said that Orange was worthy of being a dancing anchor. This body was simply amazing, and it didn't look too old. At most 22 or 22 years old. Just the time to be youthful and beautiful. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sans, Magic Book, asterisk 1314. Zhou Meng directly jumped over and raised his hand for a spellbook combo. Wow. Thank you Dream for the grimoire reward. Orange had just seen the special effect of the magic book light up and thought it was from EE's side, but after a few seconds of being stunned, he realized that it was from his own live broadcast room, and immediately became excited. Thinking of those big brothers that I met before, tired to perform talent, and then all kinds of begging for gifts, but also only rewarded a magic book or something. And then look at the current Dream Brother, just a meeting to send more than 100,000. Is this what Big Brother feels like? This is also too heartwarming, right? It had to be said that at this moment, Orange's eyes were truly green. Good talent show and all. Zhou Meng lightly sent a pop-up screen out, and then jumped back to EE's live room. And Tangerine, who saw Zhou Meng's pop-up, felt energized all of a sudden. Sister Orange, I'll sing and you dance, EE said with a smile. And at this time, the Tiger Shark platform supervisor, who was checking out the room, was also startled by the commotion over here. After roughly understanding the process, Supertube's entire mouth had also opened into an O shape. In less than half an hour, 4 sets of 1,314 magic books were swiped. That's over $500,000. And this Dream Brother, he also remembered. He had just spent more than $200,000 yesterday on opening the Emperor set in the platform. If he added what he was currently spending, he was afraid that it would be almost 900,000. And just now, if he read it correctly, it seems that as long as the two anchors' talent show is good, there will be another reward. Isn't that a proper way to break $1 million of consumption? Supervisor didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly reported this message to the company's supervisor. In less than a minute, the program director received the message. In less than 5 minutes, General Manager Gu, who was staring at the activity, also received a report. From yesterday until now, almost $900,000 have been swiped. General Manager Gu couldn't stop the shock on his face. He remembered that only in the morning, he had told the project director that if this Broken Dreams spending reached $500,000, he would assign an exclusive account manager. He was thinking at the time that it would take another week or two to spend up to $500,000. General Manager Gu immediately realized that this could be a real godly Big Brother. Immediately have someone go and approach the person in charge of the Northern Summer Guild. If this Brother Dream isn't a guild number, then it's definitely a big customer. Mr. Gu hesitated for a moment. Preliminary judgment. Broken Dream, spending power, about 1.5 to 3 million in a single month. First record according to this level. General Manager Gu, this Brother Dream, 2 days can brush more than 900,000. 1.5 million in a single month. Isn't it a little too? The project manager reminded from the side. Not too low, you have to know. Today is the first day that the activity just went online. Plus Brother Dream, he just came to Tiger Shark, is bound to want to show off his strength. Today's consumption. The probability is that it's impulsive consumption. This is a small point of knowledge in psychology. If there were that many Big Brothers with 10 million level consumption, our platform situation wouldn't be so difficult. Mr. Gu waved his hand. Register it like this first, then send an account manager to contact Brother Meng, and if we find out later that his spending power can still be raised, then it's not too late to raise the level. Good.
The project manager was instantly convinced and nodded admiringly. Worthy of being general manager Gu, this ability to see into people's hearts. He was far inferior. Why didn't he think that Brother Meng might be an impulsive consumer? Gap. This is the gap. On the other hand, on this side of the live broadcast room, EE was tilting his hand with orange. The tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were also brushing the word 666 and awesome. Even Zhou Meng didn't expect that there was a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect from the cooperation between the two. After seeing the show until more than 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Meng was indeed a little tired from watching. EE side is okay, just some sore throat has been drinking water. But the orange side, dancing is after all a physical labor. Has been dancing for an hour and a half. Has long been sweating. Chapter 21, Brother Dream, I Want to Win. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent out, Grimoire, * 1314. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, Grimoire, * 1314. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and directly sent a set of grimoire gifts in each of the 2 live streams. Thank you Brother Dream. Thank you Brother Dream. The two were also thankful in succession. Orange, in particular, was so happy in his heart. 2 sets of 1314 magic books. Dancing for an hour or 2 would get you a gift of over 200,000. What could be as cost effective as this? That's it for today. I'm getting ready to go down, haha. Zhou Meng yawned. The crowd in the live broadcast room was even more awesome. From the time EE started broadcasting until now, Zhou Meng had sent a total of 6 groups of 1,314 magic books. A group was more than 130,000, and with 6 groups, it would be 780,000, almost 790,000. And they, too, followed Zhou Meng to the end today. No need to think. If Zhou Meng is not there, can the 2 anchors perform their talents so vigorously all the time? The intensity, it wasn't much different from even having a concert. Good night, Brother Meng. Good night, Brother Meng. See you tomorrow, Brother Dream. The live broadcast room began to clear up the words good night. Sister Bei Bei, who had been watching the situation from the outside, hurriedly gave EE a reminder not to forget about adding Brother Meng's friend after seeing that Brother Meng was just about to go off the air. EE also hurriedly opened the background and sent a message to Zhou Meng, and the other side of the orange, also on the pretext of changing clothes, rushed to the side, picked up the phone and sent a private message to Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng, who had just exited the live broadcasting room and was planning to close the app and go out to forage for food, saw 2 small red dots suddenly light up, hesitated for a while, but still clicked in. For a mildly obsessive-compulsive disorder, not to mention 2, even a small red dot cannot have. Just after clicking in, he saw 2 private messages. Zhou Meng froze. First, she saw EE's, clicked on it and looked at it. On the top was EE's microsignal and phone number, which was yesterday's message, and on the bottom was a message from EE to the effect that she wanted to add private contact information. Yesterday's message. The probability is that this morning when changing the cell phone one key his read did not read. Zhou Meng did not hesitate. Directly copy EE's microsignal over and clicked add. Such a beautiful girl, said Zhou Meng did not have some ideas that is certainly impossible. And the second one, it was sent by Tangerine, but the message sent by Orange, it is a bit intriguing. Big brother, can you help me get a ranking in this event? Zhou Meng sked. The 2 sets of gifts he had just rewarded totaled more than 200,000. Not to say it was a lot. Taking a top 10 spot was definitely not a problem, but Tangerine still said that. So the meaning was already obvious. It was nothing more than wanting the top 3 places. This woman, what a big appetite. Even if Zhou Meng usually didn't care much about events, she knew how fierce the competition was for the top 3 in this kind of star show channel. Even if this was a small event, the first place, without a million, the odds were that it wouldn't be taken down. For the second place, it should be $700,000 or $800,000. Third place, $500,000 barely. Exactly how much money is needed? It is impossible for Orange not to know. But since Tangerine knew and gave herself this, it was already obvious what exactly she wanted to do. The corner of Zhou Meng's mouth brought up a smile. Tangerine was a beautiful woman anyways, to take the initiative to lean over. Of course he didn't mind. These days, what man would hate a beautiful woman? Therefore, Zhou Meng also hesitated only slightly before picking up his cell phone and sending a private message back. Is the 50th place okay? Less than 5 seconds after the message was sent back, the phone ding-donged. The message from Orange's side had already come back. Brother Dream, I want to take the top 3. Shy expression. Then how do you want to take this top 3? Brother Dream, I'm here in Magic City. Where are you? I'll take a plane all night and come over to find you. I want to play with you for a few days, Shy. Seeing this message returned by Tangerine, Zhou Meng was also stunned. Tangerine was actually in Magic City as well? But in the next moment, Zhou Meng instantly laughed and directly returned a message. I don't like people whose gap between reality and the internet is too big. If you think it's okay, the 88th floor of the Magic City Sky Hotel. Report my name Zhou Meng can enter. After returning this message, Zhou Meng directly threw his cell phone to the side and silenced his mind into the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 788,400 yuan. Congratulations to the host. A tenfold rebate of 7,884,000 yuan has been issued to the host's account. Divine Magnificence System, Host, Zhou Meng, Level 1, Upgrade Progress, 1, 140, 000/1, 000 yuan. Realistic Assets, 11, 320, 000 yuan, Cashback Ratio 110. Cool, 10 million assets now. Seeing the asset update, Zhou Meng was instantly comfortable, threw his cell phone to the side, and directly went to swim in the open-air pool over there. On the other hand, the moment she saw the message Zhou Meng replied to, Tangerine's heart began to flutter wildly. She also didn't expect that Brother Meng was actually in Magic City, although she didn't recognize the Sky Hotel, as long as it was within the territory of Mordor. It was estimated that it would take at most 3 or 4 hours to get there. That is to say, it is possible that in a few hours, she will be taken by Brother Dream. At the thought of this, Orange's face immediately turned red, but she didn't hesitate for long. This idea of going to lick Brother Meng was something she had settled on a long time ago, and now that Brother Meng had put his words on the table, if she hesitated any longer, she was afraid that this opportunity to turn over a new leaf would be missed forever. In this era where class gradually began to solidify, there were very few opportunities for ordinary people to turn over a new leaf. Being lucky enough to get this chance today was probably already the most precious one in her life for her. As for the point that Brother Meng said about the gap between reality and the internet being too big, it had already been automatically ignored by her. She basically did not open any beauty face, just open a little bit of lens. Open this is also convenient to dance with, for their own looks and body. She is very confident. Orange heart thumping straight, but still quickly off the broadcast, ran to the bathroom side of the shower to change clothes to go. Chapter 22, Dream Brother Reality So Handsome? After swimming in the pool, he went to the bathroom to take a cool shower. Now has been the end of May. The weather is also gradually up. After the bath, Zhou Meng also did not open the air conditioning, simply directly wrapped a bathrobe and walked out. Pick up the cell phone to take a look. Just did not exit the tiger shark background. There is an unread message. Click to see. Is a tiger shark platform customer service? The name is called Small by Ling, meaning that in the future she is their own exclusive customer service. There are any claims can be sent directly to her message. The back also notes the phone and various platforms her contact information. Tiger Shark's service is quite considerate. Zhou Meng wasn't averse to this service, but he didn't add Xiao Bailing's other contact information. He just gave Xiao Bailing's Tiger Shark account a point of attention. Lying on the big bed and watching the TV, Zhou Meng's heart couldn't help but be slightly paralyzed. Although he had also talked about girlfriends before, and was not considered a novice in this area. But as soon as he thought that a female anchor might be coming before too long, Zhou Meng would have an inexplicable and marvelous feeling in his heart. For him, this was also a very novel attempt now. On the other hand, Orange had changed into a sexy outfit, and had deliberately put on the Valentino high heels that she had collected for a long time. The long black hair lay flat on the small halter, and a few strands of hair lay empty at the neck, reflecting Tangerine's face in an exceptionally flattering way. Taking a deep breath, Tangerine took out her cell phone to Baidu the location of the Sky Hotel. 5-star? 6,000 meters away? Tangerine was stunned. 5-star she had thought of, but the distance of 6,000 meters she really hadn't thought of. With a distance of 6,000 meters, it would only take 20 minutes to get there by taking a taxi. Tangerine didn't hesitate and directly went out and took a taxi. 20 minutes later, she was already standing downstairs at the Sky Hotel. Hello ma'am, may I ask if you are looking for accommodation? Seeing Orange walk into the hotel, the doorman hurriedly smiled and went forward to welcome the guests. In addition to welcoming this person, the more than a dozen waiters standing next to her all bowed slightly to express their welcome. Tangerine's clothes, including her figure and face value, all undoubtedly told were telling them that this person was definitely a celebrity-level beauty. Ah, that I'm looking for someone. Mr. Zhou Meng said he lives on the 88th floor. Orange was instantly stunned by the battle in front of her. Just entering a door. What was the need for so many people to bow and curtsy? It wasn't like she hadn't been to a 5-star hotel before, but how did she feel that this hotel was exceptionally high class? She also didn't know how much it would cost to stay here for one night. Mr. Zhou Meng on the 88th floor? Yes ma'am, you come with me. I'll check the information for you. The doorman nodded and led Orange to the front desk side. After confirming that the information was correct, the front desk side also called Zhou Meng in due time. Yeah, let her come up. Zhou Meng froze. He also didn't expect Tangerine to arrive so soon. He had thought that she might not come, or even if she did, it would be after 2 or 3 hours. Hello ma'am, take the elevator on this side. It will take you straight to the 88th floor. As only one set of super deluxe penthouse suite in the entire hotel, it was equipped with an exclusive elevator. The receptionist smiled and brought Tangerine to an elevator before respectfully retreating. Seeing the almost luxuriously decorated elevator entrance, Tangerine also knew that she had nothing to fall back on. The elevator was running at a fast speed, and as she watched the numbers on the screen approaching 88, Tangerine's heart grew more and more apprehensive. She didn't know whether the dream brother she was about to face was a young man, a middle-aged man, or an old man. She had also just turned 21 this year, and although she had chosen this path, she still hoped that the other party would be as young as possible, trying not to be over 50. As for looks, she was no longer extravagant, even if it was a big fat man weighing 300 pounds, but as long as it was young, she could accept it. With a ding-dong sound, the elevator stopped steadily. The elevator door opened and a straight corridor came into view. The door to the suite, on the other hand, was ajar. Orange knew that it was the door that had been purposely left open for her. After checking the clothes on her body, Tangerine gently bit her lip, stepped on Valentino's offensive shoes, and slowly pulled open the door of the suite. With a slight clicking sound of the door closing, Zhou Meng also saw this tiger shark live's third-line female anchor Tangerine for the first time. To be honest, Zhou Meng was really a bit surprised. His own words had already been said in front of him. Tangerine dared to come. Surely there was no beauty face that was too much. But Zhou Meng had also never thought that Tangerine's looks would be so stunning to him. Looking over now, this was completely the same person as in the live broadcast. The same flirtatious face, alluring figure, and that iconic D size. And unlike the live broadcast room more than an hour ago, Orange, who had changed into a sexy outfit, put on stockings, and stepped on Valentino, was even much sexier than the live broadcast room. After all, in the live broadcast room, there are some places that cannot be exposed, but in reality, it can be. The corner of Zhou Meng's mouth couldn't help but pull out a smile. As for Orange, who had just entered the door, the shock in her heart was uncontrollable. The first thing that stunned her was the size of the suite and the decoration. Usually live in the hotel, generally are about 15 square feet, a little larger, can be expanded to 25 square feet before and after. Even if it is a suite or something, there are 40 square feet that are considered large, but now this suite in front of her, the size of the light, to say the least 2,000 square feet. To know, her guild's office over there, the place that accommodated 70 to 80 anchors live, was only 1,000 square feet or so, and the decor? A clear color of gold. Inside the various furniture and lamps, are also she has never seen a high-grade models, look no very expensive. At the very outside, there was a borderless pool that was changing water, making a slight sound of water flow. As for those gold edges, she didn't know whether they were real gold or gold-plated, but needless to say, they were definitely very expensive. And the second thing that completely stunned her was Zhou Meng, who was half leaning on the bed, just draped in a towel, lazily playing with his cell phone. Originally, in her imagination, Brother Meng was at least a middle-aged man in his 40s, and the probability was that his body was also relatively bloated. After all, it was true that young people with this kind of financial power were rare, but in her gaze, half leaning on the bed, was a young and handsome dream brother, and through this angle, it was clear that the body management was also obviously good. In an instant, Orange's heart fluttered wildly. What a surprise. Chapter 23, must take first place. Almost in an instant, Orange's mindset changed from being less than willing before, to being 10,000% in agreement now. Even because it was too much of a surprise, Orange didn't react for a moment, and her entire body froze in place. It was still Zhou Meng inside who spoke first. What are you standing there for? Come here. Zhou Meng patted the edge of the bed. Oh, okay dream brother. Hearing Zhou Meng's voice, Tangerine reacted and quickly walked over to Zhou Meng and sat down along the edge of the bed, feeling Zhou Meng's scent from close range. For a moment, Tangerine's breathing couldn't help but get a few points rougher. What's the name? Zhou Meng looked Tangerine up and down, just like what she had just seen from a distance. This woman's entire body was almost permeated with the word sexy. Her skin was fair, her flirtatious face carried a slight hint of redness, and a small handful of her long black hair fell in front of her, while more of it was spread on her white and flawless back. Almost instantly, Zhou Meng defined Orange. Extremely beautiful woman. Brother Meng. My name is Lin Qingxue. I just graduated from the art academy. Lin Qingxue was a little less accustomed to this current atmosphere, but still answered Zhou Meng's question honestly. Live streaming was an industry that she had started doing when she was in school, and after she graduated, she also auditioned for a career as an actress, but the acting circle was just too dark. and after just half a month, she was dissuaded by subterfuge. And the live broadcast circle was much better than the acting circle. In the live broadcast circle want to get ahead, at most 1 or 2 big brothers, but to be in the show business want to get ahead, 10 or 8 is not too much. Evidence well, look at those who debuted successfully. How many have gynecological disease will know? Lin Qingxue. Zhou Meng recited it in his heart. Not to mention, this name was really nice. It's already 11 o'clock at night. Ready to rest? Zhou Meng smiled and took Lin Qingxue into his arms. Lin Qingxue's body stiffened violently, but she quickly forced herself to relax. Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qingxue also blushed slightly and gave a hum in a voice like a mosquito. Lin Qingxue took the initiative to put her hands on her shoulder straps. Seeing the shoulder straps slipping off, Zhou Meng's eyes couldn't help but glaze over. Before he reached out his hand and silently turned off the room lights, the following charges 300 million. The next morning, Zhou Meng slept until more than 10 o'clock before waking up. Looking at Lin Qingxue who was still sleeping next to him because she was too tired, Zhou Meng couldn't help but let out a laugh. He really didn't expect that Lin Qingxue would be a first-timer. However, it was inevitable. If Lin Qingxue had done this kind of thing a long time ago, how could she still be a third-tier anchor now? I'm afraid that if it wasn't a first-tier, it would still be a second-tier peak, right? Not a moment later, Lin Qingxue also woke up. Just after waking up, she saw Zhou Meng beside her sizing up her body with interest. Lin Qingxue's face instantly turned red. Brother Meng. Lin Qingxue hastily pulled the quilt and buried her entire body in it. Alright, come out. I've asked the waiter to send the robe up. You try it on later. Zhou Meng laughed and took the lead to get up and go to the side to order food. After a night of physical labor, this would already be hungry. Lin Qingxue also saw the lady's robe that was placed aside, and with a red face, she slowly put her clothes on and then ran to the bathroom side to wash up. But not 2 minutes later, Lin Qingxue's exclamation of surprise came from the bathroom side. Yikes! A full set of Estee Lauder's skincare products. Wow! There's also a Chanel perfume set. Hey! Even Givenchy's lipstick. Hearing the voices coming from there from time to time, Zhou Meng was instantly helpless. In the top suites of 5-star hotels, all these things were given away once a day. Of course, it couldn't all be in big bottles, but there was also a third of a normal bottle. After a rough estimation, with so many cosmetics and stuff, more than $10,000 should be there. In fact, if one had the money, the cost-effectiveness of staying in a top suite was still quite high. Those are all gifts. If you like them, keep them for yourself. Really, Brother Meng, can I have all of these? Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qingxue instantly ran out holding a bottle of skincare products as if she had been given a treasure, her face full of surprise. You keep it, I can't use it either. Zhou Meng shrugged. Right, what are the contraindications for eating? No, Brother Meng. Thank you, Brother Meng. Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qingxue instantly jumped up in surprise, let out a cheer, and wanted to rush to Zhou Meng's side. But in the next moment, she suddenly remembered Zhou Meng's identity, and hurriedly smiled sarcastically and stopped where she was without daring to get close, because wearing a robe, this fearsome moment, see Zhou Meng as a burst of eyelids wildly jump. This girl, could it be that she does not know how good her figure is? This has not put himself as a man. Zhou Meng, who was about to order food, changed his mind at once. Little girl, sometimes provoking others is going to cost, you know? Zhou Meng pulled Lin Qingxue into his arms, scraped hard on Lin Qingxue's nose, and then in Lin Qingxue's red-faced state, walked directly to the front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. It must be said, standing in the 88th floor position to see all the living things. Indeed, there is a kind of will be when the top, a glimpse of the mountain's small feeling. After eating the noon meal, Zhou Meng also had no intention of going out, but instead got bored in the house. To be honest, this was also Zhou Meng's first time experiencing an extreme girl. Compared to the mediocre girls from before, and the ones he met in the clubhouse, there was no comparison at all. And Lin Qingxue was quite happy today. Although she had already lost her body, Zhou Meng was still quite good to her. Like all the bad habits of those rich people, hot temper, rough movements and whatnot, they were completely absent in Zhou Meng. Although the speech was also equally domineering, but as a godly big brother, shouldn't one speak in a domineering manner? Especially since Zhou Meng's age wasn't too old, and his looks and figure weren't bad at all. For a while, Lin Qingxue was all but directly addicted to it. With such a good big brother, what was there not to be satisfied with? It was until the morning of the 30th. Qingxue, how many places do you want in this event? Zhou Meng was lying comfortably on the bed, while Lin Qingxue was carefully waiting on the side. Brother Meng, I'd be satisfied with a top 3 place. The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth lifted into a smile. The 3rd place recommendation was also very good. If she got this ranking, it would at least push her from a 3rd-tier anchor to a 2nd-tier anchor position. With the strength Zhou Meng had shown 2 days ago, coupled with her existing list, just a little more brushing would be about right. Third place? Don't you want first place? Zhou Meng was a bit surprised. But Brother Meng, aren't you going to give EE a fight for first place or second place? Lin Qingxue froze, then said. The fact that Zhou Meng was now EE's #1 big brother was something that almost the entire Star Show channel knew. If everyone didn't see the exit net battle on the 27th, but the event PK on the night of the 28th, basically everyone understood. Zhou Meng had directly swiped 4 sets of 1,314 magic books in a row in EE's live room. A group of more than 130,000. 4 groups down are more than 500,000. It could be said that the event had only just begun. EE had basically internalized the top 3. And the reason why she was talking about wanting the third place was actually what she meant. EE had given her this opportunity, and even though she had gotten into her big brother's car, she wasn't a person who was envious of her, and definitely wouldn't try to steal EE's place. Did I say I'm going to give EE a ranking? Hearing Lin Qingxue's explanation, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had never said that on a live broadcast platform, right? And he didn't just swipe gifts at EE's livestream, did he? He just swiped the most at EE's livestream. Lin Qingxue was really a bit confused this time. What Zhou Meng meant by this, was he saying that he wasn't EE's guardian brother, but the guardian big brother, and his open emperor set, and his brush more than 500,000? Scattered add up. This is going to be in the EE live chat brush 90 million originally with her idea. May EE long before she came and Dream Brother together, but now it seems, did not, to brush this much without being together. This is too broad, right? Alright, the event that my woman participates in, that has to be #1. Zhou Meng didn't explain too much, and with a wave of his hand, he directly set the statute. In EE live room, it is just playing. Brush more brush less, also depends on his mood. After all, EE and his reality has nothing to do with brush is love. Do not brush is this. If EE can't figure it out because of this, that means she's not worthy of Zhou Meng to give her a gift. Hearing Zhou Meng's atmospheric words, Lin Qingxue's breathing gradually became ragged. Is this the charm of Imperial Big Brother? Opening his mouth to take first place? In this instant, Lin Qingxue only felt that the sense of security in her heart was simply so full that it was about to overflow. Chapter 24, I'll take this first place, 4,000 big chapter. After staying at the hotel until noon, Lin Qingxue went back to prepare for the evening event, and before leaving, Zhou Meng stuffed Lin Qingxue with all sorts of cosmetics in one go. Lin Qingxue held the bag with slightly difficult hands, but her face was filled with happiness. These cosmetics were enough for her to use for half a year. At least it must be worth $30,000. Brother Meng was really too generous. At the same time, Dashine Guild's Daimu was broadcasting live. As a news anchor, he was not participating in this event, including the first brothers within the guild. None of them participated in this event. It wasn't that the guild wasn't willing to give them a brush, but the rewards for the second and third place in this event weren't too generous for a few of their long-established first-tier anchors. Taking a first place was just fine. The other rankings weren't really that useful to them. And if the goal was only first place, it would definitely be ranked to the first sister of the guild, Mu Ran. After all, on the platform, female anchors were the most popular. But now, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was full of questions. Didn't Mu Ran swear to take first place? How come it's hitting so little now? That new anchor EE. The total list is almost rushed to 600,000. Why Mu Ran only 200,000? That's right, the first night of the Other Dreams event, he brushed so much. And not only to EE brushed, but also to Orange brushed. Now the two people of first, a second. We dashing count what the first guild? In the live broadcast room, the fans were all agitated. Didn't they play on Dashang's side because Dashang was strong and they could pretend to be a beeper with Dashang's brand? For this event, many people had eaten several meals of instant noodles just so they could support Mu Ran a little. But the activity has been going on for almost 2 days, and it looks like the activity is going to be closed tonight. But Mu Ran has only just reached the third place. And this third place, and the first place has a gap of nearly 400,000. It's always them who rushed to the first place, and then went to taunt those second and third place. When did it go the other way around? When did they ever receive such aggravation? Dejai looked at the flaming pop-ups and was suddenly in a daze. He also didn't know what the hell Mu Ran was up to. Obviously, at the start of the event, it had been said that AO would come to this event and that the guild's Monarch regiment would also make an appearance. But yesterday, there were only 5 or 6 monarchs in Mu Ran's live room, and none of whatsoever monarch troop or brother AO came. This led to Mu Ran not brushing much of the list at all today, and at noon this time the other head anchors weren't on the air either, so the pressure was all on him at once. Damn, what's the situation? Also give me a word. Don't know, these fans are all brainwashed. Dejai cursed angrily in his heart. They're Dyson's fans. Unity naturally goes without saying, but the opposite of unity is unreasonableness. In normal times, this was a weapon for their offense, but put it into today, it completely turned into pressure. This was a real gap in the list. Everyone doesn't need to be anxious. I also heard from a few big brothers yesterday. It seems that Brother AO was delayed by going out to do something, and that's why he hasn't been back. If Brother AO is there, won't this leaderboard be taken in minutes? Damu smiled brightly and opened his mouth to explain. Then if Brother AO hasn't returned tonight, wouldn't he only be able to take third place? Hearing Dejai's explanation, the fans in the live broadcast room didn't buy it at all. They believed in Brother AO's strength, but it wasn't like Brother AO was going to be at every event. Even if Brother AO is not there, we still have the Monarch troop. The Monarch troop's big brothers are at least 60 to 70, which is enough to hold up the list. Damu secretly memorized the ID of the fan who had just barred himself, but his mouth was still explaining. He knew in his heart that the fans of his guild were all powder kegs. It was true that they could be swiped when playing the rankings. An ordinary swordsman would dare to brush $300 to $400 when playing the list, and his loyalty to the guild was unquestionable. But in contrast to this, was that these people couldn't see any kind of failure. If it was a normal PK it was fine. These fans could still go across the street and curse. But this kind of serious activity, if you can't get it down, your own anchor is 100% exposed by the net. But facing the increasing number of pop-ups, Dejai felt that he was really a bit unable to explain. However, the next moment, a bright emperor icon suddenly lit up in the center of the live broadcast room. Dejai immediately brightened up, and his heart couldn't help but get excited. Brother AO is here. Welcome Brother AO. Dejai roared out and hurriedly opened his mouth to welcome him. The current Brother AO was a complete savior to him. Emperor AO ran, send out, treasure map, *1. Emperor AO ran, sends out, treasure map, *2. Emperor Aoran sends out, treasure map, *10. As soon as he entered the live room, Aoran directly swiped 10 treasure maps. Dejai instantly became excited. This wasn't considered a gift that was swiped when the guild was playing PK. These usual gifts were randomly swiped by Big Brother, but he was able to share in all of them. Thank you for AO's 10 treasure maps. AO's atmosphere. The guild fans in the live broadcast room, after seeing AO Rant's gift special effects, their hearts were also happy. The reason why their fire was so big today was because there was no backbone. Most of them had swiped all the little spare money they had in their hands, but they still only took third place. They were holding their hearts. But now, as soon as AO appeared, he swiped out 10 treasure maps first, instantly stabilizing their hearts, and the hands that had been clasping the pop-up screen couldn't help but stop. Ha ha ha, early in the morning to see you guys bickering here. 2 days ago the reality of the company a little something to go busy. Today this just came back. AO ran laughed and typed a pop-up screen out on the public screen. You guys see? I told you that AO had something going on 2 days ago, right? Now everyone should be relieved. Brother AO is back. Can this event be any worse? Damu hurriedly spoke up. His entire face was on the verge of turning into a smile. While the 10 treasure maps were swiped out, the popularity of Big Wood's live room began to gather. From about 10,000 people in the beginning, it slowly rushed to more than 30,000. Seeing that the people were almost there, AO Ran also spoke again, announcing something. For this event, I personally prepared 1 million cash for Muran to hit the list, and there are a total of 50 big brothers on the side of the Monarch Corps, who will also unify their efforts tonight. I don't care who the current leaderboard number 1 is, by the end of the night, the leaderboard number 1 will inevitably be our Murans. To be honest, $1 or $2 million wasn't much for him. But nay, this event came out too quickly, plus it was the end of the month, there really wasn't much money left in his hand. But even so, seeing AO Rants pop up, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. 1 million cash? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Worthy of being Brother AO? Out of the blue is $1 million. And there are also 50 big brothers of the Monarch group who made a move. Even if a Monarch big brother brushes 7 or 8,000, that's quite a lot of money. It's back. Our Deshang's big brother group is finally back. Brother AO is a cow beep. In an instant, the sense of honor that had been lost over the past 2 days had basically returned. The corner of AO Rant's mouth couldn't help but pull out a smile. This event had indeed come out a bit hastily, and he hadn't prepared too much funding from the start. The reason why he didn't show up in the past 2 days was that he had gone to prepare the money. Moreover, the reward for the first place this time was indeed not bad, and after discussion on the guild side, it was meant to be taken. Although there was a dream brother in the past 2 days, he didn't think that this dream brother was much of a brush. A live broadcast brush 80 to 90 million, so what? He had even swiped 2 million a live broadcast. Occasionally swiping more didn't mean that the spending power was really that strong. But Brother AO, what if we can't get 1 million? You know, the opposite side will definitely swipe the list tonight as well. Among the many complimentary pop-ups, a query suddenly popped up. Seeing this message, AO Ran didn't get angry.
but smiled and explained. To give you all an advance bottom, our 50 big brothers of the Monarch group this time. The funds prepared by each person is $20,000. Oh, in addition to the 1 million cash in my hand, this can be 2 million, a small activity only. People won't really think that $2 million still can't be taken down, right? Of course, if someone really swipes more than $2 million, then this first place will be counted as our Deshang letting him have it. Brother Ao laughed. Once these two pop-ups came out, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room even more directly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are the Monarch big brothers crazy? $20,000 each? There's nothing more to say. 2 million is definitely secure. EE's side is only 600,000 right now. We definitely have no problem with more than 2 million, just to be on the safe side. I'll charge some more money when the night comes, and try to boost another airplane. Seeing Ao's explanation, the live broadcast room was suddenly like New Year's Eve, all filled with joy. If it was a mid-year June event, 2 million really wasn't much, but for this kind of event where the usual number one was only about 1 million, 2 million could be said to be a phenomenal crush. For a while, the crowd no longer had any doubts, and all looked forward to the final battle of the list at night. Brother Ao is awesome. In the live broadcast room, it was unknown who took the initiative to brush a sentence. Immediately afterward, the entire live broadcast room floated up with this pop-up screen of Brother Ao being awesome. Seeing the screen full of compliments, Ao Ran suddenly smiled more and more happily. This was his strength. Seeing that the guild fans were stabilized, Ao Ran didn't stay much longer, and soon exited the live room, deep in the depths of his power and fame. On the other hand, Broken Wound was also selling his live broadcast. Although he didn't receive many gifts in the past 2 days, Broken Wound's mood was obviously very good. The 18 treasure maps that Brother Dream swiped for him earlier were already enough for him to eat for a month or two, and he was just participating in this event for fun. It was best if he could have a name, and it would be just like that if he didn't. Brothers, I don't know if Brother Dream will take another shot at this event. If Brother Dream is still going to brush tonight, then he might really have a chance to compete for the number 1 spot. Broken Wound smilingly analyzed the situation to the audience in the live broadcast room. Anchor, just now Ao went over on Dejai's side and said that he had $2 million for Muron. The audience in the live broadcast room sent out a pop-up alert. Broken Wound's expression was instantly stagnant. 2 million for a small event? Good lord, if that's really the case, then I'm afraid that there really isn't much suspense for first place this time. It should be said that $2 million, even if it was put into some large-scale activities, it would be able to take a not-so-small ranking. But you have to know, those large-scale activities of the first few rewards of the recommended position, generally are the cover recommendation or something. This time the recommendation is not comparable. Originally in Broken Wound's expectations, this star show over the sky activities, it is estimated that the largest list is just 1 million out. But now, Deshang's side has made things so big that others no longer have the need to fight for it. Even if it's EE who is now at 600,000 on the live broadcast list, to erase the gap of 2 million. At least 1,400,000 more to go, and Muran's list still has hundreds of thousands of zeros. These also have to be added. Even if Brother Meng was rich, he wouldn't be able to smash nearly 2 million more in on such a small event, right? Broken Wound shook his head, originally thinking that EE could possibly win the championship, but now it seemed like there was little hope. As expected, the one with the strongest dominance on the live broadcast platform was still Deshang. Even the visitors who had watched Zhou Meng brush his gifts over the past 2 days weren't very optimistic. Brother Dream just swiped some the afternoon before yesterday and didn't make a move yesterday. Is it because he has inside information from Deshang's side, so he's given up? Yeah, if there's no other competition. EE 600,000 on the list. There should be hope for second place. The first place is going to take an extra 1,700,800 swipes, so it's better to take a second place. The visitors of the Broken Wound live room also spoke. In their opinion, although the second place recommendation was only 1/3 of the first, to take the first place this time, it was not a normal amount to brush off. To really brush so much, it definitely wasn't worth it. It would be better to settle for second place and get it over with. Broken Wound was about to reply, but the next moment, the live broadcast instantly lit up with the proprietary special effects of the Emperor's entrance. Brother Dream is here? Broken Wound was stunned. Hadn't he just analyzed that Brother Dream might not be on today? Still, Broken Wound hurriedly opened his mouth to welcome him. As soon as Zhou Meng came in, the spirits of the visitors in the live broadcast room immediately lifted. Brother Dream, will you be going out for this event today? Brother Dream, is there any plan to get the first place for EE? Brother Dream. Zhou Meng had just entered the live broadcast room when he saw a series of queries on the public screen and was also stunned. From the night before to today, playing with Orange in the hotel was so high that he hadn't even looked at the live broadcast platform in the past 2 days.
And looking at the audience's questions, Zhou Meng was a bit puzzled for a while. Broken Wound seemed to have seen Zhou Meng's confusion, and hurriedly opened his mouth to rehash what AO had just put out in the Dagwood live streaming room. So, Zhou Meng let out a laugh. He was expecting something. Wasn't it just $2 million? The 1 billion on his account hadn't moved much yet. Zhou Meng shrugged, and then typed in the live broadcast. Although I didn't intend to mess with Deshang's Big Brother, there's no way around it this time. I've already promised someone else, so this first place, I'll take it. Chapter 25, Punching the List. 4000 Big Chapter. The moment Zhou Meng's words came out, the Wound Breaker live stream immediately exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Does this mean that Brother Dream is going to carry Deshang hard? That's 2 million. Brother Dream. Be steady, okay? I'm scared. Although I know that Brother Dream is very strong, I still want to say that the opposite side, Brother AO, is also very fierce. Even Broken Wounds didn't hold back from speaking. Brother Dream. It's not going to be easy to take first place this time. I think on AO's side, the odds are that he's determined to take first place. Brother Dream had only just come to Tiger Shark, so he probably didn't know the strength of Deshang's side. On Deshang's side, there were a total of 6 people in the Emperor Corps, and none of them had low spending power. Each of them had a spending power of over $500,000. As for the guild-wide Monarch Regiment, there were nearly 100 people, and the ones that were usually active were about 60 to 70, basically spending between 10 and 20,000 every month, with a few being able to brush up to 50 to 60,000 or even 100,000 around. The Duke's group, that's even more people. With such a large volume of a guild, the winning rate is almost zero. Seeing that the crowd in the broadcast room were all in disbelief, Zhou Meng just laughed and didn't get annoyed. If it was a few days ago, he definitely wouldn't have believed it either. A person, without any guild component, brushing a few million on the live broadcast platform just to give an anchor an event. Was he crazy or was the world crazy? But for him right now, not to mention that this time it was just Aoran, an emperor plus a portion of the monarchs who had stepped in. Even if it was all the big brothers of the Great Shang Guild who had stepped in, he would dare to pack his bags and tough it out. As for the big brothers of Deshang, Zhou Meng didn't care even more. He watched the live broadcast, originally as to have fun mainly, incidentally brush some gifts, take some reality rebate just. The more he swiped, the more real rebates he would receive, and it would only be beneficial to him. A guild, even if it's strong, what can it do to him as a consumer? Can they still not let him play live? Zhou Meng didn't say any more, but proved his strength with his gifts. Emperor, Broken Dream, sent, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dream, sent, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, treasure map, *3. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, treasure map, *20. The words of discouragement that Broken Wound had just reached the corner of his mouth were immediately swallowed back, and then his face steeped into a dog-licking Benlick look. Thank you, Big Brother. Thank you for the 20 sets of treasure maps rewarded by Big Brother. Broken Wound directly got up, his mouth wide open in excitement as he bowed repeatedly, counting the rewards from the previous 2 days. Brother Dream had already rewarded 38 treasure maps in his livestream. 1 was $5,000. 38 was $1,900,000, excluding Tiger Shark's share and the guild's share. There would still be close to $40,000 in his hands. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that Brother Meng had rewarded so much, but hadn't mentioned any of his requests. For him, this was really more than a big brother. What about now? Can I win? Zhou Meng smiled and teased. That must win. This time the Tiger Shark Star Show Flip-Flops #1 is bound to be taken down by my dream brother. Broken Wound directly patted his chest with a look of inevitability. The audience in the live broadcast room was even amused. Honestly, Broken Wound looks like a monkey in this way now. It's killing me with joy. 1 minute he was frowning, ready to advise Brother Meng bitterly, but the next minute he directly performed a wave of Sichuan opera face changes for everyone. If I had a big brother to brush me off this much, not to mention being a monkey, I'd be willing to be a sow. Holy, upstairs is too heavy-handed, right? Zhou Meng rewarded so many gifts. In fact, what he wanted to give was an attitude, and the audience understood Zhou Meng's meaning, since Big Brother wasn't even worried. What were they, the viewers, worried about? With that amount of time, it would be better to be like Broken Wound, cheering and shouting 2 voices for Big Brother. Come on, with these gifts, your top 50 should be secure. I'll go down first. Zhou Meng was also amused by Broken Wound. He came to Broken Wound's live room in the morning. In fact, he remembered the words he said in Broken Wound's live room a few days ago about participating in the event. And Broken Wound, as a person, was indeed quite interesting. Thank you, Brother Dream. When Broken Wound heard Zhou Meng's words, he immediately gave another series of thanks. With this $100,000 on the list, not to mention the top 50, even the top 10, there was hope to make a dash. Zhou Meng got off the number, and sure enough,
The system credited another $1 million from the consumption rebate that had just been given.
It's time to take a look at the house. Zhou Meng looked at the balance of $12 million already on his account and couldn't help but touch his chin. Personally,
he was more of a quiet person and didn't intend to buy a villa in the center of Mordor, but rather intended to buy on the outer ring side. Magic City has a total of 4 rings,
respectively, the inner ring, the middle ring,
the outer ring and the suburban ring. The outer ring compared to the suburbs, whether it is traveling
or life, are more convenient and not as noisy as the inner and middle ring. At present, the price of villas in the outer ring is about 60,000 to 70,000 square feet. That is to say, if you buy a 500 square feet or so, it will probably cost $30 million to $35 million. In order to be on the safe side,
one would probably have to prepare a little more and come up with around $40 million. Thus, at least $2,800,000 would have to be swiped out tonight. If this was a working class person, even with a monthly salary of $50,000, they wouldn't be able to afford a set in their lifetime, right? Looking at the real estate information displayed in his cell phone, Zhou Meng couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. I don't know who gave him the courage to stay alone in Magic City after graduation.
Girls graduated to stay in this side is to fish for the KZ, successful at direct salted fish turnover. But like him, such an ordinary man, it is difficult not to fish for a rich woman is not. Even if he did catch one, the wire ball thing, Zhou Meng boasted that he couldn't afford it.
It should be almost done after hitting the event tonight.
Wait for tomorrow and go out to look at the house. Zhou Meng sat up and couldn't help but stretch. After obtaining the system,
these few days of life were just too pleasant, especially when Orange accompanied him for the first 2 days. It almost made him forget about it.
Standing on the scale equipped in the room, he weighed himself. Gained 1.5 pounds. Zhou Meng instantly cursed.
It had only been 3 or 4 days,
right? And hadn't there been 3 or 4 times of physical labor in the past 2 days? Looking at this situation,
when the activities are done fighting, we still need to call Orange over for a good workout.
At 10 o'clock in the evening, there were only 2 hours left before the event's deadline. Star Show Channel.
The first brothers of the various guilds almost all tacitly went off the air today, leaving all of the traffic to the female anchors of their own guilds.
Those who watched the live broadcast, especially those who watched the Star Show live broadcast, after all, were mostly men.
Food and color are also natural, and what most men like to look at is naturally beautiful women. Therefore,
in each guild,
the status of female anchors was naturally quite a bit higher.
Desheng Guild, Mu Ran's live room. Looking at the nearly 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room,
Mu Ran was smilingly replying to the pop-ups. The heat of the fans in the live broadcast room was also very high, and various pop-ups were brushed non-stop. At noon, Brother Ao said that he and the Monarchs will come tonight.
Is that true? Did Brother Ao really prepare $2 million today?
Mu Ran pulled down the small purple suspenders she purposely wore today,
revealing 2 wipes of bright, but not quite offending, heartfelt whiteness,
and then smiled as she opened her mouth.
Brother Ao has just replied to me. He is indeed a bit busy with the company these days,
but he is already on his way back and is expected to be online at 10:30.
As for the $2 million that Brother Ao said in the morning,
it wasn't prepared by Brother Ao alone. The big brothers of the Monarch Corps still have to contribute.
But this morning, Brother Dream seems to have spoken out as well.
And Brother Dream also said that he wants to take first place this time.
In the live broadcast room, many more viewers brushed up.
Although Brother Dream had only just come to Tiger Shark a few days ago, his strength was there for all to see.
In these few days,
at least 1 million or more had been brushed up.
Seeing this pop up, the smile on Mu Ran's face couldn't help but become even more delicate.
Because Brother Meng had announced this matter at more than 12 noon.
It had been almost 10 hours since then. To say that she didn't know about it would be absolute bull. As a matter of fact, she not only knew about it,
but also attached great importance to it.
And at the very first time, she gave this matter to Brother Ao. And after Ao knew about it,
he purposely added another $1 million to the bottom line of this event. As long as this Dream Brothers total list really exceeded 2 million, Brother Ao would immediately continue to charge the money in.
In other words, tonight's bottom line gift volume was 3 million.
If you added in the previous leaderboards and let the civilian tourists brush a little more out, it wouldn't be much of a problem to put together 3 to 4 million.
And the reason why the guild was so greedy for the bottom this time wasn't just about this event.
She was only the top of the first tier anchors now, and wasn't considered a super first tier anchor. The definition of a super tier 1 anchor,
at least, had to have a portion of the heat in the entire network to be able to do so. And according to Desheng's plan,
there were plans to hold her up in this direction. This event was the start. Even if that Dream Brother is bullish and can brush another 1.5 million out to make up more than 200.
But what about 3 million? There was still a gap of 1.5 million in that. Thinking of this, The smile on Mu Ran's face became richer. Don't worry everyone. Although AO prepared in haste this time, but if it really comes to that, AO will surely make up for some of it. This first place this time, it's definitely ours. Mu Ran didn't say out the matter that AO had set aside $1 million as a reserve fund. After all, it was used as a base card to keep the hand. And hearing Mu Ran's words, the visitors in the live broadcast room also put their hearts down. They, Sheng, had never missed a hand in this kind of event. On the other hand, Sister Bibi was also busy. In knowing about Brother Meng's fight for first place tonight, Sister Bibi went crazy with joy. She had lost all hope when she knew that Dashing's side was going to play $2 million, but she didn't expect that Brother Meng would take it. If Brother Meng could hit EE's list above 2 million tonight in the live room, then even if EE didn't get the number 1 spot, a second-tier anchor position would definitely not be able to run away. Even if it wasn't for the fact that EE's base was too thin, he could take advantage of this opportunity to directly charge up to the first tier. But no matter what, after tonight, their North Summer Guild can be considered to have a real anchor. All of this was thanks to Brother Meng. EE, who was live broadcasting, was also apprehensive in her heart. To be honest, after receiving so many gifts in the past few days, her heart had been apprehensive. Brother Dream had brushed more than 800,000 to her before and after, no matter how much was divided into her hands. But this money, Brother Dream practically spent it. 800,000 in her hometown can buy a suite. And today, looking at Brother Dream's meaning in the Broken Wound live room, he was still coming to give her a hit on the list, and the guarantee would also bring her current list of 600,000 or so to more than 2,300,000. This much money, she had really only seen it on TV before, but she didn't expect that today would be her turn. Seeing that the time was getting closer and closer to the cutoff time, and that Brother Meng might descend on the live broadcasting room in the next second, the more EE's mood went up and down. Even if Brother Meng really swiped so much out for her tonight, how exactly should she go about getting along with Brother Meng in the future? She didn't have a clue in her heart. WeChat had already been added, and the contact information had also been added, and Brother Meng hadn't taken the initiative to contact her. But she couldn't possibly keep not saying a word to Brother Meng, could she? But if she were to contact him, then what should she do next? Should she take the initiative to offer herself? The original intent of her live broadcast had never been thought of up to this point. For a while, EE's heart began to ruminate again. The live broadcast room, too, had long since flooded with more than 40,000 people. Among them, roughly 10 to 20,000 were Dream's Godly fans, and the rest, most of them, also got the news and rushed over to watch the fun. Her loyal fans were probably just a little over 1,000. After all, as of right now, although she was high on the list, she was still just a small anchor with less than a third tier, and in a short period of time, it would be hard to cultivate fans. In these few days, Bright 9 Keys had already mixed a management out in EE's live room, and the back of the ID was purposely added with a bracket, and inside it was written, Head of Dream Brothers Backup Group. Brothers, those who have gifts first give the anchor a rush. Brother Dream previously brushed 4 sets of magic books for EE, but now the list is only 600,000. It has not risen much at all, and we can't let Brother Dream go alone to rush. Bright 9 Keys was pulling votes for EE on the public screen, while leading the way by brushing 10 magic books out. Ha ha ha, we're kind of witnessing the growth of an anchor, aren't we? An ID called Ancient City Huhan San also generously opened a $1,000 lord, and then directly renewed 4 times, and turned the 1,000 golden beans in the bag into 10 magic books to brush out as well. Han San Brother Atmosphere. Bright 9 Keys directly gave a thumbs up. Where's the word? Compared to Brother Dream it's a far cry. We're just an ordinary person. Huhan San's mood was obviously very good. When Zhou Meng was banned in Little Pigeon's live room, he was still speaking out righteously, but he didn't expect that he would also be banned by Super Wind. At that time, he was furious. He directly withdrew from the live room, did not watch, and then a day or two did not come online. But what he didn't expect was that his righteousness to help, but will be so fierce a big brother. When he saw the news anchor talking about this yesterday, Hu Hansan only felt physically and mentally refreshed to the extreme. Almost instantly, he became a die-hard fan of Brother Meng, and tonight, he had specially run over. Seeing Bright 9 Keys ID memo, Ancient City Hu Hansan didn't hesitate and also memoed himself as a member of Dream Brothers backup group in the back. Thank you all for the gifts. Everyone broke the bank. EE saw that the list in the live broadcast instantly shot up by more than $4,000, and quickly opened her mouth to thank them. She knew in her heart that the reason why these visitors swiped their gifts was not because of her, but because of Brother Meng. And just as EE was about to sing a song in the live broadcast, the public screen suddenly went wild with a pop-up screen. Brother AO is here. Muron's side is starting. Chapter 26, The Monarch Regiment Gathers. As soon as those words came out, everyone in the live broadcast room's hearts stuttered. Although everyone had confidence in Brother Meng, the opponent was Mu Ran after all. Although the fans of the Deshang Guild were annoying to many, at the same time, everyone had to admit that Deshang's anchors were indeed powerful, and Deshang's fans were just able to swipe. Moreover, Brother Ao was also the veteran big brother on Tiger Shark's side. From the time he entered the network until now, he had almost brushed 20 million out by himself. The most crucial thing is that Brother Ao is also Mu Ran's exclusive big brother. Except for the occasional bounty points at other female anchors, the rest is almost all on Mu Ran's side. From Brother Ao's ID, one could also tell that Ao ran, meant to guard Mu Ran. Brothers, anyway, Brother Meng won't be here yet this time. I'll go to the opposite side to check out the battle, and come back to report in a while. A portion of the visitors who liked to watch the action were already a little itchy. If Brother Dream comes and knocks me out, I'll jump over right away. That's right, go and see the action first. After all, Brother Ao is also fierce. EE's live broadcast instantly lost over 10,000 people. The expression on the face of Sister Bebe, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but stagnate, but then it completely recovered. Although these people were gone now, they would still come back later when Brother Meng was online, so there was no need to be too concerned. And it wasn't just these tourists. She was also more concerned about how much Mu Ran's side would be able to hit out today. Thinking of this, Sister Bebe also couldn't help but get off her number and jumped over to Mu Ran's live broadcast, intending to take a look at the situation. Mu Ran, who was live broadcasting, saw Ao's ID land on the first seat of the VIP seat. The last bit of pressure in his heart also completely disappeared. The fact that Brother Ao had come meant that this matter was completely stable. Welcome Brother Ao. On the public screen, a series of welcoming pop-ups lit up. Looking at the pop-ups that were jumping almost a couple hundred times per second, Brother Ao, who was in the Deshang Guild office, couldn't help but laugh out with a satisfied expression. What new godly hero, Brother Meng, could have such dominance as he did? He had never opened a live stream before, but his account alone had 1 million followers. This amount of attention was even more than some first-tier anchors. The viewers of Mu Ran's live broadcast all got excited in a flash. Brother Ao is here. My heart is at ease. Yes, with Brother Ao here, this event is still a handful. Open the brush. Open the brush. I can't wait. This idea of Brother Ao's was the face of the card, their backbone. Not to mention, according to what Ao said this morning, he was clutching $1 million in his hand today. That was $1 million. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room wouldn't be able to save this much money in their entire lives. Seeing that the crowd in the live broadcast room was constantly urging to start, the corner of Ao's mouth also pulled out a smile and typed, "There's no rush. Our Monarch group will be here soon. There's still an hour and a half left. The gifts are trivial. Let's get the momentum going first." Seeing Ao's words, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more overwhelming. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is there really a Monarch troop? What do you think? Brother Ao has the leisure to give you a joke? After December last year, this should be the first time this year's Monarch troop big brothers have assembled, right? A series of 660 CXS instantly brushed up on the public screen. The big brothers of the Monarch Corps on Deshang's side took up a full quarter of the entire platform. These big brothers, however, usually played on the platform in a star-filled sky, and would only assemble in an organized manner when it came to more important events. Of course, according to Mu Ran's words, this time the Monarch Group Big Brother also did not come all, just came more than half. But the fans can also understand. After all, these big brothers, most of them are the reality of the industry as a career boss. People play live is also for entertainment. Can't let people put down their work at a specific time to give you a list right? And more than 12 o'clock at night, these bosses cannot have a woman around? Most of them are still not in the hemming and hawing. Naturally it is impossible for all of them to come over. But even if just a little more than half of them came, it's still terrifying. And as the pop-ups brushed more and more, the live broadcast, Mu Ran also received a notification from Brother Ao in the background, indicating that the big brother of the Monarch troop was ready to enter. The corner of Mu Ran's mouth couldn't help but reveal a flirtatious smile, which instantly sent the hearts of the more than 100,000 viewers in the live broadcasting room into a frenzy. Brothers, just now Brother Ao informed me that the big brothers of the Monarch troop are ready to hold the stage. Next, let's welcome the big brothers of the Monarch troop. Mu Ran directly played a battle song in the live broadcast, instantly bringing up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Then, Mu Ran converted the live broadcast room into a screen capture again, and after that, he put the VIP seats to the maximum. In the next moment, the attention of the more than 100,000 people who were in the live broadcast room was instantly focused on the VIP seat altogether. As for Mu Ran's current VIP seat, the total number of people was about 3,000 people. The top-ranked ones, except for one was Ao, who was an imperial title. The second and third was a monarch. The others, the highest was only a duke. The highest number of people, or a basic title like swordsman and knight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It feels so powerful. Upstairs, you're new to our Deshang, right? Last year when the end of the year event, when the Monarch Big Brother assembled, that was awesome. It wasn't just the Monarch, the Emperors all came 5 or 6 at that time, and even our guild's #1 Big Brother came. The crowd was snapping words on the pop-up screen. Especially some of the old fans were filled with a sense of superiority. The Big Brothers on Deshang's side, the ones who were carrying the show, were a total of 2. The second ranked one was Brother Ao, who was in the live broadcast room, and he was likewise the most active Imperial Big Brother on Deshang's side. As for the top ranked one, it was the long famous Wave Jedi, Brother Wave, and Brother Wave was also the undisputed #1 godly hero, spending more than 40 million on the platform, which was more than twice as much as Brother Ao. It was only that compared to Ao, who was often active, Wave Brother was busy with his work in reality, and would only come once or twice in his free time. Just as the crowd was blowing off steam and describing the pomp and circumstance, along with the battle song playing, the VIP seats in the live broadcast room instantly jumped. Monarch Little 99 enters the Muran live room. Monarch Levy enters the Muran live streaming room. Monarch Wine Crazy enters the Muran live broadcast room. Monarch Oki Guardian enters the Moran live streaming room. The VIP seats that Muran had purposely revealed began to jump around frantically. The entrance special effects of one monarch after another also frantically swiped the screen in the live broadcast room. Almost instantly, the Duke Nobles in the top 10 rankings were almost all squeezed out. Asterisk 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 too fierce. Is this the strength of our Deshang? With so many Big Brothers, Broken Dreams definitely can't win even if they're more powerful. Monarch Group YYDS. The live broadcast room was abuzz at once. In the beginning, the Monarch's entrance special effect only accounted for one line of the entrance pop-ups in the live broadcast room, but later, as the speed of the Monarch's Big Brother's entrance became faster and faster, the entrance pop-up screen one line was obviously too late, and it directly began to brush 2 lines and 3 lines. In other live rooms, there are 3 lines of entrance pop-ups at a time because there are only 3 Big Brothers of the King in the live room. But Muran's live room, there are 3 lines of entrance pop-ups at a time, because the pop-ups can only be brushed up to 3 lines. What's more, most of the anchor's live room, even 3 lines of entrance pop-ups are almost not. Many people were recording and taking screenshots in droves. This kind of scene in the live broadcast room is by no means rare. Muran, who was sitting in the live broadcast room, also felt a rush of blood boiling at this time. This is the Gloria. She had so many Big Brothers. A newly promoted Imperial Big Brother plus a newly promoted Little Anchor EE could be her opponent? With so many Big Brothers around, the first place in this event would inevitably still be hers, and along with the end of the entrance special effects, dozens of Monarch Big Brothers began to swipe their gifts one after another. Little 99 sent out Big Rocket *1. Levy sent Big Rocket *1. Oki Guardian sent Big Rocket *1. In the next moment, countless gift effects instantly jumped up in the live broadcast room, one after another. Big rockets jumped into the screen and began to ignite and take off from the huge treasure base. Ha ha ha, we can't come empty-handed here, so let's have a meet and greet gift first. On the public screen, Xiao Xian laughed and made a statement on behalf of the Big Brothers. A big rocket was $1,000. 50 big rockets, instantly $50,000. Thank you all Big Brothers. I wish all of you glory and prosperity year after year, money and power and prospects. Muran thanked in a loud voice. In her heart, the first place in this event had been completely secured. Brothers, Brother Ao has arrived and the Big Brothers of the Monarch troop are in position. There is only 1.5 hours left in this event. Let's start charging together. Those who have small gifts, send small gifts. Those who don't have small gifts, snap pop-ups will do. Muran hurriedly opened his mouth to pull up votes on the public screen. Although Big Brother Zhou Meng also gave gifts, and these gifts could be divided, but no one would mind having too much money, and so did Muran. Although the ordinary audience didn't have strong spending power, it was better than having a lot of people, more than 100,000 viewers in the live room. Even if only 5,000 people gave gifts, it was still a considerable amount of income. And this kind of prelude moment of hitting an event is the best time to circle money, especially like Deshang's side of the fans. Most of them are brainwashed fans. As long as advocate a little, bring the rhythm a little, then the gifts will be clattering all come. And it was true. After Muran opened his mouth to canvas, the fans of Dasheng in the live broadcast instantly boiled over. Nothing to say. The Big Brothers of the Monarch Corps have made a move. We can't be worse off. An airplane sends it on. Desheng Xiaohua sent airplane *1. I'll be eating instant noodles next week. I'll also send 2 magic books. I don't have that much money in my student party, but a magic book is still fine.
Mu Ran's heart burst with joy when he saw the gifts clattering out.
Thank you, Xiaohua, for a big airplane. Love you yo.
Thank you, White Veil, for the 2 magic books.
Thank you Big Brother. I wish Big Brother a happy life and good luck in everything.
Mu Ran purposely opened his mouth to thank a few gift rewards.
Wow, the anchor actually read me?
When Xiaohua and Baya heard Mu Ran read about himself,
they were immediately honored,
as if they were standing side by side with those monarchic big brothers.
Thank you to this, anchor flip me, water friend for sending a big rocket. Thanks. Love you yo.
This time, Mu Ran not only said with her mouth, but also purposely winked her electric eyes and sent a flying kiss out.
In a flash,
all the fans in the live broadcast room who were sending gifts were excited.
Originally, before 10 o'clock,
Mu Ran's gift list had rushed to 300,000. Then just now 50 Monarch Big Brothers each rewarded a big rocket,
directly handing the list to 350,000.
But now Mu Ran was constantly canvassing in the live broadcast, and it was only less than 15 minutes before he directly rushed the live broadcast list up to 400,000.
In other words, in 15 minutes,
the civilian players had brushed her a total of more than 50,000. If you counted the gifts from the previous 2 days, and removed the ones rewarded by Big Brothers above the Duke, the common players had rewarded a total of 150,000 more. Even Sister Bebe, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but secretly sigh a terror like this. This kind of strength, even if Big Brother doesn't brush a penny, Mu Ran can also rely on these civilian fans to rush to the top 5.
And to know, right now Mu Ran's 400,000
list is only temporary.
50 Monarch Big Brothers and Emperor AO Brothers, but they haven't even officially made it yet. Chapter 27, Brother Dream is online. 3,000 big chapter.
And as the time crossed 11 o'clock, the leaderboard of Mu Ran's live broadcast,
even more so, surpassed 430,000. Is Brother Dream online on EE's side? No, there's still nothing on EE's side.
It couldn't be that Brother Dream is scared, right?
Many of Deshang's fans were laughing out loud. Even though Brother Dream is an emperor, there are so many of us in the live broadcast room, besides Brother AO and Brother Wave. Who else can fight hard? Oh yeah, Brother AO is in our live room right now. Even if Brother AO really gets a diversion to go to the opposite side, it's impossible to carry it off. After all, there are still so many Monarch Big Brothers out there. Ha ha ha. What are you guys mad about? This is still an hour away. Brushing gifts for 10 minutes is enough. Since Brother Meng said he would make a move, then he will definitely make a move.
There were a few fans of Zhou Meng who weren't too convinced and opened their mouths to retort, but in less than 2 seconds, they were directly drowned out by Deshang's fans. Some of the remaining fans who were OBing in the live broadcast room wanted to retort, but when the words came out of their mouths, they didn't feel like they had much stamina. Even some of Dashing's fans had already run to EE's side of the live room to clamor. Of course, this is also a characteristic of Dashing fans, although they know it's not good, but from AO to Mu Ran, there is no one to say anything, but instead, it's EE's fans who are angry enough. You brush your list, who brush more who take the first is also, but now run to their side of the live room called what? But now Mu Ran's live room is indeed too bombed. Just by looking at the VIP seats alone, even the monarchs can't line up at the top, although EE's side of the fans have the intention to retort. But after arriving at Mu Ran's live room, just a few words, was flooded with countless pop-ups, and in the end can only be helplessly retreated back. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Right now the list is good, but it's only in second place. Let's just rush the list first. Brother AO also couldn't help but reveal a smile, but still said in a pretense of modesty during the live broadcast. In his opinion, Broken Dreams didn't even show up now. Presumably they were really intimidated by this formation of theirs, and probably really won't come tonight. As for the other few Imperial Retailer Big Brothers, they had all clearly stated before that they had little interest in this event. In other words, as long as Broken Dreams doesn't come out tonight, this time the first place will be taken 100%. Thinking about this, Brother AO's heart also relaxed a lot. Although he had long been prepared to go to war, it was certainly best if the fight didn't start. Brother AO has given the word, so let's start charging? Xiao Xin smiled and typed on the public screen. No problem. Charge. Ha ha ha. It's been months since we've had this much fun. Come on, charge together. In the live broadcast room, many Monarch Big Brothers were all speaking cheerfully. In their hearts, they actually didn't take Broken Dream too seriously, although Broken Dream's title was Emperor, and he was much more fierce than them. After all, Broken Dream was only one person, and their Monarch group, today, had come with 50 of them. A single Monarch was of course being hung, but 50? Each person 20,000. This down can be 1,000,000. They had been playing live for so long, and aside from Brother AO and Brother Wave, they hadn't seen any other emperors who could carry off such a strike from their Monarch regiment. What's more, they weren't the only ones here today. Even Brother AO was there, If there really was someone else who could withstand their sovereign king's regiment's strikes, then what about adding another Brother Ao? Who else could withstand it? As such, the many big brothers of the Monarch King's regiment swiped their gifts casually, and the next moment, countless gift effects floated up in the live broadcast room. Little 99 cent, big rocket, *1. Little 99 cent, big rocket, *2. Little 99 sends out, big rocket, *3. Oki Guardian sends out, big rocket, *1. Oki Guardian sends, big rocket, *2. 50 Monarch big brothers instantly struck out, and without exception, the gifts were all big rockets, and at the same time, the public screen area instantly lit up with countless gift streak effects. Little 99 sent a big rocket *5 streak. Lebby sent a big rocket *8 strike. Alcohol Madness sent out big rocket *4 hits in a row. The viewers who were watching the live stream on their cell phones, especially those who were watching the live stream on vertical screens, almost instantly, the top and bottom halves of the screen were completely occupied by the big rocket. The topmost part of the live broadcast was completely covered with the gift effects of countless big rockets, and in the bottom part of the public screen area, there were more than a dozen hit streak pop-up tips, and this number of consecutive hits was still climbing up, and the IDs were constantly changing. Almost as soon as this combo pop-up had just dimmed down, the next combo pop-up instantly lit up again. At the same time, Muran's weekly tribute ranking was also rapidly soaring upwards. The total leaderboard, which had been jumping very slowly since it had risen to 430,000, jumped to 480,000 in an instant, and then, it instantly jumped to 530,000, followed by 54, 58, 60. In less than a minute, the weekly tribute list completely surpassed EE. To number 1. We're number 1. Big brothers are awesome. Ha ha ha, there's a big rocket contributed by me. $1,000. The fan, Anchor Flip Me, was even more excited. Although his $1,000 was nothing in this 600,000 plus, it was a piece of his fist to the goddess Ah. What's the point of moving bricks? For him, if he moved bricks for just 3 more days, wouldn't this money come back? Now the wages of the first tier have been raised by several grades. Like him to move bricks, the daily wages are more than 320 days a month out of work, proper monthly income of 6,000 plus, and if he works hard, a month out of 27 or 18 days of work, and then a little overtime once or twice, a proper monthly income of more than 10,000 Ah. Now he ate boxed lunches, usually ate $15. $11 of that kind of oil is too low, he has not even bothered to eat. Therefore, $1,000 was nothing to him at all. At that time, when he heard Muran thanking him in the live broadcast with a crispy voice, he was instantly saluted. If it wasn't for the fact that there were other people in the dormitory, he was planning to do something bad on the spot. In reality, even if he spent $10,000, could he get the chance to speak to a beauty of this caliber? Necessarily impossible Ah. But in the live platform, as long as you spend $1,000, not only can let Muran and he spoke, but also can hear Muran crispy shout a thank you big brother. Hear that, but called him big brother. When that sentence came out, his whole body bones were crispy. In his opinion, Muran is the best looking goddess in the Tiger Shark platform, and the woman most worthy of his guardianship. There were some people around him who had advised him that it wasn't worth it to spend his money on a female anchor. But now look at these big brother monarchs in the live broadcast room, and Brother Ao. They were likewise brushing gifts for Muran Ah. The ones who advised him not to spend more money on the live streaming platform were always saying that he was not sensible. But can a godly big brother of this level not understand reason? Can people have so much money if they don't understand reason? Is it wrong for him to follow his big brother? Definitely not. Especially Brother Ao has prepared $1 million tonight. Aren't these big brothers, who are much richer than him, also Muran's guardians? Although he can't touch the goddess, but in his heart, the goddess is not to be blasphemed. The most he can do is to turn out in the dead of night to raise his leg to pay tribute. It's like Ao, even if he gave Muran so many rewards, but he never raised any excessive requirements in the live broadcasting room. $1,000, in exchange for a thank you from the goddess. It's worth it. Thinking of this, Anchor Flip Me again cannot help but to the platform charged $1,000, and the king of the big brothers together with another reward a big rocket out. But unlike last time, Muran didn't thank him this time, but instead thanked those monarch big brothers in the live broadcast. There were too many gift pop-ups, so I guess the anchor didn't see it, but having that one sentence from before is enough. Anchor Flip Me giggled and watched the live broadcast again beautifully, and the live broadcast, Muran has shouted a little mute. However, looking at the list that kept soaring in the live broadcast room, Muran's heart was so cool that he couldn't help himself. When the monarch big brothers gave gifts, they also drove the spending enthusiasm of quite a few ordinary players. After Big Brother Monarch's 1 million swipes were finished, The total list in the live broadcast room didn't rush from 430,000 to 1,430,000, but to 1,500,000. That is to say, during this period of time it had sufficiently driven an additional $70,000 of civilian consumption, and these 1.5 million were all swiped voluntarily. These $20,000 that each Monarch Big Brother swiped were also all rewarded by Big Brother on his own initiative, and didn't ask for anything in return. This was also brought about by Brother Ao's face. This $1.5 million, she is completely able to take a share, half of the platform, 60% of the labor union, and after it came down, she could still get 20% of the 300,000 of it. Isn't the small treasury taking off with a bang? AO would be quite happy about this. In just a moment, the guild had made $450,000 for nothing. This money-making speed was almost as fast as printing money. If he only plays 1 million tonight, when the 50% return is recovered, it is the same as saying that the gift he brushed out tonight is zero cost. Zero cost to whore out of first place. Isn't it great? Sister Bebe saw the list of Rant's live broadcast getting higher and higher, and her heart was also getting more and more bottomless. You know, Brother Ao hasn't made a move until now. He still has $1 million in his hand. Even if Brother Meng was more bullish, could he brush out another 1,900,000? Moreover, even if the brush to 1,900,000, EE's list has just reached 2.5 million just to be equal to Rant's side, and cannot be considered to win. If you want to win, then you have to brush more, which can run to 2 million. If Eline offline and Dream Brother met, she is not so weak, but the truth was clear to her. Brother Dream had only swiped a few gifts online and added EE's friend, and hadn't even said hello. With all that stuff offline, there was nothing between Brother Dream and EE. Even if EE was good looking, would Brother Dream really fight this list for an EE who had never been on it before? She looked hung, but in the very next moment, Sister Bibi saw a message on the public screen that cheered her up. Although it wasn't obvious in Rant's live room, the shadow of this sentence could still be seen, and there were quite a few people who were frantically swiping a pop-up screen. Brother Meng, it's online. Chapter 28, to let Brother Meng know what despair is? Sister Bebe's body violently trembled, and almost without a moment's hesitation, she directly jumped back to EE's side from Rant's live room, and at the same time, Rant's live broadcast room instantly lost more than 20,000 people. Rant saw from 13 million sharply reduced to more than 100,000 online number. Originally still smiling face, suddenly unconsciously stiffened. He said that there were more than 20,000 enemy scouts in his live broadcast all the time, right? On the other hand, the tens of thousands of people who had just returned to EE's live room were also stunned when they saw EE's VIP seat. Who said Brother Dream is here? Where is Brother Dream? Where is Brother Dream? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who's so boring to joke about this? Brother Dream's jokes also dare to open. I'm afraid it's not that he hasn't been sunk in the river. EE VIP seat. Currently the highest knighthood is the guardian big brother of the two northern summer guilds, Xia Heng, followed by Bebe sisters Trumpet, Bebe, both of which are monarchs. But apart from these two, there were no higher knighthoods in the VIP seats, and the highest ones left were just some dukes. Sister Bibi was also a bit baffled. Just now there were at least 1,000 people swiping for Brother Meng to come. So many people swiping, it shouldn't be a fake but where was Brother Meng? AO, who was using his trumpet to OB, was also confused. Originally, he had planned to come over to see the situation before deciding how much to brush, but as a result, Broken Dream Man was gone? It's hard to believe that the Tiger Shark platform has come out with some new feature now, and you can still be invisible when you enter the live broadcast room? The probability that Brother Dream won't come tonight. After all, the opposite side of Rant's list is already 1.5 million, plus AO's reward, properly 2.5 million or more. How powerful is Brother Dream? That's just one person. Yeah, it's honestly not Brother Dream's fault that this event can't be taken down. The opposite side pulled 50 Monarch Big Brothers together to brush. How can this be played? If it was just Brother AO alone, then Brother Dream might actually be able to PK a bit. But right now, Rant's side has swiped 300,000 to 400,000 gifts from the ordinary fans, and with the addition of 50 monarchs, there's no way to fight. The crowd in the live broadcast room sighed, mostly thinking that it was the group of people who had just been joking around. Even Sister Bibi sighed helplessly in acquiescence. Although Brother Dream had spent heavily the previous few days, at this point, she didn't think there was a possibility of winning, and it was indeed correct to not go live to avoid the battle. As for EE, who was live streaming, seeing the many pop-ups in the live broadcast room, her heart suddenly sighed in relief. She was now truly afraid that Brother Meng would continue to brush her. If she continued to brush like this, her body might really be lost to the money. She didn't have a grudge against her innocence, but she didn't have a grudge against money either. The fact that she had to choose between the two really had her torn to the point of exploding. Now that Brother Meng wasn't online, it was a good thing for her. At least she didn't have to be tormented like this anymore. And right at this moment, another pop-up popped up in the live stream. Who gave you guys the word that Brother Dream wasn't online? Brother Dream has just gone online, but not in this live room, but in Tangerine's live room. Bright 9 Keys had just scurried back from Tangerine's side, inexplicably looking at the screen full of pop-ups of Brother Dream not coming either. Don't these people know to look directly from the follow list? He had set up a special follow for Zhou Meng's account, so as long as Brother Meng was online in the anchor's live room, he could directly click on Brother Meng's avatar and follow him there. Therefore, just now, as soon as Zhou Meng boarded Tangerine's live room, Bright 9 Keys swiped over. Along with the ones who swiped over, there were 2,000 to 3,000 people. As for Ancient City Huhan-san, he had brought a group of people to Mu Rant's live room to report that he had purposely come back to EE's side to notify him. Although he didn't know why Brother Dream didn't choose the event in EE's live room, but Bright 9 Keys didn't care about that. He was the cheerleader captain. As long as he waved the flag and believed in Brother Dream, it was done. Tangerine's live room? The crowd that saw Bright 9 Keys was stunned. Why does the name sound a bit familiar? Isn't Tangerine the anchor who danced with EE that day? Yeah, I told you how I was so impressed. Tangerine's dancing is really good looking. Go over there and take a look. The ID is Tangerine, right? Most of the tourists who had just turned back rushed to find Tangerine's live room again. On the other hand, Sister Bebe, who saw the pop-up screen, her heart thumped. A bad premonition suddenly surfaced in her mind. EE's big brother. This was letting someone pry him away? Sister Bebe was instantly chagrined. She knew that something was definitely going to happen to EE when she connected to the microphone in a haphazard manner. This stupid girl, even if you want to connect the microphone, even who is not good, have to give themselves even a competitor out? The EE who is live broadcasting, at this time, is a bit puzzled. She did not think of that much. In her opinion, Big Brother loved to give who brush gift that is Big Brother's freedom. Even when she saw the bright 9 keys of the pop-up screen, she is still quite happy. Her dreams were not that far-reaching, and the reason why she had made it this far was actually just the guild pushing at the back, and she just didn't quite understand the rules of live streaming. But she wasn't stupid. Since Brother Dream was able to enter Tangerine's live room tonight, what exactly happened between the two? She actually probably figured it out. After all, according to the extent of tonight's hit list, if Tangerine wanted to take the first place, without a 3 million probability is not down. But can a godly Big Brother brush $3 million to an anchor that he has only seen once in the live broadcasting room? Maybe ordinary viewers would believe it, but those with a little bit of segmentation couldn't possibly not figure out what was going on. In her opinion, Tangerine was also a good person, and it was a good thing that she was able to gain Brother Meng's favor. After all, people had offered themselves up, and they weren't allowed to make a campaign. Who should have been annoyed that Tangerine had snatched the opportunity, would inexplicably be a little happy, watching the 20,000 or so people who had just come to the live broadcast room dabble and jump out again. Sister Bebe sighed with a heartbroken sigh. She knew it. EE was still too young. If she had made the decision to give herself away early on, would this reward still be able to run today? Even if she couldn't get much, it wasn't like giving it all away like this. Visitors had clicked into Orange's live broadcast. Many people had seen that continuous live broadcast 2 days ago, but when they clicked in again today, most of them couldn't help but be a little stunned. It was really that Tangerine's dress had changed too much. The other day's Orange, the clothes she wore were of the more exposed kind, basically covering one half of her body, with the rest exposed on the outside. But today, Orange was close to putting a cotton coat over her body, a high-necked bling-bling sparkling white sweater, plus a pure white medium-sized skirt. The bottom of the foot of a pair of Valentino is very nice, but I do not know why. But there are a few dry transparent color spots on the top, but do not pay attention to cannot be seen. No harm done, although you can still see the beautiful body, but the benefits are not at all. But it should be said not to say, the face value is still so tantalizing. Orange looked at the increasing number of viewers in the live room, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Welcome everyone to my live room. Tangerine looked at the rising number of people in the live room. Her heart was simply happy. As for today's outfit, it was also something she chose after careful consideration. Since she had become Big Brother's woman, even if Brother Meng didn't care, she naturally still had to pay some attention in this regard. And this outfit is also the sexier kind, just revealing less, not rubbing the edge anymore. In the past, this outfit would definitely affect some of the popularity of the live broadcast, but in the future, with Brother Dream supporting her, does she still need to rub her edges? The answer was certainly only one, and in the future, there would only be one person she needed to please, Zhou Meng, who had just gone online. also directly swiped 10 treasure maps out. Wow! Thank you Brother Meng for the 10 treasure maps. Tangerine saw the gifts that Zhou Meng had swiped and hurriedly compared her hand to a peach heart in thanks. It's nothing, let's increase our popularity first. By the way, I'll see how many the opposite side has brushed first. Zhou Meng smiled and typed a pop-up out on the public screen. Since he had already said that he was going to give Orange this first place, it was definitely going to happen today. The reason why he chose to go online in the last hour was also because he planned to wait for the other live rooms to be almost swiped before he himself made his move. Brother Dream. The opposite side of Mu-Rant's live room list has already reached 1.5 million. Bright 9 Keys saw Zhou Meng's pop-up and hurriedly typed, 1.5 million. So little? Zhou Meng was stunned and inexplicably typed a question mark out. Didn't he say in the morning that he was going to brush 2 million or so? 666. Brother Meng, this is also too domineering. 1.5 million is still less. Should say no. Our county side, 1.5 million is enough to buy a big villa. Just like Dream Brothers low-key and beepy look. Ha ha ha. Bright 9 Keys added again in a hurry. It's the gift list just 1.5 million. But Brother AO hasn't made a move yet. Brother AO still needs to brush at least 1 million. Seeing this, Zhou Meng nodded his head. He said so. Why was it different from what he heard over at Broken Wound in the morning? Alright, then I won't go over to watch. It's 11:20 now. Let the opposite side brush first, and then officially start when it's 11:35. Orange dance. It's just the right time. Okay Brother Dream. Tangerine also nodded repeatedly. However, at this time, some of the fans who came to the live broadcast room were a bit confused. Isn't Brother Dream EE's big brother? Why did he suddenly come to Tangerine's side? Yeah, EE's side already has more than 600,000 on the list, but Tangerine's live broadcast only has 300,000. If Brother Dream wants to get first place for Tangerine, wouldn't he have to brush more than 300,000 more than EE's side? Seeing these pop-ups, Zhou Meng couldn't help but reveal a smile. Was $300,000 a big deal to him? It seemed like it was just 3,333 of his entire current assets? I never said that I'm EE's exclusive big brother, and EE never sent me a message saying that she wants to get a ranking. Since the anchor doesn't want to, then what's this heart for? But this also doesn't mean that I won't go to EE's live room in the future. In the future, I will still have the opportunity to go over to listen to her sing. So about this problem, everyone doesn't need to discuss it anymore. Zhou Meng smiled and explained. He was a divine hero, not a dog licker. It wasn't true that EE was pretty, but it was precisely because she was pretty and talented that he had occasionally rewarded her a few times before. If it was a big mom anchor, Zhou Meng wouldn't even click in. And compared to EE, it is obviously the initiative to send to the door. But also beautiful and active Orange is better, as long as a man knows how to choose. Alright, there are only 10 minutes left. Let's all watch the live broadcast in peace and quiet. Zhou Meng glanced at the time and stopped speaking after typing another pop-up. Meanwhile, AO, who was peering at the screen, was also bursting with jealousy. He certainly could figure out the relationship between this anchor and Broken Dream. The previous EE was good-looking, and now this anchor was also good-looking, even compared to Mu-Ran in no way. He had been playing on the live broadcast platform for so long, how had he not realized it? This Broken Dream's gaudy fortune However, AO didn't hesitate and quickly exited the live broadcast room and returned to Mu-Ran's side. Just now in the live room, the one called Bright 9 Keys had already told Broken Dream about the situation in Mu-Ran's live room, but Broken Dream's reaction was still very flat. Without guessing, AO knew that he had met a tough opponent this time. Maybe this guy really prepared more than $2 million in his hand, but you didn't think that I still have $1 million in my hand, right? AO, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly laughed softly. I wonder when this Dream Brother is playing over 2.5 million in a while, thinking that he is bound to win. When he himself brushes another 1 million out, what will be his reaction? For a while, AO Ran suddenly looked forward to it. Mu-Ran's live broadcast room was on fire, especially the fans of Dishang. The discussion was even more heated. Originally, I thought EE was the main character this time, but I didn't expect Broken Dreams to go to the live room of a third-tier small anchor. This little anchor only has 300,000 listings now. To equalize our current listings, at least 1,200,000 more. But our AO brother hasn't brushed it yet. To equalize AO brother, at the very least 2,200,000. I think it hangs in the balance. Broken Dreams is just a mouthful of high. How can he have that much? That's right. The platform's most powerful big brothers are basically in our Dashang. He just entered the network. I'm afraid he doesn't know the strength of our Dashang, which is why he dares to provoke us. That said, shouldn't Brother AO make his move? It's going to be cut off in half an hour or so. Yes, I want to see Brother AO's $1 million brush. I want to see Brother AO's $1 million swipe. Come on,
Everyone brush up on the public screen so that Brother AO can see it. In the live broadcast room, the many fans of Dishang were united like never before. Most of them were ordinary people, those with the ability to charge a lord, and those with poor ability to charge a swordsman knight or something. With this 2.5-hour event, most of them were really brushing and pulling. Especially, Anchor Flip Me. Now there's really not a drop left in their pockets. Even eating is going to be a problem. But no matter what, Dishang's fans would be very excited this time. It's going to win. And it was going to be an absolute crushing victory. What's wrong with eating a few meals of instant noodles as long as we can make Moran win? This was the sense of honor that the guild management often praised them for in the guild group. In the live broadcast, seeing the pop-ups on the public screen that were constantly brushing with the desire to see AO's millions of luxury brushes, AO also stopped watching. Today, let this broken dream know that the gap between him and himself. In the end, how desperate. First, he exited the live room and charged all 2 million cash into Tiger Shark coins, then returned to Muran's live room and typed a pop-up on the public screen. Come on, start. Chapter 29, you guys feel free to spray. I'll randomly select a lucky viewer to meet in reality. Coming. Should say no. First say a word. AO is great. Anchor, pay attention to the form. I have recorded the screen. Remember to show more things out. Upstairs, are you going to die? Ahem. I mean show more of AO's gift swiping special effects out and say AO is awesome in advance. All the viewers were confident. As long as Brother AO made a move, then this live broadcast was considered completely stable. In the next moment, an Imperial special effect lit up in the live broadcast room, and the system announcement then lit up. AO ran, renewed Emperor *1. Here it comes, the classic Emperor renewal. Seeing the first renewal pop up, the live broadcast instantly exploded. Every time you renewed Emperor, you needed $58,888, and returning golden beans, you would return 10% more out. That is to say, charging $58,888 into it, you can actually get 101% of the golden beans. That is, 64,700 more. Although the extra 10% is only more than 5,000, but the accumulation of less becomes more. If one were to brush a million, this extra portion could save a lot of money. Therefore, when Big Brother Emperor was playing the list, he would usually renew his empire first, and as the first Emperor renewal lit up, the next second, countless more renewal announcements lit up in the center of the live broadcast room. AO ran, renewed Emperor *2. AO ran, renewing Emperor *3. AO ran, renewing Emperor *4. Aura, renewal Emperor *15. 15 Emperor renewals for 970. 000. Too good. 1 million renewals online. Renewing so much, AO doesn't even bring hesitation. Not even a minute. AO is too awesome. 15 Imperial renewals instantly set the live broadcast room ablaze. Thank you for Brother AO's 15 Emperor renewals. Muran was also overjoyed, a smile spreading across his face as he repeatedly stood up and bowed in thanks. Even in the process of bowing and thanking, he purposely pulled the neckline down a little bit, making the already low-necked dress a few points lower. This time, the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room all turned red. This welfare, it was really too much of a relief. The renewals are all a little something. Next it's time for the gifts. AO was very satisfied with the reaction of the live broadcast room, smilingly humbled himself, while the consequences disconnected and brushed. The gift he chose this time was the Big Rocket. After the revamp of the Big Rockets, it would be possible to send 100 at a time, and there would also be brand new special effects appearing. He had wanted to brush the magic book before. After all, magic books were the best combination gift for female anchors, and likewise the most expensive combination gift. But the first time for the magic book had already been taken by Broken Dreams, and he didn't want to let Broken Dreams get the upper hand in this regard. As for the airplane, this gift was usually given to male anchors, and it was not appropriate to give it. All things considered, it was only in the revamped Big Rocket. Although the value of the Big Rocket's 100 consecutive was slightly lower than the magic book, for him, it was already the best choice right now. AO pulled the Big Rocket's selection bar to the very end and decisively chose to send 100 at a time. Glancing at the golden beans in his bag, counting the little bit left over from before, it was exactly 1 million. This also meant that he could send out a total of 10 sets. AO emphasized the send out option in the gift bar. The next moment, Muran's live broadcast room instantly lit up with special effects. Right in the center of the live broadcast room, a foundation suddenly appeared, and countless large rockets came out one after another along the platform of the foundation. And after that, a series of huge launching abutments along with the large rockets at the very front, directly lit up with the slightest of flames. In less than 3 seconds, the flames under the abutment burst open in passing, and 10 rockets instantly shot up into the sky, bursting out countless beautiful fireworks at the top of the live broadcast room. and after the 10 rockets took off into the air, there was a succession of 10 flames followed by 10 rockets taking off into the air again, in groups of 10. The special effects lasted for a total of 10 groups. In the end, a super large rocket exploded in the center of the live broadcast room, and the fireworks instantly spread from half a screen to a full screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this 100 consecutive large rockets? It's too absolute. It's too good looking, isn't it? One time is $100,000. How can it not look good? Awesome, awesome. It's the first time I've seen a streak of big rockets. In the live broadcast room, a bunch of Dishang's fans swiped awesome, and the next moment, AO continued to click on his phone. Emperor, AO ran, sent, big rocket, asterisk 100 asterisk 2 in a row. Emperor, AO ran, sends, big rocket, 103 in a row. Emperor, Aoran, sends, big rocket, asterisk 100 asterisk 4 in a row. Emperor, AO ran, sends, big rocket, star 100 star 10 hits in a row. AO deliberately slowed down the speed of the gift swiping a bit, so that the special effects of the gifts would remain in the live broadcast for a bit longer. But even so, after the 10 sets of gifts were swiped, only just 3 minutes had passed. Corresponding to this, was the wild increase in Moo Rant's weekly tribute list. The total list of 1.5 million had completely rushed up to the 2.5 million mark, and on the event page, Moo Rant also ranked first with a total of $2.5 million. The current second place was EE, with a total leaderboard of 6.5 million. The third place was another female anchor from a first-tier guild, with a total list of 480,000. The fourth place was 411,000, and Orange was currently in fifth place, with a list of 315,000. Ha ha ha, second through fifth, the combined list isn't even as high as Moo Ran. How come Broken Dreams hasn't made a move yet? Oh, I guess it's useless to make a move already? 2.5 million brushes out. Everyone felt that it was already 10-1. Even Brother AO couldn't help but reveal a smile. The fact that Brother Meng was able to swipe more than 2.5 million was, after all, just a guess and hadn't yet become a reality. And the reality was that he was now at the top of the list with such a high leaderboard. While Broken Dream played on the list, one was second and the other was fifth. Even if Broken Dream really did have cards to play, he still had cards that hadn't been played yet. The victory is assured. No matter how we play, it will definitely be me who wins. Brother AO was very proud. This was strength. And at the same time, many of Dishang's fans, who were complacent, ran to Orange's live room and started frantically swiping the screen. Admit defeat voluntarily. We're the strongest. Ha ha ha, a difference of $2.5 million. Still want to take first place? Neuron is awesome. White Feather. It's just a small guild. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. In less than a minute's time, Neuron's live room steeply flooded in a few thousand Dashang fans, frantically brushing the words admit defeat on the public screen. Zhou Meng, who was watching Orange dance, couldn't help but frown. These Dishang fans were sick, right? Their own anchors swiped gifts as they swiped gifts and hit the leaderboards as they hit the leaderboards. What was the point of running over here to hurl insults? And the moment they came, there were several thousand of them. Was this provocation or trouble? The good mood of watching Orange dance was instantly disturbed by these people. However, other people were afraid of these spammers, but Zhou Meng wasn't afraid of them. Are you people sick? Zhou Meng directly typed a pop-up out on the public screen. As soon as these words came out, the taunting pop-ups of Dishang's fans immediately stalled. Only then did they remember that the opposite side's Brother Meng also appeared to be a ruthless person who had furiously swiped millions in a few days, and was also titled as the most honored emperor of the Tiger Shark platform. They were usually fine with bullying anchors, but they couldn't afford to mess with such an emperor. Quite a few people were instantly weak. However, the next moment, there were unconvinced Dishang fans who sent out pop-ups. Isn't what we said the truth? Our family's anchor list is indeed high. Yeah, pretending if you can't beat them? Brothers, there are so many of us. Even if Broken Dreams is more powerful, there's nothing we can do about it. Don't be afraid everyone. Seeing these few pop-ups from above, Dishang's fans' guts suddenly grew again. Right, so what if it's the emperor? Thousands of them swiped together. The law doesn't hold them accountable. Even the top tycoons in the country can't do anything about them, right? Not to mention just a Broken Dream? In an instant, the pop-up screen on the public screen that admitted defeat kept brushing up again. Even though on Zhou Meng's side, Bright 9 Keys led a group of fans who were frantically brushing against each other. The public screen in the live broadcast room was still occupied by these people. Although Orange had been broadcasting for quite a long time, it was also the first time she had experienced this kind of battle, and it was also the first time she had been cyberstormed by Dishang's fans. So for a while she was really a bit at a loss for words. Standing there, she couldn't even dance. When Zhou Meng saw this, he was immediately infuriated and laughed. These people couldn't really think that there was nothing he could do, could they?
I'll give you 10 seconds to consciously exit the live broadcast room, or else suffer the consequences. In advance, I am unable to take thousands of you, but I have a way to take you personally. You guys continue to brush to try. I will now intercept the screenshot. Anyone who is intercepted by my screenshot, congratulations to you guys, you have won the lottery. For the next period of time, I will be looking for you in reality. Of course, if you guys feel lucky enough, or feel that I can't take you in reality, then just keep brushing. I'm not against it. Zhou Meng laughed and happily typed 3 pop-ups out on the public screen. Little fellow, you still can't do anything about you black fans? Sure enough, after Zhou Meng's 3 pop-ups came out, the fans of the Desheng Guild side of the live broadcast room that were mocking, all of a sudden, one by one, did not dare to type anymore. This is not a good idea to blow up on the internet, but to take revenge in reality. It's not like you can't afford to play, but in the face of this kind of can't afford to play, they really don't have much of a choice. People are the real Big Brother even a few pop-ups at the end, but also in the heart of a burst of begging grandparents, hoping that their pop-ups were brushed up quickly. If Broken Dream was targeting several thousand of them, they were definitely not afraid. But if Broken Dreams only randomly selected a few lucky ones, then the fate of those few lucky ones would almost be doomed. At the very least, they were also wealthy people with tens of millions of dollars in reality, so they could do nothing about them. Ordinary people? When the time comes to kill them along the net, there will be no tears for them to cry. Bright 9 Keys saw that the live broadcast room had abruptly quieted down, and was instantly happy. Brother Dream, it's still you who has the solution. These dogs should be educated like this. Ha ha ha. Gucheng Hu Han-san also couldn't help himself, and after considering it, he also sent a pop-up out. Just a bunch of bullying dogs. Zhou Meng's fans were even beating the dogs in droves, but as a result, the thousands of people who had just flaunted their power, at this moment, none of them dared to retort a word on the public screen, and they didn't even dare to say anything for fear of being seen by Zhou Meng with their IDs. 10 seconds are almost up. Those of you wearing Desheng fan tags, are you planning on letting me randomly pick someone? Zhou Meng added a pop-up out. Seeing this, the several thousand people were instantly shocked and didn't dare to watch any longer, hastily clicking on the fork as fast as they could in their lives. It didn't take long before all of Desheng's fans grayed out and ran back. Seeing these people's actions, the crowd in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed like what ancient city Hu Han-san said. A bunch of bullying dogs. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 11:35. Zhou Meng sat up, yawned, stretched and loosened his muscles, then typed on the public screen. Alright, we should do it too, or else people will really think I'm soft. Chapter 30, the last 20 minutes. Dream opens up. 3,500 big chapter. When the tens of thousands of fans saw Zhou Meng's words, their spirits immediately shook. After waiting for so long, Brother Dream was finally planning to make a move. Is there really a hope that we can take first place today? Since Brother Dream chose to make a move, he must have more than 2 million in his hand. I think it's a bit up in the air. This is a $2.5 million list after all. Alright, everyone stop guessing and watch Brother Dream perform. The finale is the most exciting. Look forward to Brother Dream's Godslayer. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room steeply warmed up. For them, if Brother Dream could really overpower Brother Ao today, it would be a Godslayer. And the one who slaughtered was still Desheng, a great god. To know, on the Tiger Shark live side, from the end of 16 years after Brother Wave and Brother Ao made their move, no one had ever dared to fight Desheng head on. Slaughter what god. Everyone don't bring up the tempo, let's just play our own. Zhou Meng saw the pop-up screen and smiled back. Activity well. People Tiger Shark platform out of the rules, is oriented to the entire Star Show area anchors. Why is it that if you, Desheng, say that you want the first place, the first place is yours? This thing, it should be whoever can brush is whose, and by default, you're letting the fans run over to taunt and abuse and pressure? Don't say Ao and Mu Ran don't know, but Zhou Meng wasn't going to spoil them. If he dared to let his fans come over to taunt him, he had to be prepared to be beaten up by him. Seeing Zhou Meng's side preparing to start, a large number of people instantly flooded into the live broadcast room. The first ones to come in were the management of Orange's guild, White Feather. White Feather is a small guild, and the owner is also a relatively unambitious kind, will rarely give the anchor to go to the list or brush gifts. As a result, the White Feather side of the anchor is basically a free-range posture. But what they didn't expect was that Orange, the third-tier anchor under his banner who had been flat for almost 2 years, suddenly exploded today. To be honest, they, the management, were all baffled until now. Wasn't today supposed to be the battle for the promotion of new anchor EE? How did it come to their side? But Brother Meng had already started swiping gifts, so it would be a bit too much for them, the guild management, not to show up, although it seems that they can't do much after appearing. Secondly, there was Ao. who had gotten off his number and had specially come over to poke around,
and a few guild managers from Dishang's side. This broken dream. Really want to brush over $2 million to fight me on the list? What kind of grudge is that? When Brother Ao heard Zhou Meng's words, his teeth were bleeding from anger. Since Zhou Meng dared to say this in the live broadcast, he definitely had the intention of brushing more than $2 million. This was sincerely going against him. Was Broken Dream sick? It's just a small event. Is it necessary to brush the list so high? If you have the ability to wait for the mid-year event in June and then hit when the money from various channels are taken over. Not to make a list of 10 million level, he is a grandson.
Although today also prepared a million, but really want to take out this million.
Ao still cannot help but a burst of heartache.
He didn't hate swiping gifts, but he hated swiping at a loss.
But looking at the current situation, this remaining 1 million had to be used.
Compared to the people on Dishang's side, the rest of the tourists, naturally, expected this event to hit as big as possible.
To be honest, the current Tiger Shark platform was still too monotonous.
Before this year, there were only 2 large events per year,
respectively, the 2 in the middle of the year and at the end of the year. In addition to these,
it is also occasionally some PK competition and so on,
but the PK competition list are very low. The highest is only 300, 000 to 400, 000. It is simply not enjoyable to watch. And these 2 days, Tiger Shark in May launched the Star Show activities, undoubtedly let a lot of users have come to passion. Watching the Star Show, on the one hand, is to watch the anchor sing and dance, but on the other hand, watching the anchor hit the list is also fun. And these 2 aspects are not conflicting. In the anchor wants to punch the list, is going to be more hard to perform talent. The 2 are complementary. In the live broadcast of the fans' effort to publicize, less than 2 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room jumped from more than 30, 000 to almost 50, 000 people. Although it couldn't be compared to the 100, 000 people in Moo Rant's live room. For a third-tier anchor like Orange, 50, 000 people was already a Tianhu level opening. Zhou Meng also managed to charge a sum of money in. Seeing that the time was almost 11:40, Zhou Meng didn't hesitate any longer and immediately opened the gift interface. In the next moment, the cute witch riding a magic broom once again made an appearance in the live broadcast room. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Magic Books, *1314*1 in a row. Countless magic books were pouring downwards under the witch's spell, and the live broadcast room was rendered a purple color in a flash. Wow! Another 1,314 magic books. Brother Dream is awesome. Worthy of being Brother Dream, the most expensive gift on the Tiger Shark platform. This special effect is just awesome. One shot for $130,000. Can't even think about it. If anyone gives me a round, I'm willing to give one offline.
Upstairs you're just dreaming you.
I'm too lazy to find you for $13. Seeing Brother Dream's gift pop-ups begin to jump,
the many fans in the live broadcast room cheered.
Brothers, let's step it up too. We can't let Brother Dream charge alone. The 2 of them, Bright 9 Keys and Ancient City Huhan-san, were also selling their votes.
With more than 50, 000 people in the live broadcast room,
there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 nobles. Nothing to say. I'll support a magic book too.
Let's not eat snacks this week and support a set of 1314 glow sticks.
Such a lively pomp and circumstance. Must insert a hand when tomorrow to say that out will not be doubly face? Here it comes. 5 magic books. Damn it.
Just swipe the money in EE's live room.
Really can't support it. Oh, I'm the same as upstairs. It's too hard for me. Sorry Orange. I still prefer EE, crying.
Although many of the fans in the livestream had already swiped in EE's livestream before,
more of them
still plan to wait for Dream to start and then swipe together. Therefore, as Zhou Meng's gifts began to be brushed, the many fans in the live broadcast room also began to power up. Just as Zhou Meng brushed the second set of magic books, the total leaderboard of Orange's live broadcast room surged upwards,
with more than $20,000 in gifts. Thank you Brother Dream. Thank you all for the gifts. Tangerine hurriedly opened his mouth to thank them. On Tiger Shark's side,
fans who gave an anchor enough gifts of $1 would be able to obtain the anchor's fan card.
Even if he didn't open a noble, it was still him who could similarly go to the VIP seat. Originally, Orange lives VIP seat of 3,000 people, of which at least 2,800 people have nothing to do with Orange. This wave of gifts brushed down. The 3,000 people's VIP seat suddenly rose to 3,005, and the previous nobles who had nothing to do with her. There were also quite a few who spent money to take Tangerine's fan card. In Tangerine's backstage, her fan card followers, all of a sudden, jumped directly from the previous total of less than 300 to 1,008, a full 1,500 more fans. You know, this was only a short minute. The total fan card fans of 1,018. In the usual live broadcast, even if they didn't play an event,
1/5 of them could definitely be maintained. And stars show this side. The average number of live broadcast VIP seat can sit to more than 300. Basically is the second line anchor level. In other words, Dream's brush with the list had only just begun, and it had directly brought her to the second tier. And at the same time, the leaderboard of her live broadcast also managed to break through to 720,000 when Zhou Meng swiped to the third set of gifts. On the Star Show flip-flop activity list, Tangerine also crushed her way upwards, and then directly topped EE, who was in second place. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate for long in the middle, and after the third set of gifts was given out, not more than a few seconds later, he gave out his fourth set of gifts. Emperor, Broken Dream, Sends, Grimoire, *1314*6 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sends, Grimoire, *1314*7 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Delivered, Grimoire, *1314*8 hits in a row. 8 consecutive hits, breaking 1 million. Brother Dream is awesome. Hissing, Neuron's side of the big rocket broke the million list. Orange's side of the magic book broke the million list. Tiger Shark's revamped gifts all took off except for the airplane. What gift took off? Obviously it's Brother Meng who took off, right? Anchor this time rich. The fans were frantically snapping 666 on the public screen. Millions of luxury gifts. Orange was also excited beyond his control. Expectation was one thing, but when it really became reality, her mood was as exciting as riding a roller coaster. Just like what the pop-ups said, she was really rich this time. First, there were the 2 sets of magic books that Brother Meng had rewarded her for the night before. Then the 10 treasure maps that Brother Meng had swiped for her popularity this evening. Plus the 8 sets of magic books that she had swiped from playing the event now. Plus the scattered tens of thousands of dollars in loose votes. Her current list had rushed to 1,400,000. After removing all the shares, even if she could only get 20%, that was still $280,000. This amount of money, after deducting taxes at the beginning of next month, could all be mentioned in her bank card. Of course, directly withdrawing the money and deducting the tax was the most stupid thing to do. $280,000 of income. Let's say tax deduction must be more than 35%. The anchor industry's gift revenue. Tiger Shark platform are backstage gold beans in the form of the anchor account. And most of the anchors will also sell these gold beans at a discount of about 90% of the price of a bean merchant. Directly take the cash. The bean merchant will be a little bit higher price of these gold beans to sell the need to hit the list of the people, which is also an industry chain. Therefore, with this $280,000, with a little bit of manipulation, she would be able to get more than $250,000 in cash. How could she not be excited? And corresponding to this, was the explosive growth of her popularity, compared to the one-time gift gains. These latter were the long-term gains. The most crucial thing was that Brother Meng's gift rush today wasn't over yet. On the pop-up screen, Zhou Meng was still continuously swiping gifts. The gift effects for each 1314 grimoire would take roughly 30 seconds to go off. However, in Zhou Meng's calculations, there were only 20 minutes left before the event closed, and at the rate he was sending gifts, if he sent one in 30 seconds, he would definitely not be able to finish sending the amount he was prepared to reward today. Therefore, Zhou Meng controlled the speed of gift delivery to 1 in 15 seconds, and although the gift effects had only gone to the 4th, Zhou Meng had already delivered the 8th, and corresponding to this, were the gift streak pop-ups in the public screen area, bouncing wildly. Together with the Emperor's exclusive gift delivery special effect, it was rendering the public screen a purple-gold color. Now that it had swiped up to 8, just 2 minutes had actually passed. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Delivered, Grimoire, *1314*9 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sent, Grimoire, *1314*10 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sends, Grimoire, *1314*16 combo. Soon enough, Zhou Meng delivered the 16th set of gifts for the day. A total of 2,100,000, and in the live broadcast room, AO, who saw that Orange had already reached the 2,400,000 list, shook his head helplessly, turning his head to look at the guild management beside himself. Let's go replenish our gifts as well. I don't believe that this broken dream can just beat me. Chapter 31, Overall Event Ranking, Orange first, 5,000 big chapters. AO had just returned to Muran's side when he saw that the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were almost about to explode. Because AO didn't go on the number, all the fans almost thought that he had gone off the number. At this time the atmosphere in the live broadcast room could be described as a touch explosive. Now what to do? Just now I took a look. Broken Dreams brushed 16 sets of 1,314 magic books in a row. The list is now 2,400,000. Still short of the last set to exceed Muran. Did Brother AO go offline? Brother AO come back soon. Damn. Why can't our Deshang's #1 anchor beat someone else? Seeing that Rant's list was about to be surpassed, the emotions of the many fans in the live broadcast room almost reached a critical point. What happened to the clearly promised must-take today? And the most crucial thing right now was not the question of whether this ranking could be taken or not. To know, today, Rant's live broadcasting room, they alone, the civilian fans, hit the list of more than 400,000. In addition to them, there were also 50 big brothers of the Monarch troupe who had brushed $21,000 per capita. There was also Brother AO who had individually swiped $1 million. But now, all these people combined couldn't even beat a single Broken Dream? And Broken Dream, in addition to brushing gifts in Tangerine's live room, but also in EE's live room, brushed almost 600,000 simply totaling it up. Broken Dream had brushed 3 million in the two's live room, to say the least. Especially just now, there are a lot of people who went over to provoke, but also directly by the Broken Dream to one's own strength to scold back. 100,000 people can't brush but one person? 3 to 4,000 people couldn't spray but one person? Shame on you. It was truly a strange shame. Since becoming the platform's #1 guild, they, the fans, hadn't felt this kind of humiliation for a long time. They had never been the only ones to beat others. When did it become someone else beating them? It had never been only them going to other people's live rooms to spray people. When did it become thousands of people being sprayed back by a single person? They couldn't understand it at all. Everyone, don't be anxious. Today was indeed a sudden event. I just contacted Brother AO. Everyone wait, isn't the event still 10 minutes away? We won't necessarily lose. Rant saw the live broadcast room in a mess, and was also in a state of headache. However, the good thing was that she was aware that AO still had $1 million in reserve in his hand, and she didn't panic too much for a while. Several of the guild managers who were in the live broadcast room also used their noble numbers to type words to stabilize the military. But these words, in front of the fans who had already fallen into paranoia, didn't have much effect. What's the use of contacting Brother AO? Brother AO said in the morning that he only prepared 1 million today. Can't it be that Brother AO can still conjure up gifts from somewhere else? Brother AO has gone down. He might have gone to bed this late. How could he come back? It's all a pretext. The opposite side has already swiped to the 17th group, and has already overtaken Rant. Several fans who were on the OB activity list immediately swiped the screen in the live broadcast room. As soon as the news that the first was gone came out, the crowd's emotions that were still suppressed instantly broke through the tipping point and directly exploded. Asterisk. Laborers swiped all $500 of the back week's living expenses for this event, and as a result, you're telling me that the event is lost? What garbage to Shang's first-line anchor. So many people joined forces to even defeat a third-line anchor. Garbage, return money. So many people can't even beat a third-tier anchor. Shame on you. Return the money. At this time, the scene was completely out of control. The countless words of praise on the public screen had instantly turned into countless tirades. How much anticipation there was. How much disappointment there was now. Even if Rant was there trying his best to remedy the situation, even risking the danger of violating the rules to show a little more welfare, it was still completely unhelpful. Some of the more excited fans are still in that crazy button word, said what to see do they have long watched the movie to go, but also in this to see live dry? Even a few people also suggested Rant to go to see on the spot. This word out, even if Rant this mentality is still quite stable, the face cannot help but ugly up. These stupid dogs, do not know that she has long been in the sea, just did not record it And what about the usual time when she was keying on the public screen to give her more benefits, when everything is fine? It's the sexy, cute, nice baby, but with a little setback. It's instant mediocrity, right? What a bunch of double-standard monsters. And right at this moment, AO finally came online again. Regarding the current situation in the live broadcast room, he wasn't worried at all. When he swiped out the remaining $1 million in his hand, the fans in the live broadcast room would 100% turn back into licking dogs again. This was how their Shang's fans were. Anchors were used to it, and big brothers like him were used to it as well. As a result, Brother AO's emotions were stable. Everyone stop, don't be so excited. When we usually play events, which time is less than 5 million, this activity out is indeed a bit hasty. I originally intended to take another sum of money out in June to play the activity properly. So in May, most of the cash in hand was invested in the company side. Currently there is a total of 2 million in free funds. 1 million has been swiped before. Now there is still 1 million cash left. Since Broken Dreams provoked me, then I'll take out all of this remaining money to respond to him. AO smiled and typed on the public screen. In the next moment, the 100,000 viewers who were frantically snapping words in the live broadcast room instantly saw AO's special thick golden imperial pop up on the public screen. Brother AO still has 1 million? My god, Brother AO even has a bottom card? As soon as these words came out, all of a sudden, the crowd in the live broadcast room couldn't help but stabilize a little bit, and began to consider who would actually have the last laugh in this event. On their side, if they added this 1 million, wouldn't the list hit 3.5 million? Even if Broken Dream was more powerful, it wouldn't be enough to take out another million on the spot, right? In that case, they still had a big chance of winning, at least 9-1. In a flash, many fans became excited, and at the same time, the live broadcast room also began to light up with a renewal announcement. AO Ran, renewed Emperor. AO Ran, renewing Emperor *2. AO Ran, renewing Emperor *3. AO Ran, renewal Emperor *15. In normal times, he would have been as slow as he could be, but what he needed to do now was to stabilize the emotions of these fans, so he can only save on those pretentious images, and ordered all the renewals in a few seconds. Sure enough, after the renewal, the pop-ups that were still rolling in the live broadcast room stopped all of a sudden. Another $1 million renewal? A real million renewals? I feel like I can trust Brother AO forever. In the live broadcast room, countless fans cheered anew. Mu Ran sat on his chair, looking at such a group of wallflower-like fans. He was also helpless for a while, but the good thing was that the rhythm was finally back, and when he saw that Brother AO's renewal was complete, Mu Ran also let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you for AO's 15 renewals. Everyone rest assured, with AO here, the first place in this event will definitely be ours. Mu Ran hurriedly spoke. Don't dare to say that either. What if someone else's Broken Dreams has also prepared $3.5 million? I really don't have any cash in my hand right now. If he really plays out that much, then we'll just have to admit defeat. AO laughed and hit a pop-up screen in the live broadcast. How can that be? Broken Dreams is at most 3 million, right? How much higher can it go? Yeah, Broken Dreams is estimated to have seen AO's words in Dejai's live broadcast, and that's why he purposely went to prepare. But I didn't realize that AO still had $1 million in his hand, so it's estimated that it's only 3 million tops to die for. Win-win-win. There are still 10 minutes left. This time it's a real win. The original noisy live broadcast room returned to a peaceful atmosphere almost in an instant. AO did not hesitate anymore. After all, Orange side of the Broken Dream is still brushing gifts. Mu Ran's side of the first is already gone. You have to hurry to grab back his. Only the bright and shiny rankings were what he ultimately wanted. Emperor AO Ran sent Big Rocket *100*1 in a row. Emperor AO Ran sends Big Rocket 102 in a row. Emperor AO Ran sends out Big Rocket 103 combo. AO didn't hesitate and instantly swiped 3 sets of 100,000 Big Rockets out, directly topping the rankings to number 1 again. All of a sudden, all of the fans' confidence came back. With Brother AO around, it was hard to lose. On Orange's side, there was also a group of undercover agents who purposely ran back to report the news. No good, no good. Opposite AO has charged another million in. ****** charged another million. Wouldn't that be 3.5 million on the list? Seeing this pop up, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. The Bright 9 Keys few people felt like their people were stupid. When did money become so worthless on a live broadcast platform? $3.5 million was enough to buy a villa in a second-tier city. Moreover, Brother Meng had managed to brush up to the current 2,700,000 plus, but the result was that the other side started renewing again at the drop of a hat? This Desheng's vitality is also too tenacious, right? Seeing these pop-ups, even Tangerine's face couldn't help but show a look of worry. She wasn't afraid of losing this number 1 right now, but she was really worried that Brother Meng had swiped too much in her live room. After all, 2,700,000 on the list was completely enough even if she lost. Taking a second place, together with today's super list, her fame had completely opened up, and when this event was over, she just had to welcome the popularity as well. But just in case if Brother Dream really swiped and pulled in her live room today, then how could she be embarrassed to meet Brother Dream in reality in the future? She couldn't afford to return this money even if she wanted to. After all, she could only get just 20% of the share in the end. Therefore, Orange hesitated for a while, but still opened her mouth in the live broadcast. Brother Dream, why don't we just leave it at that for today? With another 50 monarchs on the opposite side in AO's various rounds, you've actually won. Zhou Meng didn't say much, but instead typed just 2 words out on the public screen. Don't worry. If at first, it was to get Orange a first place on the list, but now, Zhou Meng was planning to punch the face of those thousands of Desheng fans who ran to his side screaming to admit defeat. $3.5 million only. Was it considered money to him? $1 billion in his account would be moldy ah. Afterwards, Zhou Meng directly started clicking on the gifts again. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, Magic Book, *1314 *20 consecutive hits. As soon as this gift came out, it instantly rushed Orange's list up to 3 million. Brother Dream is awesome. The viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly convinced when they saw that Brother Dream was still holding on. And this time, It was truly convincing. In fact, it was like what Tangerine had said. This time, Zhou Meng was considered to have won the event whether he swiped further back or not. If she didn't brush it, she would lose in the rankings. But what she won was face. On Mu Ran's side, don't look at the fact that he would end up brushing 3.5 million in the rankings. But the problem was that of this 3.5 million, 400,000 or so of them were brushed by fans, and the other 1.5 million were brushed by the Monarch's big brothers. It was the remaining 2 million that was swiped by Brother AO. But what about Brother Meng? Not counting the news anchors for now. Let's just say on EE's side, for sets of spell book streaks, that's 520,000, plus the 3 million from Orange's side today. Brother Meng, alone, had directly swiped 3.5 million in this event. Compared to Brother AO, Brother Dream had swiped a full 1.5 million more out, even if he really lost the event. With this premise, no one could say anything more. Instead, they all had to praise Brother Meng for being awesome. But what surprised everyone was that Brother Dream clearly already knew about the renewal on Brother AO's side, but was still choosing to persist. On the other hand, Brother AO, on the other side, was instantly infuriated and laughed when he realized that Broken Dream was still holding out. This Broken Dream really doesn't think that he can eventually brush past himself, right? He had just swiped $300,000, and now he still had $700,000 in his hand. In the next moment, AO once again swiped 2 sets of big rockets out, instantly snatching the first place back, and part of the audience who watched both live broadcasts. At this time the adrenaline was already surging wildly. Every change in the rankings is $1 to $200,000 in gift rewards, bright flowers of cash, just like this in front of them repeatedly jumped horizontally. The crowd was so excited that they didn't know what to say. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother AO brushed another 200,000. Mu Ran's total list of 3,500,000 now. The first one snatched back again. Brother Dream's 1314 magic book swiped to the 21st group. Orange's list rushed to 3,013,000. Mu Ran's number 1 is gone again. Brother AO swiped all of the remaining 500,000 in a fit of rage, and Mu Ran's list is now at 3.55 million. But Brother Dream didn't give up. Brother Dream is still brushing the 22nd group of magic books. The list is 3,263,000. My God. 23rd group. List 3,394,000. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Originally, after AO's renewal, everyone was already not optimistic about Brother Dream. But unexpectedly, Brother Dream had actually managed to catch up the leaderboard with his 15-second group of magic book gifts. And now, Orange's list was infinitely close to 3,400,000, and was down to the last 150,000 or so from Mu Ran's list. On Mu Ran's side, all of Deshang's fans were instantly anxious. They were truly surprised that Bro AO had swiped another million, and Broken Dreams had managed to catch up. Everyone who has money quickly brush some out for Mu Ran. It would be a disaster if we really got caught up. I'll take out next week's living expenses too. I'll eat instant noodles for a month next month. I don't believe it. Everyone step up. Someone gritted his teeth and directly swiped another $500 or so out. Damn. Next month, but use the credit card first. Wait for next month's paycheck and then make up for it. Anchor Flip Me was also anxious for a moment. He had all but swiped the $2,000 he had gotten from moving bricks for a long time before. But now that AO had renewed another $1 million, there was even a risk of being overrun again? Anchor Flip Me didn't even think about it, and directly paid $2,000 with his credit card, and directly sent 2 more big rockets out. Under the efforts of the crowd, in less than 10 seconds, Mu Ran's list instantly rushed upward by another $20,000. But seeing this scene, Mu Ran was not able to smile at all, and even looked a bit dumbfounded. Even Brother AO was a bit baffled by this. In their hearts, they all knew that even if the ordinary audience swiped more, it was actually just that much. This kind of activity to rush the list, the main thing to look at is still the strength of the Big Brother. But this Broken Dream can really catch up? He has just rewarded more than $1 million. Even the account left a little bit of gold beans 0 are all rewarded out. Did not leave a bit. And the next moment, after seeing Tangerine's side of the list jump upward violently by more than 130,000 again, AO knew that Broken Dream's magic book had already brushed to the 24th group, and Tangerine's leaderboard, in synchronization, also surged to 3,525,500 pieces. Although the fans in Mu Ran's live room are fighting to defend, but after all, the brush in the past few days is really too much. Everyone's pockets don't have much money. Even if the overdrawn wallet brush out, there are only just $20,000. Currently Mu Ran's live broadcast, the total list is 3,577,000, and Orange's list is 3,520,000, infinitely close to 3,530,000. In other words, between the two,
There was only a gap of the last $40,000 left. Desheng's fans were still desperately fighting back, but after seeing their own leaderboard move just slightly, they all fell silent as well. In the next moment, everyone almost closed their eyes, not daring to look at the screen of the live broadcast room. From Mu Ran to AO, all the way to all the fans in the live broadcast room, how much they wished that after 15 seconds, that grimoire combo that appeared almost stuck on point would just stop. But what made them despair was, after 15 seconds had passed, the 25th set of spellbook combos still appeared right on time in Orange's live broadcast room. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Scent, Grimoire, *1314 *25 streaks. A blinding gift streak prompt directly pierced the hearts of everyone in Mu Ran's live room. At the same time, the activity interface, the rankings also jumped upwards violently. The two live rooms, adding up to more than 160,000 viewers, almost at the same time looked at the activity rankings at the top. First place, Orange, total activity ranking, 656, 800, 000, Chapter 32, 10 million deluxe gifts, the strongest godly man, 3000 big chapter. It's over. Lost. Why? Why did we lose? Desheng's fans were really a bit numb this time. If they were unconvinced before AO's second strike, but now, they had all turned into incomprehension. Why would a newly minted divine hero be able to beat so many people in their live room? Even AO had re-renewed his fee by $1 million, and he hadn't even beaten them? The crowd felt that the anger in their hearts was again forcing them to spit funfang in their mouths. But the next moment, before the crowd could speak, many people saw another gift pop-up floating from the opposite live room. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Scent, Grimoire, *1314 *26 in a row. How is it still being sent? The crowd in the live broadcast room was truly dumbfounded. Hadn't the opposite side already won? Could it be that AO still had a bottom card they didn't know about that he hadn't played and was known by the opposite side's broken dream? But even Brother AO was confused. Only he himself knows whether he has any cards or not. He has a hammer. He has already admitted defeat. But the opposite side still wants to whip the corpse? But even if it's a flogging, then don't mess with the money. He really does not have any cards. Not even one. At the same time, Orange's live room. The tens of thousands of fans who had been joyfully celebrating winning first place were stunned after seeing Zhou Meng brush another set of gifts. Seeing that Tangerine's list had reached 3,799,000, the crowd believed that the gift pop-ups they had seen were really real. The many fans were instantly anxious. Brother Dream. The event has already been won. There's no need to brush it up. Yes, Brother Dream. Brother AO over there said a long time ago that he only has this million left in his hand. Win Brother Meng. The crowd was afraid that Zhou Meng didn't know that his family had already won, so they hurriedly came to the public screen to snap words to remind them. Even Tangerine was quick to speak. Brother Dream. We won. We're number one. Oh, I know, but I haven't finished swiping my gifts yet. Zhou Meng nodded and replied, to hit the face. Of course the harder you hit it, the better. Brother Dream's gift hasn't been swiped yet? How much did Brother Meng actually charge to the account? 4 million? It can't be 5 million, can it? Even if we didn't brush it this time, we can brush it next time. There's really no need to brush it all out. In an instant, everyone froze. How generous should Brother Meng be? And just as the crowd was expressing their shock on the public screen, 15 seconds later, another pop-up popped up on the public screen once again. Emperor, Broken Dream, delivered, Grimoire, *1314 *27 consecutive hits. And at the same time as this pop-up screen, Orange's live room began to go crazy with people. From the 60,000 or so people that had risen to the very beginning, it rushed to 100,000 people in less than 20 seconds. And it was still jumping upwards. The fans in the original live room all knew that it must have been Dream's way of maneuvering that had startled all of these visitors who were on the Star Show channel. Even amongst these people, a number of Desheng fans' signs could be seen. Bright 9 Keys hurriedly jumped over to take a look, and sure enough, there were only 80,000 visitors left in Mu Ran's live broadcast. And many of these people weren't Desheng's fans, they were just tourists who had gone over to join in the fun. Then in the Star Show channel flipped through. Sure enough, most of the anchor's live room. This will begin to broadcast up the Orange live room of the battle. No wonder there were so many people. It was probably because they saw that Brother Dream had completely taken first place and saw his strength. These anchors were all starting to show their favor to Brother Dream. However, in the next moment, after seeing Brother Dream swipe the Grimoire gift to the 28th group, an inexplicable guess suddenly popped into Bright 9 Key's head. Brother Dream swiped the gift from 1140. Every 15 seconds he swiped a group, and now he's swiped 28 groups, which is exactly after 7 minutes. Bright 9 Keys glanced at the time in the upper right corner of the screen, and sure enough, the time now was exactly 11:47. but the event had already been won. So why was Brother Dream still brushing? Or rather, what was Brother Dream's intention in brushing so much? 20 minutes, 7 minutes, 15 seconds a set, Bright 9 Keys muttered. In the next moment, Bright 9 Keys only felt a flash of light in his mind. Brother Dream wouldn't be thinking of 15-second sets and then keep brushing until the event officially closes at 12, right? Bright 9 Keys hurriedly took out his cell phone calculator and pressed it. 15 seconds for one group. 1 minute down was a total of 4 groups. 20 minutes, a total of 80 groups. One group of $131,400. That 80 groups, $1,500,000. If you count some errors in the middle, if you can't get stuck for 15 seconds, the probability is that you'll brush a few groups less. If Dream also considered these, then Dream's ultimate goal should be 77 groups. That is, exactly 10 million. Bright 9 Keys opened his mouth wide in disbelief. It had to be said that according to what Brother Meng was doing now, this was really possible. A single luxurious brush of $10 million for his first battle with Tiger Shark? This was something that all the Godly Big Brothers had never done before. Couldn't it be that it was going to be accomplished in Brother Dream's hands today? Bright 9 Keys only felt his entire body's blood boiling. He hastily turned his attention back to the orange livestream, on one hand to verify the correctness of his idea, while on the other hand, it was to witness this groundbreaking first time. While in the live broadcast room, Zhou Meng had already swiped to the 45th group. Everyone who was watching the live broadcast had become completely numb, just snapping countless 660 CXS on the public screen. 45 groups. That's a full 5. 9 million. The Desheng fans that were still clamoring before, this time they were also completely silent. The gap between the two sides was simply too great. On their side, there were so many Monarch Big Brothers, as well as Brother AO, who was an Imperial Big Brother, and together they had only managed to brush 357 million out. But on this side, even if they didn't count the front list, the 45 sets of gifts that were sent out now totaled 9 million. How can we play? The opposite side is hanging on. And look at the appearance. Broken Dream still seems to have the slightest intention to stop. In the hotel, the corner of Zhou Meng's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, and his hand continued to click the gift delivery button. Desheng's little black fans, let's ask if you're afraid? Emperor, Broken Dream, sends out, Grimoire, star 1314 star 48 consecutive hits. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, Grimoire, star 1314 star 52 hits. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, Grimoire, star 1314 star 61 hits. 8 million now. Brother Dream swiped 8 million. My God, my eyes are going blind. If it wasn't for the fact that it's May, I would even think that Brother Dream was playing the end of the year December year-end event. But Brother Dream hasn't stopped yet. Brother Dream is going to keep charging upwards. Is it hard to charge $10 million? That's for sure. He didn't stop at 8 million. He's definitely going for 10 million. Brother Dream is invincible. I'd like to call Brother Dream the strongest hero on the Tiger Shark platform. When this last statement came out, it was immediately echoed by countless visitors. With the way Brother Dream was brushing right now, it was hard to say that he wasn't the strongest divine hero of the platform. The Imperial Big Brother at the head of Desheng's side had previously been the platform's fiercest divine hero Big Brother. Brother AO from 16 years contact live broadcast to the current 18 years. 2 years of time, a total of more than 20 million brushes out. The average monthly consumption is about 1 million. When playing large activities will charge a little more, but also basically is around 5 million. And the reality is needless to say, so many pairs of eyes are watching it. AO has been completely flushed rotten by Meng this time. Even when Brother AO united 50 monarchs, he was directly crushed by Brother Meng with his personal strength. This time, Brother Dream had truly managed to blow up Murant's 100,000 person live room with his own strength. As for the other Godly Big Brother, Brother Wave, the strength is really stronger. From 17 years into the network, to now about more than a year of time. A total of brush 40 to 50 million, fast 50 million. And the most critical thing is, Wave Brother work is very busy, play lifetime is very little. This more than a year time, but also came 7 or 8 times, on average, every month or not once. But even so, the Wave Brothers sub-average consumption is not enough 10 million. But now Dream Brother, such a small activity, will soon brush up to 10 million. Moreover, it's only been 4 days since Brother Meng joined the network. In 4 days, he swiped $10 million. Although the total spending wasn't as much as Brother Wave and Brother AO. In terms of the current spending power, if Brother Meng wasn't the strongest godly hero, who was the strongest godly hero? This point was almost indisputable. Almost the next moment, the live broadcast room fell into a frenzy of pop-ups, and all the pop-ups that were typed were almost all 4 words, strongest divine hero, along with the tens of thousands of pop-up screens under the frantic swiping. The hour, minute, and second hands all jumped past the word 12 on time.
At the same time, the activity list at the top of each live room began to shrink, and on the public screen of Orange's live room, a thick gift pop-up screen of the Emperor's Big Brother was also fixed there, becoming the final showstopper in this live broadcast. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sent, Grimoire, star 1314 star 77 consecutive hits. Chapter 33, Congratulations to Brother Meng for becoming the strongest divine master. 4,000 words big chapter. Although the gift-giving session was over, the homepage of the live broadcast, the cute witch riding a magic broom, was still there, constantly sprinkling purple magic books into the live broadcast, looking gorgeous, because the 1314 magic books combo effect was 30 seconds apiece, but Zhou Meng was 15 seconds to brush a group. The Tiger Shark platform's special effects setting for expensive gifts was that the special effect animation for the next gift would only take place after the special effect for one gift had finished. This is also to prevent the live room there are several big brothers at the same time brush gift. The result of this just brushed special effects just out was covered by other people's special effects embarrassing situation. The purpose is to protect the gift-giving experience of the Tycoon Big Brothers. But everyone didn't expect that one day this feature would turn out to be like this because Brother Meng brushed too much. After 20 minutes of brushing, the special effects had only managed to go halfway. In other words, even if he stopped and didn't brush now, the gift screen in the live room would still have to go for another 20 minutes. But it was also because of this that the current atmosphere in the live broadcast room was even more shocking. Orange was already completely dumbfounded by the gifts. Before this, Brother Dream had given her the word to take first place, but he hadn't said that he would brush so much. On the final weekly list, her total was 10,041,000. And this figure, even if one were to add up the entire leaderboards of everyone from the second to the final 50th place in this event, it wouldn't be as much as hers. It could even be said that it was a huge difference. Even if she could only get 20% of the income in the end, that would still be $2,800,000. In 20 minutes, she had gone from a poor anchor to a millionaire? Orange straight away felt a trance before her eyes, but she quickly reacted. In her heart, she knew exactly what she was able to get so many rewards and gain such high popularity because of. Without Brother Dream, she would still be the same wistful little anchor she was before. It was possible that until a few years later, when she was too old to broadcast anymore, her status as a little anchor would still remain unchanged. Brother Meng was the true nobleman of her life. In an instant, Orange couldn't help but look at the first seat of the VIP seat with an even hotter gaze. The live broadcast room was even more boisterous at this time. The minds of the anchors and management of the other guilds weren't calm either. The first one whose heart was the most unsettled was Beibei's sister from Beixia. Sitting in the office of the North Summer Guild, Sister Beibei was lost in thought as she looked at the 10 million bounties that had just been swiped from the Orange live streaming room, all of which should have been EE's. If Brother Meng chose to play this event in EE's live room today, not only would these gifts be EE's, their guild would also get a share. 30% of $10 million, that's $3 million. With this $3 million, she would be able to create 4 or 5 second-tier anchors at least. Wouldn't their Northern Summer Guild develop directly by then? But now, even if she regretted it, the truth had already happened. The biggest winner this time, instead, was Orange, who had only mic'd with EE once. It was that guild White Feather that was almost dim and almost invisible within the platform. When she thought that White Feather's guild side had taken the $3 million for almost nothing, Sister BB's heart felt a pang of displeasure. But she also knew that now was not the time to get angry. Hurriedly, she knocked on the door of EE's live room. EE, Brother Dream swiped 10 million listings for Tangerine's side. I know that this list should have been yours, but don't be angry. Brother Dream will still be playing on the platform in the future. You just need to pay attention to. Although Sister Beibei was lost, she still first intended to open her mouth to comfort EE. Her guild's lack of income didn't have much of an impact on her as a guild manager, but EE had explicitly lost $10 million on the list today, so she guessed that EE must be in a very bad mood right now. This reasoning she could also figure out. Anyone who threw $2 million at someone else, that person wouldn't be happy, right? But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by EE. What Beibei sister? This list should not have been mine in the first place. And why should I be angry with Orange sister? Orange sister got it with her own strength. EE smiled cheekily. Sister Beibei froze for a moment, afraid that EE would be angry with herself, but then carefully looked at EE a glance, found that this girl seems to really not the slightest bit angry appearance. Beibei sister cannot help but a burst of speechless. This girl, really heartless. But this is good. At least EE won't be disheartened because of this. You can think open is good. Now Orange takeoff is already on the board. You and Orange, before there is this relationship in, can be sure to grasp a moment to remember to go to the Orange live room, brush some gifts with a gift. Sister Beibei admonished. Okay sis, I understand. EE nodded repeatedly. After leaving from EE's side, Sister Beibei also gave greetings to the guild's more than 20 anchors who were live streaming as well.
telling them to go over and follow the gift.
The Synchronized Drunken Dream Guild,
Golden Wheel Guild, Thousand Phoenix Guild, as well as Dragon Tang, Little Elephant, Dazzling Peak, and so on.
The large and small guilds and anchors on the platform had almost all made their decisions in the first place.
The Godly Big Brother, who had rewarded 10 million gifts, saw if he could really take a liking to any of their guild's anchors, a little bit of random leakage from his fingers would be enough for them to eat for quite a long time. Even if they could absorb Big Brother into their guild, their own guild would still become the top tier. EE and Orange were the best examples of this, weren't they? EE, a new anchor, just sang a song, and as a result, Brother Meng opened the Emperor's set and rewarded $500,000 to $600,000.
As for Tangerine, she just danced and was spotted by Brother Meng, and today she even hit the 10 million list. The eyes of all the anchors were almost red to the point of smoking this time.
In the next second,
Tangerine's live room was flooded with countless nobles,
and countless treasure maps lit up almost at the same moment. Drunken Dream Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *1. Drunken Dream Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *2. Drunken Dream Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *10. Golden Wool Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *1. Golden Wool Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *2. Golden Wool Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *10. Northern Summer Guild, Thousand Phoenix Guild, Dragon Tang Guild, Huai Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *10. And what immediately followed was the countless monarchs sending out pop-ups on the public screen.
Drunken Dream, welcome Brother Dream to the Tiger Shark platform.
Golden Wheel, welcome Brother Dream.
Basia Bay Bay, congratulations to Brother Dream for winning the championship.
666. Awesome, that's at least a dozen guilds, right?
10 treasure maps per guild. More than 10 guilds.
Directly 600. 000 to 700. 000 ah. Ha ha ha, the anchor got rich again.
But Orange shouldn't be able to look at such a point now.
On the public screen, seeing a dozen or so guilds monarchs giving away gifts, the pop-ups started to get happy again. Of course they knew that these people were sending gifts not to Tangerine,
but to Brother Meng in the live broadcast room.
But that didn't stop them from following the joy. It's too good following Brother Dream is good. It's twice as good wherever you go.
Orange also hurriedly opened his mouth to thank in the live broadcast.
Thank you everyone, thank you bosses for your support. Tangerine, are you interested in coming to our Hawaii? If you jump over, we Hawaii train you as a sister. Hawaii's management spoke smilingly on the public screen.
As soon as these words came out, the management of the White Feather Guild,
who was still OB, instantly became furious.
It's not easy for their own family to come up with a big anchor,
so they're planning to poach people, right?
And you can dig people cannot secretly go to dig.
This guild management is still beside it. Without saying a word, he directly utilized the privilege of guild management and banned Hawaii's management. Hawaii's side still intends to say words immediately stuck in the half shell. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death.
Or White Feathers people will play.
Hawaii, you are a big guild, so what?
This is someone else's Orange live room.
Not the Emperor's can point ban.
White Feather management has blood.
I like ha ha ha, powdered.
Even Zhou Meng was amused by this operation of the White Feather Guild.
But there's one thing to say, Hawaii guild or don't go. The people in this guild are disgusting. Even their own head anchor can be snowed in. There's still a sense of security? Just when the crowd was in a joyful mood, a monarch Big Brother with a Chen Xian sign coldly grunted and sent a pop-up out on the public screen without a care in the world. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere in the live room stagnated. Even those managers from other guilds didn't dare to pick up the fight.
Chen Xian used to be a big anchor that was even hotter than Mu Ran, but as a result, she was so snowed under by Hawaii. What exactly is the reason? We all know in our heart. At this moment, Chen Xian's monarch fan picked this out, which is equal to directly tearing the face of Hawaii's people to start a war. At this time, whoever picks up the fight will have to take the pot. Of course no one will speak. Alright, those of you who are done with your gifts, where to go back and forth. Zhou Meng also frowned slightly, but spoke without being more polite to them because of these gifts. He also watched the live broadcast before. Last year, Qianshan was a hot star show area. It was hard for him not to know this person. He said how come he couldn't see it this year, but it turned out that he was snowed in by Hawaii. But what exactly is the reason? Now no one said. He is not clear. Also do not make more comments. So many guild management in the live broadcast room saw Zhou Meng speak, also hastened to go along with the steps. Brother Meng was not polite. That was because Brother Meng was a divine magnificent big brother and had that qualification. But they didn't dare to have that temper. After typing their congratulations, they all quickly slipped away, and the embarrassment was only temporary. After a large number of guild management left, not more than a minute later, dozens of star show anchors entered the room again in droves, and likewise began to send gifts as soon as they entered the live room. Rewarded, treasure map, *10. Rabbit treasure, rewarded, treasure map,
*2. Broken Wound, rewarded, treasure map, *10. Cyclone, rewarded, treasure map, *1. Xian, rewarded, treasure map, *1. Ancient Wind, rewarded, big rocket, *1. As a guild management, there were some things that were inconvenient to say, but as an anchor, it was significantly freer in this regard. First was Broken Wound, who directly licked his face and blatantly blew it open in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to Brother Dream for taking the tournament and becoming the strongest divine hero of the Tiger Shark platform. Wish Brother Dream auspicious time and auspicious day, happy as wind. Abundant years in wind and moon as wind contend. Contend for blessings and wealth and longevity. Longevity mountain longevity sea longevity Asterisk. Broken Wound, you're also too shameless. Cyclone, who was also a news anchor, became anxious when he saw Broken Wound giving a lick. I also congratulate Brother Dream for becoming the strongest godly hero on the Tiger Shark platform. I wish Brother Dream to eat without worrying, wear without worrying, be dashing every day, be gentle at night, buy and sell like the water of the Yangtze River, live like a flower on a well, enter big and small wealth every day, and have a smooth hair. Besides the two news anchors, the rest were basically talent anchors like EE, but they all know the talent, but they really don't know this kind of boastful jingle. For a while, everyone was dumbfounded. Congratulations to Brother Dream for becoming the platform's strongest divine hero. Even the crowd that reacted to this also followed EE's words and swiped wildly downward. Congratulations to Brother Dream for becoming the platform's strongest divine hero. And the next moment, just as the crowd was frantically brushing the screen live, the live broadcast room lit up with a red super pipe avatar. Tiger Shark Ultra Pipe, Xiao Bai Ling, sent out, treasure map, *1. Congratulations to Brother Dream on his 10 million list win. Xiao Bai Ling swiped the treasure map and attached another line below. Although she was Zhou Meng's account manager, her other identity was, after all, Tiger Shark Supervisor. And although she also thought that Zhou Meng was currently Tiger Shark's #1 divine hero, this was something that an anchor could say, but she couldn't. But no matter what, her thoughts were there. Ha ha ha, the super pipes have all come to give Brother Meng a gift, worthy of being Brother Dream. Seeing that the super tubes who usually ban this and that at every turn also send out treasure maps, the visitors in the live broadcast room were instantly overjoyed. Zhou Meng also returned a smiling emoji to Xiao Bai Ling. I didn't expect this account manager of his to be quite eye-catching. Chapter 34, Numbered Room Checks? Playing with Flowers. And unlike Orange's live broadcast room, which was buzzing with excitement, Ran on the other side of the live broadcast room was sitting on pins and needles. This event ended in complete failure. Although it still took second place, it was a second place that was crushed. 3,570,000 against 10 million, directly crushed twice as much by Broken Dreams. This gap, little cutie, all can see it. Even the group of fans who were furious before didn't speak much now. The gap is small and can still be sprayed, but the gap is as big as the Marianas Trench, so they don't even know how to spray. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was unexpectedly dull. In fact, we don't need to pay too much attention to this event. After all, this is just a small event added midway. The real battle to carry the status of the tripod is still going to be the mid-year event in June. And just because there are a lot of brushes now doesn't mean that there will be a lot of brushes in June as well. Ran smiled awkwardly and forced a wave of explanation in the live broadcast. However, the more than 70,000 people in the live broadcast did not react at all, or AO couldn't stand it anymore, coughed twice, and first typed a statement on the public screen. If you ask me, we did lose this event, and we really should admit it, but losing isn't scary. What's scary is not knowing the reason why we lost. In my opinion, what is the reason? Gullible enemy. Yes, that's right, it's gullible enemy. Since 16 years of fighting all over the world at the platform, 17 and 18 years, I was completely relaxed, and never even took out my full strength. At that time, my idea was that $2 million to fight this event was definitely enough. So I just put $20 million of free money into the company 2 days ago. But I didn't expect halfway to kill a Chang Bite Gene. The reason why Broken Dreams can brush so much, I estimate that the probability is that he knew about this activity in advance, and only then deliberately tuned such a sum of money in his hand, just waiting for today to step on me to get on the throne. AO sighed helplessly. Yeah, although as an anchor, I can't go and casually talk about Big Brother, but this time I really have to say something for Brother AO. Brother AO is really aggrieved this time. Our Brother AO's strength is there for all to see. Which large-scale event in these 2 years? Brother AO hit the charts with less than 5 million? And the reason why AO brushed 5 million is because 5 million is enough. There is no need to brush upwards, but actually with AO's ability, brushing 10 million is nothing. Seeing that AO's words seemed to have an effect, Ran hurriedly followed the conversation down. Sure enough, once these words came out, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly became a lot more active. Brother AO quickly signaled a few of the guild's employees to use their trumpets to bring up the tempo. Let's all think about it. For such a small event, why would Broken Dreams play $10 million out? If you ask me, the odds are that it's counting on Brother AO, just to step on Brother AO to get to the top. When I think about it, it's true that, for an event where $1 million would have been enough, why would he take $10 million? There must be an inside story. As soon as these words came out, many fans in the live broadcast room immediately began to guess, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was the reasoning. Why did they lose? It was because of being invincible for too long, and as a result, they were counted. Even if they were the number one in the world, there were inevitably times when they were backstabbed, let alone on a live streaming platform. So this time it failed. In fact, it's just that. A small recommendation. What can I do if I let it go to orange? Next month's event is the top priority. Mu Ran also spoke up. Don't worry about this. I'll help you fight for next month's event. AO also directly patted his chest to guarantee it. Mu Ran is also right. This month is a small event. Even if it's powerful, so what? Next month is the key. AO's strength I've never doubted. In the morning in the Big Wood live room, AO also said, this time because of the company's financial problems, there is only so much money. If Broken Dreams can brush more than him, then this champion let out. Support AO. Fight back next month. That's right. Being stolen from home isn't scary. Next time we'll hang him head on. For a while, the crowd in the live broadcast room immediately returned to active, and many people began to jump up again, seeing the atmosphere mobilized. Mu Ran's heart was also steeped in relief. Brother AO also hurriedly took this opportunity to find a reason to get off the number and slipped away. This will be the anger in his heart nowhere to vent. Have to hurry to find it. 2 days ago just caught the anchor woman to spread the anger. As for Mu Ran, it's better to favor it in a few days. Mu Ran wanted to go off the air, but she definitely wanted to continue to appease her fans. Compared to Brother AO, who was full of anger, Zhou Meng would be enjoying himself. Let's do this, brothers. Today is so lively. It's not much fun to get off early. Why don't we play a game? Seeing the live broadcast pop-ups brushing non-stop, Zhou Meng also typed a message out. Play games? The anchors and viewers who were chatting in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Let me announce the rules of the game below. Zhou Meng smiled and replied, it's now 12:15 in the morning, and the game lasts until 1 in the morning, which is 45 minutes. I'll have Tangerine conduct a lottery in the live broadcast. For example, there are a total of 1,000 anchors in the Star Show area live at night. These 1,000 anchors are divided into 50 pages from the popularity, and each page has 20 anchors. Then the audience in the live room can play the corresponding code. For example, to play 20 to 10, which means that it is the 20th page of the 10th anchor, and after orange draws a number, I will check the room in this live room that I'll be jumping to, regardless of the advantages and disadvantages of the anchor. At least reward a treasure map. Of course, if the anchor who draws to Shang, automatically swept through. Zhou Meng announced the rules of the game. The moment Zhou Meng's words came out, the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. What Brother Meng meant by these words, wasn't it giving them, the ordinary viewers, the power to give the anchor a reward? As long as they swiped the number, after orange drew it, they would immediately be able to give the corresponding anchor a reward. This gameplay was indeed very interesting, and at the same time, the many anchors who were watching the live broadcast were also secretly excited, especially some of those who are not yet online, but also almost the first time back out to open the live broadcast. Anyway, cannot draw and nothing to lose? Draw can whore a wave of such a big popularity, not to mention, and at least can also get a treasure map. That is 5,000. Chapter 35, God's Magnificence checks the room. Treasure map opens the way. 3,000 big chapter. For a while, countless anchors were on the number. Tiger Shark. As the top 3 live broadcasting platforms in the country currently, the number of anchors could be quite a lot at all. There were already a lot of anchors on the evening live broadcast, plus today's event. There were a lot more anchors online, and now that Zhou Meng said this again, there were a whole lot more anchors online. Tangerine used her computer to slightly swipe through the Star Show channel, refreshing the page count bar directly below. According to what Brother Dream said, the current live broadcasts total 67 pages. Orange carefully counted the number of anchors on each page again, and it was exactly 20. So for our selection interval, it's 1 to 20 to 67 to 20. Tangerine placed this interval in the upper right corner of her live room by pasting it in. She had intended to put it at the bottom, but there was no way. This would be the time when the gift effects hadn't finished, and the bottom half of the live room had been flashing and flashing there, so she couldn't see it even if she put it there. Okay, everyone start. Zhou Meng laughed and typed on the public screen. I didn't think I would have the chance to reward the anchor in this way. Ha ha ha, 0 charged party passes by. A penny has not been spent to indicate that the Dream Brother absolute son. You count what zero charging party like us this real zero charging party, usually to grab big rockets and treasure map and the golden beans, and then sold to the bean merchant cash. Asterisk. Upstairs powerful watch a live broadcast can also let you study out the way of making money. That's that. Relying on this method I've earned almost $50. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this matter, this person was obviously very happy. All the pop-ups that ate him, he returned all of them. The live broadcast room was a hot topic, and what immediately followed were countless digital pop-ups. Some of them were randomly pressed by the viewers, but there was also a part of them that were deliberately swiped after specifically going to see which page the anchor they were following was on. But for most of the pop-ups, the first number was on the backside, and the anchors that were on the backside of the rankings were naturally less popular. This also meant that what most viewers actually wanted to see was Zhou Meng going to reward those unknown anchors. After all, in most people's opinion, it would be more interesting to see a godly Big Brother visit a small anchor's live room. However, Zhou Meng was indifferent to this point. Play, of course, by the way, earn some rebates. Zhou Meng was really happy tonight. Having swiped more than 10 million, the real-life rebate guarantee was more than 100 million. Tangerine, take a screenshot at 17 minutes exactly, whichever one is at the bottom. Zhou Meng spoke on the public screen. Aha, Tangerine softly hummed, but her cheeks were a little scarlet. It was said that she was cooperating with Zhou Meng in playing the game, but Tangerine's mind was long gone by now. All she was thinking about now was whether or not she should give Dream the word tonight and go over to the hotel to look for him. She would very much like to put herself in Dream's shoes and thank him for the reward. No matter how much the live broadcast said, it wasn't as reliable as once in reality. However, she still followed Zhou Meng's request on her hands, and seeing Zhou Meng's words of 17 full minutes to take a screenshot, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly brushed even harder. Time's up. Orange revealed a smile on his face, then pressed the screenshot button, after which he pulled the screenshot into the live broadcast interface. Congratulations to this fan. The 42-to-1 you posted has won the lottery. Okay, then it's time for us to check in next. Zhou Meng laughed and exited Tangerine's live broadcasting room. On Tangerine's side, he was also looking for this anchor's live room and synchronization. Fans who don't want to run more can just watch it in my live room. I can synchronize the broadcast on my side. The fans who were all planning to follow Zhou Meng to join in the fun, when they heard Tangerine's words, they stayed for a large portion of the day. Anyway, it was all about watching the fun, and it was obviously more fun on Tangerine's side. It was all broadcast, so it didn't make a difference where they went to watch, and synchronized with Zhou Meng. The remaining 50,000 or so viewers who followed Zhou Meng's room check were also looking for the first anchor's room on page 42 in droves. Zhou Meng quickly found this anchor's room. Bamboo Art Master Fang Xiaonuan? Seeing this title, Zhou Meng couldn't help but be amused. Directly following the title, he clicked in. Inside the live broadcast room was a small village courtyard, and at this time, a very bright incandescent lamp was being struck on the roof, and a young woman with a slightly chubby figure was sitting in the center weaving bamboo baskets. If you look at it well, this person should be Fang Xiaonuan on the cover of the live broadcast. However, Fang Xiaonuan would be weaving bamboo baskets very seriously, so Zhou Meng did not realize that this emperor's special effect was lit up in the live broadcast room. The tens of thousands of viewers who followed Zhou Meng surging and saw that the anchor had no indication at all of Brother Meng's entry into the live broadcast room, and immediately laughed with joy. Brother Dream was directly ignored at the first stop of his room check? I can't. Does Brother Dream want to brush a treasure map to deter this anchor? But you guys really don't say. Weaving bamboo baskets looks really quite healing. Damn, this is really easy to immerse people in. Tell the one who repairs donkey hooves and the one who restores watches that I might not be able to return tonight. But you can't let the anchor keep ignoring Brother Dream. Brother Dream only stipulated 45 minutes of game time. Delaying too long here won't do. I still want to see Brother Dream brush a few more. The pop-ups of the audience in the live broadcast room were flying. While facing tens of thousands of people's pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Fang Xiaonuan still didn't realize it. Holy, isn't this from the same village as me? I have her phone number. You guys wait, I'll let her watch the live room now. A fan called, putting on a name, entered the live room and froze. Then hurriedly said, upstairs, do you think we believe it? How could there be such a coincidence? Watching a live broadcast and still encountering an acquaintance? The audience expressed their disbelief, but before they could wait for them to speak again, they saw that Fang Xiaonuan's cell phone in the live broadcast room really rang. The next moment, Fang Xiaonuan really put down the bamboo basket and stood up, but only just glancing at the cell phone. Fang Xiaonuan was so scared that she almost threw it to the ground. 50,000 people? Fang Xiaonuan looked at her own live room with a dumbfounded face. In her own live room, it was clear that there were only 100 or so old fans. Found it. Already taken a screenshot. Tomorrow Fang Xianwan's shocked emoticon pack will be online. Honestly, if I had discovered this situation, my cell phone would have 80% already fallen. The tourists were overjoyed. Zhou Meng also laughed out in joy. This was truly the original shocked emoji. Without hesitation, he directly brushed up the treasure map in the live broadcast. Emperor, Broken Dream, sent out, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send out, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, treasure map, *10. Wow. 10 treasure maps, that's $50,000. Brother Dream is atmospheric. Brother Dream is rich. My dream brother is invincible. The live broadcast instantly lit up with countless pop-ups. As for Fang Xianwan, it was also the first time she received a treasure map gift, but she hadn't figured out what was going on yet, and for a while she didn't know what to say. It wasn't until the next moment when a few of the old fans in her room, one of the room managers, typed to her that it was Imperial Brother Meng coming to check on her room, that she realized what was really going on. And she also realized that these 10 gifts given to her by Brother Meng were worth $50,000. Thank you Brother Dream. Thank you Brother Dream for the gifts. Brother Meng, why don't I send you some bamboo baskets? Fang Xianwan sardonically looked at her cell phone. Although she was very excited, for a moment she didn't know what to say to express her gratitude. A $50,000 gift, it's not like she signed up for a guild. As long as it's split in half with the platform, that's it. She'll get $25,000. Fang Xianwan looked around. She didn't know what she had around her that could be worth so much money. A woven bamboo basket was only a few dozen dollars. For $25,000, she would have to weave thousands of baskets. No, I don't need this. When I go to your hometown to play in the future, just treat me to a farmhouse. This is no problem. Brother Dream, you can eat a few meals if you want, but when are you coming? Brother Dream? I can prepare for it. Fang Xianwan's eyes lit up and hurriedly asked after him. I can't. This anchor is too honest. Brother Dream is just being polite. Why is she still taking it seriously? These days, such honest people are really rare. I also brush an airplane, meaning honest man +1. I'll have a few too. In the live broadcast room, many viewers swiped gifts at once. Although none of them were large, they added up to $2,000 or $3,000. Hearing Fang Xianwan's words, Zhou Meng couldn't help but smile. Slightly raising her hand, she replenished 10 more treasure maps over. Instantly, the weekly tribute ranking list in Fang Xianwan's livestream rushed to 100,000 plus. Brothers, the wind is tight, ripping and calling. Zhou Meng laughed, typed a line on the public screen, and led the way as he slipped back into Orange's live room. The fans also followed Zhou Meng and clicked back, leaving only Fang Xianwan, who had gotten a $50,000 share and then was dumbfounded. Her mind was all confused. She didn't think of anything else, but she knew that a rich man called Brother Dream had entered her live room and then rewarded her with $100,000. No matter what, this was a good thing. Back in Orange's live room, the fans just started talking away. Brother Dream is atmospheric. A direct $100,000 gift, worthy of being Brother Dream. If only Brother Dream could give a $100,000 reward to every crafter who opens a live broadcast. Upstairs, you don't want to show the Five Fingers Mountain live, do you? That kind of live broadcast won't pass the scrutiny. Get lost. If I want to show, I'll get it for Brother Meng too. Alright, let's move on to the next one. Zhou Meng's brain went black, and he hurriedly stopped the fans from taking the rhythm in a colorful direction. Even if he himself really wanted it, it would have to be a girl like Tangerine. And Tangerine also tacitly began to redraw numbers. 4 more live broadcasts were drawn in a row, in addition to one of them being the live room of Deshang's anchor. The remaining 3 live rooms, Zhou Meng all jumped over. These 3 anchors were much more resourceful compared to Fang Xianwan, and all knew that Zhou Meng was checking out. Zhou Meng stayed in one live room for less than 10 minutes, and then swiped 10 treasure maps for all 3. Alright, it's getting late. Let's check the last room next and get ready to withdraw. Zhou Meng couldn't help but yawn. It was immediately 1 in the morning, and this would indeed be a bit sleepy. Last one. The fans in the live broadcast room even brushed up their pop-up screens. To be honest, following Brother Meng tonight was really fun. Usually they have to go to the live broadcasting platform in the live broadcasting room. Most of the anchors they send pop-ups after all kinds of performances of talent, but tonight on the 3 anchors, a guitar, a violin, and a dance, they can be appreciated all over. This feeling can only be described by one word: cool. And at the same time, all the viewers also all swiped up their numbers. 30 seconds at the cutoff. Orange looked at the time and also hurriedly tapped the screenshot button. Congratulations to this fan. The number drawn this time is 5 to 15. Tangerine smiled and posted the number to the live stream. Go. Watch the fun. Now that the fans were sort of familiar with finding the live room, when they saw the number set, they immediately dispersed and ran over to find the room. and Zhou Meng also synchronized and followed. However, after many of the water users entered 5:15's live room, they couldn't help but be stunned. Some were pleasantly surprised and typed on the public screen, "Isn't this Qian? Chapter 36, snowed in? I'll hold you up. 3000 big chapter." While in the live broadcast room, Qian's body that was live broadcasting was suddenly shaken. She was live streaming the entire time tonight, although she was snowed away by Hua-Yi Guild. But with the support of several big brothers in the live broadcasting room, she still hit the list of 20,000 in the past few days, and managed to rush into the 43rd place, and got a little bit of a small recommendation. And just now the orange live room, she also went over to accompany the gift, although not much, but it is really all the cash left on her. It is because she heard the dream brother checking the room. She just broadcast a little more, want to take a chance, but I did not expect to really touch the dream brother to come. How did Tangerine get up? Although Qian didn't dare to be too sure, but she did have some guesses in her heart, and the fact that she could run into Brother Meng checking in today meant that her luck had really come. Seeing Zhou Meng's emperor number enter the live broadcast room, Qian hastily adjusted her mindset and hurriedly stood up to open her mouth to welcome him. Welcome Brother Meng into Qian's live room. The tens of thousands of visitors who just entered the live room were also typing and discussing. Qian is so miserable. At this time last year, she was still the proper star show's first sister, but how come she's so popular now? That's right, the evening slot is still ranked on the 5th page. If this is live in the afternoon slot, it is estimated to be after the 8 or 9 pages. Even the third line anchors can't quite be counted. No matter what, Qian is still my goddess. Hey, didn't you guys see that big brother Zhou Meng typing in the orange live room before? Qian is obviously being pitched by this unscrupulous guild of Huai. Zhou Meng was also a bit surprised. When those guild bosses came over before, they were still talking about Qian, and they didn't expect to come across this tonight. However, Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and raised his hand to send 10 treasure maps first. This was also his basic meet and greet gift for tonight's check-in. And the tens of thousands of visitors who just entered the live broadcasting room, whoever had a bit of free money, basically brushed some gifts out. Within a few minutes, Qian's original weekly list of only $20,000 was instantly lifted to over 80,000. Zhou Meng brushed 50,000, while these visitors who just came in brushed a total of 10,000. No more, no more. It's all about sentiment. A big rocket to send. Qian is my youth in the first 2 years. Now there is not much money. Send 5 hot pots, $30 or so. No honor. Thank you for the reward. Brother Meng. Thank you all for the reward. Thank you all for remembering me. Qian couldn't help but be a bit touched when she saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Who said the internet's memory only lasts for a month? Although she now has no more recommendation position, no more data of more than 100,000 people online in the past, and faded out of the limelight, there are still so many people who remember her. Ah, you're welcome. Play check-in with the fans. I remember you. Dang, Ziki's singing is very good. Why don't you give us a song to listen to? Zhou Meng smiled and typed, ******* tearful. Brother Meng even knows Qian too. Qian is the singing queen known as Xiao Deng Ziki. It seems that Brother Meng also watched Qian live often in the first 2 years. Otherwise it's impossible for him to know this. The old fans of Qian's live broadcast were thrilled again when they saw Zhou Meng typing out the words. Even Qian's heart was in a lurch. She also didn't expect that Brother Meng, who had just come to play on the Tiger Shark platform for just a few days, would know about her as well. But this actually proved that Brother Meng had seen Tiger Shark 2 years before and only recently chose to consume it. Thank you Brother Meng for remembering me. With tears in the corners of her eyes, Qian stood up and bowed to the audience again and again. Let me sing a period for everyone. Qian quickly selected the accompaniment. Looking at the lyrics that popped up on the accompaniment in front of her, Qian felt infinite emotions in her heart. After organizing her mood, Qian took out her best state and started singing. It's a pity that we've finally come to a period. The hummingbirds that don't want to fly outside the window are also mourning. In this song, Qian put in 100% of her feelings. Even in the middle of the song, Qian's voice was choked. But this choking sound is not annoying at all. Instead, it gives a special beauty to Qian's singing voice. Why am I moved to cry by the sound of it? Honestly, originally, I was in a very good mood to follow Brother Meng over to play. But now how come I'm so downcast by a song sung by Qian? It's too good to listen to, but it feels like Qian has too much aggression. I'm sorry Qian. I never came to your live room in these months, but I won't in the future. I'll come often. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were lamenting. Zhou Meng also shook his head helplessly. When Qian subconsciously said the song, period, Zhou Meng knew what it meant. It was at this moment that a monarch brother in Qian's livestream typed on the public screen elaborating on the significance of the song. Zhou Meng glanced at it, and the ID appeared to be the one who had previously fought hard against the head of Hua Yi in the Orange Live Room. This song was written by Deng Ziki to her former manager Zhang Shan. The whole song was written about the relationship between the two of them, making each other whole. Zhang Shan discovered Deng Ziki when she was 14 years old, released her first album at 16 years old, and opened up a concert at 19 years old. But after Deng Ziki became popular, Zhang Shan gave her a large number of commercial performances to pick up, making her a complete money-making machine, and also made Deng Ziki deeply involved in the public opinion storm, which is contrary to Deng Ziki's original intention of creation. So Deng Ziki finally chose to leave and put an end to this relationship. This background, naturally, Zhou Meng was also aware of. Thus, he understood Qian Qian's current mood. A red-hot anchor was suddenly snowed away by a guild, and the guild that snowed her was the same person behind the scenes who had single-handedly raised her up. This encounter is very similar to the protagonist of this song. Listening to the song and looking at the backstory typed out by Big Brother Monarch, the public screen in the live broadcast room suddenly fell into infinite silence. Songs were truly infectious, especially for a singer with extreme singing skills and an unrivaled fit for the song. At the end of the day, when they heard Qian Qian singing the song until she cried out, on the opposite side of the phone, they didn't know how many people felt their nose bone sour for a while. Even a few of the girls who were watching the live broadcast couldn't stop sobbing. They were truly empathetic. They could completely feel the disbelief and bitterness of a talented, capable, big anchor who was in the midst of a promising future, when he was suddenly blocked, snowed in, and targeted. Moreover, they can also feel that Qian Qian has really grown up during this period of time. A red-hot super Tier 1 anchor had turned into a Tier 3 anchor in just a few months. But for her to still be able to persevere like this and maintain her beginnings, it would have been very difficult. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and directly clicked on the gift bar. Emperor, Broken Dream, sent out, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dream, sends, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, treasure map, *10. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent out, treasure map, *30. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, treasure map, *80. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, treasure map, *100. In the live broadcast room, whether it was the live broadcast interface or the public screen pop-ups, all of them were screened by Zhou Meng's gift. In an instant, the more than 50,000 people in the live broadcast room were all shocked. 100 treasure maps, $500,000 in cash. Qian Qian finished her song and hurriedly wiped the tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. Thank you, Brother Dream. Thank you, Brother Dream. Looking at the 100 treasure maps in front of her, Qian Qian's originally hesitant heart gradually firms up. Everyone who wants to succeed needs to give something. No one has ever been able to succeed for nothing, and it was time for her to draw a line with the past. Just like the lyrics sang, from now on, she will no longer cry. Without hesitation, Qian Qian tapped on Brother Meng's chat box in the background, and then silently typed a message and sent it over. Zhou Meng saw the private message bar light up with a message and also tapped along. His stranger's private message function had long been turned off, and only people he had followed could send him messages. Of course, the only exception was Xiao Bailing, who was a Tiger Shark supervisor and had a privileged number. As for the ones he followed, there were only a few anchors who could send him messages. Zhou Meng glanced at it, and it turned out to be sent by Qian Qian. But seeing the text on it, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out again. This sentence, how is it so similar to what Tangerine said at that time? The words Qian Qian typed were, Brother Meng, it's okay for me to give myself and want the overall champion of the mid-year event in June? Zhou Meng just thought for 5 seconds before replying. There was only one word in the reply. May. Chapter 37, 100 million in cash. For Zhou Meng, participating in these activities would undoubtedly make his uninteresting gift swiping process quite a bit more interesting, and it would be even better if some other fun could be had in the process. Qian Qian was a top beauty after all, and after seeing Zhou Meng brush 100 treasure maps in Qian Qian's live room, Tangerine's sense of crisis in her heart came up at once. Although she thinks she is very beautiful and talented, it is undeniable that Qian Qian is a bit stronger than her. Moreover, as a super first-tier anchor in the previous 2 years, Qian Qian is much stronger than her now. Whether it's her talent or her stage presence, this is definitely a strong competitor. Thinking of this, Tangerine didn't dare to hesitate any longer. She couldn't just stand still. The only advantage she had right now was her proximity to Brother Meng. No matter how high you get chatting online, can it be as reliable as her slipping and sliding into Brother Dream's arms? She had watched more than 6 hours of movies to refresh her skills between the time she got back at noon and the time before the show started at 10 o'clock at night. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Zhou Meng, stating that she wanted to come over at night to give Zhou Meng a show of lung capacity that was no worse than Qian Qian's when she sang. Zhou Meng looked at the two messages one after the other and smiled helplessly. But if this is the trouble of a godly big brother,
Then Zhou Meng hoped that this kind of trouble would still come a little more often, dumping his own micro-signal to Qian, and then giving a sentence back to Orange's side. Zhou Meng stopped reading the messages. Brothers, let's play here today. We'll check in later when we have the chance. Zhou Meng typed a message on the public screen of Qian's live room. The audience in the live broadcast room was also thoroughly having fun today, and seeing Zhou Meng preparing to go down, they were also playing the words "Good night, Brother Meng" on the public screen.
Good night, Brother Meng. Qian, with a slightly reddened face, similarly said the same in the live broadcast room. In the split second that she saw Zhou Meng agree, her entire heart began to thump. Although there are still quite a few people in the live broadcast room this time, Qian no longer has any mind to continue the live broadcast. Seeing Zhou Meng leaving the live broadcast room, she also hurriedly found a reason to get off the air, and copied the micro signal that she just got in a hurry. Dream brother down. My side is also ready to go down. The next 2 days at home a little thing, can only irregular live oh. Tangerine also hurriedly opened her mouth to say goodbye to the audience, and then brainstormed all of the more than 70,000 people in the live room to airlift to EE's live room. To be honest, although this wasn't exactly robbing EE's opportunity, Orange was still a little less than kind in her heart, and could only make up for it in this way. Tangerine turned off the broadcast and hurriedly panicked, taking the Estee Lauder set that she had just brought back not long ago and ran into the bathroom to take a shower. On this side, Zhou Meng also entered the system for settlement after exiting the live broadcast platform. This afternoon was considered to be a complete play. In the Orange live streaming room, a total of 77 sets of magic books were swiped, plus the 10 treasure maps at the very beginning to pull popularity. Rounded up, a total of 17 million was swiped, and after hitting the event, and going to check a few more rooms, the combined total of 160 treasure maps were brushed, totaling 800,000. In other words, tonight for one night, Zhou Meng had swiped a total of 97 million. Glancing at the system page, sure enough, the data was just right. Congratulations to the host for spending $800 on the live platform. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a tenfold cashback, a total of $199,678,000 in real cash. All assets of the system have been rationalized, so please rest assured that the host can use them. Zhou Meng's cell phone ding-donged at once. Picking it up and glancing at it, close to $110 million in cash had arrived. Taking a look at the system page, the upgrade task also moved forward quite a bit. Divine Magnificent System. Host, Zhou Meng. Level 1. Upgrade progress, 12. 11 million/$1 billion. Realistic assets, 129 million yuan. Cashback ratio 110. Cool. $120 million in cash. Looking at the total balance, Zhou Meng couldn't help but feel a surge of bravado in his heart. In reality, how many people had more than $100 million in assets? I'm afraid it's not even 1 in 10,000, right? To exaggerate, not even 100,000. And with 100 million assets, it is definitely enough to qualify to step into the elite class, even enough to step into the core circle of the elite class. And Zhou Meng didn't wait long. Qian's friend application over there was sent over. Just after passing the application, the first sentence over there made Zhou Meng laugh. Brother Meng, do you have time lately? I have nothing to do these days. I want to find you to come and play for a few days, shy. Zhou Meng was straight up a good guy. If it wasn't for the fact that Orange and Qian didn't know each other, Zhou Meng was a bit skeptical that these two girls had rehearsed in advance. Speaking should not be so uniform, even that shy expression in the back is all snapped out. But this time Zhou Meng did not directly agree. This hotel is quite comfortable to live in, but Zhou Meng does not intend to live here permanently. Ready to wait until tomorrow to go to the outer ring side to look at the room, buy a set of villa to move in. That way, the address would be uncertain. For Qian, it would be better to wait for a few days after the move. Therefore, Zhou Meng quickly replied, wait for a few days. After this message was typed, Zhou Meng sensed that this sentence appeared to be a euphemistic rejection, which could easily be misunderstood. After a slight hesitation, she added another sentence afterward, preparing to move in the past few days. Qian over there. When she saw the first message sent by Brother Meng, her whole body was also visibly stunned, thinking that she was rejected. But after seeing Brother Meng's explanation in the second sentence, Qian couldn't help but rejoice again. So, Brother Meng is planning to accept her? For a while, Qian's heart suddenly had a little more than a little leap. After returning the message, Zhou Meng did not wait long to hear the doorbell. Hearing this sound, Zhou Meng couldn't help but smile. It had only been just over 40 minutes since Orange went off the air, right? This speed is really fast. Walking over and opening the door, just as the door opened, Tangerine directly rushed into Zhou Meng's arms. Brother Dream, did you miss me? Tangerine smiled as she kept rubbing herself in Zhou Meng's arms. What do you say, Qingxue?
I'm looking forward to your lung capacity, Zhou Meng teased with a smile.
Brother Meng,
Tangerine red-faced and pouty stomped her feet,
but the next moment,
she couldn't help but go down a few points. If before, Tangerine had taken the initiative to follow over in order to do better in her live broadcasting career,
then today's Tangerine, her feelings towards Zhou Meng were the ultimate gratitude.
Zhou Meng had used her own strength to bring her directly to the first place of this event. Although this first place got a recommendation position that wasn't rich compared to the large event, the list that Zhou Meng gave her was not less than the large event at all. It could be said that this time she had really made a big splash, and when she started broadcasting again after this event, she could even directly jump over the hurdle of third-tier to second-tier anchors and directly rush into the echelon of first-tier anchors. And aside from these, the most realistic thing was that she got a share of 2 million or so. And the way she was thankful for that was to use all the methods she had learned while watching the movie at noon as much as possible.
Chapter 38, $80 million Villa. Before this, Zhou Meng had always felt that his waist was titanium alloy. After all, he hadn't worked out much since he was a kid, and he felt extremely good about himself all the time. But when he got up this morning, he realized that he was really wrong before. Even the most bullish cadre couldn't withstand such a test. The dark circles under his eyes have already come out, and he looks like a living panda baby. Lin Qingxue, who also got up next to him, couldn't help but spit out her tongue when she saw Zhou Meng in this state, and laughed in her heart. Zhou Meng fiercely glared at Lin Qingxue. Good fellow, what kind of continuous 3 hours? This is to pull out his tendons and bones. Now without a day or two, he wouldn't be able to recover at all. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, can do anchor really not as simple? Not only can suck money, but also come with me to the outer ring side at noon in a while. Zhou Meng ordered breakfast and then spoke. Go to the outer ring? Lin Qingxue was a bit curious. To buy a house. Zhou Meng laughed. Okay, Brother Meng. Lin Qingxue nodded, not reacting much to this. With Zhou Meng's strength, buying a house was just a normal operation. She knew the house prices over in the outer ring, a normal high-rise residential area. The house price was around 20,000, and a 100 square meter house was only 2 million. Even if she just took out the $10 million that Zhou Meng had brushed in her livestream last night, it was enough to buy 5 sets, which was nothing to Brother Meng. However, the next moment, Lin Qingxue suddenly had a flash of light. Yes, it seems that she can afford to buy a house now. In the past, when she was live streaming, she had never thought about buying a house in Magic City, because she had never thought that she would be able to earn several $1,000,000 from live streaming. But now, the light shares she can take more than 2 million, and after the Dream Brother, there are a lot of guilds and anchor gifts. These share to the hands of a few 100,000, adding up to almost 2,200,000. Buy a set of 3-bedroom may be a bit hanging, but 2-bedroom is absolutely no problem. In that case, she is also considered to be rooted in this side of the Magic City. But after following Zhou Meng out at noon, she was completely stunned. She didn't react until she was taken by Zhou Meng to look at 3 houses and finally paid the money to pay the full amount. What Brother Meng wanted to buy, where was it? An ordinary building? What he bought was clearly a villa, and finally settled. Or the outer ring this side of the most upscale villa area, Imperial Dragon Bay, in the largest household type. The overall construction area of 1,000 square meters, with 200 square meters of small garden, 100 square meters of swimming pool and 300 square meters of basement and underground garage. The total area is 1,600 square feet of ultra-luxury furnished houses. Of course, the payment was based on the floor area. However, compared to the unit building she remembered, which was also in the outer ring, the price of this villa was something that almost took her breath away. $80,000 a square foot, for 1,000 square feet of floor area. The total house payment totaled $80 million. Right under her watchful eyes, Brother Meng and the other party signed the contract for this $80 million and transferred all the money on the spot. Congratulations, this house will be in your name from now on. The business manager of the sales department finished the formalities for Zhou Meng, and his face was all smiles with joy. Normally, to sell out a set of houses here in Royal Dragon Bay, one would have to accompany the boss to sleep well for a few weeks at least, but I didn't expect Zhou Meng to come over today. Just a simple understanding of the direct payment in full. $80 million of house. Only take commission can get 400,000. This is not a small amount of money. In a moment, help me contact the property, have them purchase a batch of things for me, and the list for them to come to the house to pick up. Zhou Meng nodded. This villa he was indeed very satisfied with, and it was finely decorated and could be moved in directly. But with the fine decoration, there were only a few necessary things, more soft furnishings and whatnot. He still had to get them himself. And as the property department of the luxury villa area, the service is naturally needless to say. After finishing these things, Zhou Meng took Lin Qingxue into the villa. Leaning on the soft sofa in the oversized living room, Lin Qingxue still felt a burst of unreality. $80 million, just like that? If you come to find me in the future, just come over here. I'll be staying here permanently afterward. You can also go pick a room in a while. You can stay here if you're not doing anything, Zhou Meng said with a smile. This villa, there were more than 10 various suites, so it was enough to live in anyway. Okay, Brother Meng. Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qingxue was also pleasantly surprised. The fact that Brother Meng could let her pick a house to live in here meant that he really recognized her and treated her as one of his own. Although she and Brother Meng had already developed to this level now, Lin Qingxue was completely afraid to call herself Brother Meng's girlfriend, and being able to receive this kind of recognition already made her very happy. For a few consecutive days, Zhou Meng had been tidying up the villa that he had just bought. Tangerine was basically coming over during the day and going back at night for the past few days because she had to broadcast live. And in addition to giving Zhou Meng a hand in arranging the villa, she had also picked out a separate room for herself according to what Zhou Meng had said. However, Tangerine had the good sense to pick her room next to the master bedroom that Zhou Meng was staying in. On the other hand, as the time entered June, the Tiger Shark live streaming platform began to gradually buzz with activity. First of all, it was the beginning of the month when all the major anchors were most looking forward to their paychecks. At the top of the list was Orange. She first pulled all of her commission into the back end of her account, and then contacted the platform's bean merchant to empty her entire balance. In the end, she sold all the golden beans on her account for a total of $2 million at a 90% discount. And the first time she got this money, Orange ran to an ordinary neighborhood next to the Royal Dragon Bay called, on the waterfront, and bought a 2-room apartment, a total of 65 square feet. The unit price of $22,000 a square foot. The selling price totaled $1,430,000. She didn't hesitate, and directly took it in full. On top of that, Orange, because she was live broadcasting from home, she bought herself a set of professional live broadcasting equipment and recording equipment after surrendering her previous apartment, spending a total of more than $100,000. After de-opening these, she was left with $450,000 in cash in her hand. And then, she took out another $300,000 and bought a very cute convertible Beetle. And she didn't move the remaining $150,000, but planned to keep it for emergencies. Although the money in her hand was almost spent all at once, Orange was still very happy. First of all, of course, it was settling down on this side of Magic City. Secondly, it was the fact that it was very close to Brother Meng. Although she had a room in Dream Brother's house, Tangerine knew in her heart that having a room didn't mean she could disturb Dream Brother's life at will. Only when Brother Dream called her over to play would she be qualified to stay there. And normally, it was definitely to live in her own home. If she was still living on the previous apartment side, it would be at least an hour and a half's drive to the Royal Dragon Bay Villa, and now living on the side of the water. On the contrary, the distance from the apartment to the hotel was even closer than before. It was only a little more than 5 kilometers, and the drive would only take 10 minutes at most. As long as Brother Meng called her, she could be there in minutes. For her, there was nothing more crucial than this. Chapter 39, Revenue Explosion. 3,000 words big chapter. EE looked at her background data and couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The first time Dream Brother brushed a gift in her live room, he opened an Emperor's set. Opening a noble, she was able to take a 10% commission, almost a total of $23,000. Plus at that time Dream Brother brushed $100,000 fluorescent stick, divided into $50,000. There are also 4 groups of 13-14 magic books that were swiped out later when playing the event, removing one group for the audience to give out benefits. There are still 3 groups left, plus some scattered rewards. The share is a total of $270,000. Altogether, it totaled $343,000. After splitting it 60-40 with the guild, she also got an asset close to $140,000. Seeing the money that had been successfully transferred to her bank card, EE felt her heart skip a beat. She, an ordinary sophomore, had earned $14,000 in just 5 days? Of course, if you take away the $50,000 of treasure maps outside of the accompanying gift to Orange, you'd be left with $90,000. But that's quite an exaggeration. On average, it was almost $20,000 of income a day. You must seize the opportunity this month. Before Brother Meng also said in the Tangerine live broadcast that he didn't give up on you. Sister Bebe watched beside EE and advised bitterly, trying to get EE to think about it. In the business of being a star show anchor, especially a female anchor, isn't that where they all end up? And most of the anchors, even if they want to get a homecoming, they don't have that chance. There are potential women, but there is not always a bowl. An oversized bowl like Brother Meng was even more unattainable. Now that this opportunity was in front of EE, she really didn't want EE to miss it. To put it bluntly, if she was this good looking, she would have rushed over without hesitation. Unfortunately, Brother Dream was looking at EE, not her.
a live broadcast of $10 million.
How many assets should that be in reality? I'm afraid it's more than 5 or 600 million, right? Hearing these words, instantly had a moment of hesitation. She hadn't thought about this carefully before, but after the real $90,000 in cash hit her account, she was completely confused. Her family environment was still considered okay, belonging to a well-off family, or else she wouldn't be able to afford to go to this kind of art academy. It wasn't that difficult for the family to come up with this $90,000, or even $4 or $5 $90,000 if needed. It wasn't a problem. But the problem is, the family's $4 or $5 $90,000 is mom and dad hard work for 1 or 2 decades to save up. But what about her $90,000? It was nothing more than sitting in the live broadcast room and singing a few songs, before and after counting only 5 days, which didn't even add up to 2 days if you counted the live broadcast time. This left who had always treated live broadcasting as a part-time job, completely messed up. In the end, why go to study art? Wasn't that just to make money as a star after graduation? But now that there was a chance to make more money, was there still a need to become a star? In the end, being a star wasn't necessarily that clean. Sister Bebe, I'd better reconsider. Thought for a while, but still looked apologetically at Sister Bebe. Sister Bebe sighed helplessly at that moment. Even if Dream Brother is really a 40 to 50-year-old, his mindset can be completely put in perspective. Come to think of it, is there much difference from a shot? Just bear with it and it will pass. You should understand that the internet's memory is very short, and Big Brother's patience is also very short. I admit that I am a bit selfish, but you should also know that more benefits are still with you. Sister Bebe patted I's shoulder, and then walked out of the room, only leaving behind Ichi, who was in a mess in the room. On the other hand, Broken Wand was similarly looking at his background data. Brother Meng's 38 treasure maps totaled $1,900,000. After splitting it up, he was able to take a total of 20%, totaling $38,000. Together with some other scattered rewards, his income this month had directly surged to $43,000. Brother Dream is atmospheric. Broken Wound's right fist violently hammered the desktop, and the excitement in his eyes could no longer be contained. Normally, his income was only $6,000 or $7,000, but last month, he had gotten more than $40,000, which was a milestone increase. But he also knew in his heart that without Brother Meng, there would be no current him, and through the last activity, he also got a medium-level recommendation position. Plus he is now hitched to Brother Meng's line. The guild will also support him to a certain extent. I believe that until June, the popularity can be raised up again. Maybe there is still a chance to impact the second line. As for Qian, at this moment, looking at the background data, but a little bit happy not up, Brother Meng brushed a total of 110 treasure maps in her live room, with a total value of $550,000. Together with some other people's fractional rewards, the total was about $600,000. However, she was only able to get 20% of this money, which was like $130,000 to $140,000. If placed in the past, she wouldn't have been so angry. After all, the guild taking 3 tiers was going to synchronize a lot of recommended resources for the anchor. It was something that complemented each other. The anchor's popularity was bigger, and she could also receive more gifts. But now, Hua Yi had snowed her out, not giving her any recommendation resources, much less playing any activities for her. But according to the contract, Hua Yi was still able to split 30% of the total gifts. She had only taken $130,000 or $140,000, but Hua Yi could take $200,000. Wasn't this a proper big injustice? Glancing at the contract, it will last until the end of this year before she can terminate it. Thinking about it, Qian is helpless again. The 100,000 or so now is nothing. But if Brother Meng really gives her a shot at the June event, won't Hua Yi get another share of more money? No, she had to find a way to get this over with. Even if she couldn't jump out, she had to stop Hua Yi from getting this share. She doesn't want the money to be fed to the dogs. Qian hurriedly took out the contract she signed with Hua Yi earlier and studied it. But in the next moment, Qian couldn't help but take out her cell phone and look at it again. I don't know if Brother Meng's move is over yet. When will he send her a message? Same day. Mu Ran, Rabbit, Cyclone, all of the anchors, all of them put their sights into the backstage. And as a result, naturally, there are quite a few people who are happy and quite a few people who are bitter. Doing live broadcasting is making money, but the ones who are making money are only those anchors who are above the third line. Among so many anchors in the entire Star Show district, there were only a few hundred that could get a high salary. The rest were mostly generating power with love. And after all, the anchors had withdrawn their cash. The following day, it was also the day of each guild's ramp. Among so many guilds, the one with the highest income was undoubtedly still Dishang. The Dashang Guild,
which was located in Deep City's Commercial Street, had a young man in his early 30s come in today. "Brother Wave, why are you free to come today?" Brother AO couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise when he saw Brother Wave enter. "There's nothing going on over at the headquarters today, so I came over to take a look." Brother Wave waved his hand with a smile and took a seat on the sofa. Both of them, he and Brother AO, were both veritable rich second generation. However, compared to him, Brother AO was much lazier in nature, and didn't say anything about taking over so many industries in the family, and spent his days either racing cars or picking out beautiful women in the live streaming platform. He, on the other hand, had taken over all of his family's nearly $10 billion industry. As for the Dashang Guild, it was also created by him single-handedly after sniffing this windfall, with a total investment of $200 million, accounting for 66% of the shares. AO, on the other hand, invested a little more than $100 million under his suggestion, accounting for 34% of the shares. Because of the relationship of busy work, this side of the matter is basically AO in the stare. He will occasionally come over a trip or two. Brother Long got the May financial statement from the guild management. May's total investment of $10 million, total revenue of $23 million, profit of $13 million, not bad at all. Looking at the final net profit shown in the statement, Brother Long was very satisfied. There were more than 2,000 anchors on this side of Dashang, and there were quite a few first and second tier anchors. Individual income wasn't high, but combined, this income was definitely not bad. Not bad what the first place in the May event is gone. AO sighed helplessly. The first place is lost? What's the situation? Brother Wave froze. Since last year, their Dashang had been in a crushing posture, right? One should know that one of the reasons why their Dashang's dominance was so strong was because of the heavy investment, and the other reason was that they had supported a few top anchors, like last year's Hua Yi Guild's Qian Qian. Because she was too competitive and affected Mu Ran's promotion path, she was screwed down by him with a little trickery. Until now, Mu Ran was already the strongest anchor on this side of Starshow District. It's not even that Brother Meng. Speaking of this, AO immediately clenched his teeth in anger and gave Brother Wave a full account of the situation. With a single consumption of over $10 million, do you think this brother dream? Can he be absorbed into our Dashang? Brother Long frowned. It's hard for me to see. This dream brother doesn't seem to treat our Dashang very well, even after winning this event. He even made a point of stating that all our Dashang anchors uniformly don't look at it during the final room check. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. It's just a personal god ho. It's not a threat to us. Brother Wave waved his hand. So what if he swiped 10 million in a single swipe? Can you still swipe 10 million every time? You have to know that there is a fundamental difference between a personal divine hero and a guild brush. For an individual godly hero to hit the 10 million list, he had to take 10 million out in real terms. Even if the anchor does not want his share of the rebate, he has to play 8 million out. But what about the guild brushes? The same as 10 million, as long as the real take 5 million out on the line. And to put it mildly, the guild brushes this 5 million out, and after winning the event, they can still get more revenue, and they won't lose any money at all. Even if an individual god ho played the event for the anchor and the anchor got the recommendation, what does that have to do with him? One side is out less, in more. On the one hand, there is a lot of money out and no money in. It was clear which was stronger and which was weaker. That being said, but we did lose last month after all, and it was also because I was careless. AO spoke up. Don't worry about this. Isn't it just $10 million? The next month of June is a more crucial month. The guild side will allocate another sum of money out for you to play with. If he can swipe it once, can he swipe it twice? Wave brother didn't care at all. Smilingly wrote a number out on a piece of paper for AO. Really so much? Seeing Brother Wave's handwriting, AO's eyes lit up at once. I can't lie to you. I'm going to run 2 projects abroad in June. The guild side is still left to you. As long as it's within this range, feel free to play. Saying this, Brother Wave smiled and stood up. Brother AO would be full of confidence this time as well. It was just like what Brother Wave had just said. An ordinary individual god ho was just that. Could he still turn the tables? Don't worry, I will take it this time. Chapter 40, this is called Life Ah. Various guilds had already ramped up their accounts, and naturally, it was the same on the Tiger Shark platform side. Deep City, Tiger Shark platform headquarters. Mr. Gu, the platform's accounts are out. How come it's still in the red? General Manager Gu saw the general ledger and pressed his temples helplessly. Boss, this really can't be helped. As you know, the platform's popularity base is mainly over in the gaming area, but the game anchor's ability to absorb money is very poor, coupled with the fact that each of these anchors' signing fees are in the hundreds of thousands and millions, averaged out to every month. The signing fees for the game area anchors alone would be around $30 million. The project manager smiled bitterly. In a year,
the total signing fee that their side would have to pay would be about 400 million. This was also one of the big heads of expenditure, but it was a sum they couldn't afford not to pay. The total daily users of Star Show area was only about 500,000, and the remaining 3.5 million daily users could all be brought by the game anchors. What they are doing is trying to convert this part of the popularity to the Star Show area, so that the anchors in the Star Show area can help the platform to absorb the money. Without game anchors, their platform would instantly have to fall into the 5th tier. For them, they absolutely couldn't do anything to unload the mill. Not to mention that it wasn't time to unload the mill yet. In addition to these, there was also server maintenance. The total daily traffic of the platform is 25 million, and the daily active users are more than 4 million, which is not a small number. Daily server maintenance, at least 500,000. A month down is 15 million. Calculated, even if nothing is done, the cost of a month alone is 45 million. This is not counting the staff's salary and so on, but the current platform income, basically rely on gift rewards. The total revenue for May is actually just over $40 million. Even if Broken Dreams hadn't individually swiped $10 million and created a net profit of over 5 million for them, this loss would have been even greater. But boss, we only lost around 5 million in May. Compared to the previous months, it's already a big breakthrough, and this achievement will also temporarily be able to deliver to the board of directors side. Hearing this, Mr. Gu could only nod helplessly. After all, losing less is also a kind of progress. However, when reporting, he really had to be brazen, and had to use all the professional vocabulary he had learned in college over the past 10 years, such as synchronized profitability, exceeding the loss control target, and so on. You tell Xiao Bai Ling a word. Broken Dreams to mention the highest internal level of S level. What requirements try to meet? You do not have the authority to report directly to me. This God's whole big brother must not let him run to other platforms. Mr. Gu exhorted. He admitted that he had looked away before. Now, it seemed that this brother Dream was a proper 10 million consumption level, and could be completely categorized into the column of the strongest godly heroes on the platform. Moreover, Broken Dream's consumption pull on the platform was also obvious, as Broken Dream swiped furiously and also drove the consumption enthusiasm of the platform's users to a certain extent. Relying on this alone, the platform's income last month had grown by more than $1 million. Okay boss. The project manager wrote down General Manager Gu's words. Right, the June event is crucial. Make sure you prepare properly. If we can't make big money in June to make up for the previous deficit, this year will be completely over. Boss, don't worry. The event this time is absolutely wonderful. The project manager smiled and opened his mouth. This time, whether it was the novelty or the scale of the event, it was absolutely unprecedented. Even in order to make the event completely high, the rewards that were taken out this time were much bigger than those of previous years, with the purpose of mobilizing the passion of all the anchors. After all, only by first letting the anchors all get high, the platform's big brothers will work hard to pull out their wallets to spend. He also did not dare to be careless. After all, he is also on the side of Vice President Gu. If Vice President Gu was dismounted, he 80% also have to follow the cool. Time quickly came to June 10th. After the last event, the list was announced on the 31st, and for the next few days, the news anchors in the entire Star Show district had almost all become brainless blowhards for Brother Meng. In contrast to this, it was Desheng and some of the other bought and paid for anchors that began to brainlessly wash Muran. After more than 10 days, the entire platform also slowly calmed down. Orange Live Room. Because Zhou Meng hadn't appeared for almost 10 days or so, many fans were curious as to why Brother Meng wasn't online yet. And as Brother Dream's guardian anchor Tangerine's live room, it had undoubtedly become the first object of search for many of Brother Dream's Divine Hero fans. Anchor, do you know when Brother Dream is coming? Yes, Brother Dream has not shown up for 10 days. This live broadcast looks and feels nothing interesting. It's still cool when Brother Dream is around. Plus there's an event. It's simply too lively. In the live broadcast room, many fans were spouting off. In the past, when there was no Brother Dream, they looked quite cool, but after Brother Dream had gotten wildly high once, they felt like they couldn't quit completely. After Brother Dream hadn't been here for 10 days, they even felt like the Star Show district wasn't fun anymore. Well, Brother Dream should be online in the near future, Tangerine explained with a smile. After the lucrative referral resources from the last round of first place, she was now about to rush to the first tier. After a few more days of converting the popularity of this batch of recommendations into transformations, it was believed that she would be able to directly step into the threshold of a first-tier anchor. Therefore, Orange was really happy recently. Generally speaking, the time for this event in the middle of the year was roughly the 15th, and it was only 5 days full. And these days she went over to the Royal Dragon Bay every day to help Zhou Meng do the soft furnishings, and 10 days down the line it was already basically over. Yesterday she didn't go live and spent the night over at Zhou Meng's side.
and she also knew from Zhou Meng's mouth that Zhou Meng would also be participating in this event in June.
Brother Dream will be online in the near future? Hearing Tangerine's words, everyone was pleasantly surprised, and at this moment, Zhou Meng was comfortably enjoying life. The original somewhat empty villa had been renovated by him in a new way. At the entrance of the villa in Dragon Bay, there was a fresh food store that was specially dedicated to the residents in the villa area. Although the price was a bit expensive, it wasn't a problem for the current Zhou Meng. Health came first. He went to the door to buy a large pile of ingredients back, and then an extremely professional property beauty followed behind, pushing a trolley all the way to Zhou Meng sent to the door of the house. The smile on his face from the time when he just saw Zhou Meng has not been broken. Zhou Meng even felt that even if he didn't say a word now, he only needed to wave his hand, and the little beauty in front of him, who was close to 80 points, would take the initiative to lean in his arms. However, he obviously did not have this intention, but the little beauty's head scratching also still provoked Zhou Meng a little bit. First, he sent a message to Tangerine, inviting her to come to the villa for a steak and a sleepover after she got off the air in a little while, before he leisurely hummed a little song and went into the kitchen to study the top-grade beef that he had just gotten. Afterward, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is what we call life. Chapter 41, How can Brother Meng be so handsome? At night, Zhou Meng took Tangerine, who had just finished eating, only because, into his arms. Zhou Meng pointed to the cigarette case next to him. Tangerine, although this will be a little powerless, but still forcefully sat up and drew a cigarette out of the cigarette case to light it for Zhou Meng, slightly closed his eyes, comfortably took a bite. Zhou Meng really didn't have any addiction to cigarettes, but having another one afterward was indeed quite good. Brother Meng, you look so handsome when you smoke. Tangerine looked at Zhou Meng with a smile. Zhou Meng was stunned, but then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So you mean that would not be handsome before smoking? Which is not true. That would be the most handsome. Brother Dream, you are super handsome no matter what. Tangerine blushed slightly, but still spoke from her heart. Hearing Tangerine's words, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Buy some things these days, decorate that room of yours as well, and don't go back every day in the future. Stay there when you don't want to. Zhou Meng patted Tangerine's smooth spine. Okay, Brother Dream. Tangerine's heart was violently happy and she nodded repeatedly. She knew in her heart that her status in Dream Brother's heart had risen ever so slightly again. Although it was just a little bit, it was enough to make her excited for a long time. Right, has the June event over at Tiger Shark come out yet? Zhou Meng asked, because he was setting up his house. He hadn't been online on the Tiger Shark platform recently. Anyway, for the current him, it was simply enjoying life. As for the system's upgrade task, he also had no intention of completing it right away. It wasn't like there was a time limit anyway. Completing tasks while playing was the most enjoyable. Not yet, but I saw the anchor group discussing it earlier, saying that it would come out around June 15th, and the specific announcement of the event should be sent to the anchors on the 13th or 14th. That's not much longer. Zhou Meng nodded. However, in the next moment, Zhou Meng suddenly froze as if he had remembered something. He seemed to have forgotten Xian Xian in the past few days. He had promised Xian Xian that he would let her come over after he moved, but now almost 10 days had passed. Is he letting Xian Xian off the hook? On the other hand, Xian Xian is also anxious. Obviously, Meng just said that he wants to move. But moving, isn't it usually over in a day or two? Even if Brother Meng's home is bigger, then it should be done in 3 or 4 days, right? But she had waited from May 31st to June 10th, a full 10 days, and not even a single word had popped up on the chat page with Brother Dream. Originally, she didn't really dare to disturb Brother Meng, but by today, she was indeed a bit restless. For her, this was a major event concerning her future, but she knew in her heart at the same time that for a godly big brother like Brother Meng, this was probably just a small and interesting thing in his life, and forgetting about it was quite possible. However, seeing the opportunity missed like this, Xian Xian was still not very willing. After thinking and thinking, she still took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng, who was playing with his cell phone with his arm around Tangerine, had just thought of Xian Xian when he saw a message alert light up on the top of his cell phone. Zhou Meng couldn't help but be stunned. But the next moment, upon seeing that it was Xian Xian who sent the message, Zhou Meng couldn't help but smile again. This is really a heart-to-heart he just thought of it for not even a minute, and the message from there even sent over. After sending a message to Xian Xian's messaging interface, Zhou Meng put his cell phone to rest and put it aside. The message Zhou Meng sent was only a few words. Magic City Outer Ring, Villa No. 12, Royal Dragon Bay. On the other hand, Xian Xian, who received a second reply, almost jumped up from the bed in excitement in the next moment. I knew it, I knew it. Xian Xian was instantly surprised. Brother Meng had sent such an address message over, and it was more than obvious what the intention was. Seeing that Zhou Meng's address was in Magic City, Qian did not hesitate and checked the map information right away. She is now in Shenzhen, and the distance from Mordor is about 1500 kilometers. If she takes a plane, she should be able to arrive in Mordor early tomorrow morning if she departs from home now. Seeing this, Qian also no longer hesitated, and hurriedly bought a plane ticket, carefully put on a makeup, simply packed her luggage, and took a car and headed to the airport. After a bumpy ride, Qian arrived at the gate of the villa in Dragon Bay early in the morning on the 11th. Looking at the richly decorated villa gate in front of her, Qian couldn't help but smack her lips secretly. On the cost of this doorway of Dragon Bay Villa, I am afraid it will cost tens of millions, right? How expensive is the villa there? However, strangers can't enter the villa area. After checking the address again to make sure the address is correct, Qian took out her cell phone and called Zhou Meng. When Zhou Meng received Qian's call, he had just woken up. Okay, wait for a while, I'll come out to pick you up. Zhou Meng couldn't help but yawn. Last night was more than 2 in the morning before he went to sleep, and now it's only 8 in the morning, so it's only 6 hours of full sleep. Seeing that Tangerine was still asleep, Zhou Meng did not disturb her and put on her clothes, intending to go out to pick up Qian, and Qian at the door. When she heard Zhou Meng's voice, the heart she had been carrying could not help but loosen up a lot. Though she has come this far, she has no expectation on Meng's age, but it's best if he's not an old man, and just listen to Meng's voice. Although Meng just woke up voice some hoarse, but still can hear out the age is not too big. As for whether it was 30 or 40, she was a bit unsure. For her, this range is completely acceptable. Qian stood at the entrance of the villa area with some apprehension. Zhou Meng, on the other side, walked out along the path. In order to facilitate the owner's access, the villa area was made large internally, but the distance from the gate to the owner's home was relatively short. From Zhou Meng's villa number 12, it would only take about a minute on foot. Zhou Meng just walked to the door. He saw a sexy beauty wearing a beige JK suit, holding an umbrella in one hand, and pulling a book bag-sized beige bear suitcase in the other. Of course Zhou Meng knew what Qian looked like, and now, seeing Qian in reality is even more seductive than the live broadcast, her heart can't help but be slightly moved. No wonder the first 2 years can grow to the position of super first-tier anchor threshold. This face value and body, indeed have this qualification. Zhou Meng waved at Qian who was standing over there. Qian, here, and Qian who was standing over there. When she heard Zhou Meng shouting, she also hurriedly looked over in the direction of the voice. But at the first sight of Zhou Meng, Qian couldn't help but freeze. How can Brother Meng can be so handsome? This is not scientific. Chapter 42, Qian is here. But Qian still reacted at the first time and hurriedly walked towards Zhou Meng's side. To be honest, Brother Meng is not only very young, but his looks are really handsome. Even if it wasn't for this reason, just based on this looks alone, it's probably already the first choice of many girls to choose a spouse. Zhou Meng smiled and prepared to take the suitcase in Qian's hand, but Qian deftly dodged it. Brother Meng, the suitcase is not heavy, I can do it myself. Qian hurriedly smiled at Zhou Meng. How dare she let Brother Meng carry her luggage? Seeing Qian ducking away, Zhou Meng did not say any more. The suitcase was indeed not too big. While leading Qian inside, Zhou Meng opened his mouth to speak. Qian, where did you come from? From the deep city side. Qian put away the sun umbrella and looked at Zhou Meng with some embarrassment. Although she called Big Brother online, in reality, especially when she knew what was going to happen, she still couldn't stop being shy in her heart. Deep city? That's not close. Zhou Meng was slightly surprised. He had sent the message to Qian after 11 last night. More than 1500 kilometers. So Qian caught a flight all night? It's not bad. The airplanes are all direct. You can get there in a few hours. It's just that the short guide in the middle is more time consuming. Qian stroked her hair, and restroked the strand of hair scattered in front back to the root behind her ear, revealing her delicate face. Zhou Meng took one look and couldn't help but be captivated as well. A super beauty like Qian, who is above 95 points in her own right, is definitely top-notch in attractiveness even if she doesn't dress up. And today's Qian, apart from the elaborate makeup, she also deliberately picked such a beige-colored JK uniform, which completely showed off her pretty figure. The looks and figure were on the sexy side, but the clothes she wore today were on the cute side. With the two separate temperaments intermingled together, Zhou Meng could only think of one word to describe it for a moment. Pure and lustful. But now Zhou Meng is at least a person who has eaten pork before. For this kind of temptation, he still resisted it easily. Taking Qian into the villa. The outermost part of the villa is a large green meadow. Next to the villa, there is a huge swimming pool with an area of more than 100 square meters. This is just in the morning. The pool is changing water automatically. Next to it, there are several small nozzles, spraying special cleaners into the pool automatically, with all kinds of rotating and pressurizing. almost covering all the corners and edges of the pool.
Xian had never seen this kind of scene before, and was completely overwhelmed when she just walked in.
A pool that automatically cleans and changes water? It's actually a computer program. A bluff. There's a master console over there, but this way it can only last for a while. Wanting it to be especially clean is not doable.
Zhou Meng saw Qian looking at the pool in a daze and explained with a smile.
This mode of automatic water change plus cleaning every day. The cleaning wasn't exactly complete. Basically, every 7 days or so, the property owner would send someone over to clean it thoroughly, wiping all the edges and corners clean.
Zhou Meng did not have to care about these things.
All he had to do was just enjoy it. Of course, what corresponds to these services is the astronomical property fee every year. After following Zhou Meng into the villa, Qian was completely convinced. This villa has a total of 3 floors, and the area of a single floor, at least, has to be 300 to 400 square feet. The central part of the villa is permeable, straight to the roof,
and the height of the floor is at least 12 or 13 meters.
Standing in the inside,
cannot feel because of the layer plateau and thus lead to a sense of oppression, but instead is to give a different kind of atmosphere touch.
Huge dome,
a crystal lamp at least 3 meters long hanging down from above.
Around the crystal lamp,
there was a circle of sparkling things surrounding the buring.
Although it looked like transparent glass, Qian knew in her heart that these things were definitely not glass.
She now finally knew why Brother Meng was able to swipe $10 million on the live broadcast platform.
To be able to live in a place like this, without an asset of 800 or 900 million, would that be possible? Brother Meng, after the water change in a while, can I go swimming? Qian put down the suitcase in her hand and her big watery eyes looked over to Zhou Meng. Of course you can. I don't have any rules here. Go wherever you want. Zhou Meng smiled and nodded. Right. You shouldn't have a place to stay over here in Magic City, right? Before you go back, you'll be staying at my place for the next few days, and in a while you'll pick yourself a room to stay in first. Zhou Meng thought about it and barked another sentence. Qian, who was thinking about how to make a move to take down Brother Meng, was stunned when she heard this. She came over in the past few days. What kind of house would she live in alone? Wouldn't it be fine to stay with Brother Meng? Can't it be that Brother Meng is not going to do anything bad?
But Qian was just puzzled for a while,
and before she could ask again, she completely understood. Right under her gaze, in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa, a woman in pajamas,
who was rubbing her sleepy eyes and full of cuteness,
came out, and in the next moment,
the two women's eyes completely met, and a flash of shock flashed through both their eyes.
As with Zhou Meng recognizing the two naturally both knew each other as well, although they hadn't seen each other in reality. After all, they were both anchors, so if they didn't recognize people, they could still not recognize faces? In an instant, the same question basically popped up in both of their minds. Why did she appear here? But the first one to figure it out was Qian. After all, before this visit, Qian had long speculated about Meng's relationship with Orange, and now, it was just a confirmation of that guess. To her, it wasn't too strange, but Tangerine on the other side, this time her mind is in a state of complete confusion.
It wasn't true that she knew that Dream had rewarded Qian with more than 100 treasure maps, but she didn't know that the two would be so close.
For a moment,
a huge sense of crisis instantly enveloped Orange.
In the past, when she was the only one,
she only had to think about pleasing Brother Meng.
But now, she had to face competition head-on, and this competitor, whether it was her looks, figure, or emotional intelligence, seemed to be no worse than her.
The only thing she can win is that her body is slightly better than Qian.
After all, she is a dance anchor, dancing all year round, but Qian also has talent. People are known as Tiger Shark Small Deng Ziki, comparable to the singing ability of professional singers. That is not a joke. Even if you want to really compare, there is definitely a distance between her and Qian. Although the two were not considering the same issue in their hearts, the expressions on their faces were the same. Qian rushed Tangerine with one of the friendliest smiles in her life. Tangerine, on the other hand, went all the way down and called out to Sister Qian with a smile. Brother Meng, Sister Qian, you guys are hungry. I'll go make breakfast. Tangerine pulled Zhou Meng's hand and said with a smile, okay, just in time to get hungry. Zhou Meng smiled and nodded. Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Tangerine instantly raised her eyebrows proudly at Qian. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She was well aware of the essence of this saying. Qian smiled and did not say anything, nor did she pick up Tangerine's stance. Brother Meng, then I'll go pick a room first. Seeing that Qian didn't say she would do it together, Tangerine was instantly happy. No matter what, she still has the home field advantage. Look, Qian didn't just concede firsthand, so it seems that she still has the advantage. Thinking of this, Tangerine immediately hummed a song and ran to the kitchen to cook. But when 40 minutes later, Tangerine was full of happiness and ready to call Zhou Meng for dinner, The expression on her face couldn't help but stagnate. Through the villa's windows, she completely saw the scene that was happening outside. Inside the pool where the water had just been changed, Qian Shan was swaying like a mermaid. Next to her, Zhou Meng was lying on a lounge chair, sunbathing and listening to a song, but her eyes were basically on the mermaid over there. And the most crucial thing is that Qian Shan doesn't know where she got the swimsuit from. Those two harnesses. What's the difference between that and none? Chapter 43, $20 million transfer fee? At the dinner table, Tangerine looked at Qian Shan, who was merely draped in a pink bathrobe, and was furious as she picked at her bowl of rice. What's the point of eating your own rice and flirting with your own big brother? There are still people who are so brazen. There is no such thing as first come first served awareness, but she knows in her heart, this round she has lost hemp. After all, a meal which has a mermaid fragrance. After the meal, Tangerine watched Qian Shan go upstairs and walk straight to the other side of Meng's master bedroom to change her clothes. Seeing this, Tangerine sighed helplessly. She knew in her heart that Qian Shan had just come today, so tonight's Brother Meng must have nothing to do with her. This has nothing to do with her competition with Qian Shan. Therefore, after staying at the villa until roughly 3 or 4 o'clock at noon, Tangerine excused herself and prepared to go back live. However, Tangerine secretly decided in her heart that she would go buy a swimsuit when she got off the air in the evening. Wasn't it just a little rag? She can do it too. Qian, you don't need to go live today? Zhou Meng had just woken up from a catch-up nap and seeing Qian Shan next to her, reached out and scooped her up. Feeling Zhou Meng's big hand around her waist, Qian Shan could not help but stiffen for a while. But soon, Qian Shan readjusted her mind and even deliberately let herself lean towards Zhou Meng's side. I've taken a few days off, so I'll just start broadcasting before the event. There aren't many people in my current live room anyway. It doesn't matter, Qian Shan said with a smile, but there was a bit of heartache in her smile. Although Zhou Meng brought her a lot of popularity last time, it was only temporary, and after the live room was hot for a day or two, the number of people started to slowly plummet. By the time she started broadcasting yesterday afternoon, the live room was just a little bit better than before, but the total number of people was actually more than 2,000. The VIP seat was just 100, which was barely stepping into the degree of the third-line anchor. By the way, what's going on with you and Huai? Zhou Meng frowned. Regarding this matter, he only knew a little bit from hearsay. As for why Huai wanted to hide Qian Shan, he was not clear about the specific reason. According to reasoning, Qian Shan at that time was already infinitely close to the threshold of Super Tier 1 anchors. This level of anchors, as the core of the guild to support the cultivation, that is a needless to say thing. Just look at EE now and you can figure it out. Just by an Emperor Big Brother looked on, got nearly all-round cultivation. And Qian Shan at that time, the live broadcast room is also resident in 1 or 2 Emperor Big Brother, can be more than EE cattle. But Huai just happened to take the initiative to pull Qian Shan, the guild's cash cow, off the altar at this time. And look at this, it's definitely not to give a lesson, but to directly snowball to the feeling of death. I don't want to talk about it. With Qian Shan's influence at that time, a month can create more than 1 million profit for the guild, right? A year down, at least is also 10 million level. Seeing Zhou Meng asking questions, Qian Shan also explained, although Huai is also a first-tier guild, the scale is still a bit too small compared to Dashang. Dashang's anchor more than 2,000 people, although compared to the platform's tens of thousands of star show anchors less, but the total operating water, but accounted for a small half of the Tiger Shark platform. Huai, on the other hand, is a first-tier guild, but there are less than 500 anchors under its banner, and its financial strength is also much worse than Dashang's. Last year, Dashang proposed to move into a new guild, but it was not able to do so. In August last year, Dashang proposed to acquire Huai. At first, the boss of Huai was very interested, but then Huai realized that the offer from Dashang was very low, not even sincere, so the matter was dropped. But right at this moment, Wei from Dashang's side proposed that he wanted to transfer Huai's head anchor Qian Shan to their guild and synchronize the transfer fee of 20 million to Huai. Give Huai $20 million? Hearing this, Zhou Meng was also stunned. Even if Qian Shan was a head anchor, she was only on the edge of first tier to super first tier. She hadn't crossed that threshold yet, right? To know, a 20 million transfer fee, that's the price of an absolute super tier 1 anchor. Qian Shan, on the other hand, nodded with a bitter smile. Since you're also clear about the price in this area, Brother Meng, you naturally understand how much this 20 million transfer fee would make the bosses on Huai's side tick. I've been at Huai for 2 years, and the revenue I've gotten for Huai has long since allowed them to double the investment they made in me. And with this $20 million, there's definitely no reason for Huai not to agree. But Brother Meng, think about it, Dashing's side wants to acquire Huai, has been desperately trying to suppress the price, and even pressured Huai to even have the desire to negotiate. But how did it turn out to be so generous once it came to my side? I felt at the time that something was a bit off here, but the good thing is that in the contract I signed with Hawaii, there are clear clauses about transfers, and all transfers must have my own consent before they can be executed. That is to say, if I don't sign it, the contract between them can never come into effect. Therefore, I first put it down and then went to poke around a bit. In the end, I learned from one of the management on Hawaii's side that the reason why Dashang wanted to turn me over was because there was a partner on Wave's side who had his eye on me, and Wave wanted to give me to this person, who I've also learned about in the anchor circle, being in his 60s, and having a rather special hobby. For me, if this really came true, I really didn't know what my future would become, so I refused the transfer. Zhou Meng nodded in understanding. The boss of Hawaii's side lost $20 million for no reason, so naturally, he didn't have a good face for Qianqian, and after this incident, Qianqian's feelings towards Hawaii naturally collapsed. No need to think, after the contract expires, Qianqian will turn away, and Qianqian's contract is left for the last year of this year. Only 1 year left, in case there is no possibility to renew the contract. Of course, Hawaii won't continue to pour her heart and soul into Qianqian. It's a good idea to avoid being a dowry for others. In fact, a normal person can understand that instead of cultivating a person who will leave when his contract expires, it's better to take these resources to cultivate newcomers to be reliable. But in this case, Qianqian did the right thing. It was indeed Hawaii who did the wrong thing in this matter. For the sake of money, he pushed his anchors into the fire pit. Good calculation. This Dashing's longbow does have something. After listening to Qianqian's narration, Zhou Meng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Good calculation? Hearing Zhou Meng's exclamation, Qianqian couldn't help but be stunned. She kind of didn't understand Zhou Meng's words. It was clearly something between her and Hawaii. Why did it come back to Long Jie's side? You are still too young. Zhou Meng let out a laugh and opened her mouth to explain. You also don't think about it. You're an anchor. Although you're very popular, why can you know the machinations of the top levels of other people's capital? There are so many 60-year-old men, and there are quite a few perverted ones as well. And why did you happen to be able to poke around in the anchor circle to find out about that 60-year-old perverted old man? Ha! Qianqian was directly confused by Zhou Meng's words. That guild management and I have a better relationship and usually take better care of me. But he's only a guild management after all, right? What can he know so clearly about the machinations of someone's boss tier? Zhou Meng laughed, and then continued. You're too ignorant of these bosses' business talk patterns. In your impression, when these big bosses say business, it might be at the negotiation table, in the office, where a large group of people gather around to go over the scheme. But in fact, when these bosses discuss these things, no matter how the relationship between the two people is, most of the sites chosen will be in places like golf courses, horse farms, high-class restaurants, or more private clubhouses. And once they go to say things at the negotiation table or in the office, it proves that this is completely finalized, just waiting to be implemented. And can a guild management, who is not the head of the guild, be qualified to follow the boss to such places? When Zhou Meng said this, Qianqian was completely dumbfounded. Brother Meng, do you mean that someone deliberately let me know about this? That or else? Zhou Meng shrugged. After moving into the Royal Dragon Bay these days, there were quite a few residents inside, and after getting to know so many tycoons, Zhou Meng's horizons were widening. To know, in the magic capital side, can live in the Imperial Dragon Bay this easily 50 million starting villa area of people, at least is also several billions of family Big Brother, and Dashang side by guild reported low price, by anchor reported high price. This is already more obvious set. I'm afraid that Dashang side buying guilds is fake. Buying anchors is also fake, but provoking the relationship between Qianqian and Hawaii is real. In the end, the money Dashang promised to buy the guild didn't come out, and the money he promised to buy the anchor didn't come out. But what about Hawaii? His own top anchor went down, not a penny was paid out, and the biggest competitor directly collapsed. I'm afraid that Dashang's side's mouth would be crooked with laughter. But if that's the truth, then why didn't the boss tell me? If he told me, I wouldn't have left. Qianqian didn't understand. Even if he told you, would you believe him? Zhou Meng smiled and shook her head. When two people no longer trust each other, no matter how true one of them says, it's a lie to the other. The preconceptions in a person's mind was a big mountain. No matter how hard you tried, you could not move it. And you didn't see through the most important point, which is that no matter whether you believe in him or not, he already didn't believe in you from that moment on. Qianqian's head buzzed violently. The last sentence Zhou Meng said kept coming back to her mind. Yes, no matter if she would believe her boss's words or not, but from that moment onwards, her boss couldn't trust herself anymore, because in the boss's heart, she was already unstable. Perhaps in the boss's eyes, one might still be the viper of false pretenses, just waiting for the contract period to come and bite him back. Is this capital? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Qianqian's mouth. It was just like the song, period,
that she had sung to Zhou Meng in the live broadcast. She had thought that her relationship with Hua Yi was deep enough, but she hadn't expected that at the end of the day, it would end up like this. But this was something that she couldn't say who exactly she blamed now. And don't think too much about how good Hua Yi is. When you first started to misunderstand, he obviously could have said so, but he didn't tell you. It means that when he heard this rumor at that time, he couldn't figure out what exactly Deshang's side was doing to turn you over. And since he didn't tell you, it means that even if such a thing did happen, he had acquiesced in his heart. Zhou Meng patted Xianxian's shoulder and stood up to head upstairs. Alright, this ends here. I'll wait for you in my room. And after hearing these words from Zhou Meng, Xianxian's originally disoriented eyes slowly shone. Yeah, she didn't owe the guild anything. It was the guild that abandoned her, not her abandoning the guild. And it was already 6 or 7 months ago, so there was no need to agonize over this. The current her has her own new life. In the next moment, Xianxian was considered to have completely figured it out, slowly stood up and went back to her room, put on the several small pieces of palm-sized rags specially brought from the deep city, and then with a red face, slightly pushed open the door of Zhou Meng's bedroom. P.S. Update time, every night 8 o'clock sharp. The current new book period less a little more, such as recommendations, I try to collect a little, 4 or 5,000. New book period over the day 8,000. Irregular burst. Of course, there are times when you cannot collect, like 2 days ago, accidentally wrote 30,000. Today accidentally wrote 8,000. Update guarantee. Chapter 44, take 100 million first. Pleasant times always fly by, and time soon came to the 13th. What Zhou Meng didn't expect was that Xianxian's cooking skills were on par with Tangerine's. Xianxian, don't most of you new age women not know how to cook? Zhou Meng chucked up a thin slice of beef. To be able to slice the meat so thinly is absolutely impossible without a few years of skill. At least Zhou Meng herself is not capable of this. Most girls just don't do it in front of their boyfriends. Xianxian said with a slight blush as she opened her mouth to catch the beef handed over by Zhou Meng with a smile. Which girl won't cook? It's just a matter of wanting to do it versus not wanting to do it. Even a small number of girls can get a chef's license for their craftsmanship. Hearing this, Zhou Meng was speechless. Because he wasn't a boyfriend, he still got the light? Right, Brother Meng. I just received a notification in the anchor group that the June event will come out around the 14th morning. Xianxian said in a hurry. Zhou Meng nodded. He knew that Xianxian was ready to go. After all, the event started. She still had to go back to the live broadcast. Therefore Zhou Meng opened his mouth and asked, then when do you plan to go back? Hearing this, Xianxian hesitated slightly. According to the habits of previous years, generally speaking, the 13th and 14th come out with a preview of the event, and then the 15th event officially starts. I'll go back on the 14th. Let's go back in the morning of the 15th. Xianxian originally wanted to say the morning of the 14th, but after thinking about it, she moved it to the 15th. Anyway, she was also live broadcasting at night, and it wouldn't take long to travel from Mordor to the deep city. So if she left in the morning, she would definitely be able to get there before 6 p.m. To be honest, staying with Zhou Meng for the past 2 days, although she had paid a lot, Zhou Meng had also treated her very well, which really made her feel very happy. It had been a long time since she had been so happy since she was snowed in. Okay, then stay for 2 more days. In these 2 days I'll take you out for a stroll. It's not easy to come to Magic City. You can't just bring back so many souvenirs, right? Zhou Meng teased with a smile. When this came out, Xianxian's face turned red all of a sudden. How could she not understand what Zhou Meng was talking about? Brother Meng, there is actually another problem that I have never found a way to solve. You are very knowledgeable. Can you help me look at it? Xianxian looked like she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly looked at Zhou Meng. She had been having too much fun in the past few days and she had forgotten this most crucial thing. Zhou Meng looked at Xianxian curiously. This is it. Xianxian ran back to her room and quickly took out the signing contract she had brought with her. I signed the contract with Huawei at the beginning of last year. The contract is valid for a total of 2 years. The problem now is that even if Huawei doesn't give me any recommended resources, I have to give them 60% of the income from my live broadcast. Speaking of this, Xianxian is just a burst of helplessness. It was also her fault that she didn't study the terms and conditions carefully when she first signed up, and now she was completely trapped. One of the most crucial clauses is the signing benefits that Party B, that is, she enjoys. The above briefly described the guild's various referral benefits, but the problem is, at the bottom of these recommended benefits, there is an article above the recommended resources for the guild to deploy resources, and the guild can make secondary deployment on this basis. In other words, even if Huai didn't give her any recommendation resources now, it wouldn't be considered a violation at all. If placed in the past, it wouldn't matter if she gave Huai a share of the points. After all, her income was only that much a month. But now, Brother Meng was going to give her the top rankings, and then remembering that she still had to share this money with Huai, she felt a pang of discomfort in her heart.
Alright, let me see. Zhou Meng took the contract from Chen Qian, but after reading it over, Zhou Meng couldn't help but frown.
Zhou Meng had done sales before when she was working, and she was still a bit experienced in reviewing contracts.
But now, this contract given by Huai, from almost every aspect, defined loopholes as exemptions. On the contrary, the obligations of the guild that the anchor had to fulfill were all written on it without any omission. And most crucial of all, was Huai's astronomical liquidated damages, a full $10 million. Zhou Meng reread it from beginning to end again, and still didn't find any loopholes. Seeing this, Zhou Meng also directly gave up. This contract is certainly to find a professional legal advisor revised, not to mention his half-baked. I guess the real lawyer brought, but also cannot necessarily see what the problem.
And Qian, who was full of expectation beside him, when he saw Zhou Meng shaking his head,
his eyes couldn't help but dim down. Brother Meng, is there really no way? Qian pursued with a question that was not too dead-hearted. If the contract is more, there are dozens of hundreds of words. Looking for lawyers may still be able to find a little bit of missing, but this contract, both sides to fulfill the terms of a total of more than a dozen, and each of them have done the instructions and notes. This kind of contract is difficult to find the problem from the itself, especially the recommendation of the resources of this piece, has been completely from the contract to give you a card to die. Zhou Meng explained. Hearing this, Qian is completely dead in the water, but don't feel too bad. You can't find a solution on the contract, but the way to solve the problem is not only this one. Seeing Qian's expression,
Zhou Meng smiled and opened his mouth.
Seeing Zhou Meng's confident look, Qian couldn't help but be stunned. But then a wave of hope suddenly surged in her heart. Really, Brother Meng? The solution is simple. Zhou Meng shook the contract in his hand and pulled Qian towards himself with a smile.
Feeling the increase in temperature in his arms, he was instantly comfortable.
What way?
Qian was a bit excited at this moment. If she can really get rid of this contract, apart from not letting Huai earn a share, she can also get rid of Shu Zheng'a in advance. It's simple. Just pay the liquidated damages.
Zhou Meng heatedly smiled and smoothly pinched on the donut. Upon hearing this, Qian, who was originally quite excited, suddenly went deaf and pulled down. If she could pay the penalty and leave, she would have paid it long ago. That's $10 million. Although she has earned several $1 million in her 2 years of live broadcasting, the previous millions have basically all gone into the activities. Now the only thing left in her hand was the 100,000 or so that Zhou Meng had swiped for her at the end of last month. Brother Meng, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. A lot of people think that I have a lot of money in my hands, but in reality, I only have less than $100,000 in my hands right now, and I can't afford to pay the $10 million in breach of contract at all. I didn't say that I want you to pay it. I'll just pay it for you. And this $10 million, I'll give it to them. Whether they dare to take it or not is still a matter of opinion.
Zhou Meng shrugged his shoulders.
With this remark, Qian was suddenly confused again. Zhou Meng patted Qian's head helplessly. Originally thought Qian is quite a shrewd person. How come after this kind of thing, she is even dumber than Yi? Let me ask you, is it true that Huai is a first-tier guild?
Yes, it's a first tier. Qian froze but still nodded. What about the first sister of the guild that Huai resupported after you were snowed out?
It's Rabbit,
who has now been trained to be a first-tier anchor.
Isn't that the end of it? If he snowed you,
I'll snow his head anchor. Zhou Meng smiled and spread his hands.
Seeing Qian getting more and more confused as she listened, Zhou Meng didn't sell the story and directly opened his mouth. An anchor, who wants to start a number, is undoubtedly 3 ways. The first one is the fixed recommendation position given to the guild by the platform every month, and the second one is the traffic brought by the Big Brother giving brush gifts. But these 2 ways, the effect that can be brought is too small. Therefore, most guilds do only one thing in order to cultivate their anchors, and that is to go on events. Qian nodded silently. Even if the fixed recommendation position took more, as long as they didn't go to events, how could this anchor not get up? And even if Big Brother gives brush gifts, this process is at most 10 or 20 minutes, at most half an hour killed. Although this interval can attract the audience all over, but half an hour, the total number of tourists on this side of the Star Show area is certain, at most so 10 or 20,000. The only way to get the platform's full range of recommendations is to go on the event. A good recommendation position hangs for 3 days, or even hangs for a month. The effect that naturally goes without saying. Then isn't this enough? As long as we keep an eye on that rabbit, no matter what activity she goes on, we all mess her up. Isn't that the same as hiding her? And I can do more than just targeting a head female anchor like her. Huai's head news anchors, head male anchors, and even all the first-tier anchors. I can use the same method to screw them over. At that time, you'll see if Huai will beg me to return the $10 million in default. Hearing this, Qian was completely dumbfounded.
She had been an anchor for several years, and it was only the first time that she knew that it was possible to screw up like this when she wanted to target someone else. But the next moment, she thought of a loophole. Brother Meng, what if Hua Yi also comes to spar? Hearing this, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is indeed a problem, but it's going to be the June event anyway, so I'll just take 100 million to play with them first, and if they want to bail out, then come on. Chapter 45, I'm not targeting you. For Zhou Meng, the money in reality and the money swiped on the live broadcast were not conflicting. If you want to get more assets in reality, then you have to swipe more of these $1 billion that the system sends out. Not to mention, there was such a relationship between himself and Chen Xian, and against this kind of unscrupulous guild like Huai, it's fun to think about it. Xianshan is also completely convinced by Zhou Meng's great weapon. After buying the villa, Zhou Meng still has $40 million left from the last cashback of over $100 million. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and directly transferred $10 million to Xianshan, letting Xianshan to cancel the contract with Huai. Brother Meng, you are really too good to me. In the next moment, Xianshan looked at the $10 million that had just arrived in her cell phone and her whole body was trembling slightly. Although she paid herself, how many people can there be in this world who can send out $10 million after just knowing each other for a few days? Not to mention just her alone. Even if she brought all those little sisters she knew, they wouldn't necessarily be worth this much money, right? But this person, she even met by her Lu Qianxian? It's not like I'm really giving it to you. Remember to give it back to me when the time comes. Zhou Meng originally wanted to feign anger, but when she saw Qianxian crying with pearly blossoms, her tone was still unconsciously gentle. A creature like a woman, in a sense, is really a killer. Every move can touch a man's heart. Qianshan bit her lips and nodded fiercely. Brother Meng, I won't sign the guild after the termination of the contract. All the money I earn in the future will be yours. Qianshan jumped into Zhou Meng's arms. She didn't dare to assume that she could earn this $10 million. And in addition to this $10 million, Zhou Meng will also give her a campaign this time in June. So I believe that what she takes out in June will definitely not be a small amount of money. But no matter if Zhou Meng swiped the gifts for fun or to sleep with her, for her, it was an unimaginable favor. As long as Zhou Meng didn't mind, she was willing to use the rest of her youth to return it to Zhou Meng in the most passionate way. She now truly felt that it was really the greatest fortune of her life to have met Zhou Meng, and at this moment, Xianshan had only one thought in her head. Obviously you don't have to help me so much. I'll do everything Brother Meng wants. Alright, don't be melodramatic here. Look at what I've become. Zhou Meng purposely pointed at himself, and then the moment Xianshan looked down, he said something that made Xianshan so shy that she almost ran away. Xianshan, you don't want little brother to be like this either, right? Under Zhou Meng's face full of ridicule, Xianshan instantly broke into a smile, and then, silently downward. Originally, he was planning to take Xianshan for a shopping trip to buy something, but in the end, the idea still did not materialize. The next morning, when Zhou Meng woke up, he felt that all the bones in his body were hurting. Good lord, how does it feel like playing a game with a successful raid? Zhou Meng couldn't help but stroke his forehead. It wasn't that Xianshan had treated him badly before this. On the contrary, Xianshan's attitude towards him before was so good that it could be described as respect, or even to a deeper level, bows and awe. And what she needed to do, she was also very proactive. It's like what Xianshan did when she first came to Royal Dragon Bay. But the consequence of this kind of relationship is that no matter how close the relationship is, there is some distance between the two. But since yesterday morning, Zhou Meng has clearly felt Xianshan's change. The first and most obvious thing is Xianshan's attitude towards him. The fear that was hidden in her heart before had completely disappeared, and in her words, there were fewer words that were deliberately flattering, and more of them became considerate and gentle. As for a certain aspect, the enthusiasm made Zhou Meng a bit scared. Zhou Meng is a bit scared. Xianshan said before that she would give him all the money she earns. This caused Zhou Meng's heart to thump uncontrollably. It's not right. It's not right at all. This was not the outcome he wanted. If it continued like this, his forest dream might really collapse. But the good thing was that the 15th was coming up soon. After staying at home for a whole day, until the morning of the 15th, it is really dragging to the point that if he doesn't leave, he won't be able to get on the plane. Xianshan is reluctant to pull the suitcase and leave. I don't know if the current medical science can replace this thing with titanium alloy. After sending Xianshan away, Zhou Meng couldn't help but twist his waist, always feeling that peace was empty. So, Zhou Meng started searching online about what goes better with wolfberries, simply moved his body, and ran around the path of the villa area twice, until he was sweating profusely, which made him feel a lot more comfortable. Still need to step up the exercise. In the next 2 days look around to see if there's a gym or something. Zhou Meng also knew exactly why this was the case. His physical fitness before was indeed good, and he had a well-proportioned body. otherwise he wouldn't have been considered a handsome man by so many people. But these past few days, his habits had changed abruptly, and some things had gone from not being used for a long time before to being used almost every day now. So of course he couldn't get used to it for a while. But it's not a big problem, as long as you keep exercising, that's it. A little cooler for a while, such as the body sweat cool through. Zhou Meng into the pool side of the swimming will swim, incidentally went to the bathroom rinse to cool, which felt refreshed up. That said, the event seems to have been announced to the anchors yesterday. Zhou Meng took out her cell phone to cast the screen on the projector. Compared to the 100-inch big TV in the Sky Hotel, this projector that was bought was a few points bigger, and it also came with various conversion connectors. And today, it was also one of the rare times he had alone time after he moved over. Set the villa's central air conditioning at 22 degrees. Zhou Meng comfortably leaned on the sofa, and then took his cell phone and began to flip up the live broadcast. Almost all of the people who were broadcasting live at this time in the morning were news anchors, and Zhou Meng took a look. The Shang side of the Big Wood is live. Live room heat ranking is the first. Zhou Meng had wanted to look for Huayi's anchor, but just saw the second in the heat ranking and laughed out loud. This anchor happens to be Huayi's news anchor, named Bailey Little Salty Fish. After getting off the number and clicking in to see it, Bailey was at this moment calling on the water friends in the live room to play an event for him. This activity had nothing to do with the big event in June. In fact, news anchors basically wouldn't participate in these big events. After all, they were just a small section, and for this kind of big event, it was more for female anchors to participate. Thus, what Bailey was playing was a small event for Tiger Shark's Star Show public board. This event was held every 3 days, and like the Star of the Week gift, it was a fixed recommendation position. The winning first place winner could be publicized in the upper right corner of the Star Show channel's subpage for 3 days until the next round's first place winner swiped the spot. Seeing this, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wasn't this a coincidence? Chapter 46, June event, Tiger Shark Battle King. Glancing at the attention, Broken Wound would be live streaming this time as well. Directly on the number clicked into the Broken Wound's live room. Broken Wound will be in the live broadcast room and water friends blow powerful. See Zhou Meng's Emperor special effects light up. Immediately is a stunned, but immediately after is ecstasy. Brother Meng has not been on the number for 16 consecutive days, but just on the number. The first stop is his Broken Wound live room. This represents what? This represented that Brother Dream was satisfied with him. You know, in the news anchor segment, Brother Dream had only been on his live room from start to finish, right? Broken Wound hurriedly played a battle song, while Deng stood up. Welcome Brother Dream. Welcome Brother My Dream to the live room. Brothers, put the pop-up Welcome Brother Dream on the public screen. Several thousand viewers in the live broadcast room were also shaken in spirit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Dream is here? Brother Dream, do you know how long we've been waiting for you? 16 days. 16 whole days. How did we live these 16 days? Does Brother Dream know? We've suffered. The visitors of the Broken Wound live streaming room, part of them were Broken Wound's own fans, and the other part were Zhou Meng's fans. And after Zhou Meng had rewarded Broken Wound a few times last month, most of the fans in Broken Wound's live room had also become his godly fans. Seeing the screen full of welcoming pop-ups, Zhou Meng couldn't help but smile. This kind of feeling was really a bit peculiar, something that could not be experienced at all in reality. I haven't been on the number for some things the other day, but I'll be on all the time in the last few days. Zhou Meng also replied on the public screen. Seeing this message, everyone instantly became excited. These few days happened to be the time of the June event, and with Brother Meng stating that he would be on all the time these days, wouldn't he be preparing to participate in this event PK? In May, Brother Dream's 10 million luxurious swipes were still fresh in the minds of many people when they thought about it now. Brother Dream, how are you going to fight in June's event? The event is a week long in total. It should start from tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to gradually make an effort. Compared to how Brother Dream is going to play the event, I'm still more concerned about which anchor Brother Dream will give this event to, EE or Orange. The crowd couldn't help but murmur. Broken Sadness was similarly looking forward to it. Which anchor would Brother Dream give a fight to this June event was definitely a newsbreak. If Brother Dream could announce it in his live stream, he would have something to blow for the next few days. Broken Wound, let's talk about this event first, Zhou Meng said with a smile. He had only just gotten online, and he wasn't sure what the event was really like. Alright, then I'll retell it again. Broken Wound answered with a smile. Many of the new viewers in the live room were also listening in synchronization. As you all know, generally speaking, Tiger Shark will have 2 mega events every year. The biggest one is the year-end event in December, followed by this one in June, and compared to last year's event, this year's event has doubled in terms of both fun and rewards. While saying that, Broken Wound pulled out the page for this event, and the title of this event was reflected in everyone's eyes. Zhou Meng looked over with slight curiosity. The name was a total of 4 words.
Star Show Battle King. Star Show Battle King? This name is very obscure. It's a bit hard to read. I know.
Yesterday noon Broken Wound talked about it.
Ha ha ha. Shut up upstairs and listen to the anchor. Zhou Meng was the same, and couldn't understand the title when he saw it. To be honest, Tiger Shark is now getting more and more flowery. I was also a bit puzzled yesterday when I just saw this name.
Broken Wounds couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw that many of the viewers who had just arrived in the live broadcast room didn't get it.
Before May,
the events on Tiger Shark's side were either called something or other PK tournaments, or something or other guild tournaments.
Basically, once you look at the name, you know what it's for. But from May, Tiger Shark's side started to play with sets. First of all, in May, the Star Show flopped, but also got a whole lot of online medals. And in June, there was the Star Show Battle King. But it was undeniable that these names did attract more attention from users. I'll stop selling out and just give you the details of the event. In normal times, he would have definitely taken advantage of this opportunity to pull in some rewards. But now that Brother Meng was here, he only pulled in the suspense a little bit before scrolling down to the event details. This time, the event is actually being held in all the boards across the platform. Like the gaming section, the LOL boards is called LOL Battle King, Jedi Survivals, PUBG Battle King, and the Outdoor one, Outdoor Battle King. But compared to the other boards, the event with the largest scale and the most rewards is mainly on our Star Show side. Hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads. Although the audience on Star Show's side only accounted for about 1/10 of the entire platform, the number of Big Brothers was at least 1/2, if not 2/3, of the entire platform. In contrast, when playing the event, it was definitely the Star Show side that was the most exciting. After all, there were many Big Brothers, accompanied by the flip of the Broken Wound. The details of the event also appeared in the live interface. Tiger Shark Battle King Tournament, Star Show Battle King. Activity time, June 15th, midnight to June 19th, 2400 hours. The activity time total 5 days. Activity mode, all the anchors in the Star Show board can form their own teams. Each team is based on 3 people, respectively, a captain and 2 players. 15 to 16 days for the team period, 17 to 19 days for the PK period. The sum of all the lists of the live broadcasts of the team members during the PK period will be the final ranking basis for this activity. Activity reward, June 20th announced the ranking. Battle Team first reward, all members of the battle team to obtain the Star Show Battle King Champion Icon reward. The icon can be in the live broadcast of the anchor during the live broadcast, hanging in the anchor live window. The duration of time until the end of June 30th. Battle Team total reward, Star Show secondary page cover big push for 3 days. All members can get. Battle Team individual reward, Captain gets Tiger Shark entry level 1 page super push for 10 days. Tiger Shark level 1 page cover push for 3 days. And members get Tiger Shark entry level 1 page super push for 5 days. Tiger Shark level 1 page cover push for 1 day. Battle Team second reward. Battle Team 10th reward. Battle Team 30th reward. Chapter 47, Brother Dream backhandedly sends you into takeoff. Good lord, a Battle Team tournament. After seeing the details of the event, the crowd in the live broadcast room were all excited. Like the May event, it was a proper individual tournament. The anchors fought individually and just had to think about their own leaderboards. Although this kind of event was also fun, but after all, it was less fun. Most of the time was just constantly brushing the list, and there was very little interaction between the anchors. But the Battle Team tournament is different. 3 anchors teamed up with each other. But which 3 anchors? This is very critical. Compared to the usual list swiping, before this, everyone can still see the teaming session. The famous anchor, definitely want to group the same type of anchor. After all, this is the biggest chance of winning. But the weak anchor, also want to group popularity anchor, so that you can pull up their own ranking. And want to do this, these anchors have to play their own skills. The first 2 days of the grouping session, this was undoubtedly the biggest attraction. This is fun. Zhou Meng smiled and typed on the public screen. As you can see, the rewards for this event are absolutely groundbreaking for the first time. Even greater than last year's year-end rewards. Broken Wound saw that Brother Dream was getting interested and hurriedly continued to speak and explain. First of all is the Champion Icon reward that is unique to the first place. If you ask me, this Champion Icon reward is the biggest sincerity of this event. That's not right. What can an icon do? Yeah, it's just a little bit better looking. Compared to those rewards at the back, it's not even close, right? Hearing Broken Wound say this, the viewers in the live broadcast room didn't quite agree. In their opinion, this icon was just like last month's Showtime medal. It was a kind of souvenir, just a symbol. No, that's definitely not the case. Broken Wound explained with a smile. You guys look at this sentence at the back. This champion icon, it can be hung at the very top of the anchor's live broadcast page, and it can be hung until the end of this month. What does this equate to? For example, I'm a viewer right now, and I'm planning to find an anchor to look at on the Star Show's general page. And on this side of the general page, most of the people's live room windows are very ordinary personal covers, but suddenly there's a medallion hanging on the top of the window of one of the live rooms. And this medallion also has the 4 words champion of the Battle King in especially obvious letters. So do you think you'll click in? Broken Wound said while also clicking the screen to the main page of the Star Show area to demonstrate. And as soon as Broken Wound demonstrated this, the hearts of the crowd in the live broadcast room immediately had a picture. It seems like it's really like this. If I'm brushing and suddenly see someone's live cover so different, odds are that I'll click in to take a look. What is this called? This is called the broken window effect. Roll rough, upstairs don't mess B. This is clearly quantum entanglement. You see or don't see. It is 2 kinds of results. Like now, you don't look at me. You don't know that I scolded you. Good guy. I'll go straight to Galileo's cat. I didn't react for a moment when I saw the pop-up upstairs. It's ing supposed to be Schrödinger, right? Seeing the picture style of the live broadcast room become more and more crooked, Zhou Meng also couldn't help but laugh out. These water friends, each and every one of them were really talented. However, Broken Wound's words were indeed correct. This champion icon really couldn't be considered a commemorative thing. You have to know that the duration of this icon is 10 days. It's almost as long as the captain's personal reward. Hearing Broken Wound open his mouth again, the audience in the live broadcast room once again asked, "So Broken Wound, who are you going to team up with?" "Yeah, Broken Wound, what are you going to do for this event?" Most of the people in the live broadcast room were fans of Broken Wound, and were all more concerned about how far Broken Wound would actually be able to fight this time. "I'm just a third-line anchor. What are you going to do? Wait for tomorrow to find a few random news anchors to mingle with." Is just that. Broken Wound smiled helplessly. He was now on the verge of rushing to the second tier, but there was still a bit of a gap. Moreover, the group of news anchors was not hot in the first place. Take the live broadcast time. Why is it that news anchors' live broadcast time is basically in the morning? Really think they do morning news? You have to know that most of the big brothers are online only in the afternoon. The reason why they do this is just one reason. Too many anchors in the afternoon slot. They can't grab the traffic. Take those first-tier news anchors, such as Dejai and Bailey Little Salty. They probably wouldn't think about those top 10 rankings. At most getting a dozen or 20 rankings would be top dead, let alone him. But we can also find a big anchor team to win. Anyway, the team competition is 3 people. There is also someone in the live broadcast room who is not too convinced. But the next moment, this person was met with a unanimous blank stare from the crowd. What kind of relationship do you have with others? Why would they take you to lie? This person also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly smiled, hitting 3 begging emoticons on the public screen. I'm wrong, don't cyberstorm me, I can't stand it. To me, things are not absolute. Right at this moment, Zhou Meng smilingly returned a sentence on the public screen. Seeing Zhou Meng's words, the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. Does Brother Meng mean to brush points for Broken Wounds? Asterisk. Is it hard to believe that Brother Dream is going to praise Broken Wound this time? But there's one thing to be said for the news anchor's limit right here. Although I also want to see Broken Wound take off. It's really not necessary. The crowd in the live broadcast room were all frantically swiping their screens. Even Broken Wound couldn't help but light up. But the next moment, the expression on Broken Wound's face couldn't help but dim again. This last pop-up was right. Even if there was Brother Dream to support him, what made him a news anchor to take off? Zhou Meng also couldn't help but be happy when he saw Broken Wound's expression of wanting to charge up the charts but being filled with worry. It was obvious that Broken Wound definitely had a dream, but there had been no opportunity, causing him to have little confidence in himself. After thinking about it, he clicked on Broken Wound's avatar and sent him a private message over. Dare to do something that offends Hawaii? And Broken Wound, who was live streaming, saw a message pop up in the background and glanced at it in passing. When he saw that it was from Brother Dream's account, Broken Wound's eyes instantly went round, and with a movement of his right hand, he hastily clicked in. The thing that offended Hawaii? Seeing the message sent by Brother Dream, Broken Wound was a bit puzzled. However, Brother Dream had just swiped 38 treasure maps for him last month, so for this favor, this was something he definitely couldn't refuse. Brother Dream, I'm a small anchor. Offending or not offending Hawaii is actually just that much. Brother Dream, you're my big brother. I'm sure I'll have to go on if you give the word, but can I ask to what extent is it to be offended? Zhou Meng thought about it and estimated that in the end, Hawaii's side was definitely going to curse his mother, and then replied, it's probably going to offend to death. By the way, I'm not forcing you, just asking for your opinion. Zhou Meng added another message over. Seeing this, Broken Heart instantly came alive. If he said that, Brother Meng must be in conflict with Hawaii's side. If he agreed at this time, wouldn't he become Brother Meng's person completely? As for whether he offended Hua Yi or not, it didn't seem to make much of a difference to him. Anyway, he is a small anchor. A month to get so a few $1,000s, really can not top. The big deal is the guild of $5,000 of liquidated damages to pay for a platform. Broken Wound gritted his teeth, and finally replied firmly, Brother Dream. I'll do it, what do you command? Zhou Meng saw that Broken Wound almost did not hesitate to agree. The heart is also quite pleased. This person, Broken Wound, was really good, emotional and righteous. How about this? You contact Orange first after you get off the air later, and you'll directly join her battle team. Join Orange's battle team? Hearing this, a thunderbolt rang violently in Broken Wound's head, and his body, which was live streaming, also shook violently. To know, Tangerine was the anchor that Brother Meng was 100% going to hold. If he joined Tangerine's battle team, this event would not say that he would 100% get the first place, but the top 3, it would almost be a sure thing. He hadn't even done anything for Brother Dream yet, but Brother Dream was going to send him flying with his backhand? Chapter 48, Battle Team Opening. The audience was a bit puzzled for a moment when they saw that Broken Wound was suddenly stumped. However, very quickly, Broken Wound reacted and opened his mouth in the live broadcast. Don't worry everyone. I will definitely try my best to charge up this time in the battle team tournament. As for how far I can charge up, we still have to see how good everyone's support is. Broken Wound heatedly smiled. Get lost? You're still talking so nicely when you want to circle money, but if you really intend to rush, I can still swipe some here. A fan laughed and cursed, but still spoke up to say that he could support a wave. With Brother Dream here, we can at least get a ranking. I've been watching Broken Injury for quite a while, so I'll support this tournament. Nothing else, rushing is done. Live room 2 or 3,000 people, still can't rush out a basic ranking? The audience in the live broadcast room spoke in support. Although the news anchor's ability to absorb money was relatively poor, but Broken Wound was at least a third-tier anchor, and after the last event, he had already reached the top of the third tier, and was about to rush into the second tier, and there were still quite a few fans who supported him. Let's not mention the tournament beforehand. We'll talk about it when it starts in the next 2 days. We'll now continue to analyze the rewards of this event. Broken Wound began to talk eloquently in the live broadcast again. Zhou Meng listened to Broken Wound analyze for a while longer, and also casually swiped a few treasure maps before going offline. The form of the event had changed, but the essence of the event was still the same as before, which was that the one with the highest leaderboard won. Just knowing this was also enough, and as time festered, the activity level of the anchors in the Star Show area also grew higher and higher, especially in the various small groups. Countless anchors were actively pulling teams. Are there any brothers who want to team up with me? Aiming for 25 before this time. Same third tier. Add me if there's a resident Big Brother Monarch. There's still one last spot left. Sister Bunny, why don't we team up? You're a second tier anchor who has the nerve to tease Sister Rabbit. Isn't that pulling back for Sister Rabbit? For this event, there were a full 30 teams that could obtain the larger rewards, which was 90 people. Compared to the previous rewards, the rewards this time were really rich to the point of being oily. It could be said that as long as one got the top 10, their popularity could be raised by at least one big notch. The top 20, first-tier anchors would have to drool when they saw it, and besides the big rewards for these 30 teams, there were also quite a few sporadic small list rewards. These rewards were for the other anchors. Adding up all the rewards for this event, the total number of teams that would receive rewards was a full 100, or 300 people, and that gave the third and fourth tier anchors who rarely participated in the event before a run for their money. At the same time, the private office of Deshine Guild, Mu Ran was half leaning on the screen block of the sofa and working hard. Brother AO, is there a designated candidate for this group? In the middle of the day, Mu Ran slowly stood up and took out another lipstick from her bag to reapply it to herself before she retracted back into Brother AO's arms. You don't have to care about the other anchors. There is guild management in the arrangement. This activity you bring Gusha on the line. As for the other person, you consider yourself. Seeing Mu Ran's reapplied lipstick, AO was satisfied and smiled, and unconsciously scraped on Mu Ran's nose. He was really satisfied with this woman. Mu Ran. The technique was properly max. As for what Mu Ran asked, Brother AO also understood. In this kind of large-scale event, usually the guilds with strength would let the old anchors to take the newcomers. After all, this could quickly train up the new anchors. However, during this period of time, Deshang did not have any plans to train new anchors. What they wanted to do now was to completely set up Mu Ran as a benchmark, preferably lifting Mu Ran up to the position of a super tier 1 anchor, and truly becoming Dashang's leading anchor. Gusha, as the head male anchor of Deshang, piggybacked on Mu Ran to mix it up a bit. He was confident enough to take first place in this competition by himself, and after hearing AO say that, Mu Ran also nodded with a smile. There was no need to say that Gu Sha was a proper iron bastard, and that was the position of Dishang's first brother now, which was also mixed up by following himself. But at least it is also a first-line anchor, and then the big brother and fans of the live broadcast can brush some. It is better than nothing. But this way, the team's 2 positions have been spent. Mu Ran began to consider the other anchors on the live broadcast platform. Tangerine is a good candidate. If we can pull Tangerine over, with Brother Meng's support, this tournament is considered to be 9 out of 10. Mu Ran hesitated slightly in his heart. Although he and Orange were hostile last month, there wasn't much conflict between the two, and it could even be said that they didn't even know each other at all before. Some of the beats in the live broadcast were just comparing who was stronger between Brother AO and Brother Dream. Even if Brother Dream had said something about not brushing gifts for Disheng anchors, she knew that it was because a group of fans had gone over to brush abusive pop-ups to make Brother Dream angry, and it wasn't really a big deal. She was able to grow to her current position, so naturally she had her own tips, and it was impossible for her to choose to go and offend such a terrifying godly hero like Brother Meng to death just because of a PK. But after turning her head and thinking about it, it seemed like Brother AO didn't treat this platform's newest divine hero very well. Orange or forget it. Thinking of this, Mu Ran couldn't help but shake her head. Her basic disc was here at Brother AO, and Broken Dreams had just lost Brother AO's face last month, and she was afraid that if she just pasted it on, the odds were that it would make Brother AO dissatisfied. After removing Orange, Mu Ran looked at the other first-tier anchors. Starshow side of the number of first-tier anchors is quite a lot, but there are not many with big brothers and guilds with strength. Mu Ran looked around and eventually realized that there were actually only a few that were stronger. Other than herself, the strongest was Hua Yi's Rabbit. Hua Yi should also be ranking Rabbit this month, and Rabbit also has an exclusive Imperial Big Brother, so the overall ranking shouldn't be bad. Mu Ran quickly settled on the last person, and then, directly after that, she called Rabbit over. The two of them were even friends before. Rabbit's side received Mu Ran's invitation and considered it carefully. With her current strength, if she, as the captain, took the initiative to invite others to team up, Mu Ran's side would definitely not be able to beat them. On the other hand, if the newly promoted Godly Dream swiped another gift for Orange, the odds were that she wouldn't be able to beat it either. Although Hua Yi had strength, she really didn't have any confidence in her heart as to how much she could get out of the list this time. The first and second can't even get it. Even if she gets a third place, the reward for being the captain is definitely not as good as the reward for the first place team member. And that champion icon, she was also very greedy. After considering it again and again, Bunny still decided to take up Mu Ran's invitation. On her side, several big brothers had already greeted her for this event, and if she added Mu Ran to the mix, first place would definitely be a sure thing. On the other hand, Orange was also considering the candidates for this battle team. Compared to Mu Ran's side, her choice is naturally simpler. Qianqian, needless to say, Brother Meng has told her to give Qianqian the first place this time. This captain position is definitely Qianqian's. The rest of the position is in Mu Ran's hands. As for the remaining position, under Orange's consideration, it should be EE who is more suitable. After all, this team of theirs is also considered Brother Meng's exclusive anchor group. Apart from the three of them, Brother Dream had rarely swiped gifts for other anchors. But just as Orange and Qianqian were about to invite EE to join the group after discussing it, Broken Wound's private chat message was suddenly sent over. On the other hand, after Broken Wound got off the air, he flipped out Tangerine's private chat page and couldn't help but rub his hands together. Although he had Brother Dream's approval, he was still quite nervous about this kind of thing. After all, Tiger Shark had never had the precedent of bringing news anchors on board for these previous events. If he really got the top rankings with Brother Dream's support this time, he would really be setting a precedent for news anchors. Sister Tangerine, Brother Dream chatted with me privately this morning and said that he was going to let me join your team. Sister Tangerine, do you have a candidate for your side of the team yet? Broken Wound worded several lines, and finally hesitantly chose a tentative message to send over. And Tangerine was stunned when she saw this message from Broken Wound. She didn't think that Broken Wound would dare to use this kind of rhetoric to trick him. Since Broken Wound had told her so, it must be true. Orange hurriedly deleted the message she had just made up for EE's side. EE had pulled her once, and she had always wanted to repay the favor in her heart. Originally, she wanted to take this opportunity to bring EE on board, but there was no way. All three people Meng had already designated. She couldn't add them even if she wanted to. And seeing the news of the Broken Wound, Tangerine also agreed very quickly. Since it is Brother Dream who asked you to come, then you will come to our battle team. You add my WeChat. I will pull your small group. Chapter 49, Dream Team Formation. Seeing that Tangerine agreed with little hesitation, Broken Wound was instantly excited. Sure enough, Brother Dream's words were just as good. He hastily added WeChat, and then entered the small group of 3 under Tangerine's invitation. Sister Qian?
Broken Wound was also stunned when he saw that the group owner was Qian.
Originally, in his thoughts, the other two people should be Orange and EE, and the captain should also be Orange. But now, how come the captain became Qian? What about EE? On the other hand,
Qian also received a notification from Tangerine.
Seeing Broken Wound enter the group, Qian also smiled back.
Welcome Broken Wound to join the battle team.
Our battle team is now complete. Also, in the future, just call us directly by our names. What do you keep calling Sister Ah? It seems like how old we are.
Orange also couldn't help but give a blank stare. Broken Wound looks at least 25 years old, but she and Shen both can just be 21 years old.
Call what Sister Ah? Ha ha ha, then I'll be rude later.
Broken Wound scratched his head awkwardly.
After all, it's not strange to be polite. Calling a sister on a live broadcast platform wasn't a matter of age, but an indication of seniority and strength. Since all the people are together, let's consider the name of our battle team. Let's all give our opinions. We'll have to report it tomorrow night at the latest. Qian directly initiated a multi-person voice link. The two didn't hesitate and quickly clicked through. How about we call the Heaven and Earth battle team? Orange spoke first. How earthy is the Heaven and Earth battle team? This won't work. Qian did not hesitate and directly vetoed it. What about Tiger Shark Taichu team, indicating that we aim to take first place?
Broken Wound suggested. Good lord, this one of yours is much dirtier than my Heaven and Earth battle team.
Orange spat mercilessly. If you ask me, we have to add Brother Dream to the list. A few of us are fully supported by Brother Dream. We can't drink the water and forget to dig the well, right?
Qian mentioned. I think the Drunken Dream team is good. As soon as she mentioned this,
Qian couldn't help but bring up a smile at the corner of her mouth. As a result, the next moment,
this smile was directly pierced by Orange. Drunken Dream team sounds weird.
No. This is definitely not okay. If you ask me to call it Clear Dream Team, or Snow Dream Team is more appropriate. Tangerine directly came up with a denial trifecta,
and then put forward his own point of view.
Tangerine, don't go too far.
Shen was furious as soon as she heard Tangerine's words.
Why is it too much? I think it sounds good. Ah. Tangerine smiled cheekily.
Broken Wounds also unconsciously nodded. Team Clear Dreams and Team Snow Dreams did sound pretty good.
Sounds good my ass. Can you be any more shameless? Who doesn't know that your real name is Lin Qing Shua?
Qing Dream Team Snow Dream Team.
Why don't you call yourself Lin Dream Team? Qian was instantly exasperated and laughed. This can also be ah.
If you ask me, it's always better than Team Lu Dream or Team Shen Dream,
right?
Tangerine raised her head proudly.
It can't be helped.
The name that Mom and Dad came up with.
Every word goes so well with Dream, but Miss Lu Qian's name, it doesn't seem to sound so good. Oh, no way. I'm the captain. I won't adopt your ones.
Qian directly used her veto power.
You.
Tangerine was so exasperated for a while that she had no words to say, and could only keep her mouth shut to express her defiance. Qian also grunted and sulked,
followed by an infinite silence over there as well. All of a sudden, the small group of three people's voice link was quiet as the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. On the other side, Broken Wound's head was dripping with sweat. He could understand what was going on. Originally, he thought that the two were studying the name of the battle team, but he now realized that the two were obviously competing for favor. Broken Wound hurriedly worshipped the Buddha with both hands and silently closed his eyes, hoping that the two would never mention themselves. But the next moment, Broken Wound was completely numb. He accidentally touched a decoration on the table, and the decoration snapped to the ground, and a crisp sound resounded in the three people's connection. The two people who were fighting with each other heard this sound and instantly became completely unified. Broken Wound, what did you say it's called exactly? Team Forest Dream or Team Clear Dream or Team Snow Dream? Orange directly threw the question to Broken Wound. Qian was also not willing to show weakness. Broken Wound, you choose well. I think Team Lu Dream or Team Chen Dream is not bad either. Broken Wound, you have to choose well. If you choose wrong, don't blame us for bullying you. Through the netline,
Broken Wound seems to be able to hear the other two sides are rubbing their fists together. Broken Wound was instantly dumbfounded, and couldn't help but cry out in his heart. What is all this? But things had been dumped onto him, and it was always going to be resolved. If he couldn't solve the matter of naming again, Broken Wound had no worries that he was definitely going to be torn to pieces by these two ants. Suddenly, Broken Wound had a flash of light in his mind. I think all the names are quite good, but if we choose it like this, it seems that it's not very good for Dream's popularity. As if it makes Dream look like someone's exclusive big brother. If I look at it, why don't we choose a new name? That's true, but do you have any other options? Both of them snorted coldly, but they didn't retort to this. In fact, they also felt that none of these names were too proper. If you ask me, Dream Team seems just fine. Broken Wound tentatively mentioned a name out. Dream Team? Hearing this, Qian and Tangerine also pondered for a moment. It's a good name,
I don't have a problem with it.
Tangerine was the first to voice her opinion.
Yoo-hoo, I thought Tangerine was going to stick to the Dream Team. Xianshan let out a laugh before adding, Dream Team, I don't have a problem with that either. On the other hand, Broken Wounds, who saw the problem solved, also let out a long breath. After hanging up the voice link, Broken Wound even involuntarily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. On the other hand, after Orange hung up the voice link, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. After thinking about it, she finally opened the private chat interface with Qianxian and sent a message to Qianxian. Qianxian, I don't know what Brother Meng is doing right now, and I don't know if Brother Meng is satisfied with the name we came up with. Why don't I go over and take a look? Too bad. There's only 5 kilometers between me and Brother Dream, but there's 600 kilometers between you and Brother Dream. Otherwise we could go and see it together, smiley face.
Qianxian over there was uploading the name of the Dream Team and the declaration of the team when she suddenly saw the 2 messages sent by Tangerine and was so angry that she almost didn't drop her phone.
Don't be cocky, you little wavy hoof. When next month I'll move to Magic City.
Qianxian sent this message almost through gritted teeth.
Yeah, it's still next month. It's only June 15th now. What about the remaining 15 days?
Qianxian sent this message. Tangerine was so happy that she dropped herself on the bed,
holding her cell phone and giggling all the time. Qianxian is great again. So what? She lives right next to Brother Meng. P.S. 3 times a day. Update time, 8 p.m. Chapter 50. This is a pure asshole. 3,000 words big chapter. Qianxian's side finalized the name of the Dream Team. On Mu Ran's side, after discussing with Rabbit and Gusha, he also tapped the board. Team Deer, implying that our goal is the first place in this competition. Seeing that Rabbit and Gusha agreed, Mu Ran directly finalized the name. During the whole day on the 15th, on the Star Show District side, a total of more than 500 battle teams completed their team formation and enrollment. As for the Tiger Shark platform side, the planning department was also stepping up its review. Until early in the morning of the 16th, the total number of battle teams had reached 700. North Summer Guild. Early in the morning, Sister Bibi called EE over. EE, see for yourself. Sister Bebe sighed helplessly. Before flipping Dream Team's battle team information out of her cell phone and handing it to EE, she had originally thought that for this battle team tournament, Orange's side would have reserved a spot for EE no matter what, so she had kept EE waiting. But it wasn't until this morning, when she was checking the information of the battle team, she saw that Orange had already formed a battle team with 2 other people. Seeing the information on her phone, EE couldn't help but blush. In the past, she might not have cared, but this time, when the stark reality shone into her eyes, EE was truly somewhat unable to accept it. The name Dream Team, just by looking at it, one could figure out what it meant. But the battle team supported by Brother Dream, there was Orange she could understand. There was Qianxian she could also understand. But why did Broken Wound even get in? But not pick her? Sister Bebe patted EE's spine without saying anything and turned around to enter the office. After all, Orange's side had already finished teaming up. There was nothing much she could do now even if she wanted to fight for it. Her purpose was also just to let EE recognize reality. In the general environment of the live broadcast platform, being noble was the most useless thing. And seeing EE's reaction, Sister Bibi knew in her heart that after this time, EE should have completely understood this truth. EE stared at Bebe's cell phone for a long time, and in the end, his eyes were slowly flooded with light. EE took Sister Bebe's cell phone to the office, first handing it back, and then opened his mouth. Sister Bebe, this time, please help me run the event. Even if I can't get any rankings for this event, I still want to participate. As for the next event, I know what to do. Hearing EE's words, Sister Bebe was pleasantly surprised. She was still thinking that it might take a while for EE to buff her up. Since you have this heart, the guild side naturally supports you fully. Don't worry, my side will help you run this event, and the guild will also do their best to upvote you, and at least guarantee that you'll make it into the top 30. Sister Bebe was very happy. Last month, although Brother Dream didn't end up playing the event for EE, he still swiped a lot for EE and ended up with a good ranking. With the recent operation, EE had already rushed to the second-tier anchor position, and EE's looks and talent were definitely first class. EE could figure it out, and she was naturally happy to cultivate it. In the end, under Sister Bebe's operation, EE and the other 2 guilds' first sisters reached a battle team. EE was the captain, and the other 2 were team members. The name of the battle team, Team Black and White. Although the official deadline was announced on the evening of the 16th, at noon on the 16th, most of the battle teams had already been formed and reported. Broken Wound, at this time, is pulling the details of the formation of the team in the live broadcast room and that eloquent talk. Compared to the calmness of Broken Wound, several thousand viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the title of Broken Wound's live broadcast room, but it is not calm at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Broken Wound joined the Dream Team? Broken Wound even teamed up with Orange and Chen Xian. Bruised this wave of invincible who does not know that Brother Dream is Tangerine's guardian big brother? This wave of pure lie to win. Pass it on. Broken Wound earned hemp. While analyzing the situation of this match, Broken Wound looked at the public screen's pop-ups, and his eyes couldn't help but squint up with joy in his heart. In fact, not only were these fans shocked, even the head of his Golden Will Guild had his jaw dropped. One must know that Broken Wound was only a news anchor. However, the head of the Golden Will Guild was also very decisive, and after receiving an affirmative reply from Broken Wound, he also then reversed the direction of this event to fully support Broken Wound in the charts. If the guild still doesn't know how to grasp such an obvious opportunity right in front of them, it would be really stupid. Look at the next door of the White Feather Guild. Is because of a tangerine, the last round of competition directly earned over no matter what. Support Dream Brother support anchor, quasi-right, Zhou Meng, at this time just woke up, looked at the side of the charming 100 still sleeping tangerine. Zhou Meng is also cannot help but shake his head. I didn't expect this woman. Jealousy is quite big, have to compare with others who will be more. After half a night's effort, Zhou Meng finally had to admit that it was still the orange that had studied hard that was a little more powerful. After all, it was the one who had learned to dance, and the body and flexibility that was really nothing to speak of. The memory of the sitting up, picked up the cell phone from the side, tap into the Tiger Shark platform. At this time, the Star Show area is simply a lively mess. First, he casually swiped a few items and found that most of the anchors were busy with this battle team tournament at this time. Zhou Meng did not hesitate and directly clicked into Broken Wound's live room. When Broken Wound saw Zhou Meng on, his spirit was immediately shaken. Welcome my brother Dream, joined the battle team? Zhou Meng glanced at Broken Wound's title and smiled as he typed, joined. This tournament will be pure lay. At the mention of this, Broken Wound was instantly happy. With Orange and Xian, even if he didn't brush a dime for this event in his live room, he would be able to get a top few Thinking about how many recommended resources will soon be tilted towards him, Broken Wound was so excited that he didn't sleep for half of the night last night. The audience in the live broadcast room were also excited to see Zhou Meng take the initiative to ask about the battle team. Brother Dream's atmosphere, letting this brat, Broken Wound, lie down and win. But Brother Dream, Xian is the captain of this tournament. Will there still be a list for Xian? The possibility is not that big. The reason why Xian is the captain, the reason should be the relationship of Xian's seniority. After all, Xian used to be the most chance to become a super first-tier anchor of the big take. It should be, although Orange is up now, but the seniority is not too good after all. Taking the captain's position is easy to fall into the hands of the people. Seeing several people's analysis, the fans also agreed with this statement. Seeing the crowd's discussion, Zhou Meng also smiled back. Everyone doesn't need to guess, since Xian is the captain of the Dream Team. I'm definitely going to swipe the point. As for Broken Wounds, it's the same as what you guys think. Pure and simple lie to win. Let's not treat him as a human being in this tournament. Seeing Zhou Meng's words, a group of fans immediately clammed up. It really made us guess. Broken Wound, this kid really did get on the bus by the way. Dream Brother could at least also give the Broken Wound brush some, but do not brush too much. A 10-cent glow stick meaning on the line. After all, the Broken Wound is also a personal well. Upstairs, remember to speak in the next life. Don't talk one after another. This life, even if I have a knife in my hand, has gone in. Seeing these pop-ups, Broken Wound's face immediately went black. When did the fans of his own live broadcast become a bunch of black people? He himself hadn't sung a koan song. This is not so bad. A penny glow stick is nothing interesting. If you want to brush it, just have more. Besides the glow stick, it's not impossible to brush a big sword. Zhou Meng was also amused and laughed straight away, directly opening his gift backpack, brushing out a glow stick and a great treasure sword, totaling 20 cents. Of course, if this money reached Broken Wound's hands, the split would be left at 4 cents. Brother Dream, you can't do this. Broken Wound saw Brother Dream making a scene with the audience in the live broadcast room, and instantly cried without tears. Just be content with Broken Wound. When has Brother Dream ever swiped this much in a single swipe? Ha ha ha, I'm pulling a laugh. Dream Team's weakest player, Broken Wounds. Brothers, why don't we also support a wave of Broken Wounds? A free bag of tiger food for one person? Zhou Meng also interacted. Let's see after brushing so much before, it seems like the level is quite high, and Tiger Shark's side also sent me quite a lot of free tiger food. Zhou Meng opened her gift backpack and took a look. Well, there are over 1,000 in total. Send them all together. I have over 100. I'm a little less, but I have 70. I sent all of yesterday's, and only have the 10 that were swiped out today. A group of tiger food could only send 66. And as Zhou Meng started brushing in the live broadcast,
Several thousand viewers followed suit and brushed out all the tiger food in their bags. For a time, a rare stream of tiger food appeared directly on the public screen of Broken Wounds. Looking at the screen full of streaming tiger food, the corner of the eye of the Broken Wound unconsciously left clear tears. Tiger food, this thing is a free gift? The platform will send some to different levels of visitors every day. And free gifts. Of course, the anchor cannot get a share. This thing, mainly for the anchor to add popularity with. But for the star show area, this thing is not useful at all. Only in the game area this kind of people more things. The anchor is more care about this. Seeing that the tiger food gift in his live room is going to run to tens of thousands, Broken Wound is really some tears and laughter. But still can only open his mouth to thank. Zhou Meng followed the pop-ups and played for a while. And after emptying the tiger food in the bag, he didn't continue to engage in it, but instead sent a private message to Broken Wound, letting Broken Wound go and sign up for this daily activity on the Star Show bulletin board. Star Show public notice board? After seeing the message sent by Zhou Meng, Broken Wound also hurriedly used his cell phone to flip to the page of this activity. Upon seeing that the current first place ID on the Star Show bulletin board was called, "Hua Eat Bailey Little Salty Fish," Broken Wound instantly understood. This was the meaning of what Brother Dream had said to him yesterday. It looked like Brother Dream was now preparing to make a move. Chapter 51, Who Stole My Tower? So it's Brother Dream. It's okay then, 3000 big chapter. Don't worry Brother Dream. I'll go sign up right away. Broken Wounds didn't dare to hesitate any longer after seeing that the deadline for the event was less than half an hour away, and hurriedly gave Zhou Meng a sentence back before starting to fill out the information. 5 minutes later, in the upper right corner of Broken Wound's live broadcast room, there was already more than one small signboard that had participated in the Star Show's public board activity. Returning to the live broadcast room, Broken Wound also smiled very knowingly and opened his mouth. Brothers, just now I participated in a Star Show bulletin board activity. Do you all want to help me rush? Star Show public notice board? The crowd in the live broadcast room were stunned when they heard Broken Wound's words. This Star Show public notice board is actually a small activity in the Tiger Shark Star Show area. Every 3 days is a fixed recommendation position. Every time the first place winner can be publicized for 3 days in the upper right corner of the Star Show channel subpage, until the next round of the first place brushes this position down to the cutoff. Broken Wound explained. Just now I looked. The first place's current list total just over 50,000. If we brush this recommendation position out, it will be a boost for tomorrow's big event. Hearing Broken Wound's words, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Broken Wound, this guy's emotional intelligence is really high. Obviously is his own request, but to his mouth, but completely became his initiative. Completely take himself out. But Broken Wound, the June event is only counted on the list tomorrow. If we brush it today, will it be too wasteful? A few old fans in the live broadcast room spoke in a hurry, joking aside, but these fans of theirs had prepared a portion of their money for this event for Broken Wound, just waiting for tomorrow to give Broken Wound the top spot. If they brushed it off today, what about tomorrow? Upstairs you're overthinking it. It's only $50,000. Is it even money with Brother Meng here? Broken Wound is also right. This list is good to take down, and push a lot of popularity over tomorrow. It's a good thing. Come on, since everyone has said so, let's charge. Broken Wound had taken things to this level. Zhou Meng also smiled, and then followed Broken Wound's words, but he played it a bit bigger. Let's put it this way. Anyway, tomorrow is the official event. Today everyone will just relax and unwind. I'm here to promise one thing. Wherever there are currently recommended positions on the Tiger Shark platform, as long as Broken Wound takes over today, I'll give all of them a full hit. Of course, within today I hit these gifts. In addition to Tiger Shark's share, the rest of all as a benefit to the audience in the live room. Right as entertainment. Right Broken Wounds? Ask the guild side. If they don't think it's possible, I'll just brush more. Seeing Zhou Meng's words, the many fans in the live broadcast room were first stunned, but then they all boiled over. Before this, it wasn't like Brother Meng hadn't handed out benefits on Tiger Shark's side. Last month during EE's live broadcast, Brother Meng had swiped a set of 1,314 magic books as a viewer's benefit, and with a full 60,000 plus shares, all of them were handed out to all the winning users on the same day. And today, is this coming again? My God, is this Brother Meng? A wave of entertainment before the event. Only Brother Meng can be so atmospheric on the entire platform, right? Looking forward to winning the lottery. In the live broadcast room, countless pop-ups were frantically swiping the screen. Whether they were old fans or new viewers, almost all of them were conquered by this domineering declaration from Brother Dream. Even if Broken Wound only played such an event, it would have to be at least $50,000. Half of that could be $25,000. Big Brother swiped for the anchor, maybe $1 million, and they just found it novel. But when it actually involves themselves, although the money is not too much, but this can be really exciting. The person in charge of the Golden Will Guild had been peering at the screen from the side, and after seeing Brother Meng's pop-up, the person in charge likewise didn't hesitate for a second. He directly went up to his management account. On behalf of our Golden Will Guild, I fully support Brother Dream. All the gift draws from today's Broken Wound live room are all issued as benefits, and I promise that no matter how much Brother Dream plays today, our Golden Will Guild will synchronize to take out more than 10%, and likewise send it to all the viewers of the live room in the form of a red packet. Don't mind us Golden Will only taking out 10%. It's really because Brother Dream is too strong and our guild strength is limited. When the person in charge said this, the live broadcast room burst into laughter. 10% is quite a lot. Thank you boss. Boss atmosphere. Thank you Brother Dream. Thank you boss. The Golden Will Guild's promise was understandable to almost everyone. There weren't many people in the audience who didn't know about Brother Dream's strength. If Brother Dream got high and directly made $1 million out of it, even if it was just 10%, that would be $100,000 in cash. After all, Golden Will is only a small guild, even if it can take out some more, but it still has to prepare to play tomorrow's team tournament. How can it all be used today? Thank you my Brother Dream. Many thanks for your support. Broken Wound also bowed 90 degrees in the live broadcast, but immediately afterward, the conversation turned to the guild side. Boss, for the gift commission this time, you have to give me in advance, otherwise I can't afford to give out prizes with this small body. The Golden Will head was also full of smiles. Seeing that he was poked and prodded, Broken Wound was also not willing to show weakness. Everyone must know, my contract with the guild that's a 46 split, the big head can be in the boss. Everyone must not be cheated. You're just bull ******* ting. How many recommendation resources did I give you this month? Do you not have some B number in your heart? The moment these words came out, Broken Wound instantly shriveled up. The person in charge wasn't wrong in saying this. He did get a lot of recommendation resources this month. Seeing the person in charge take the initiative to knife Broken Wound, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was even more joyful. After waiting for a while and seeing the atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually smoothing out, Zhou Meng then spoke again. Just now I took a look. This star show public sign list, the first is only 55,000 just. The last 10 or so minutes left. Let's respect the opponent. First shallow brush $100,000, Zhou Meng said with a smile, and then did not hesitate, directly selected a big rocket gift, and then chose the maximum number of 100, and then clicked to send it, accompanied by a wow sound. A row of rocket launching pedestals instantly lit up in the center of the live broadcast room, and then, one after another, the large rockets manifested and flew in the direction of the sky, and then burst out in a cloud of large fireworks at the very top of the live broadcast room. 666. The moment Brother Meng opened his mouth, he directly subverted my knowledge of the term shallow brush a bit. A shallow brush is $100,000. If it was a deep brush it wouldn't be $300 million? Deep? How deep? Upstairs, the 300 million you're talking about is that a unit of measurement for cells? *********. Doubtful cars without evidence, with 100 big rockets gradually rising into the air. Broken Wound's weekly list also instantly rushed up to 100,000 plus, and in the activity area of the Star Show public column, the first place was instantly topped by Broken Wound. Broken Wound was also doing a full show and got up in a hurry. Thank you for Brother Dream's 100 consecutive big rockets. Brother Dream is majestic and atmospheric. On the other hand, the person in charge of Golden Will looked at the popularity that had skyrocketed under the gift of 100 rounds of big rockets, and was also thrilled. Keeping our words, 50% of Brother Dream's rewarded gifts, $50,000, plus 10% of $10,000 from the guild side, a total of $60,000 in cash, divided into 100 portions, and the prizes will be given out directly on the spot. The person in charge of the Golden Wheel was very atmospheric, directly took out $60,000 and hung it in the upper TV of the Broken Wound live room. Brothers, everyone send pop-ups, Brother Dream atmospheric, or thank Brother Dream can participate in the lottery. Broken Wound saw that the Up TV had already been hung up and also hurriedly introduced the lottery process for the Up TV. Dream Brother atmosphere. Thank you Brother Dream. Thank you Brother Dream. The live broadcast instantly lit up with tens of thousands of thank you pop-ups. $60,000 divided into 100 copies. One copy of that is also $600. Put in the hands of ordinary people, that is also several days of wages. This who does not want? And the live broadcast room is now up to more than 10,000 people. 100 copies. This probability is still very high. Broken Wound this side is playing in full swing, but on the other side, Bailey Little Salty, who is waiting for the end of the public sign activity to take the recommended resources, at this time is a face of confusion. He started broadcasting from the morning until now, has been working hard to hit the list, these days down
Finally the list of 55,000 total. Originally, several big brothers in the live broadcast room were ready to make a move, but he didn't let his big brothers go after seeing that the list had rushed to such a high level. Originally thought that the thing that was 9 out of 10. How was it stolen when there were still a few minutes left in this cutoff time? 100 miles of small salty fish a little puzzled. Hastily followed the list of a broken wound live room clicked over. Coincidentally saw the dream brother just brushed out of 100 rounds of big rocket his floating screen. Seeing this scene, Bailey Little Salty immediately lost any desire to compete. Not to mention the fact that there were only a few minutes left in this list, and whether or not his own big brother would be able to come over. Furthermore, even if his own big brother could give him another wave and rush to 100,000, but Brother Meng over there might backhand another rocket streak. How could he, a small news anchor, go to war with Brother Dream? There is no chance at all. The audience in the live broadcast room likewise realized that Bailey Little Salty had been stolen from the tower. One of the resident live broadcasting room's Big Brother monarchs was instantly enraged. Who the hell is so classless to steal the tower with just a few minutes left? Obviously, before this, the second place list was only 20,000 or so, but they were twice as many. But as a result, they let someone take out their home at the end? Yeah, who on earth is so disgusting to do such a thing? It's too bad. This wave will definitely not be able to catch up. That's $100,000. Seeing that this person had caused public anger, Big Brother Monarch also opened his mouth. Don't worry everyone. I'll go over and take a look. I have to scold this person today. Without the slightest hesitation, Big Brother Monarch directly clicked into the first place broken wound live room, wanting to see who was messing with them. But not 10 seconds later, Big Brother Monarch snapped back. Bailey, why don't we pick a new leaderboard? There are so many lists in the Star Show area. I don't see the need to deadlock on this one. And the fact that people hit 100,000 out of 100,000, which honestly isn't considered stealing towers, shows that they are really powerful, right? Chapter 52, Stolen Tower again? 4,000 words big chapter. When Bailey heard his big brother's words, he immediately brightened up and chimed in. Right. I think what Big Brother said is right. Since others can play $100,000, we are not ashamed to lose. Bailey, your bloodlust? That's holding back? Hearing Bailey Little Salty say this, the audience in the live broadcast room was not happy. Although Bailey was only a news anchor, but that was also a first tier a small 100,000 list. It scared their own anchor into such a state that they didn't even want the recommended position in the public column. The audience in the live broadcast room had begun to verbally attack. It wasn't until a viewer called, accompanying your act, jumped back from the Broken Wounds live broadcast room that he looked at the viewers who were spraying all over the screen with a face full of depression and sent a pop-up screen out. That big guy. Are you guys sure you want to call back this recommendation spot on the Star Show public notice board? Yeah, there's still 4 or 5 minutes left. Why can't we get it back? What kind of cow devil is on the other side? A small third-tier news anchor. What gives him the right to steal our family's recommendation spot? Must fight back. The fans in the live broadcast room spoke with righteous indignation. But, the one on the opposite side who swiped the list for Broken Wound is Brother Dream. Accompanying your act, spoke weakly. What's wrong with Brother Dream? Can Brother Dream steal someone else's list like that? What did you say about God's horse? It's really Brother Dream. In fact, I think what Big Brother just said is quite right. A small recommendation only. The opposite side have played $100,000. Let it. Everyone said right? Yes, it's still Big Brother who has the foresight. Anchor, let's just pick another recommendation spot. The next moment, the words of all the fans in the live broadcast room suddenly turned. This scene, looking at accompanying you acting was crying and laughing. But he could understand. After all, that was Brother Meng. A live broadcast of a luxurious brush 10 million platform top god hero, even in the hearts of the various anchors, has already given Brother Meng the name of the strongest god hero, not to mention Bailey Xiao Xianyu, a first-tier news anchor. It's the head anchor of Hawaii, Rabbit, who is afraid that when he sees Brother Meng, he will have to back away from him. Seeing that the public screen of the live broadcast room had finally returned to normal, Bailey Little Salty was also shaken in spirit. This public column of the recommended position, although he is quite important, but things have come to this point, and then want to fight is also impossible. Might as well take advantage of this opportunity to go and make a good activity to rely on. Anyway, these big brothers in his live room have not been much out of it. June's activities will come. Basically all the big brothers of the platform can be taken out. A large amount of money to fill in the hand is definitely considered rich. That's good. This public signboard recommendation position, we let to break the wound well, is also regarded as a good karma. It won't be long until tomorrow's official kickoff. We'd better take advantage of this time to get a recommendation spot, and we can also add popularity to the team at that time.
Bailey Little Salty regained his morale again and began to cheer on the audience in the live broadcast room.
Subsequently, under Bailey Little Salty's selection, another recommendation spot on the Star Show's secondary page was found. Brothers, everyone help me punch this recommendation bit. Star Show's second level page, the same exposure recommendation that lasts for 3 days. If I get it, the popularity of the Battle Team tournament in the latter days is even stable. Big Brothers, this recommendation really has to rely on you guys to make a move. No problem. The current first place is only 15,000. Let's first hit the 30,000-40,000 list to test the waters. The several Big Brothers in the live broadcast room agreed very quickly. Several of their lowest are Duke segment, plus June originally prepared a lot of money to play. 1 or 2 million. For them is not a big problem. After all, 7 or 8 people at 40,000 yuan of the list. One person to play a few $1,000s will be enough. 100 miles of small salty fish to see the Big Brother of the live broadcast agreed to go down, is also satisfied to run over to sign up for the event to go. See, this is the cohesion of a first-tier anchor. On the other hand, Broken Wound, who was celebrating together in the universal sky, was the one who had been OBing Bailey's side of the screen with his cell phone. After seeing that Bailey had chosen the Star Show Tier 2 page recommendation, Broken Wound's eyes also rolled. Coincidentally, at this time, Zhou Meng was also typing in the live broadcast room. How's it going, Broken Wound? Is the second recommendation position finalized? Determined Brother Dream. I choose this Star Show second level page recommendation. This is also considered a good exposure. Broken Wound laughed, pulling the Star Show's second level page's recommendation page to the center of the live broadcast room, and also deliberately winked to show Zhou Meng that he had fully understood the intent. Zhou Meng also couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Broken Wound's juggling demeanor. Tangerine beside him was also shaken awake at this time by Zhou Meng's movements. Brother Dream, what are you doing? So happy. Tangerine slightly opened her mouth and yawned, and then naturally hugged Zhou Meng, lethargically leaning in her arms and pampering herself. Nothing, it's just Qian Qian's business, playing around with Hua Yi's side. Zhou Meng smiled and passed the cell phone in front of Tangerine. I have to say, big is really big. Zhou Meng leaned the phone over. Even the phone holder was not needed at all, and from this angle, it was even more of a strange beauty. Zhou Meng unconsciously appreciated it for a while longer. Tangerine also couldn't help but blush when she saw Zhou Meng's actions, but she was still very sensible and obediently leaned to the side. Only her eyes also glanced over to the live broadcast page. Brother Dream, in the morning it's a Broken Wound, so is it my turn at night? Tangerine's eyes lit up. Bailey Little Salty was just a headcount dish, and losing him was nothing at all to Hawaii. But if all of Rabbit's pre-game recommendations were stopped, that would be considered a real injury to Hawaii. You want to go on at night? Zhou Meng froze. He had originally thought of having Qian Qian on. A dream. Just let me play at night. Anyway, Qian Qian will only mention the termination of her contract tomorrow. If you brush tonight, won't Hawaii still be able to share the money? Just let Qian Qian press the finale on the line. Tangerine pampered. But because the phone is still on the reason, the amplitude of movement is very small, for fear of disturbing Zhou Meng watching the live broadcast. Aren't you afraid of offending Hawaii? That's a first-tier guild. Zhou Meng smiled and pinched Tangerine's face. If you're not afraid, Brother Meng, what am I afraid of? Tangerine hemmed and hawed. She really wasn't trying to fight with Qian Qian about anything, but she really wanted to play along with Zhou Meng. After all, if Qian Qian is going to make a move tonight, 80% of Hawaii's side will understand what's going on. Only by letting Qian Qian appear as the grand finale, can she completely beat Hawaii out of his temper? Think about it. As for offending Hawaii, she was raised by Brother Meng. What does she have to do with Hawaii and her own guild? Not to mention White Feather's management, a proper bunch of idle fish. If not for the lack of a good underling, she was thinking of changing guilds or pulling herself out to go solo. That's fine. You're on at night. Zhou Meng agreed after some thought. What Orange said did make sense. Then Brother Dream, I'll go make you lunch-o. Tangerine got up with gusto and placed her cell phone next to Zhou Meng. And then after giving Zhou Meng an extremely fast version of a good morning kiss, she ran to the kitchen side to cook with a smile on her face. This little ninny. Zhou Meng shook his head, covered his legs with the quilt again, let out a laugh, and turned his line of sight back to Broken Wound's side. In the live broadcast room, Broken Wound would have already filled out all the enrollment information by now, and had also successfully passed the qualification audit. Here it comes. Brother Dream is starting again. Seeing that Broken Wound had finished the formalities, the viewers in the live broadcast room were excited. Although they were all small lists, it was very refreshing for the senses to be brushed like this. On Star Show's side, there were at least 40 to 50 small lists released before the June event. More than that, if Dream could hit 7 or 8 for Broken Wound today, it would be a big talking point. So much anticipation? Zhou Meng was also happy to see the screen full of pop-ups, and then directly typed on the public screen. Let's put it this way. You guys have the final say on how many to brush this round. Based on the pop-up screen that brushes the most on the public screen, Zhou Meng graciously handed over the amount of this list to the audience. Broken Wounds was also stunned when he heard Dream's words. The viewers who watched the live broadcast were all Lords of Chaos, so if they were to brush the pop-ups there and brush 1,000,000 out, would Brother Meng say yes or no? When the time comes, will not the Dream Brother be roasted on the fire? Therefore, Broken Wound hurriedly added as if he was joking. The pop-ups everyone sends out must be within a reasonable range. If they're too unreasonable, even if Brother Dream can afford to brush them up, our guild can't afford to give out prizes. Right. Everyone let our guild pad a little less, and even if we only take 10%, it's still a bit too much to carry. The person in charge of Golden Will also spoke in tandem. All being human, how could he not know what Broken Wound meant? Ha. Broken Wound is true on Earth. To be honest, the Golden Will Guild is really good, and the person in charge is also very interesting. Hearing this from the two, the audience in the live broadcast room burst out laughing again. But in contrast to this, some of the viewers who had planned to mess with the pop-ups became serious. This recommendation on Star Show's secondary page, placed in the usual, the highest list was probably less than $20,000. After all, it's just a small recommendation. If you play too much, the recommended resources you get are not as high as the cost, so it's definitely not cost-effective. Therefore, a lot of pop-ups in the live broadcast room are brushing 40,000 and 50,000 words. In their opinion, a little more than double higher was definitely stable. That's not right. Everyone look at the current list of 100 miles of little salty fish. It's already brushed the list to more than 30,000, and it's still continuing to be brushed. Really? Then in that case, 50,000 is definitely not insurance. There was a murmur of discussion among the fans on the public screen. If you ask me, it's still safer to go with the same 100,000 as the previous round, and it's also more in line with Dream's style, so we don't have to get our towers stolen at the back. This proposal instantly gained the approval of most people. Instantly, countless 100,000 characters began to pop up on the public screen. Zhou Meng also smiled when he saw the 100,000 characters on the public screen. Alright, then this round will still be $100,000. Zhou Meng directly clapped his hands. He also had no intention of changing the gift and directly sent another set of 100 consecutive large rockets. Asterisk. Brother Meng, this is too decisive, isn't it? Another $100,000. Brother Dream has already spent $200,000 today. 200,000 is nothing. I was present when Brother Dream swiped 10 million on the spot. Compared to that time, now it's really a small to small scene. Just like Brother Dream said before, it's just for fun. Thank you Brother Dream for the reward. The person in charge of Golden Will also immediately typed a thank you, and then without saying a word, directly took another $60,000 of cash out and divided it into $600 to start the lottery. Brother Dream's atmosphere. Thank you Brother Dream for the big rocket. Wow, I drew twice in a row. Each time it was 600, and I got 12,000 directly. I also drew it. The probability is really quite high. I can win even with such a dark face. More than 10,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. All those who drew the prize were full of joy. Who would dare to think that watching a live broadcast could earn money in addition to not having to swipe money? An ordinary person's salary for a month was only $5,000 or $6,000. Drawing one was the same as getting 3 days of salary for nothing. Broken Wound would be thanking for the gift while using his afterglow to OB over there at Bailey Little Salty. His heart was about to burst into laughter. Dream Brother, this means, is really damage and at the same time, is working hard to brush the list, just brushed to $40,000 ready to stop Bailey Small Salty, is revealing a world to give up who is the air in the live broadcast blowing awesome. If you ask me, the last round was an accident. Let's all take a look. Won't we take off this round? $40,000 on the list, more than twice as much as the second place. I don't believe anyone else can overtake us. Last round, we were accidentally bottomed out by Brother Meng, but this round, it's not like we'll still be bottomed out, right? With so many recommended positions in the Star Show district at the same time, it was impossible for one's luck to be just that bad and be slapped in the face this time. Therefore, the current Bailey Little Salty was very confident. The audience in the live broadcast room was also brushing Big Brother awesome, and a few of the top-ranked Big Brothers were happily accepting the compliments from their fans. Bailey, a few of us just discussed it. This event, since you participated, then we definitely want to play for you. But just this one recommendation position before the tournament seems to be a bit insufficient. Can't we play another one? Several people laughed and spoke on the public screen, their words full of complacency. If Brother Dream doesn't make a move, they are the real Big Brother. 7 or 8 people, in a matter of minutes, put together $40,000 out. 100 miles of small salted fish saw the pop-ups of several Big Brothers, and his heart was also a burst of intention. If you can really get another recommended position, tomorrow after the official start of the tournament, the popularity of his live room can at least go up to more than 20,000. This card is not rubbing up? Big Brothers broke. Now the time is still early. Since the Big Brothers have said so, then we will continue to play A. Suddenly, the words that Bailey Little Salty was saying suddenly got stuck, and the next moment, Bailey Little Salty's eyes instantly glared round. Just by glancing at the Star Show's secondary page's recommendation ranking version, he realized that the first place he had just gotten had been topped down again, and whether it was the name, or the ranking, it was exactly the same as the last bulletin board recommendation spot. Broken Wound, $100,000. This his horse. He exceeded others by more than 2 times. The result of Broken Wounds and exceeded him by more than 2 times to catch up? Chapter 53, Reservation of Luxury Cars, Bugatti and Cullinan. 4,000 words big chapter. Even if 100-mile Little Salty Fish was even more stupid, he would have already reacted by now. Even a few Big Brothers of the live broadcast were speaking up. 100 miles. Do you have some sort of conflict with this Broken Wound? In their opinion, it was unlikely that Brother Dream would actively target Bailey. They had also gone over to OB before, and the last Star Show public sign event was one that Broken Bruise had taken the initiative to pick, and Brother Dream had only agreed to give Broken Bruise the top spot. When Bailey saw this, he was stunned, and then he really seriously thought about it. But after thinking and thinking, Bailey couldn't figure out where exactly he had offended Broken Wound. No, I'm the head anchor. Broken Wound before also just a third line. There is no any intersection at all to Bailey was really puzzled this time. One simply can't think of anything, even if there is some small friction in certain places that one didn't notice. But that kind of small friction, it's not so much to target oneself like this, right? Moreover, their own backstanding or Hawaii, Broken Wound nothing to provoke their own why? The visitors in the live broadcast room also have to speak. This time, Bailey is even more depressed. Let's put it this way, brothers. The first 2 times, it might really be a coincidence. After all, although there are many of these small recommendations in the Star Show area, there are only a few at the top of the rankings. There is Brother Meng who is supporting the opposite side, and our choices overlap with Broken Wounds, which is actually not a strange thing. Let's let the opposite side have a wave, and from now on, wait for Broken Wound to choose first, and then we'll choose again, so we won't repeat. Bailey Little Salty opened his mouth and said, the moment these words came out, the crowd in the live broadcast room also agreed, and a few Big Brothers also opened their mouths to agree. Don't worry, Bailey, I'll go to the group and shout, and find a few more brothers to give you a boost. Just do what you said, and I'll rush one up for you in a while as well. They were also really wimpy at this point. They were just some dukes and monarchs. To go up against Brother Meng, that was really purely looking for death. It was still Bailey's words that were reliable, letting Dream Brothers' side choose first, and then their side would go up, so it was much safer. On this side, after seeing the information that Broken Wound had sent to him to watch the battle, Zhou Meng also almost burst out laughing. This Bailey Little Salty was really a talent, and could even come up with this kind of solution. However, for Zhou Meng, no matter how he did it, the result would be exactly the same. He was just determined to target Hawaii today, and in front of absolute strength, any calculations were completely ineffective. Zhou Meng gave Broken Wound a direct reply back, telling him to pick one out at random first. Alright, Brother Dream, I'll just pick a small recommendation bit first. Broken Wound also understood Zhou Meng's meaning in a second, holding back his smile and finding another small recommendation spot in the live broadcast room on the spot to participate in the event. This activity had very few recommendation resources, and the list was also very low, only more than $5,000. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate, and directly brushed 10 treasure maps for Broken Wound to take this activity down. On the other hand, after seeing that Broken Wound had indeed reselected the recommendation position, Bailey also heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, the first 2 times might have been quite a coincidence. In an instant, Bailey renewed his spirit. Come on, brothers, Broken Wound's side has already selected the event. It's our turn. Ha ha ha, this time it shouldn't flip over again, right? A few Big Brothers in the live broadcast room saw Bailey's spirit and couldn't help but tease. No, 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 my wave of backhand picks, absolutely stable. Brothers, let's hit the Star Show rotation banner this wave. The current first place list is only 20,000. We are very hopeful. Bailey was confident. It was an accident that the recommendation for the public signboard was gone, and it was also an accident that the recommendation for the secondary page was stuck. But the recommendation for the rotating banner now, but he had deliberately chosen it backhandedly. There was absolutely no way it could go wrong again. No problem. First give you 50,000 votes on this wave of extinction. In the live broadcast room, a few big brothers who had just come in generously promised $50,000. It might be a bit difficult for them personally, but they had just shouted in the group. And now there were already 10 or so big brothers in the live broadcast room, averaging out to less than one treasure map per person. But just as the people in the Bailey live room had just brushed enough $50,000 and were joyfully preparing to take the recommended position to celebrate, the rotating banners recommended list, the first place ID, again, instantly turned into a broken wound. Asterisk. Bailey was planning to blow his awesome in the live broadcast, but after seeing that the ranking he had hung in the upper right corner of the live broadcast had once again been knocked down by broken wound, his entire being nearly broke his defenses. 3 times in a row. Each time it was more than twice as much as the ranking he had hit, and each time it was $100,000 robbing him of the first place on the list. If this was to say it wasn't directed at him again, he'd take his head off and kick it as a ball. The several big brothers who were preparing to pretend to be in the public screen were also stuck in their shells. Even if their reactions were dull, they knew that Broken Wound and Bailey were really on the same page today. I just don't believe it. I'll pick another one. Bailey gritted his teeth and somewhat unconvincingly chose another list out, but as a result, before he could brush his side, the opposite side's Broken Wound instantly took the first place with 100,000 votes again. Unbelieving him, he chose another one again, but still the same. Broken Wound's side once again signed up at lightspeed to take the first place. This time, Bailey was completely silent. The several big brothers in Bailey's live broadcast room also looked at each other. Why don't we forget about it, Bailey? Brother Dream is on the opposite side. This event is really not good. The several people would be truly abashed this time. Even if they were any more powerful, they wouldn't dare to brush 100,000 to 100,000 like this. In just over an hour, opposite Brother Meng had already swiped 5 sets of big rockets and 10 treasure maps, totaling more than 550,000. This wasn't a PK game, but a complete crushing game. Even if these 10 or so big brothers of theirs had stocked up on food for the June event this time, but with all of them together, they would only be able to swipe 400,000 or so on the leaderboard at most. The audience in the live broadcast room also swiped their screens, saying that they would let Bailey concede and forget about it. After all, Bailey was just a news anchor. It was really normal that he couldn't win against Brother Meng, and no one would think he couldn't or anything. Looking at the screen full of discouraging pop-ups, Bailey gritted his teeth, still not quite willing in his heart. This time, although he didn't get to team up with the first sister of his guild for the mid-year Battle King event, he still found 2 powerful teammates, both of whom were first-tier anchors. Originally, he thought to take advantage of this event to boost his popularity, but now on the pre-game recommendation hit list, he was directly stuck here. If he doesn't take a recommended position today, after the official match starts tomorrow, the popularity of his live room will be naturally worse than others. But right now, even if he wanted to fight, he was stuck without any temper. Bailey could only sigh helplessly. Brothers, let's stop here for today's live broadcast. When tomorrow morning comes, I'll go online and give you a real-time commentary on this match. He knew in his heart that if he went on like this, it was nothing more than putting his face in front of Broken Wound again to give the other side a hard whip. In the end, Bailey still chose to go off the air under the screen full of discouraging pop-ups. On this side, after seeing Bailey go offline, Broken Wound immediately gave Zhou Meng the good news. Alright, that's enough for now. Seeing Broken Wound's message, Zhou Meng also stretched his back. To be honest, this kind of 100,000 to 100,000 brush was indeed a bit meaningless. It was better to wait for Orange to come online at night and then operate properly. After all, Bailey was just a news anchor. But Bunny, that was Hua Yi's explicit first sister. Whether it is the strength of the fans, or the support of the guild, it is definitely much stronger than Bailey. As for Broken Wound's live room, the head of the Golden Wheel Guild, at this time, was also a bit confused. Many of the pop-ups on the public screen were of course visible to him, which included many fans from Bailey's little salty side running over to swipe the screen. In just a few minutes, he knew what Broken Wound had done today. This kid, Broken Wound, dug a hole for me. Seeing these messages, the person in charge of Golden Wheel was completely dumbfounded. He still thought that this kid, Broken Wound, was out of his mind today, and had specially found Brother Dream to come over and brush up the list, and even took out his guild's funds to give out prizes in order to cooperate with Broken Wound. But as a result, he was actually set up by Broken Wound? If it was just Broken Wound personally, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that he was openly supporting Broken Wound in the live broadcast, the nature of this matter changed at once. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved the person in charge of Golden Wheel became. although it wasn't so much that he was afraid of Hua-yi, but after all, he had incurred an enemy. Looking at Broken Wound's side, he went off the air beautifully, not worried at all. The head of Golden Wheel, who was sitting in the guild hall, was instantly enraged, and immediately slammed the table. Broken Wound, you brat, give me over to get beaten. Meanwhile, at the Royal Dragon Bay Villa, Zhou Meng settled his consumption rebates while comfortably eating his meal. Congratulations to the host for spending $550,000 on the live broadcast platform. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback, totaling 5 million yuan in real cash. All assets of the system have been rationalized, so please feel free to use them with confidence. Divine Magnificence System, Host, Zhou Meng, Level 1, Upgrade Progress, 12, 66 million/$1 billion, Realistic Assets, 0, 305 billion yuan, Cashback Ratio 110, not bad at all. According to this progress, 1 billion won't take long to get done. Zhou Meng nodded with satisfaction. This morning was just a small fight, and 550,000 was not much of a spending at all. According to Zhou Meng's prediction, after the official start of the tournament tomorrow, a few days to hit 50 million hundreds of millions would definitely be easy, and then the cash in hand would be more than enough at once. He could have just looked for a good-looking anchor, and swiped all the billions out at once, but the problem was that would be too meaningless. $1 billion of network consumption rebates, but it was a full $10 billion, and with this $10 billion in, Zhou Meng didn't need to do any business. To put it bluntly, the interest alone would allow him to live comfortably for the rest of his life, so why bother trying? Therefore, Zhou Meng had always been casual about the matter of swiping gifts. Moreover, after consuming $1 billion, the system would upgrade and give him more consumption amount. At the same time, it would also circle his current consumption range again, and then he could consume in more areas to get rebates. He was just an ordinary person, without too far-reaching dreams. He could be happy in his own acre of land. These ribs are cooked well. It's not that I'm good with my hands, it's that the materials are good. Those meats and fruits and vegetables at the entrance of the villa can be special supplies. Orange smiled and gave Zhou Meng a bowl of rice. When she had just come over here, seeing the several small special supply stores at the entrance of the neighborhood, Tangerine was confused in her heart. It was also from that time that she realized that the life of the rich was not at all the same as theirs. Life is nothing but clothing, food, shelter and transportation. And rich people, they just like to delve into these. Zhou Meng smiled and nodded. In the past, he pursued filling his stomach, but now his living habits have been gradually changing. From running around for a living to enjoying life now. From filling his stomach to pursuing food and pursuing health now. Right, Qingxue? In a while I will go out in the afternoon. You can stay in the villa or go back. The villa entry code you know, Zhou Meng admonished. Okay, then I'll go back in a while to prepare for the live broadcast. Orange nodded repeatedly. After dinner, Tangerine drove her beetle back. Zhou Meng, on the other hand, went out to the gym. This not having a car is just a bit less convenient. Zhou Meng walked out of the neighborhood and shook his head helplessly. He actually wanted to buy a good car, but for any luxury car with tens of millions of dollars, if you wanted to buy it, you had to make a reservation, and you also had to have a channel. Otherwise it would be hard to buy a new car. Like that kind of supercar club on sale, can be put on the stage. Mostly a few million Ferrari this kind of, and then a little better, probably is 8 or 9 million level. This does not quite meet the requirements of Zhou Meng. Therefore, Zhou Meng in the day before yesterday, took the initiative to contact the villa area in a supercar tycoon. Let him help to book 2 cars. One was a white high-end Bugatti Veyron priced at $30 million, and one was an orange Rolls-Royce Cullinan priced at $8 million. Bugatti Veyron, Cullinan, a supercar and an SUV, combining comfort and racy style. The Cullinan is relatively fast, and may be transferred in a few days, but the Bugatti Veyron is a bit slower, almost a month. As for the more advanced, priced at several hundred million Bugatti Vision, these in Koenigsegg won these. Zhou Meng is also to mention a mouth. But the problem is, these are basically global limited edition. It is difficult to get, but the other party did not refuse. In the Magic City, this super first-tier city, nothing is completely impossible. To Zhou Meng, the big patron, he also promised, as long as there was an opportunity, he would get Zhou Meng a few hundred million level supercars over. This was the benefit of living in a wealthy neighborhood. Some relationships, even if you don't take the initiative to contact them, others will take the initiative to lean over. This was simultaneously the importance of circles. Zhou Meng first used his phone to navigate a bit and found out about a nearest private gym that was 5 kilometers away and remote. Zhou Meng didn't bother with that first either, instead planning to look around first. Having just moved over not too long ago, Zhou Meng hadn't skipped around much, and wasn't too familiar with the business district over here.
coupled with the fact that the place was indeed a bit big and it was a hot day. In order to find a gym, she in turn made herself sweat, until tired and panting. Zhou Meng himself amused himself. He felt unscientific if he couldn't lose a pound tomorrow. Forget it, there's probably no more next to this. Let's wait for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to pick a time to go to whichever private gym. Shaking his head helplessly, Zhou Meng also did not have the heart to look for it again, and casually took a car on the side of the road and returned. On the other hand, by 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, the big anchors of the Tiger Shark platform's Star Show area were also starting to come online. Today was the day before the official start of the event, and most of the anchors had already formed their teams, and what many of them were doing now was to try to get as many recommendation spots in their hands as possible. This way, when the event officially starts tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the popularity of their own live room can completely explode. Chapter 54, Exposing Huai. Brother Meng just wants to abuse you today. Thank you all for your rewards. Almost all of the anchors held this idea, and Rabbit on Huai's side was naturally no exception. She had also seen Bailey Little Salty's complaint in the group at noon, but she didn't take it seriously. Brother Meng did occasionally brush some for broken wounds, and most of the anchors on this platform were aware of it. Rabbit estimated that it was 80% that Bailey had offended Broken Wound at some point, and Broken Wound had taken this opportunity to retaliate back. Not only is she too lazy to care, even the guild side is also too lazy to care. A news anchor, before the start of the event, whether or not there is a recommendation is just a matter of that. Her side is the most critical. As long as she could do well on her side, half of Huai's goal would be accomplished this time. Rabbit, remember to work hard to pull some civilian votes today. The money on the guild side will mainly be played tomorrow and the day after. The head of Huai admonished. Don't worry, I'll hit 2 recommendation spots today. Even if there aren't enough civilian votes, my big brother over here can make up for it. Rabbit promised confidently. In previous years, the guild would usually just take out 7 or 8 million to hit the list, and if it was halved with Tiger Shark, the investment would be about 4 million. This time, the guild had purposely taken out $10 million in cash for the Battle King tournament, which was a lot more than the total investment in the past. After all, the current live broadcast industry has become more and more red-hot. The number of users is also more and more. The guild is also very willing to additional investment in this area. This $10 million in cash was almost as much as the total yearly list that AO had played in previous years. Even if this money wasn't all for her, but how to say that she could also take a big head. 5 or 6 million was absolutely no problem. But the money swiped today didn't count for the list, so of course this money would have to be hit tomorrow. On the other hand, Orange also synchronized on the number. Zhou Meng didn't drag his feet and directly entered Tangerine's live room. Welcome Brother Dream into the live room. Tangerine gave a sweet welcome. Wow, Brother Dream came today. I thought that Brother Dream would only be on the number tomorrow. Is Brother Dream going to give Tangerine a pre-match recommendation today? I think so. Brother Dream just played for Broken Wound in the morning, but it looks like he's up against Huai's news anchor, Bailey Little Salty. I went over to take a look and Bailey's face went black. It almost didn't give me a good laugh. There was also a flurry of welcomes on the public screen. Orange's current live room has been properly the number of first-tier anchors online. It's the VIP seat is still slightly close, stuck on a threshold of 2,000 people, but the gap wasn't that big anymore. As long as it was operated for a while longer, it would basically be able to officially cross over. Today on the number, the main thing is to play a few recommendation bits for Orange. And secondly, there's also a little conflict ready to be resolved. Zhou Meng smiled and interacted with his water friends on the public screen. Small conflict? Seeing Zhou Meng's pop-up screen, the crowd was also stunned. It's nothing really. Brother Meng is just going to target Huai's anchors in a small way. Tangerine smiled slightly and picked up the conversation. One reason why he hadn't said anything in the morning was that Broken Wound didn't have enough curiosity, and saying this in Broken Wound's live room would be less effective. And the other reason was that none of Huai's main anchors were online. If Huai knew about it and avoided the battle and didn't fight, or took advantage of being online at noon to secretly go to the top of the list to get recommendations, it wouldn't be much fun. But this time, Huai's first-tier anchors were basically all online. And they all clearly announced in the live broadcast that they were going to play the pre-match recommendation list, so now even if they didn't want to go against each other, they would have to go against each other. Since this was the case, there was no need to be polite with them. As soon as they heard Orange's words, the tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room immediately became excited. What's the situation? When did Huai offend Brother Meng? Brother Dream is very nice, and often gives us benefits. There are so many big brothers on the platform. I just trust Brother Dream. Although I don't know what the reason is, but I believe Brother Dream is right. No words, Brother Dream you say how to get. I will support. Bright Nine Keys and Ancient City Huhan San both even acted as cheerleader captains, not hesitating in the slightest.
directly expressing their support on the public screen. Hua Yi didn't offend me. It's just that he's not doing things in the right way and I can't stand to see it.
Zhou Meng directly spoke on the public screen,
not giving Hua Yi any face at all. As for Orange, she also picked up the conversation at the right time, exposing the matter between Hua Yi and Chen Qian directly. Of course, there was some artistic processing and exaggeration. If Chen Qian were to say this in person, the crowd might not really believe it. But now, Tangerine, an outsider in the live broadcast room, originally restored what happened, and there is still Brother Meng in the VIP seat to prove it. There is no need to doubt the truthfulness of this matter, even if Tangerine would risk offending Hua Yi by lying. But Brother Meng, a big brother with a fortune of several $billion, wouldn't be able to talk nonsense, would he? People with high status and position, even if they didn't say anything, as long as it was a slight nod, they could easily be recognized by ordinary people. This was human nature. Moreover, what Orange said was originally true and logically could not find any problems, so there was even less need for the audience not to believe it. And after hearing Orange finish, everyone couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. But what immediately followed was a burst of righteous indignation. It was also the first time they had heard this kind of insider knowledge of the live broadcast industry. A boss who, just to make money, ended up pushing his head anchor hard into the fire? And the most crucial thing was that this anchor had already made a lot of money for the guild for more than 2 years in a row, completely feeding the guild with his fame. Most of the viewers are ordinary people who are at the bottom of the food chain, and Qian Qian's matter has undoubtedly triggered everyone's resonance. There were even quite a few girls who had the same experience, and when they heard Orange say what happened, they all had a sad feeling of a rabbit dying. I told you how Qian Qian hasn't been seen much since this year, so it's Hua Yi who messed up. I can't say. This kind of disgusting guild like Hua Yi shouldn't exist. Support Brother Meng. Seeing the screen full of pop-ups, Orange was also happy. The live broadcast platform was like this. If you wanted to target an anchor, you first had to take advantage of the word reason. If these things weren't publicized, even if Brother Dream madly sniped at Hua Yi's anchors tonight, in the hearts of the crowd, 80% of them would have to fall into an impression of being unreasonable. But now that this was publicized, no one would say anything even if Brother Dream targeted again tonight. And most people would even think that Brother Dream did the right thing. On top of that, it would also put Hua Yi in the middle of a huge fishing debate. If Hua Yi didn't do a good job in this regard, it was likely that he would be struck down to the ground from then on. This thing of walls falling down and people pushing back was really more than just words. So, Brother Dream told me yesterday that, doesn't Hua Yi like to block their own anchors? They do the first one, then we do the 15th. He first-hand blocked his own first-line anchor Chen Qian, then we'll do them a favor, and backhandedly blocked a few more of their head anchors to make them happier and happier. And this time before the June event's top list, any of the first-line anchors or above of Hua Yi should not be think about getting it. Orange heatedly smiled. The moment these words came out, the many viewers in the live broadcast room were also shaken in spirit. Too domineering, worthy of being my dream brother, directly manually blocking all the anchors of Hua Yi's top stream. Who would dare to believe this? Wait for me. I'm going to charge up some money. No matter what Brother Meng does today, I'm going to support a wave. What era is this? There can still be this kind of thing. No wonder the captain of the Dream Team is Qian Qian this time. It's estimated that Brother Dream is really not used to what Hua Yi is doing. Originally this would be the time in the afternoon just after dinner. Many people are also just off work full of fatigue, and encountering this kind of thing undoubtedly made everyone exuberant. Originally, the fact that Brother Meng was going to open the brush had already made many people secretly excited, but now that there was another one to do justice, it made everyone look forward to this fightless confrontation. However, at the same time, everyone's hearts were inevitably a little worried. The fact that Brother Meng had exposed Hua Yi online would surely lead to a frantic counterattack from Hua Yi. Hua Yi wasn't a small guild like White Feather or Golden Wheel. Before Dashang was stationed in Tiger Shark, Hua Yi was definitely a first-class large-scale guild. Whether it was the strength of the guild or the big brother who played in the guild, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could afford to mess with. In normal times, it is not too conspicuous, but now as the node of the June King of Battle tournament, Hua Yi's side of the big brother to prepare the money will never be less. With only Dream Brother, a godly big brother, can he really hold back the energy of Hua Yi's entire guild? Chapter 55, Swipe a million first, let the opposite side chase for a while? 9,000 words total today. Tangerine, let's start. Let's try the water by making a list first. Zhou Meng didn't have much of a reaction, went to the refrigerator and took a bottle of milk out, saw that Tangerine's side had pretty much talked things over, and directly typed on the public screen, "Okay Brother Dream." Tangerine hemmed and hawed and agreed, and then directly chose the option of the airplane star of the week. Good guy. This starts with the star of the week list? Seeing that Orange directly chose the airplane star of the week,
The crowd in the live broadcast room were all unable to help but stare in disbelief. One must know that the airplane star of the week was the star of the week gift chosen by Rabbit, the first sister over at Hawaii. In that case, wouldn't it be a direct match with Rabbit? They were still thinking that Orange might take a gradual approach and fight the other first-tier anchors of Hawaii first. Brother Dream, should we consider going steady on it? Yes, Brother Dream, it's not good to go up against Rabbit right off the bat. The crowd in the live broadcast room opened their mouths to advise. Although Brother Dream is going to start a war with Hawaii today, but this first battle, no matter how to say it, should also pick a soft pinch well, directly up to dislike the other's first sister. This risk is a little too big. Zhou Meng saw the comment as also cannot help but a happy. Zhou Meng just got the system when this thing. Zhou Meng just got the system when he gave EE played once. However, EE played just a small gift at that time. That is, the glow stick star of the week. The whole time also played $100,000. The corresponding win after getting the recommended resources will also be less. But today the Rabbit chose the airplane star of the week. This is $100 of gifts. In the Tiger Shark is also counted as one of the expensive gifts. The first place of the airplane star of the week. The recommended resources that he got could definitely not be compared to the ones that he gave to the broken wounds in the morning. Zhou Meng took a look at the current first place Rabbit of the airplane weekly star. The current total list is a total of 350,000, most of which are loose votes in nature. Zhou Meng naturally drank a mouthful of milk while holding his cell phone in one hand and charging some money into it. There's no rush first. Zhou Meng typed lines in the live broadcast, and because it was a one-handed operation, the typing speed was a bit slow. As such, the public screen only brushed out these 4 words first. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Zhou Meng typing out these 4 words, they thought that Zhou Meng was planning to tell Orange to be a bit more stable first, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, the crowd saw another Imperial pop-up on the public screen. The same message from Brother Meng. The current list is a bit low. Let's do it this way. First brush a million to let the opposite side chase for a while. Zhou Meng finished the rest of his milk in one gulp and smiled back. The moment these words came out, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Bright 9 Keys and a few other old fans were also instantly dumbfounded. Here, what kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Brush $1 million and let the opposite side chase for a while first? How much confidence does Brother Meng have? Even Tangerine was shocked and couldn't stop opening her mouth slightly. It wasn't true that Brother Dream had explained to her in advance that he wanted to target Rabbit, but Brother Dream had never said that he was going to brush the million list as soon as he went online. To know, Brother Dream played so long in the morning in the Broken Wound live room, also only brushed 55 million only. She had thought that Brother Dream might also want to play slowly. Brother Dream is a godly big brother who brushes 10 million in a single session. A million is just a sprinkle for Brother Dream, so there's no need to be too surprised. Although Gochung Hu Han-san was equally shocked in his heart, he still pretended to speak in the live broadcast with a bashful demeanor. When this sentence came out, it instantly pulled back the hearts of everyone in the live broadcast room at once. Yes, Brother Dream was the Imperial Big Brother who had swiped 10 million on the platform in May and was called the strongest divine hero. So swiping $1 million didn't seem like a big deal? Really? Brother Dream hasn't made a move in more than 10 days. It seems like they've all forgotten about Brother Dream's strength. The tourists couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It seemed like $1 million luxurious swipes. This was Brother Dream's true strength, was the right thing to do. Still, this period of time had been too calm, and many people had already forgotten about Brother Meng's crazy swipes in the Orange livestream last month. Zhou Meng, who was on the other side, didn't hesitate and directly opened the gift bar after charging his money into golden beans. The airplane, like the magic book, the maximum number of gifts per TIM, after the revamp, has similarly become 1314, which means a single gift of $131,400. The next moment, a gift special effect instantly lit up at the public screen of the live broadcast room. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, airplane, 1314-1. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, airplane, 1314-2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, airplane, 1314-8. Zhou Meng directly swiped 8 groups in a row. One group was more than 130,000, and the 8 groups came down to a total of 1.05 million. Instantly, Orange, who had just participated in the Airplane Weekly Star event and was still ranked at the end, directly jumped over countless anchors and directly rushed to the top spot. Asterisk. Brother Dream is awesome. 8 sets of 1314 airplanes, only swiped for a total of 30 seconds? I think if it wasn't for the special effects of the super gift that would jam the gift bar, would Brother Dream have finished brushing in 2 seconds? Right in the middle of the live broadcast room, plane after plane formed a herringbone formation flying over from left to right, leaving behind countless colorful gift flowers. Orange's entire live broadcast room was instantly rendered into 7 colors by the gift special effects. The many visitors were even brushing the word awesome. A set of gifts was $130,000. Throughout the Tiger Shark platform, not many people could afford to brush it at all. It was only in this kind of playing activity, or following around a super godly hero like Dream Brother AO, that one could see this kind of splendid scene. To know that with 8 sets of gifts, the animation special effects of the live broadcast alone would have to last for 4 minutes. Ah, thank you Brother Dream for the 8 sets of airplanes, Tangerine also exclaimed in surprise, and hurriedly stood up to thank him. Eyes, on the other hand, playfully blinked, and after sitting down, she flipped out the chat interface on her computer in a proper manner and sent a private message over to Zhou Meng. The entire expression was natural, and the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room didn't see what Tangerine had actually done in the slightest, but only Zhou Meng knew what Tangerine meant. This woman, 80% wanted to do something again. Seeing her like this, Zhou Meng immediately laughed out. Opening the private message interface and seeing the words about gift airplanes in Tangerine's private message, Zhou Meng directly gave Tangerine back an expression of rolling away in blank stares. He has long since evolved into an automatic gearbox, and a manual gearbox is simply not something he's used to driving right now, right? Chapter 56, come on, fight if you want to, 4,000 words big chapter. At the same time, the head of Hawaii received a report from the guild management at the same time. Boss, Tangerine exposed what happened between us and Qianshan during the live broadcast, and Brother Dream. Bah! Broken Dream is also supportive and has also promised to manually block all of our first-tier anchors in Hawaii. The guild management reported back quickly. Having worked at Hawaii for a few years, he knew this set of processes for the guild inside out. Because of this, he knew just how important the fishing theory was to the guild. Once the fishing wheel collapsed, for them, they were facing a traffic collapse. The person in charge of Hawaii hurriedly went up to Orange's livestream to take a look, but it was only less than 30 seconds before his entire body came back with a black face. We didn't mess with this Tangerine and Broken Dream either, right? When Tangerine first rose to the top, I even purposely went over and swiped the accompanying gifts, and this is how I was rewarded? Can it be because one of Qianshan's Monarch brothers mentioned it in the live broadcast at that time? Is this person sick? The head of Hawaii cursed angrily. The ashtray on the table was pushed to the ground by him. The ashtray snapped and crashed on the floor, directly breaking into several pieces. Boss, calm down, calm down. The most important thing now is how to save the fishing wheel back. Beside him, the guild management shivered, but still hurriedly reminded. With these words, the head of Hawaii instantly snapped out of it. Right. You go contact the water army right now, no matter how much it costs. Tell them that I want at least 50,000 of it. The person in charge of Hawaii paced back and forth in place anxiously, his left hand constantly slapping the back of his right hand, his face full of anxiety as he barked at the guild management. Okay, I'll contact immediately. Also, give a word to all the first-tier anchors of our family who are live streaming, all those who can find a reason to go off the air. Let them try to avoid the battle. Maz, it's really bad luck. A good money-making thing was made like this. The person in charge of Hawaii indignantly slapped the table. Get on with it. I'm going to Rabbit's side now, no matter how much it costs. She absolutely cannot fall tonight. To them, Rabbit was a rookie anchor who had just been supported after Qianshan. From January to May, the guild has invested $8 to $9 million in Rabbit, waiting for these months to start paying back the capital. If Rabbit collapses now, not only will the $8 to $9 million go down the drain, but the guild will have no anchor to carry them at all. Has been snowed Qianshan 6 months, until the first 2 months of the Rabbit up this time. The guild 3 or 4 months are not much income. This time to come again so once, afraid not to directly explode. And the other side of the Rabbit, after seeing their own plane's weekly star list was instantly robbed. The eyes also cannot help but stagnate for a moment. Looking at the data on the first list, Rabbit also carefully counted how many zeros there were in the back. My god, what's going on? Tomorrow is the first day of the event, right? Rabbit was still a bit confused at this point. Not knowing what was happening, she looked blankly at the list one that Orange had just rushed up, her expression depressed. She had originally thought that today's star of the week would basically be stable as long as she could hit 400,000 or 500,000. But now that a Tangerine had been killed halfway and swiped $1 million at the start, how could this still be played? If she shouted in the live broadcast, she could get it together. But the problem is that today's list doesn't count as the Battle King tournament list. If she swiped it now, she wouldn't be able to do it tomorrow. After thinking it over, Rabbit still decided to avoid the battle. Star of the week was important, but tomorrow's match was much more important. But just as she was about to find a reason to push off the star of the week list, the pop-up screens on the public screen of the live broadcast instantly exploded. You guys know what? Orange's side just said what's going on between Hawaii and Qianshan straight away. I really didn't expect this to be the case. It's too explosive. Yeah, if what Tangerine said is true, then I really powdered the wrong Hawaii.
I thought I was still Chen Qian's fan at first. Now regardless of whether this is true or not, but it's true that Brother Meng is going to manually block all the first-tier anchors on Huai's side. Look at Rabbit's refighting Zhou Xing. It's already been intercepted by Brother Meng. The live room of 50,000 to 60,000 people. All of a sudden the entire public screen was in a mess. Although the pop-ups were so chaotic that Bunny didn't see too clearly for a while, she who only slightly glanced at a few keywords still deduced what was going on in the first place. Most of the old anchors on Huai's side knew about what happened between Qianqian and the guild, but the guild had long ago issued a gag order, and no one had ever said anything about it since this year. So how did these viewers know about it? Rabbit looked carefully again. Only then did he see the words Tangerine and Dream Brother again. Asterisk. This shouldn't be something that Brother Dream authorized to be exposed, right? Rabbit is aware of last month. Brother Meng has been to Qianqian live room thing. At that time, Qianqian directly to the audience of the live room saying to the tears, Brother Meng is a luxury brush 100 treasure map. This matter has also been a lot of news anchors have said. Thinking about this, and seeing the pop-up screen on the crazy brush again Brother Meng to manually block all the first-tier anchors of the Huai things, Rabbit instantly understand that today this matter is a big deal. Right at this moment, Rabbit's cell phone ding-donged, and the Huai head anchor group suddenly lit up with a message. All first-tier anchors who are on tonight, except Rabbit, who can find a reasonable reason to go off the air as soon as possible, receive a reply. Seeing this message, Rabbit couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The deterrent power of broken dreams. Had it reached this level? Just announcing a single thing could make the entire first-tier anchor of a first-tier guild avoid battle? However, after seeing that he had been singled out, Rabbit also roughly understood what the guild meant. Other anchors could avoid the war, but she couldn't, because she was Huai's current top anchor, and the only super popular anchor. If she wimped out, it would really mean that Huai had wimped out. And in contrast to this, is her live room? 80% is tonight's battlefield. The next moment, Rabbit's cell phone lit up with another new message. Rabbit hurriedly looked over. This message was sent by the person in charge of Huai himself. The message was brief, only a short sentence. No wimping out. Almost at the exact same time that this message was sent over, Head Huai's Emperor's trumpet, floating light, went up in Rabbit's live room. Rabbit was stunned, but still hastily opened his mouth to welcome him. Welcome Brother Floating Light into the live room. As soon as Floating Light came online, he was looking at the current pop-up situation in the live room, using a small number to start a brush. This was also a tacit understanding between various guilds. It was like Brother AO and Brother Wave. Both of them were clearly guild numbers, but in the viewer's eyes, they were all divine big brothers of the platform. Giving the audience this impression would only benefit them and do them no harm. Of course, as the person in charge plus the boss of Huai, he was originally a godly magnificent big brother, and his normal spending on the platform wasn't that small, and it wasn't considered malicious deception. What's the situation? Why is the live room so noisy today? Floating Light asked, pretending to know nothing. Brother Floating Light is here? When the crowd in the live broadcast room saw the resident emperor Floating Light on the line, they were all shaken in spirit, and they hurriedly spoke about the matter in their heads. You guys are talking about this. This is something I know. Orange's side is completely talking nonsense. At first, Huai did want to transfer Qianqian to Dasheng, but as far as I know, the reason why Dasheng wants Qianqian is because at that time, Dasheng doesn't have a lot of head anchors, and wants Qianqian to go over there, also for the purpose of cultivation. But the result is that Qianqian not only doesn't agree, but also spreads everywhere that the guild transferred her over in order to let her accompany a perverted old man. AI, the hearts of the people can be feared, and people's words can be feared. Floating Light shook his head pretending to be helpless, and instantly pulled things into another direction. As you all know, I used to brush Qianqian often before, but after this happened, I kind of completely recognized Qianqian's character and never went there again. Rabbit saw his own boss's statement on the public screen, while admiring Floating Light's shamelessness in his heart, but on the other hand, he also nodded his head to match. Originally, after this happened, everyone was reluctant to talk about it, but since it's gotten to this extent today, I have to say something for my own guild, and Brother Floating Light said that it's basically fine, and that's really what happened at that time. As we all know, the guild to the transfer between anchors is part of the normal business behavior. Even if Qianqian is not willing to, refusal is also just, but go around to say bad things about Huai. The intention is obviously bad. Any boss wouldn't dare to use such a person. Rabbit and Floating Light said this. The live broadcast room was quite sympathetic to Qianqian's visitors. Instantly don't know who to believe. It's not bad that Brother Dream is a godly big brother, but Brother Floating Light is also a godly big brother, and all things considered, it seems that Floating Light's words are more reliable. After all, Qianqian was already on the verge of being a super first-tier anchor.
If they were the boss of Deshang, they wouldn't have hidden Qianshan for no reason. At the same time, the water army found by the guild management side also started to power up the live broadcast, frantically bringing up Qianshan's tempo. I often watch the live broadcast. I basically know Qianshan's story before and after. I can responsibly say, what Brother Floating Light said is not a problem. Yeah, I guess Brother Meng was also cheated by Qianshan. We can't trust the anchor. Can't we still trust Brother Floating Light? As soon as the thousands of pop-ups came out, the audience in the live broadcast room who were still hesitating at both ends of the spectrum, also instantly fell on Huayi's side. Seeing the pop-ups gradually stabilize, Floating Light was also secretly relieved. Fortunately, his side reacted in time. If he was a little slower, this fishing wheel would really be completely blown up today. And this side of the news is also the speed of light by the water friends back to the Orange live room. When she saw the message sent by her friends, Orange was almost angry and laughed. Although she didn't treat Qianshan very well, but then again, she and Qianshan, that was between her own family. They could just pinch each other, but in front of outsiders, that was something that had to be united. Not to mention that the two were originally in a battle team right now. Seeing the pop-up screen, Zhou Meng also shook her head hopelessly. Some people's cheeks, they are really thick to an unimaginable degree. They've all been poked and prodded, and they still want to be here with sophistry. Orange, on the picture. Since Zhou Meng dared to play like this, he was naturally prepared. As a matter of fact, the text version of Qianshan's chat with Huayi's boss, Qianshan purposely took screenshots and saved them after she was snowed in. Among them, there was the conversation where Qianshan went to ask boss Huayi after she found out what happened at the guild management the first time. And also at the same time, there was the conversation where Qianshan went to ask boss Huayi why after she was snowed in. Although these can't be considered as hard evidence, it's enough to prove that Qianshan is the one who was hurt. Furthermore, in a live broadcast platform, do you need hard evidence? This is not a case. As long as the audience can see clearly, there is a scale in their hearts. Okay, La Dream Brother. I also really didn't expect that Huayi's side would be such a mouth. Tangerine laughed. She didn't mention Floating Light, but directly brought up Huayi. On the live broadcast platform, whether it was a super tier 1 anchor or an ordinary anchor, one was not allowed to go and talk about Big Brother, or else they would be banned by the super management. But talking about other anchors or guilds was indifferent. Orange directly posted a screenshot of Qianshan's chat right in the center of the live room. Now, the entire audience in the live room was considered to be completely blown up from. As soon as these pictures came out, it proves that Rabbit's words just now were completely farting. My god, I just actually believed Huayi. I didn't expect these guys to be so shameless. To this extent they are still hitting back. These few screenshots instantly provoked the righteous indignation of all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Although there is no direct evidence to prove this matter, everyone's eyes are not blind. Okay, you guys said that Qianshan took the initiative to spread rumors to frame Huayi. But now, between Qianshan and Huayi's boss, how do you explain the screenshots of so many inquiries and almost requests? All these screenshots prove that Qianshan is the one who is really vulnerable. When the screenshots reached Floating Light was dumbfounded. He just remembered that Qianshan did contact him several times in January, but he forgot about it after a long time. Still Rabbit reacted faster and directly opened his mouth in the live broadcast. Screenshot counts for nothing. Serious people who look at screenshots. That thing minutes to fake 100 out. Floating Light also spoke in a hurry. I can see that it's fake to say that Qianshan's matter is fake, and it's real to want to have a fight, right? In that case, I'll put my word down here first. Come if you want to fight. Anytime. He hurriedly brought the topic to the matter of rushing the list. If he let the opposite side just keep going on like this, I'm afraid that this lie won't be able to go on today. The audience in the live broadcast room was obviously good at this as well, and several of Rabbit's other big brothers also spoke to match. Fighting just to fight, threatening to block all of our first-tier anchors. I just want to ask him on what grounds. An imperial big brother called Daylight pouring into the city, sent out a pop-up screen in irritation. He doesn't care what happened to Qianshan. Rabbit offline cannot be less accompanied by him, but also can look at Rabbit bullied not? As soon as Daylight Pouring City spoke, many of the Monarch brothers in the live broadcast room also agreed. At the end of May, the reason why AO lost to Broken Dreams. Broken Dreams' strength is on the one hand, but on the other hand is the Tiger Shark's activity is too hasty. At the end of the month in the hands of the people are not much money, which allows Broken Dreams to drill a hole. Coupled with today's incident, they are completely disenchanted with Broken Dreams' method of acting. They want to block all the first-tier anchors at the drop of a hat? Those first-line anchors, most of them opened the Guardian. Offline also mostly slept with. You say blocked on the blocking. What are the grounds? Why are you just blocking them? You're blatantly slapping them in the face? The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night.
and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night.
Floating Light didn't care about tomorrow's Battle King tournament.
What's the point of preparing a load of money for tomorrow? If you lose today, what's the point of winning tomorrow's tournament?
He does not believe that. Live Room has so many big brothers in.
And he finale. A broken dream can be crazy to wear.
Floating Light directly overbearingly declared war in the live broadcast room.
Come on, if you want to fight, fight. Chapter 57. Charge the list with all your might. Thanks to everyone's rewards plus more.
Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw that Rabbit's side of the live room was buzzing with activity. These people, they were indeed a bit confident, but for him, the purpose had also been achieved. Huayi's side had clearly lost out, and now they were just relying on their stiff upper lip to hold on.
If they beat the list and win, then naturally needless to say,
80% of this fishing wheel crisis can be carried over.
Find more water army to brush the screen is also,
but if they lose the list, even if they find more water army is useless.
Should be blasted but also blasted,
and blocked all the first tier anchors of Huayi this word.
The opposite side thought Zhou Meng isn't a funny, but only orange.
This has seen Zhou Meng in the end how much bravado people,
only to know that Zhou Meng really have this strength. On the other hand, on Tangerine's side of the live room, a few of Bright 9 Keys old fans were secretly worried.
Most of the reason why Dream was able to easily take it last month was still because of the suddenness and lag of the event.
But this time is different. Almost all the guilds, in order to June this competition, are riveted enough strength in the sprint, each big brother,
also early in the preparation of money to help the anchor playing activities.
Moreover, this time, it was still Brother Meng who had taken on the entire Huayi with his own strength. They wanted to help, but there was no way. Compared to Brother Meng, their strength was really too poor. Not even a minion. There was really nothing they could do.
And Dream Brother to platform time is also short, and did not recognize what have the strength of the other god Big Brother,
is really a lone combat. In May,
Brother Dream won the joint efforts of Brother AO and 50 Monarch brothers with his own strength.
But today, Rabbit lives 50 to 60 Monarch Big Brothers, 2 to 300 Dukes, and a few Emperors in the finale, all of them fully armed.
This strength was countless times stronger than Brother AO at the end of last month. The great battle between Brother Meng and Huayi swept through the entire Star Show platform almost within half an hour.
Originally, it was the pre-event period of the big event. The passion of the visitors itself was sufficient, but today was after all the day of canvassing and playing the pre-event recommendation. Everyone didn't play much, belonging to that kind of passionate, very exciting but can't fight the critical stage. But just at this time, such a big melon suddenly burst out on the platform, attracting the attention of the vast majority of people almost instantly. And these viewers, too, were flying towards the live rooms of both Orange and Rabbit. Even quite a few anchors couldn't help but be curious in broadcast. Many news anchors, even more so,
were full of excitement as they picked up the mouse and started recording the screen.
For them, this was all classic material.
Rabbit's side was also out in full force. Even the title of the live room had changed its name. Many visitors who had just found Rabbit's live room instantly saw that the title of Rabbit's live room had changed to the words Huayi Honor Battle. Brothers, our Huayi has been established for so long, and we've never been bullied by other anchors like this. Just now I received a notice from the guild management. All the first-tier anchors who are live streaming tonight have all gone offline except for a few who have to go through a mission. And all the big brothers from this side of the guild have already come over. Rabbit played a battle song and shouted loudly in the live broadcast.
And in the process, he opened the VIP seat in the public screen area. The VIP seat could directly light up to 50 at a time. Ranked first, Emperor, Floating Light. Ranked second, Emperor, Daylight Pouring. Ranked third, Emperor, Woodstone. Ranked fourth, Monarch. All the way up to rank 50. The same purple symbol of the Monarch. I just want to ask. Orange wants to step on our Huayi, does she? Worthy? Bunny stood up with a clamor. And Rabbit also shook violently, thumped the table, and shouted with passion. With these words, the many fans in the live broadcast room were boiling with blood. 3 Emperor Big Brothers. More than 40 Monarch Big Brothers. More than 300 Dukes. The VIP seats were even more straight up 8,000. All of this without fail told everyone in the live broadcast room. The event at the end of May. Everyone was just having a little fun. When it comes to the June event, we still have to look at these veteran guilds. This is the depth. This is the strength. Seeing this, not only did the fans in the live broadcast room's confidence swell wildly, even the big brothers in the front row couldn't help but swell. Daylight Dumping City aided Woodstone. Old wood. How much was prepared this time? Hey, it's just 100 W. Originally, I was planning to play around tomorrow, but today it's all this situation. So I'll just open the brush without saying anything. Woodstone laughed. Right, how about you? How much have you prepared? About the same. I'm also 100. Daylight Pouring City smiled back. It's still Big Brother Chin Chang and Big Brother Woodstone who are bullish. I can't do it. I only prepared 5. A monarch sent a thumbs up emoji. The spending power of emperors and monarchs was indeed cross-generational,
and there was no comparison between the two at all. I just don't know how many Brother Floating Light has prepared. Floating Light also laughed out at the sight of these pop-ups.
2 emperors, that was 2 million, plus these 40 plus monarchs. It was estimated to be another 2 million plus, and there were so many dukes, it must be a million at the bottom as well. This adds up to 5 million, and all of this money can be taken as a share. The guild this has made another large sum. Also not much, 800 to hit the bottom, really can not take more.
Floating Light laughed and replied lightly,
if the civilian votes were counted again, this time their list could at least hit 15 or 16 million. He just didn't believe how much this broken dream could brush.
Seeing a few big brothers in the live broadcast talking lightly about millions of gifts, the tens of thousands of people who had just entered the live broadcast room were even more frantically brushing up 666.
At this moment, what Qian, what fishing wheels, all of them were left behind. It's done when it's cool. Let's not discuss it first. The list is still hanging there. We can't let others laugh at it. Can we? Floating Light haha laughed, typed the line, and then first hand in the live broadcast began to brush up. Rabbit's previous airplane weekly star list was 350,000, while the current number 1 orange was 1.05 million. Didn't Broken Dream say that he wanted them to catch up first? Then he would chase after it first. Floating Light did not hesitate, directly clicked on the airplane gift, and then directly checked 1314 as a group. The next moment, the live broadcast public screen instantly lit up.
Emperor, Floating Light, sent, airplane, *1314 by 1 group. Emperor, Floating Light, sent, airplanes, 1314 2 groups. Emperor, Floating Light, sends out, airplanes, *1314 6 groups. Floating Light directly swiped out 6 groups of 1314 airplanes, instantly giving Rabbit the opportunity to rush the weekly star list to 1.34 million. After swiping 6 groups of gifts, Floating Light also laughed. Didn't the opposite side put words for me to catch up? I've caught up. Then, 666. Brother Floating Light is awesome. I see that the opposite side is hanging on. All of our Hawaii's big brothers are enraged. Tomorrow's activities are not playing.
Today is to do it.
The old fans of Hawaii's livestream were even more painfully happy, frantically brushing Floating Light's last sentence on the public screen. Even some fans with more impulsive personalities deliberately ran to Orange's live room.
Frantically brushing then what? This pop-up screen. Zhou Meng, who was in Orange's live broadcast room, did not hesitate to reply in the live broadcast room after seeing the scattered then what pop-ups on the public screen. Then what? Of course it's open brush.
Zhou Meng directly used a set of 1314 airplanes to hit the faces of these Hawaii fans who ran over.
At times like this, any words were ineffective, and only true strength could shut the other side up. Whether it was Zhou Meng, or Floating Light and Chingcheng, this was the thought that was in their minds right now. If there were any words, let's talk about it after winning. Brothers, let's all support Orange and Brother Dream. We can't let Brother Dream fight alone. Several people from Bright 9 Keys also gave generously and took the lead in swiping 1 or 2 dozen airplanes out. Tangerine had been on the verge of rushing up to first-tier anchors. More than 2,000 VIPs in the live room. Still a bit of strength. Plus just watching the fun came another 70,000 to 80,000 people. These people also have a lot of intention to get together. A time Tangerine's list is also on the fast.
When Zhou Meng again brushed to the 6th group of 1314 planes,
the Orange list broke 2 million.
Civilian votes accounted for a full 200,000. To live some of the higher rank of the Big Brother brush removed.
The real ordinary votes also have more than 100,000 counted down to live each VIP. Consumption is more than 50. This cohesion in the Tiger Shark platform is definitely not bad.
While Orange was a little worried about Brother Meng, his heart was equally elated. The civilian vote was undoubtedly the most important thing that could tell the popularity of an anchor. And the fact that the per capita consumption in the live room could be so high showed that her talent in live broadcast was recognized by many fans.
On the other hand, upon seeing Zhou Meng open her brush again,
a group of big brothers such as Floating Light and Leaning City also stepped in.
Brothers, don't save your votes for tomorrow's match.
We're just going to punch our faces today.
Whoever taunts us, we'll taunt them back.
Rabbit shouted loudly in the live broadcast room.
Numerous big brothers stepped in, and the gift pop-ups alone completely flooded the public screen. And under Rabbit's call, the nearly 8,000 VIPs in the live broadcast room also swiped their votes. Brothers, this 1,000 of mine was originally reserved for tomorrow, but looking at today's situation, it's a must to get it. Should say no. 10 airplanes sent. Codes. Rabbit is right. People are hitting the face. Still care what tomorrow's game. A handful of arms brothers, countless ordinary fans, too, began to give their full support. For a while, the gift bar in the live broadcast room began to jump wildly. It didn't take long. By 8 o'clock, Rabbit's weekly star list had rushed from 350,000 to 4 million. On Zhou Meng's side, although one person was slightly slower to brush, he was still confidently brushing the gifts one after the other. Anyway, it was only 8 o'clock now, so the big deal was to fight until 12 at night. He could brush every 15 seconds from now on, for a total of 4 hours, but could Huayi's side? When the many old fans in the live streaming room saw Zhou Meng's actions, they were instantly reminded of the aloofness of Brother Meng when he faced Brother Ao in May. All of a sudden, the fans in the live broadcast room who were still a bit worried had a thought pop up in almost all of their minds. It can't be that Brother Dream, by himself, can really brush past the hundreds of big brothers on the opposite side combined, right? Chapter 58, 20 million deluxe stars of the week. I'll tell you on what grounds. More 12,000 today. Floating Light was also being ruthless today. What June's Battle King tournament was not even on his mind right now. He only had one thought in his head right now, and that was to win this PK today. If he lost the PK, the pressure in terms of fish theory would be too great. As for Huayi Guild's fans, this would be stimulated by Rabbit's words and the battle song, and each of them were also killing red eyes. Emperor, Woodstone, delivered an airplane *100*29 combo. Emperor, Woodstone, sends an airplane star 100 star 30 consecutive hits. The gift sent by Woodstone was a set of 100, totaling 10,000, and at this point, it had already been sent to a 30-strike streak. He alone had swiped over 300,000 in the live broadcast. On the other hand, the same was true for Daylight Pouring. He had even brushed a little more than Woodstone, having already brushed to the 40th group, and had brushed a full 400,000 out. As for Floating Light, there was even less to say. In order to level up Broken Dream's push, he similarly sent a group of 314 airplanes. Each group was 130,000 yuan. Seeing that Rabbit's list had rushed up to 8 million, but the opposite side of Tangerine's list was only just 6 million, Floating Light couldn't help but grunt. Even if Broken Dreams could still brush 10 million out this time, what could it do? For this event, he had specially prepared $10 million in his hand. Originally, he had prepared a large portion for Rabbit's side, and the remaining portion was to be swiped separately for other first-tier anchors, but now that he had been pushed to this point, he didn't intend to keep his hand in. On Orange's side, it was equally hot. The two of them, Bright Nine Keys and Ancient City Huhansan, were constantly pulling votes in the live broadcast. The civilian votes weren't much, but this would have already hit more than 200,000. Brother Dream is awesome. In the live broadcast room, the pop-up screens of the many visitors were already going crazy. Brother Dream alone had almost brushed 6 million in such a while. Could it be that Brother Dream is going to rush the 10 million list again today? But tomorrow is the official event. Who cares about tomorrow's event when it's all come down to this? Any visitor who saw Brother Dream swiping gifts, no matter who it was, would have to say awesome. Rabbit's side although brush 8 million, but we all know, that is a large group of emperors, kings and dukes brush, although to 8 million, but in fact, Floating Light as the first big brother, brush the speed of the gift is obviously much slower than the Dream Brother. At this time only brushed 4.5 million or so, and seems to be insufficient. Brush the speed of the gift has become much slower. But what about Brother Meng? Stable and anti-shaking Cohen had like 15 seconds a group. Do not bring poor seconds. Orange side, in addition to the live broadcast of 2 to 300,000 civilian votes, the other can be Dream Brother fight. 6 million, of which Brother Meng swiped 7 million. In terms of the speed of brushing gifts, Brother Dream was fully more than $1 million faster. The fans of the Orange live streaming room had reason to believe that if Brother Dream and Floating Light were taken out individually, then it went without saying that Brother Dream would definitely be able to hang on to Floating Light. And when Rabbit's live broadcast list completely rushed up to 10 million, the ordinary fans and the Duke Monarchs and these big brothers were considered to have completely brushed and pulled, even if they have been deliberately pulling the rhythm, one airplane after another on the ticket. But by this time, the hands have basically run out of money, and the field is still brushing. Suddenly there are 3 people left. One was Floating Light who was brushing a set of 1,314 airplanes in almost 20 seconds, and the other was the 2 who were following Floating Light's rhythm, brushing 100 airplanes at a time, Woodstone and Daylight Pouring City. And after the civilian votes were up, the Rabbits' leading momentum and the list stopped at once, even though the trio was still there steadily brushing the list. On the other side, Orange's list was still catching up at a speed visible to the naked eye, until the trio completely brushed the list up to 12 million. Zhou Meng's side of the list also followed suit and broke 11 million, leaving a gap of 1 million. And at this time, the 3 people in Rabbit's live room were already sweating profusely. This wasn't from being tired from brushing gifts, but was caused by too much psychological pressure. What kind of monster is this? One person brushing 11 million? Compared to Rabbit's live room,
the little bit of civilian votes in Orange's live room was basically negligible. This 11 million could be completely viewed as Broken Dream brushing alone. Although Woodstone knew that Broken Dream had swiped 10 million out last month, it was really only when he was matched up against Broken Dream that he felt how great the pressure really was. This person, was he a perpetual motion machine? More than 8,000 VIPs in their live room, 40 to 50 monarchs, and a group of 3 to 400 dukes, plus 3 emperors. Such a luxurious lineup, and they couldn't brush a single person? He now suddenly felt that it seemed that before the fight started, Floating Light's question to the opposite side of the room was slightly pompous. Daylight Pouring City had the same reaction at this moment. The 1 million in his hand had been swiped down to less than 300,000, but the opposite side of Broken Dreams still didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. As for Floating Light, he was under the most pressure at this time. Daylight Dump and Woodstone had only 1 million in their hands, no matter how much they swiped, but the total amount of money in his hand could be a total of 10 million. After renewing the Emperor in advance and taking the rebate, a total of only 11 million gold beans. But now, 6.5 million have been brushed out. The list has also rushed to 12 million, but even still did not on the opposite side of the gap? You have to know, he now has only 4.5 million gold beans left in his hand. Counting the balances in the hands of Daylight Pouring City and Woodstone, he would be able to hit the leaderboard to 17 or so million at most. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw the two sides of the list is getting closer and closer. There are no gold beans can hit the list of them. Can only be in the live broadcast room frantically scream the 2 words of refueling. But only Floating Light himself know. His hands are really not much oil. But when he saw that the 2 lists were constantly approaching, Floating Light could only change his strategy of brushing once every 20 seconds, and raised his speed to once every 15 seconds like Zhou Meng, to avoid the lists from catching up. Grandpa, Big Brother Dream, Broken Father, I beg you, stop it quickly, stop it quickly. Floating Light's heart continuously begged. If he could kneel down and beg Zhou Meng to stop, he would have definitely knelt down by now. At this time, he could not care less about what godly magnificent Big Brother's platitudes were. If Broken Dreams really brushed over, he couldn't imagine what kind of fishing will attack their guild would have to face. To know, the real cauldron of Qian's matter was indeed in his place. After the whole platform was really exposed, how would the audience look at them? Why, in the future? And those anchors, after knowing what they did in Hawaii, will they still choose to sign up with their guild? Hawaii was the one that he had developed with his own hands, and just as Floating Light's 84th set of gifts, he was completely out of money in his hand. At the same time, Woodstone and Daylight Pouring also swiped out the last set of gifts in their hands. In the Rabbit's live broadcast room, the 3 consecutive pop-ups stopped right there. Emperor, Woodstone, sent, airplane, 110 consecutive hits. Emperor, Daylight Pouring, sends, airplane, 110 consecutive hits. Emperor, Floating Light, sends out, airplane, 13-14-84 combo. 3 consecutive pop-ups. Woodstone and Daylight Pouring were the same. 1 million in cash. Emperor recharging to send 10%. A total of 1,100,000 golden bean coupons were all swiped. Floating Light's total of 84 groups of 13-14 airplanes were similarly all swiped, totaling $11,114,000. And the Rabbit live list also steadily stopped at 17.2 million. But with such a high leaderboard, there wasn't a single person cheering in the live broadcast room. On the contrary, almost everyone had their eyes fixed on the Airplane Star of the Week leaderboard right in the center of the Rabbit's live room. On that top, because of Floating Light's final speed boost, the gap in the leaderboard hadn't widened. And it had even widened a little bit because the other 2 big brothers were also brushing. Currently Orange's chart is 15.7 million in second place. The gap with Rabbit totaled 1.5 million. At the same time, the audience in Tangerine's live room, which had already surpassed 150,000, were not saying a word at this time, all of them looking with bated breath at the only gift pop-up that was bouncing on the public screen. Rabbit's side was hoping that the number would stop, but they kept hoping that the number would keep on bouncing. One had to know that this was a feat of picking off a tier 1 guild with one's own strength, and it was still under the premise of something like Tiger Shark's mid-year event. If he could really win, then Brother Meng's name as the strongest divine hero could really be stabilized. On both sides of the live stream, Rabbit's live stream had broken 200,000 people, and Orange's live stream had broken 150,000 people, adding up to a total of 350,000 people, all of whom were currently looking forward to the gift pop-ups on the public screen. On Zhou Meng's side, he was drinking milk while listening to the ticking sound of the clock on the wall, leisurely clicking the send button. The next moment, the public screen of the Orange live room flashed once again. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent out, airplanes, star 1314 star 111 sets. At the same time,
the total leaderboard of Tangerine's live room jumped another 130,000 upwards. Wow, Brother Dream is awesome. The countless visitors who were staring intently at Tangerine's live broadcast room all involuntarily cheered. The visitors who were staring at the list of Rabbit's live streaming room, on the other hand, had their hearts tugged hard again. Floating Light was even more wide-eyed, and the cold sweat on his forehead was already drooping down. 15 seconds later, Zhou Meng once again tapped down to deliver. Emperor, Broken Dream, sends out, airplane, star 1314 star 115 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out, airplanes, *1314 *116 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, airplanes, 1314 117 groups. Every time Zhou Meng delivered a group of gifts, it would cause countless people to cheer once, and it would also cause countless people's hearts to clench violently once. It wasn't until Zhou Meng delivered the 120th group that Orange Live's leaderboard had jumped to 17,074,500. The difference was just 130,000. In other words, as long as another group was sent, Tangerine would win this PK, and at this moment, the audience in Orange's live room had begun to cheer. On the other hand, Floating Light, who was on the opposite side, was completely paralyzed on the ground. He knew in his heart that he didn't have any chance anymore. It had already swiped 120 groups, and to say that the last group was gone, was that possible? Even if he could still squeeze out a little bit of money from somewhere else, squeeze out 100,000 or 200,000, but it was already meaningless. He could squeeze out money, but couldn't the Broken Dreams across the street? In his godless gaze, the 15 seconds arrived again. Sure enough, under the annotations of a total of 350,000 people in the two live rooms, the 121st group of 1,314 airplanes was successfully delivered. Emperor, Broken Dreams, delivered, airplanes, *1314 *121 groups. At the same time, Tangerine Livestream's leaderboard managed to jump to 17,205,800, successfully ranking first on the Airplane Weekly Star list by exceeding Rabbit's leaderboard by $5,800. Tangerine Live Streaming Room, after seeing that the leaderboard completely crossed over that could, all of a sudden, everyone all cheered. Brother Dream is awesome. Hissing, Brother Dream, Brother Dream, Brother Dream. In the live broadcast room, countless people frantically swiped up the screen. A PK, in just 30 minutes, both sides added up and played a total of almost 35 million. And Brother Dream, in these 30 minutes, was even sending out a set of 1314 airplanes every 15 seconds. If you count the 8 groups of 1314 airplanes that just came to Orange Live, provoking the other side didn't count the streak. Then tonight's stream, a total of 129 groups, 131, 400 per group, a total of 16.95 million. But just as the crowd was reveling, the next moment, the public screen of Orange's live room lit up again. And this time, compared to the last streak, it was 10 seconds faster. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent out, airplanes, 1314 122 groups. And right after that, almost every 5 seconds, the live broadcast would light up another set of airplane streaks. Dream is still brushing. Dream is still brushing. The speed has gotten so much faster. But why did it become once every 5 seconds? Upstairs, are you stupid? This kind of large-scale gift delivery will be card gift bar. Card gift bar when you cannot point to deliver. This card time, exactly 5 seconds. That is to say, Brother Dream is now at full speed brush gift. In an instant, the live broadcast room boiled over once again. From before, when Brother Meng didn't brush a group, he was expecting to beat Rabbit for a bit, to now, when every time Brother Meng brushed a group, everyone was recounting the number in their hearts. A minute and a half later, Zhou Meng had already swiped to the 140th group, but Zhou Meng still didn't stop. The gift pop-ups on the public screen were still frantically swiping at a rate of once every 5 seconds. Emperor, Broken Dream, sent, airplane, star 1314 star 142 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, airplanes, *1314 *143 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, airplanes, 1314 144 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, airplane, *272. It's the 144th group. Bright 9 Keys directly sent out a voice pop-up, shouting at the top of his lungs. It went on until 10 seconds had passed, and there was no longer any gift pop-up updates on the live streaming rooms page. The crowd in the live broadcast room was silent for a while. After another 20 seconds, there were still no updates on the gift pop-ups. At this time, everyone reacted to the fact that Brother Meng had really stopped this time. In the next moment, countless pop-ups instantly flooded the public screen of Orange's live room completely. It was also only at this time that someone reacted and looked at the weekly tribute list at the top of the live room. ******* 20 million whole.
I told you how I just saw a 272 airplane combo flash at the end.
I thought I was wrong.
The crowd in the live broadcast room looked at the number of 7 zeros after a 2 on the weekly tribute list, and the public screen was completely swiped until it exploded. 144 consecutive hits, plus the 8 groups that didn't connect before, totaling 152 groups. One group was 131, 400, totaling 19, 972, 800, plus a group of 272 airplanes, which was 27, 200, 000, adding up to exactly 20 million, not a single point. And just then, at the very top of Orange's live broadcast room, an oversized, super thick golden pop-up screen with the house and blue pipe logos lit up. Before starting the fight, didn't the opposite side ask me on what basis? I'll tell you now. On this basis, is it okay? Chapter 59, taking all the recommendation spots in the Star Show district. Extra for thanking everyone for their rewards. Can. This is too okay. Ha ha ha. It feels like the opposite rabbit's face has completely swollen. This slap, crisp and loud. The visitors of the Orange livestream instantly broke into laughter. This temperament of Brother Meng was just too much to their liking. It was like the pop-up screen that Brother Dream posted when he beat up Little Pigeon when he first came to the platform. Brother Dream just admitted that he had a violent temper. So what can you guys do about it? He's just not used to you guys. Why do you have to be generous and forgive after winning a fight when you have the upper hand? It's just right to be ridiculed ruthlessly. And didn't Hoi ask Dream to try it first? Now Brother Meng did try. So what about you guys? Why don't you give Brother Meng some color? The rabbit on the other side of the table. This time his face was turning red. Their guild this time is fully prepared 10 million. Plus live so many Big Brother and civilian votes. A total of 17 million list. So much money. Tomorrow's activities have no matter. Just for today out of this breath. But in her opinion foolproof PK. Even so no? And the opposite side is not sick. An airplane star of the week can play 20 million out? In the usual. So a star of the week can have a million are bad enough. That is, before this kind of big event, the star of the week can only be on the million, and must also be a senior gift star of the week. Even if they wanted to target themselves, they didn't have to be so desperate, right? $20 million just to close the road. How ho is this? Hua E Guild Office. In seeing this message sent by Zhou Meng, Floating Light's entire face turned green. This is not only to kill people, but also to pig his heart. But for him now, it seemed that he couldn't care less about the taunts of broken dreams from the other side. Rabbit live screen, at this time has been a bit tasteless. Seeing that someone had once again questioned Xian's matter, Floating Light immediately revealed a lifeless expression. What else could he do now? Bite back. People can take out screenshots, swiping the list to hit his face, countered by people slapping his face. All the money he prepared for this event was swiped out, but as a result, Broken Dreams not only caught up by the power of one person, but also swiped an extra 3 million out. That $20 million was lit up at the top of the weekly star list, and as long as he looked over, he felt bright and solid. He really couldn't understand. How could he be so luxurious? The guild management who had just finished arranging for the water army to go to Rabbit's live room to bring a rhythm also walked in at this time. Seeing Floating Light sitting in the boss's chair with a lifeless face holding a cell phone, the guild management couldn't help but be bold. Boss, if you ask me, we haven't completely lost yet. Didn't Broken Dream say that he wanted to block all of our Hawaii's first-tier anchors? You know, our guild's first-tier anchors. There are at least 1 or 2 dozen of them. Even if we remove the morning and midday anchors, there are more than 10 first-tier anchors on live broadcasts in the evening. Broken Dreams is rich, but he's only one person. He can seal Rabbit's one live room. But what about our other 10 anchors together? Can he seal it over? As long as Broken Dreams' boasts don't materialize, we can totally let the water army cut in from this aspect. Defeating him is not something we dare say, but at least we can save some of our guild's reputation. As soon as these words came out, a light immediately lit up in Floating Light's eyes. He rubbed his head and sat up. Yeah, that's the truth. With so many first-tier anchors in our guild, if he, Broken Dream, wants to block them, I'll let him do it. As long as there's one he can't block, we won't be considered a complete loser. And when we let the news anchors wash their hands of it tomorrow, there might really be a chance to wash this one out completely. The cause of this incident was because Orange exposed what happened between their guild and Xian. Originally, if they had won this PK, they would have been able to bring this incident through magnanimously from the perspective of the victor. But now that they lost, Broken Dream's side held the power of speech. And as long as Tangerine's side mentioned it a little bit, the guild would have to face this fish theory head-on. But for them, the good thing was that the words that Broken Dream had put out were just too big to block all of their guild's first-tier anchors. As long as Broken Dreams didn't block one of them, then tomorrow their news anchors could bring the topic to this, confuse the audience, and when the official match started,
After everyone's attention was diverted, wouldn't this matter be over? Although the guild would definitely be hurt in the end, it would be better than being left out in the cold, right? Floating Light didn't hesitate, and quickly took out his cell phone and started contacting, arranging for all the first-tier anchors in the evening slot to come online. He also made a special arrangement in the group. There are a total of quite a few autonomous recommendation lists given before the tournament this time, excluding some that have already been closed. There are roughly 25 or so slightly larger lists left. 10 people. Each person will choose at least 2 to 3 lists to hit. As for those small lists, there are still hundreds of them. You guys just pick them as you please. I don't believe that with so many lists and so many people, the broken dreams still have time to all snap away. Floating Light's request is very clear. No matter if he uses his own private money, or poll popularity votes, even if he sells himself to Big Brother, this time all the first-tier anchors have to be on. As for the expenses of the anchors, he also promised to make it up to them right after the guild's funds returned next month. And under Floating Light's arrangement, in less than 10 minutes, the anchors of the evening slot who had been watching the battle reconnected. However, compared to the ease and casualness that they had felt when they went online an hour ago, almost all of the anchors who were online now wore a bitter face. Of course they know that this is a thankless task, their own fans and anchors, but also most of them have just been in the Rabbit live chat brush poll. This list, either exclusive Big Brother to give on, exclusive Big Brother less, can only go on their own to rush, although all people do not want to do, but they also understand in their hearts, the guild if the fall. They themselves are not far from the fall. The monthly income of a first-tier anchor was not a small amount. Therefore, as soon as almost everyone was online, they started frantically signing up to play in the various recommendation events. On Zhou Meng's side, he was also quick to see the interactive pop-ups from his water friends on the public screen. It's bad. Huai's side has arranged for all of their own more than a dozen first-tier evening slot anchors to come online, and now all of them are playing the list in the live room to break Brother Meng's manual ban. Asterisk. Huai's side is too shameless, right? More than 10 anchors grabbing recommendations at the same time? What's this called? This is called human sea tactics. Huai's side can't beat them head-on, and they're starting to go rogue in this area. The water friends in the orange live room were not much outraged, but instead looked happy to see it. By doing this, wasn't the opposite side conceding to Brother Meng in a sense? Even if Brother Meng's words didn't materialize in the end. So what? They had already won anyway. However, as the anchor, Tangerine's face was a bit worried at this time. Her angle of consideration wasn't the same as the audience in the broadcast room. The viewers only saw that Huai had chosen a way out of the situation by recognizing his weakness, but she saw the reason why Huai had done it. With so many people together, all it took was for Dream to have one that he didn't take care of, or for one of the anchors on the opposite side to secretly make a list, and Dream's previous promise would be broken. At that time, the opposite side wouldn't take advantage of this to frantically bring up the tempo, but 10 anchors, randomly going to pick more than 100 small and large list activities to hit the list. How can this be stared over? Brother Dream. This, Tangerine really couldn't think of any good way, didn't hold back, and looked to Dream's ID on the VIP seat. This is simple. Zhou Meng smiled and sent a hand-waving expression. After $20 million to take down the airplane weekly star ranking, there was no longer any suspense in winning or losing. What Huai's side was doing now was just a dying struggle. It might be a difficult matter for others, but it was not worth mentioning to him. Zhou Meng typed a statement in the live broadcast. It's true that I don't have the means to target so many anchors at the same time, but correspondingly, there's no need for me to block so many anchors. When Zhou Meng's words came out, the crowd in the live broadcast room were also stunned, somewhat not understanding what Brother Meng meant by this. Does Brother Meng mean to spare Huai's side? It's fine to let go. Anyway, we've already won Rabbit and Huai's side has admitted defeat. It doesn't matter. Many people saw Zhou Meng's pop-up and thought that Zhou Meng was planning to give up. And in fact, many people really couldn't think of a solution to this. It was like an ordinary person who wanted to give a gift to all the anchors on the entire station. Not to mention the matter of how much money there was. It was exhausting to the point of exhaustion. Putting it in Dream Brother's place was the same thing. See a Huai line of anchors in the list. Dream Brother went to the brush sealed. But at the same time, another anchor in the fight, another recommended position list. How to do? It's hard not to be able to split. This is obviously unrealistic, but the audience didn't have to wait long before they saw Zhou Meng's next pop-up. This matter is very simple. If their first-tier anchors want to hit the list, then they have to have a list as well, don't they? Zhou Meng laughed. Orange, count how many total recommendation position leaderboards are still in progress in the Star Show district right now, and get a list out. I'll take all of today's list ones for all the recommendation positions. I'd like to see how they're going to beat the list after there's not a single recommendation bit left in the Star Show district. Chapter 60, 40 million Super Deluxe List. Big chapter. Brushing away all the charts in the Star Show region?
Numerous fans were even more shocked after seeing the pop-up screen, and their jaws dropped. For this event, there were roughly 70 to 80 lists for the medium to high lists, that is, the lists for the big anchors to hit, and the number of lists for the purpose of beating the lists for the platform's small and medium-sized anchors was around 105. Even if you take away some of the ones that have already been beaten and sealed, there are at least 100 more. With so many lists, does Brother Meng want to beat them all by himself? Although Huayi's side didn't have much money left, but each first-tier anchor, it shouldn't be hard to hit a list of 100,000 or so, right? How much would it cost Dream to take down all of these lists while defeating Huayi? Even Orange would be stunned at this. For one person to block the entire channel's leaderboards, it wasn't any smaller than if he had blocked Huayi with his own power. Tangerine had wanted to open her mouth to persuade her, but after thinking about it, she still didn't say anything. After getting along for quite a few days, Tangerine probably had a bit of an understanding of Brother Meng's temperament. Generally speaking, Brother Meng wouldn't do anything that he wasn't sure of. Since he chose to do it, Brother Dream must have already calculated it. And just then, Tangerine saw Brother Dream speaking on the public screen again. Tangerine also hurriedly replied back and went to the anchor event page to look for the leaderboard. Brother Dream, there are still 25 recommendation spots in the upper middle level, and there are still 102 small recommendations that haven't sealed the list. Alright, let's start from small to large then. Zhou Meng nodded. I'll go. Does Brother Dream really want to be on it? According to what Orange said, that's 127 recommended spots. I can't imagine how much I'd have to swipe to take down all these lists. Generally speaking, a small recommendation list is about a little more than 20,000. A medium level would probably be more than 100,000. And an upper level, similar to Airplane Star of the Week, would be at least 400,000 to 500,000. However, considering that the opposite anchor will steal towers, if Dream wants to defend alone, the small list will have to hit at least 70,000 or 80,000 to be more secure. Bright 9 Keys rationally analyzed the wave. Then everyone silently made a rough calculation in their hearts according to this number. Doesn't that mean that Brother Dream would still have to hit around 10 million? That's the minimum. Bright 9 Keys nodded in agreement. In an instant, the audience in the live broadcast room were all confused. They had thought that the cost of getting all of these lists would be huge, but they hadn't expected it to be this big. If another $10 million were to be played out, wouldn't Brother Meng have to swipe $30 million tonight? If you counted the 10 million or so that he had hit last month, then it seemed that Brother Dream's total spending on the platform was no longer even close to that of Brother Wave, right? And the next moment, right under the crowd's gaze, Tangerine successfully signed up for a small recommendation, and then clicked on the recommendation page to start hitting the list. This was to avoid the bug of an anchor signing up for dozens of lists at the same time, and being able to swipe down dozens of lists with just a sum of money. It was also to prevent big anchors from going and grabbing these small recommendations from small anchors. Therefore, only after clicking start, the amount of gifts brushed by the live broadcast would be synchronized to this list. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate, and backhanded a 1/314 grimoire package, instantly squeezing the original number 1 on the 6/500 list. And then, Orange directly exited the recommendation page and began to click on the second recommendation for the registration to begin. Just after the operation, the live broadcast room was lit up with another set of magic book packages, and again instantly rushed up to the number 1 position on the list. Immediately after that, it was the third, the fourth, the fifth, and in the public screen area, the magic book gift streak pop-ups were constantly jumping up. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast saw one list after another being filled up by Brother Meng with all 1314 magic books, and instantly realized that something wasn't quite right. Brother Dream, this shouldn't be taking these lists and brushing each one with a 1314 magic book, right? The crowd immediately felt somewhat unable to imagine it. Just now, in everyone's discussion, a small list would cost roughly $60,000 to $70,000, but for Brother Meng's handful of 1314 magic books, that would be over 130,000, which was double what they had predicted. But Zhou Meng didn't have the intention of answering their questions at this time. He took out a few oranges from the fruit basket and leisurely peeled them while his eyes occasionally skimmed the live broadcast interface. As long as the orange enrollment was successful, he would directly dump a set of 1314 magic books out on the gift bar. Signing up for a list would take about a minute or so. Zhou Meng wasn't in a hurry, so he followed Tangerine's speed as he slowly brushed. From more than 8 o'clock until almost 10 o'clock, Zhou Meng had already taken all 102 minor recommendations. The audience in the live room was even more excited. 102 minor recommendations all brushed, a total of 102 groups. Brother Meng brushed another 13.4 million. The number behind the weekly list number 1 that Zhou Meng hit down in the live broadcast room had changed from 20 million to 33.
428 million. This was 33.4 million. From the time Tiger Shark was founded until now, there hadn't been any divine hero Big Brother who had hit such a high leaderboard in a live broadcast. Even if it was De Shang, when he hit the annual, it was only the anchor's total list that reached this number, not which Big Brother hit it individually. And what was important to realize was that Brother Dream hadn't finished swiping yet. The crowd also stopped speaking, and instead stared intently at the screen, looking forward to how much Brother Dream could actually hit today. And this time, Orange Enrollment's movements had also become a lot more skillful. The small recommendations had finished, and Tangerine began to sign up for the medium recommendations. Zhou Meng also saw the recommendation change, but his gift didn't change. It was still a magic book. In the next moment, the public screen of Tangerine's live room lit up again. Emperor, Broken Dreams, has sent a magic book star 1314 star 103 streak. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out the Grimoire star 1314 star 104 consecutive hits. 2 gift pop-ups in direct succession instantly sent Orange to the top of the list with a total of 260,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The front of the list one is only less than 120,000. Is Brother Dream as fierce as this? This is Brother Dream. No explanation. Brother Dream is really powerful. I really can't figure out just how much Brother Dream can brush tonight. Even Tangerine's heart couldn't help but flutter, and she hurriedly opened her mouth in the live broadcast. Thank you Brother Dream for the reward. Thank you Brother Dream. It's fine, keep signing up. Zhou Meng smiled and shook his head. It looked like he was able to get a lot of rebates tonight. Orange didn't hesitate either, and continued to click on the event's enrollment screen. 20 minutes later, it soon came to the 24th group. Tangerine had just successfully signed up when the live broadcast once again lit up with 2 consecutive pop-ups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send a spellbook 1314 149 streak. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send out the Grimoire star 1314 star 150 consecutive hits. 19.71 million now. Brother Dream is really killing mad this time. After the last list is brushed, it's 100% broken 20 million. This total list won't add up to 40 million? A single brush of 40 million. Brother Meng is invincible. The viewers were all looking forward to the last recommended position on the list at this time. But when Orange clicked to the last recommendation page, the nearly 250,000 viewers in the live broadcast room were all in tears and laughter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This last list. How is a magic book star of the week? Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded at once. The star of the week list. An anchor could only pick it once in a week. Previously, Orange had already chosen the airplane's weekly star list. So now, this Grimoire weekly star list definitely couldn't be chosen. Tangerine looked at her own list that was about to break 40 million, and was quite excited. But when she saw this last recommendation, she was dumbfounded. The activity page was right there, but she couldn't sign up. Zhou Meng also couldn't help but be amused. However, he didn't hesitate and swiped 2 more sets of magic books and a set of loose votes. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out magic book star 1314 star 151 consecutive strikes. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends spellbook star 1314 star 152 strikes. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out Grimoire asterisk 272. Once the 3 sets of gifts came out, Orange Live's list once again put together a whole 20 million up, and the first place Zhou Meng's weekly tribute list instantly jumped to a whole 40 million. Wow, it's really 40 million. Universal celebration. Seeing Zhou Meng directly make up the list, the crowd in the live broadcast room all cheered. However, Zhou Meng didn't forget that there was still the last list. Are there any anchors in the live room? Come out and say something, and randomly choose one to hit the list. Zhou Meng domineeringly typed lines out on the public screen. In an instant, many of the anchors who were peering at the screen directly exploded. This was the Grimoire Star of the Week, currently ranked number 1. The list had rushed up to 400,000. This meant that for Dream to take this list, he would at least brush it up to over 400,000. What is this? Is this a hit list? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a chance to sack up money. Do you really think that live broadcasting is just chatting and bantering? Live streaming plays? That's full of human feelings. For a while, the anchors who were peeping at the screen didn't dare to peep at the screen anymore, and they all frantically brushed up on the pop-up screen. There were even a few anchors who were afraid that their pop-ups weren't obvious enough, and once they bit the bullet, they directly spent money to open a Monarch in seconds. Seeing this scene, the audience's faces were about to blossom with smiles. Today's various scenes, watching live broadcasts for several years had never seen once, but today, here in Brother Meng, it was all over in a few hours. On the other hand, who was peering at the screen at the same time, had a flutter in his heart. Ever since the last time she talked to Sister Bebe, the thoughts in her heart slowly began to change.
It wasn't until today when she saw Brother Dream furiously swiping $40 million in the orange live room that EE was really a bit stunned. This strength of Brother Dream was definitely the strongest godly Big Brother she had ever seen. And when she saw the pop-up screen of Brother Dream randomly selecting an anchor to brush the list, EE's already not so peaceful heart suddenly hit a jolt. Ghostly, she then clicked on the page of the orange live room, and also followed the numerous screen swiping anchors to type lines out. And just as EE reacted and was feeling apprehensive, suddenly, her own live room instantly lit up with a huge golden dragon animation. Chapter 61, Hua Yi avoids battle and admits defeat. 9,000 words in total today. And the next moment, almost visible to the naked eye, the popularity of her live broadcast room, which was originally only 5,000 or so, began to jump wildly. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. In less than a minute, EE's popularity in the live broadcast room directly jumped to over 100,000. At the same time, the pop-ups in the public screen area of the live room were jumping like crazy. EE took a glance at the background, and almost every second, the number of pop-ups was more than 50. It was important to realize that when Zhou Meng swiped 20 million to beat the star of the week, the popularity of the orange live streaming room had jumped to more than 150,000 people. After beating the airplane Zhou Xing, the popularity of Tangerine's live room even jumped for a while, coming to more than 200,000. The just swiped the list, but also attracted the attention of many visitors. The popularity of the live room have rushed to 300,000 run. Star show area this side of the peak time. In fact, also on the line at the same time 500,000 or so viewers. The past few days to play activities will be a little more, but also more than 600,000 killed. 300,000 people gathered over. It means that at the same time the entire channel half of the people were pulled over. This popularity cannot be said not horrible. And just a single link jump from Zhou Meng instantly brought 100,000 plus popularity increase to EE's live room. Welcome Brother Dream. EE was truly surprised that she had only typed a line on the public screen to try and wrestle with the probability, and Brother Meng had actually come over, but she at least had experience before, and hurriedly opened her mouth to welcome him, just slightly nervous as she spoke. After many days, I've come to EE's live room again. Looks like Brother Dream still remembers EE. In the live broadcast room, Bright 9 Keys in ancient city Wuhan San's few old fans couldn't help but exclaim. From the beginning, Bright 9 Keys was EE's fan, but after becoming the captain of Brother Dream's cheerleading squad, they were based on Orange's side. In May, they thought that Brother Dream was EE's exclusive big brother, but in the end, they didn't expect Brother Dream to run to the Orange side to swipe gifts. Coming back again after more than 10 days, Bright 9 Keys in ancient city Wuhan San several people had a strange feeling. The first time Brother Dream came to EE's live room, he was still just an ordinary tourist who had never swiped a gift before, but this time when he came back again, Brother Dream had become a single live broadcast that had wildly swiped $40 million, almost literally the strongest godly hero of Tiger Shark. EE, hurry up and sign up. Seeing EE stay there, Zhou Meng also couldn't help but let out a laugh and typed a reminder in the live broadcast. Okay Brother Dream, I'll go now. EE, who had just been stunned by the skyrocketing popularity, only then did he sort of completely react and hurriedly went to the event page and clicked on sign up to go. And just the moment EE signed up successfully, her live room lit up with a bright witch special effect. The lovely witch riding a magic broom had once again descended on EE's live room after more than 10 days. The moment she saw the gift special effect, EE couldn't help but feel her heart beat violently. To her, this special effect was truly both familiar and unfamiliar. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent out a spellbook 1314-1 streak. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out Grimoire Star 1314 Star 2 combo. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends the Grimoire Star 1314 Star 8 strikes. These sets of gifts Zhou Meng didn't have much stuck time or rhythm. Brushing more casually, less than a minute, all 8 sets of gifts were brushed out by him. However, for EE and the audience in the live broadcast room, these sets of gifts were not casual at all. My god, another 8 groups of magic books. This has to be another million, right? 1.05 million to be exact, right in EE's live room. The crowd began to calculate just how many groups of gifts Brother Meng had swiped today. First was the 20 million airplane weekly stars that had just come online and started to play for Orange. A total of 152 groups of 314 airplanes, plus a fraction of 272 airplanes. Immediately after that, there was another $20 million magic book hit list. Again 152 groups plus a fraction of 272. Then after that, there were the 8 groups of magic books on EE's side. Soon, ancient city Wuhan San summarized it. Speaking with his number that had just opened up to the lords, Brother Dream swiped a total of 314 groups of gifts tonight, 2 of which were not full, and the other 312 groups, all of which were Tiger Shark's top gifts. The amount
a total of 41.05 million. On the other hand, Orange was also happy for EE. She was probably the only one who noticed the changes before and after EE. When she first met EE, the EE of that time was very simple, and could even be said to be out of touch with the world. It would be absolutely impossible to have her take the initiative to send such a pop-up screen asking for gifts in someone else's live room. There's nothing wrong with being simple. There's nothing wrong with being a maverick. It's a person's merit. And there's likewise nothing wrong with being a live streamer into the world. The only thing that is wrong is the person who holds on to simplicity and does live streaming with an attitude that is alien to the world. It doesn't matter if people are good or bad at this thing. If you want to be noble, then be noble to the end, but also can be mixed out of a realm, even if others do not look favorably, but in talking about you, but also will admire one or two. But if you want to enter the world, then put down the shelf completely into the world. I'm afraid of losing the good guy's advantages, and learn the bad guy's shortcomings, and give myself a whole 4 different things. The previous EE is like this. Both want to live into the world, but also refuse to put down their lofty frame to lick Big Brother. In the end, Brother Dream's departure, that was naturally justified. Even this time in the mid-year Battle King tournament, EE didn't even have a place on the battle team. It is estimated that in EE's heart, although she did not go to fight, but in her heart she has long thought that there will be a share of her here, right? Why did Broken Wound make it to the top? Say Dream Brother like man, that is funny. Is nothing more than Broken Wound is willing to pull down their own face to stand. A dare for Big Brother to undertake. Dare not hesitate to offend others. Anchor. Big Brother that cannot give brush point? For Dream Brother, hundreds of thousands of that called a thing? And now, EE also kind of figured out. Take that step. To put it bluntly, she and Chen, who is not a top student, graduated from a famous brand music college. The two of them, none of them are worse than EE. EE also opened his mouth to thank them in the live broadcast in succession. $1 million of luxury gifts. This was the most that Brother Meng had ever swiped in her live broadcast. Zhou Meng also laughed out loud. And after this wave of gifts was swiped, it was considered to be a truly great pleasure for the body and mind. Didn't Hua Yi want to break the game? Now that he had blocked all the roads for him, let's see how he could break it. On the other hand, many of Huai's first-tier anchors, looking at the minimum amount of 131,400 on the various leaderboards, could not help but fall into silence. The guild had originally prepared 3 to 4 million for them to play on the leaderboards, but after being stirred up by today's incident, all the money had been swiped to the rabbit side. Here, they could only rely on themselves, or the few big brothers who hadn't spent any money yet to make up the list. To be honest, a person who can brush a list of 300,000 to 400,000 is considered good. They could have made a small recommendation, and used 300,000 to 400,000 to pile up a first place out. After all, Broken Dreams hit the small recommendation list is only more than 130,000 just. But the problem was, if the 10 of them did this, they could at most hit 10 or so lists. 100 lists Broken Dreams can't stare over. 10 lists Broken Dreams still can't stare over? This 130,000 bottom line was simply an uncrossable moat for them. Of all the first-tier anchors, it was Rabbit who couldn't bear it first and took out his cell phone to send a sentence in the guild group. Boss, give up. We really don't have a chance. This person is too scary. Rabbit let out a bitter smile. At $20 million, although the crowd felt that there was little hope, they were not so desperate. But when Broken Dreams hit 40 million, everyone's hearts went numb. The highest list on their side was only 17 million, and others had hit 41 million. This was a difference of more than 2 times. I'm afraid that even if they pulled Disheng over today, they wouldn't be able to escape this fate of theirs. This PK, they really didn't lose unjustly. Yes boss, forget about it today. Wait for tomorrow and see if we can save the field. It's better to avoid the wind now. Boss, the most I can get out of my side is $300,000, but even if I swipe it now, it's still a waste of money. Many first-tier anchors also spoke, but the words undoubtedly all meant the same thing. Avoid the battle. People have brushed up to 41 million. If we fight again, there is only endless disgrace. Floating Light looked at the messages in the group and also couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. This reasoning, why he does not know, but Qianqian's matter is horizontal here. What can he do if he doesn't take it? 2 battles in a row. The first one was lost with a gap of 3 million, and the second one, it was over before it even started. Truly crushed, but when it came down to it, reason told him that there was simply no way to fight any longer. Just like what Rabbit said, this Broken Dream was just too terrifying. He had been mixing on the live broadcast platform for at least 3 or 4 years, and had also seen the 2 heavenly prides of Wave Absolute and Aura. But even if it was the 2 of them, in the current Floating Light's heart, there was no way they could be compared to Broken Dream. Hesitating again and again, Floating Light still sent out the words he least wanted to see in the group. All go off the air. We admit defeat. P.S. 9,000 words for today's shallow shift. Once again, thank you all for your gifts and rewards. You guys are too powerful. Love you.